Chapter 753, Commander-in-Chief Bihan. Chapter 753, Commander-in-Chief Bihan. The first battle occurred suddenly. The Mo Martial Alliance had just been notified of Bihan's arrival, and the order to be on guard had not reached the front line yet when the first fight between the two sides had finished. Bihan's full-speed attack had caught the enemy off guard. The battalion to make the sudden attack was Grey Camp. Sherdong's style was sharp and swift to being with, and after the improvement of these past years, Grey Camp under his command was like a sharp and thin knife that sliced through the not-so-tight defense of the other. This place was the border, but there were no important resources nor transportation routes, so the battalions stationed here were not strong. Facing Grey Camp that was outfitted with Shin equipment and well-trained, the defenses were quickly torn down after fighting for a few more moments. The battalions behind Grey Camp did not hesitate and moved at full speed according to the battle plan. Grey Camp, who had defeated the enemy battalion, divided into many smaller groups that started to sweep the area at the opening they had created and kill the scattered soldiers to guarantee the safety of their rear. When the battalions belonging to Rare Artifacts Hall arrived, they switched. Sherdong took Grey Camp and hurriedly marched to catch up to the main army. At this time, the resistance that Bihan encountered suddenly increased. One reason was because the Mo Martial Alliance now caught up and started to set down defenses. The other was related to the location of 100 Energy Jia. There was a Jia one had to pass through to get to 100 Energy Jia, Bright Mountain Jia. Unlike the barrenness of 100 Energy Jia, Bright Mountain Jia was a prosperous intermediate Jia. It was the place where many Jia rivers passed through. It had a large population and was rich in resources. Due to its unique location, the Mo Martial Alliance had stationed large numbers of battalions there to guarantee its safety. If one wanted to take 100 Energy Jia, Bright Mountain Jia was unavoidable. Therefore, the Mo Martial Alliance set up a complete defense line around Bright Mountain Jia. A little Bright Mountain Jia possessed 2 Mo Martials. The power it had could be imagined. Among the Mo, a battle general's strength was directly connected to their individual strength. Mo Martials were almost always both battle generals and individual experts. This was related to their method of fighting. Mo Martials cultivated Shin power, and were limited in their accomplishments just like the Fanshu of the Xiuzha and the Skyao of the Yao. As young people talented in Shin power continuously appeared among the Yao and the Xiuzha, the Mo's upper levels were still held by the Mo Martials. Because they could not progress greatly cultivating Shin power, their individual power continued to slip among the rankings of the three races. However, their command skill was not affected. Actually, while the effects of their Shin power on individual strength was limited, it was of significant help to one's ability direct in battle. As more and more Mo cultivated Shin power, the construction of battalions silently changed. Of the 2 Mo martial battalions that guarded Bright Mountain Jia, almost half of their members were strong in Mo Shin power. In the Mo territories, these 2 battalions were considered strong ones. Bright Mountain Jia was a hard bone to chew. The news the front lines had been defeated were passed back to Bright Mountain Jia, and all of Bright Mountain Jia went on their guard. When the identity of the commander-in-chief of this enormous Mo Cloud Sea battalion group was revealed, all of the Mo Martial Alliance inhaled in shock. Bihan. The 10th ranked battle general, a battle general the Mo were familiar with. They were unfamiliar with the majority of commanders under Bihan's command, but just the name Bihan was enough for them to feel strong danger. Sin Battalion Bihan. The 2 Mo marshals of Bright Mountain Jia seemed to be facing a great enemy and did not dare to attack first. A person's name, a tree's shadow, the infamy of Bihan was something that people did not dare dismiss. The 2 Mo marshals thought highly of themselves, but facing Bihan, they still lacked confidence. Fortunately, Bright Mountain Jia's defenses were outstanding, and they had both soldiers and supplies. If they persisted in not going out, the other would not have any other choice other than to attack. The 2 planned. They carefully set up defenses to increase morale as they asked for help from the rear. Bihan, who was leading multiple battalions, had more than just Sin Battalion. If he did not care about the price and attacked, the 2 did not have the confidence to know how long they would last. Fortunately, Bright Mountain Jia was very important to the alliance, and they believed the higher-ups would not ignore this attack. In the conference room, Sherdong's battalion had caught up and he arrived just in time for the strategy meeting. The conference room was unusually silent. No one made a sound. Everyone had been used to Lil Miss being at the front to lead the discussion. Now that it was Bihan, people were slightly used to it. Also, Bihan usually did not talk at all during discussions, like air, he didn't seem to exist at all. There was also another layer of thinking that everyone had. It had to be said that Lil Miss had been the one to teach and train them. Many of them didn't have any fame before this. Usually, Lil Miss had been in command at the center, and their trust of Lil Miss was unconditional. Bihan was a reclusive person, and usually did not converse with them. He never said anything during a meeting. While they knew that Bihan was strong, but was he as strong as Lil Miss? Many people did not accept this. However, under Lil Miss' command, what was most important was following regulations. Bihan had been personally appointed by Zuo Mo. While they had opinions, no one dared speak them. They did not speak, and the discussion room was silent. Who among them didn't have a bit of a temper? Some people thought inside, if this was Lil Miss, the atmosphere would be heated. At this time, Bihan spoke, his voice just as icy as usual. Jia Gu. Jia Gu, whose thoughts had been wandering, hurriedly stood up and said gravely, "This subordinate is here. Your battalion will go to the area of East Nation Jia, Bright Home Jia, and West Mountain Jia. If you encounter battalions, you can either choose to fight or not. This subordinate's goal is?" Jia Gu was confused. Before the campaign, he had familiarized himself with the Jia map of this area. He knew where the three Jia were, but he didn't understand Bihan Daren's intentions at all. That area was far from 100 energy Jia with many Jia between them. Let them feel pressure. Bihan treasured his words like gold. Yes. While he did not understand, Jia Gu still took his orders. Tang Fei. Bihan turned around. Here. Tang Fei stood up. Her expression was solemn. She had seen Bihan fight before and was probably the one that trusted Bihan's abilities the most. The goal of your battalion is East Spring Jia. The commanders present all had surprised expressions. East Springs Jia was far from 100 energy Jia, and they didn't seem to be related at all from the Jia map. However, the people present were not normal people. They all frowned and thought hard to find Bihan's intentions. Bihan did not seem to see the puzzlement on the commanders' faces. He had no intentions of explaining and continued to give out orders. Sherdong. Sherdong hurriedly stood up. Here. Hide in the area of Puluo Jia and Mighty Moon Jia. Do not let anyone detect you, and wait for orders. As the orders were given out, the commanders stared at the Jia map trying to find clues and were frowning in thought. Bihan ignored them. He said, "Ma Fan battalion will move with me." End of meeting. Every battalion will move according to their orders. They refocused and stood to acknowledge. Yes. Finished, Bihan walked out of the conference room first. Once Bihan walked out, the conference room immediately became noisy. Who sees something? Speak up. I can't see it, this setup is very strange. Yes. It isn't reasonable at all. Tang Fei did not make a sound. She suddenly lowered her head to ask Miao Jun, "Teacher, have you seen something?" I see a bit, but I cannot guess many of the steps. Miao Jun's expression was shocked as he said in a low voice. As expected of a top battle general. Bihan Daren doesn't usually show himself, but when he does, it isn't ordinary. The Mo Martial Alliance is going to have a huge defeat this time. Even we who know the goal cannot see through this plan, ha. The commanders here were not stupid and could find some hints. But even so, they found it bewildering. They could not determine what Bihan Daren was going to do next. This discovery caused everyone to become silent. Bihan Daren, who was usually reclusive and did not have anything worthy of people to remark upon except his fierce offensive, intimidated them with one move. They finally understood that the difference in skill between them and top battle generals was bigger than they imagined. Mo Cloud C was moving and Zuo Mo was not idle. Someone had come from Shixian. In truth, Zuo Mo had not expected Shixian to send an envoy. He was Gu Liangdao's most faithful ally. What was Shixian sending people here for? To cause a discord between himself and Gu Liangdao? Zuo Mo did not understand, but he still decided to meet the other. The leader of the envoy was a middle-aged person called Jian Jun. He was of average power, but he was elegant and had presence. Mr. Zuo is really accomplished at a young age. Having conquered so much at such a young age, it makes those like me sweat. Jian Jun praised. Mr. Jian is too complimentary. What have you come for? Zuo Mo did not want to waste words and said directly. Jian Jun still did Zuo Mo's directness, but he was a person who could adapt. Seeing this, he said directly, "We have come to visit Mr. Zuo this time for two matters." Seeing Zuo Mo show a listening expression, he said, "The first is that we hope to order some Shen equipment from you." Order Shen equipment? Zuo Mo stilled for a moment. He hadn't thought that Shixian would order Shen equipment from them. Yes. The Mo Cloud system Shen equipment is stronger than any other, Jian Jun said with a friendly smile. It will be best if you can design new Shen equipment around our Shen power. We are willing to pay the corresponding expenses. Design Shen equipment? Zuo Mo was 7 more stunned. He looked suspiciously at the other. tailored Shin equipment, you will need to provide your Shin power cultivation method. This is not a problem. Jian Jun's expression was normal, as though he was talking about a simple matter. Other than the day of completion, everything else can be negotiated. Zuo Mo felt as though he didn't have enough brainpower to use. Shi Xian had come to order Shin equipment and were willing to provide their Shin power cultivation method? This was clearly the secret of each sect that should not be told to anyone else. What was going on with Shi Xian? Translator ramblings, things are developing. Zuo Mo has to play with the big whales now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 754, Alliance with Shi Xian. Chapter 754, Alliance with Shi Xian. Jian Jun seemed to be speaking of a common everyday matter, and smiled naturally. He said, "Before we left, Zhong Darren said that Shi Xian is weak now." Coenluan and Tian Huan are greedily watching from the sides. The 9 great Diana sects look numerous, but they are divided and their power is scattered, only appearing strong but will scatter when they face pressure. Only Mo Cloud Sea is a viable ally. While they do not have many soldiers, they have strong commanders. They do not have a great amount of land, but they are wealthy, their potential can be anticipated and are a possible ally. Zhong Darren is too complimentary, Zuo Mo politely responded. Jian Jun smiled slightly. My Shi Xian has been weak for a long time, our elite have left us. If there is no help from outside forces, then we will not be able to fight off Coenluan and Tian Huan. Mo Cloud Sea is in a remote location. With the 9 great Diana sects as barrier, there are no worries in the short term. Yet once Coenluan and Tian Huan swallow Shi Xian, each will possess almost 2 realms of power and be unstoppable. Darren predicted that if it gets to that point, with the 2 sects sending soldiers, the 9 great Diana sects will collapse with little resistance. At that time, Mo Cloud Sea will have no place to retreat. The 9 great Diana sects can surrender, but Mo Cloud Sea cannot. Zuo Mo changed expression. He had to admit that Zhong De's prediction was accurate. The 9 great Diana sects were a group of rabble if they could not unify under one banner. If Coenluan and Tian Huan had just average abilities, they might try to fight back. If the 2 big sects really ate Shi Xian, just their presence would be enough for the 9 great Diana sects to surrender without even fighting. The hate between Mo Cloud Sea and Coenluan had been spread far and wide a long time ago. Everyone knew of the great hate between Mo Cloud Sea and Coenluan. The crux to stopping Coenluan and Tian Huan was not the 9 great Diana sects but Shi Xian. Zuo Mo had thought of this before, but at that time, there was no hope to be seen in Shi Xian. The sudden appearance of Zhong De had given new blood to the rotting Shi Xian. Jian Jun continued to speak. I heard some things about Mr. Zuo's birth. Darren feels great sympathy and has executed everyone involved in that incident. Also, Darren has given me the duty of returning this item to Mr. Zuo. This item that belongs to the Zuo family is today returned to Mr. Zuo, to its owner. As he spoke, he took out a strangely shaped item. This item was extremely unique in shape. It was about the height of a person, and was like a tree branch cut off from a tree. The main trunk was curved and there were 5 forks that crisscrossed. The item was made completely from metal. Even after a few decades, it was still shiny like it was new. This is the part that we obtained in the past. The other 3 are in the hands of Coenluan, Tian Huan, and Xiankong Temple. While returning this cannot undo the past, we have already taken care of the elders involved in the matter. However, we do not hope to receive your forgiveness with this, we only wish to sincerely express our apologies, and to show that Shi Xian is willing to take responsibility for this matter. Jian Jun's expression was stern and his tone solemn. Zuo Mo looked at this Shin device part and was in a daze. Shi Xian had not faked this item. When Jian Jun had taken this out, Zuo Mo had felt the presence of a Shin device. In his few memories, this strangely shaped thing had appeared a few times. Thank Zhong De Darren for me. Zuo Mo refocused, his expression normal. The scenes that had flashed through his mind caused his emotions to shift, but he quickly calmed his mind. As the leader of the entire Mo Cloud Sea, every decision could influence the future development of Mo Cloud Sea. There are no problems about the alliance and ordering Shin equipment. But both understanding your Shin power and designing Shin equipment will take time, Zuo Mo said. A hint of joy flashed across Jian Jun's eyes. He unhesitatingly took out a jade scroll. This is the Shin power of our sect, I will give this to you now. Zuo Mo speedily read through it. After thinking for a moment, he had a general grasp of their method. The work to design the Shin equipment will take about 2 months. The price will only be known after the first ones are made. Jian Jun then asked, is it possible to finish 30,000 Shin equipment before the 8th month of next year? Zuo Mo said after a moment of thought. It is difficult to produce 30,000 in 1 year, but there should be no problems for 20,000. Jian Jun said unhesitatingly, good. At least 20,000, no matter how many you will produce, we will take all of them. No problem. Zuo Mo said crisply. This was a very profitable transaction. If they had 20,000 Shin equipment, Xixian's power would increase greatly. Zuo Mo was happy to see this. Also, such a large order would cause Mo Cloud C's forging skills to go up another level. This was killing multiple birds with one stone. Jian Jun suddenly spoke, there is one matter we will request of Mr. Zuo. Please speak. Zuo Mo had to admit that while Jian Jun was not strong, but his style and his way of speech made people feel pleased. Ah. Jian Jun sighed lightly. We want to ask Mr. Zuo to pass on a message. A message? Zuo Mo stilled and then understood. Gu Liang Dao. Yes, Mr. Zuo, please give this letter to Gu Liang Dao. This letter was personally written by Zhong de Darren. Jian Jun passed over a jade scroll, but his expression was slightly awkward. Zuo Mo seriously received the jade scroll. He said with a nod, I will definitely give this to Brother Gu. Thank you, Mr. Zuo. Jian Jun's smile was slightly forced. A talent of the sect had betrayed and left the sect due to being forced by the sect. This was not something to be proud of. Mr. Jian is too polite, Zuo Mo said. The two then discussed the problem of setting up transportation formations. After setting up transportation formations, they would be able to travel freely. While it was expensive to move large volumes, it was the safest method at present. Both of them knew this. Once they opened the transportation formations, the wards of Mo Cloud C would flood into Xixian. This would affect Xixian greatly, but the present Xixian had no power to manage this. What was in front of them was an even more dangerous and cruel future. Organizing their combat forces was their most urgent need at this moment. Before leaving, Jian Jun said with a serious expression, Mr. Zuo, you need to pay attention to Kunlun and Tianhuan. While Mo Cloud C is the best at forging, Kunlun and Tianhuan are not lacking. Recently, Kunlun and Tianhuan, having been seeking ancient ruins in Kunlun, found the remnants of an ancient Shin device. They have started to plan forging a new Shin device. This information immediately attracted Zuo Mo's attention. Is there anything more specific? No, Jian Jun shook his head. We only know that for this device piece, 3 of Kunlun's elders lost their lives and the sect leader was heavily wounded. Zuo Mo was startled. This price was great even for Kunlun. Shin devices have developed quickly. Maybe in a year or two, everyone will have distanced themselves again, Jian Jun said concernedly. Taking from the past is better than closing the doors and creating from within. You will need to pay more attention. If we have information of ancient ruins, we will notify you. All right. Zuo Mo nodded. Jian Jun's words made him have nothing to say. The beginning of a new era was usually when development occurred the fastest. Slacking off for a time meant that some people might be forever pulled down. Unlike the completeness and maturity of the Ling power system, Shin power had just been reborn. While the general picture could be seen, the details were still crude. Kunlun was willing to spend such an astounding price. This meant that what they obtained surpassed this price. Zuo Mo felt strong danger. Gu Liang Dao was silent after reading the letter. Big brother, did that old man Zhong De say something ugly? Xuan Yu couldn't resist asking. Gu Liang Dao shook his head and handed the jade scroll to Xuan Yu. Read. Xuan Yu took the jade scroll. His expression was spectacular after he finished reading, and then he handed the jade scroll to Xiao. Gu Liang Dao laughed self-mocking. He's inviting us back, he will give up his position, and will clean out all opposing factions. Is this fake? Xuan Yu hesitated to say. No matter what, the contents of the letter were not something he could believe. It's true. Gu Liang Dao's gaze was slightly dazed. The internal conflict and pain appeared in his eyes. Then should we return? Xuan Yu asked excitedly. He believed that if Big Brother returned to Xixian to take power, Xixian will definitely come back from the dead. Xiao, what do you think? Gu Liang Dao suddenly asked. Xiao was silent for a moment and then said, it is hard to say. Zhongde says he only has 3 years left, it probably is not a lie. It is also not a lie that he will abdicate the power because only we can save Xixian. So up until now, he killed so many people but didn't touch any of those close to us. Gu Liang Dao continued to be silent. But after? Xiao said calmly, once Zhongde is dead, Big Brother has the power, and then? The sect leader can tolerate Zhongde, but can he tolerate Big Brother? Xuan Yu's expression froze. He became silent. the sect leader is skilled in enduring. The elders have held power and controlled Xixian for so many years, yet the sect leader did not make a sound. Looking back now, the sect leader may have let them. The sect leader might have moved in the shadows for Big Brother to be forced out of the sect. No way? Xuan Yu's eyes were wide, his expression disbelieving. Xiao smiled coldly. The sect leader was young when he took the position, and could not stand up to the elders. He was forced by the situation. Think of what the sect leader has done all these years, free and taking pleasure, not asking about the matters of the sect. Look at what the sect leader did this time. While he is not a murderous person, he is a cunning one. Zhongde was gone for more than 50 years, yet he was able to uproot the elders and their support in the span of one night. This cannot be accomplished by just killing people. You mean to say, Xuan Yu was not stupid and understood? Without someone familiar with the situation, he definitely could not have done it. The sect leader had probably started to investigate the elders from a long time ago. Supposedly, half of the sect leader's guards were killed. It is terrifying that he managed to endure for so long. Zhao's voice was cold and emotionless. It would be fine if this letter came from the sect leader, but it came from Zhongde. Zhongde has great power, and the sect leader will go along with him. What about after Zhongde is dead? What do we have that will let us fight against the sect leader? So what, we aren't afraid of him, Xuan Yu muttered. Xiao smiled. Why should we? Right now, our situation is not bad. Our land is not large, but our foundation is not bad. Why should we go back to endure? Xiao is right. The shadows in Gu Liangdao's eyes were swept away. We only knew freedom after coming out. I am not willing to turn back. How can we believe him? But our relatives are in Zhongde's hands, how can we get them back? When they had fled, the relatives of most of his subordinates had been arrested. Getting these relatives back was a great problem that was related to their foundation. Xiao smiled confidently. This matter is not difficult. Zhongde has not killed them, so he will not make things difficult for us by using them as hostages. However, we need to ask Brother Zuo for help on this. Brother Zuo? Gu Liangdao's eyes lit up and then his praise left his mouth. Yes. Translator ramblings, more about Zuo Mo's past and more politics. Now that we are starting on the home stretch, I'm losing motivation to translate. I wonder how weird I'll feel when I don't have to post every day. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 755, Shin Device Part. Chapter 755, Shin Device Part. Zuo Mo was surprised by the attitude that Xixian showed, but he quickly understood what Xixian intended. Just like how Xixian was the crux to restraining Kunlun and Tianhuan for Mo Cloud C, Xixian's only ally in the Xiuzhi world was Mo Cloud C. After reading through Xixian's Shin methodology, Zuo Mo understood why Xixian hadn't kept it a secret. No wonder people said that the true ancestor of the 5-element Shin power was the reverse 5-element Shin methodology that Xuan Yu had created. In Zuo Mo's view, Xixian's 5-element Shin power was middling and lacked any exceptional qualities. If a normal sect had created this Shin methodology, it naturally would be outstanding, but with Xixian's status as one of the 4 great sects, it could be seen how sparse its talent was to have created this mediocre Shin methodology. However, Zuo Mo did not help them advance the Shin methodology. He did not dare to underestimate a foundation thousands of years old. Even a rotten boat had 3/10 of its weight in nails. If they had the time, who knew if they could recover? A powerful Xixian definitely would not be willing to be Mo Cloud C's ally. After thinking for a moment, he called the 2 masters and gave the jade scroll to them. Disdainful expressions appeared on the 2 masters' faces. They naturally looked down on a Shin methodology of this level. There were not many that knew that Mo Cloud C had more than one Shin methodology. Every person's cultivation base were different, because Zuo Mo's camp had a lot of Xiuzhi, Yao, and Mo. With Zuo Mo's Mo Cloud Shin methodology as the basis, there were many methodologies that branched off. Zuo Mo himself encouraged the creation of these, and would even help them perfect these Shin methodologies. He didn't hide a thing. In this kind of an environment, the 2 masters were knowledgeable about Shin power and looked down on normal Shin methodologies. Xixian has declined as expected. This Shin methodology is just worth so much, Master Sun Bao said without any courtesy. Jiwei smacked his lips and said, it would be good if we can get a hold of Kunlun's and Tianhuan Shin methodologies, those 2 might have some good insights. Hearing the 2 masters' tone as though they were looking down on the world, Zuo Mo couldn't help but smile. He then said, using Xixian Shin power to design Shin equipment, is 2 months enough? 2 months? Sun Bao dismissively snorted. Half a month, only half a month. Half a month. Zuo Mo had a doubtful expression. Sun Bao met Zuo Mo's doubtful gaze and jumped as though he had been slighted. Darren, if you don't believe me, old Sun is willing to be punished according to military law. Ji Wei's face and neck was flushed as though he had been greatly humiliated. Zuo Mo jumped in fright at the two's reactions. These people were so proud. However, his attention quickly was attracted by the promise of half a month. If that's the case, how many sets can we make before the 8th month of next year? Sun Bao thought and said, it depends on how we make them. If we use all of our power, 50 to 60,000 will not be a problem. However, that is only if we give up on all other missions. Without affecting the other missions? Zuo Mo continued to ask. 20 to 30,000, Master Sun Bao sighed in relief. He didn't want to waste his time on forging these Shin equipment. There were countless mysteries in the world of Shin power waiting for him to explore. Is this a large order? Ji Wei suddenly said. And, for the 8th month of next year, Xian will take as much as we make. Zuo Mo nodded. Sun Bao immediately asked, what's the price? Ji Wei's attention was also pulled over. The two's eyes flashed with light. While Gonsun Cha was the main economic force of Mo Cloud Sea, they also spent the most. Zuo Mo never spared what he invested into Golden Crow Camp. All kinds of high-level materials, all kinds of trials, he allowed them to do what they wanted. It was only Zuo Mo's unlimited investment that caused Golden Crow Camp to become so powerful. This could be seen from the flames they used to forge. In the past, only core members would have 4th-grade Golden Crow fire. Now, this had been spread to become the standard flame for the outer members of Golden Crow Camp. If they were willing to enter the cadet organizations, they would be gifted Golden Crow fire. The Golden Crow fire was harvested from the Golden Crow macro formation. While it was not as expensive as it was in the past, it still was significant. Distributing it so widely meant it cost a great amount, but Zuo Mo never complained about this kind of investment. This directly caused the forgers from many places to furiously flood Mo Cloud Sea. Later, in order to stop this outflow of talents, Kunlun and Tian Huan had to increase their benefits for production shouja. However, Mo Cloud Sea had already gathered a great number of production shouja. 4th-grade Golden Crow fire. So many people would save for their entire lives but not be able to buy it. Golden Crow Camp was literally a monster that ate gold. The two masters were extremely sensitive to price and profit. The price will be dependent on your design, the profit margin will be initially set at 200%. Once Zuo Mo opened his mouth, he was immediately exposed as an evil businessman. Master Sun Bao was familiar with forging and said rapidly, a set of Shin equipment's basic cost is around 57th grade Jingshi. 200% profit margin, that is 157th grade Jingshi. That's about right, the power of the Shin equipment will reach about 80% of our Mo cloud system. Ji Wei's eyes were bright and his breathing slightly rushed. Big business. If it is 20,000 sets, that is 2 million 7th grade Jingshi. No, we have to make at least 30,000 sets. There are ways to increase production. Sun Ba thought as he spoke, right now, there are many low-level forgers with Golden Crow fire. We can have them first forge the ingots for the Shin equipment. That way, it will save us a lot of effort. Our Shin fire pool is about to be completed. It will be able to be used to improve our efficiency. We can reduce production time. This way, we should be able to produce 40,000 sets. 4 million 7th grade Jingshi. Even Ji Wei, who had seen great amounts before, couldn't help but exclaim and inhale sharply. That was a terrifying number. If this spread, it would make all of the shoujo world boil. Zuo Mo's face was flushed, but he did not let the enormous number go to his head. He said with a snicker, we will not take Jingshi, we will take materials. Jingshi is being depreciated now, and the prices of materials is increasing. This way, we will get everything out of Xian. Sun Bao and Ji Wei furiously nodded. Ever since they entered the era of Shin power, the use and value of Jingshi continued to decrease. It was not something essential for people to cultivate. The biggest value of Jingshi came from the Ling power it contained. Yet in the era of Shin power, the greatest pursuit was of Shin power, not Ling power. Conversely, as a result of the fighting, the prices of materials had risen greatly. Especially high-grade materials. The prices grew so fast it seemed they had a new price every day. If Zuo Mo and the others hadn't secretly moved everything out of Xian Kong Temple's Diana Treasure Pavilion, and all of the high-grade materials that Xian Kong Temple had accumulated over thousands of years had ended up in his hands, he would not have been able to support Golden Crow Camp's terrifying expenses. Most of the high-level materials in Gongsun Cha's City Destroyer and Bihan's Arsonist came from that. The reason that Zuo Mo had not forged Shin devices was not because he didn't have the ability, but he did not have the resources. Each Shin device required a pile of high-grade materials each that were worth cities. After forging 2 Shin device raiments, almost all of Mo Cloud C's high-grade materials had been used up. Even Koan Luan and Tian Huan did not dare to casually forge Shin device raiments. Shin device raiments were the ultimate weapon of this era. It represented the peak of forging for this era. Zuo Mo had thought deeply about forging, City Destroyer, and Arsonist. Agui already had a Shin device raiment, that grey set of armor that Zuo Mo named the Undying Ghost. Zuo Mo also had the Anti-Dragon Claw and the 3000 Thread of Worry. While the sum of them together could not equal a Shin device raiment, they could compare to pseudo-Shin weapons. Also, Zuo Mo thought that City Destroyer and Arsonist were of greater use to Mo Cloud C. However, 4 million 7th grade Jingshi was enough to forge a true Shin device raiment. The excitement the three felt when facing this number could be imagined. "I will leave this matter to your care," Zuo Mo said. Sun Bao jumped up and said excitedly, "Darren, do not worry, this subordinated definitely will not let even one of these 4 million pieces of Jingshi walk away." Ji Wei nodded. I'm confident in your work. However, pay attention to keeping this a secret. Don't let people find out too early, Zuo Mo ordered. The two hurriedly acknowledged this, and then impatiently bid farewell to leave. It was impossible for others to be completely unalerted to a project of such scale. Mo Cloud C was filled with spies from all factions. While extermination was occurring constantly, these spies were like weeds that would never stop growing. As long as this matter was not exposed too early, there was no great worry. Watching the two leave, Zuo Mo's face unconsciously turned to that Shin device part shaped like a tree branch. His eyes flashed with emotion. As though she detected his emotions, Agui silently appeared behind Zuo Mo. The scars on Agui's faces had disappeared. Her face was like the one that Zuo Mo had once seen in his memories. Her face was still expressionless and the mark on her brow was unusually clear. Her undying Shin power had become even more unfathomable. "I'm fine." Zuo Mo turned to smile at Agui and then rubbed her hair. Agui's empty eyes became gentler. "Let's go to see." Zuo Mo pulled Agui to walk towards the corner. The empty corner suddenly pit up and Zuo Mo and Agui disappeared in the light. Zuo Mo and Agui appeared in a secret room. There were many things stored in these secret room. Many of the items showed marks of being burned and damaged. They also looked old. There was a helmet placed at the end of the room. The helmet was dim. Dozens of thin and long bone spikes fanned out in rows behind the helmet. At the top of the helmet, there was a crescent thin blade coming out of the forehead that arched over top and wrapped around to the back of the helmet. This was another part of the Shin device raiment that his father had forged. It had been placed in Xian Kong Temple's Diana Treasure Pavilion and then landed in Zuo Mo's hands. The things in this secret room were all things that Xian Kong Temple had taken from his home in the past. When Zuo Mo came near, the dim helmet suddenly lit up with a gentle light. Zuo Mo stilled, and his mind moved. He took out that tree-shaped Shin device part. The helmet suddenly shook, the dozens of spikes trembling as it gave off a hotter light. Zuo Mo suddenly felt pain on his hand and he instinctively let go. The tree branch turned into a streak of light and flew to the bright helmet like a bird returned to the nest. Translator ramblings: I know Fong Xiang skipped the ratios of upper grade Jingshi, but does someone want to estimate how many first grade Jingshi Zuo Mo is making with this order? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 756, The Uninhibited Chao Xin. Chapter 756, The Uninhibited Chao Xin. Zuo Mo looked at the strange thing in front of him and was greatly interested. The forked tree branch part of the devices was now pointed downwards and the main trunk was connected to the back of the helmet. It looked... Zuo Mo examined it for a while and found it increasingly familiar. He thought hard before he finally recalled what this was like. If the helmet was a person's head, then the main branch that led down from the back of the head, wasn't it a person's spine? And the forked branches that split off, weren't they like the small blood vessels and channels? The more Zuo Mo looked, the more he felt it was like that. Suddenly, Zuo Mo was extremely curious about his father. This kind of design was definitely unique. Even in this era where Shin devices were constantly appearing, it still was unique. He was even more curious what the other two parts looked like. What would the complete Shin weapon look like? What kind of power would the complete Shin weapon have? Zuo Mo suddenly had a feeling that his father was a great person. This Shin device was too unique. Even though Zuo Mo had forged the angle device raiment, a pseudoshin device, he still felt stunned by the incomplete two-part product in front of him. There were no indications of how it was forged on its body. There were no shin glyphs or seal scripts. The tree-like structure seemed to have grown naturally. The helmet was tightly melded and didn't show any signs of being forged. Those long strange antennae-like things were something that Zuo Mo still didn't know the use of. He tried to pick up the newly merged shin weapon. It was unexpectedly light, as though there was nothing. A ball of light suddenly lit up at the end of the antenna. The light flashed to a certain rhythm that was hard to understand. The level of this shin weapon far surpassed the level of the present shin weapons that had appeared. To an innocent man, wealth is a crime. How could the Zuo family which possessed such a shin device not be targeted by other people? Zuo Mo sighed. He focused on the half-shin weapon in front of him. After the two parts merged together, they seemed to come alive, and occasionally released light. Zuo Mo tried to channel in shin power. Boom! He felt the surrounding scenery change. Information flooded into his mind. Off guard, Zuo Mo's body froze, his vision turning black. He only recovered after an unknown length of time. Pew! He tasted sweetness and then spat out a mouthful of blood before his chest felt less congested. He couldn't help but show a shocked expression. In Zuo Mo's sea of consciousness, Wei would have been motionless all this time suddenly opened his eyes. Pu Yao also felt something and suddenly stood up. Don't try that again. Wei's words stopped Zuo Mo. With the warning, Zuo Mo put the incomplete shin weapon down with lingering fear. He didn't dare to try again. With his previous attempt, he had been lightly wounded, and almost 7/10 of his shin power had been used up. His scalp pricked at this result. He hadn't even detected the loss of his shin power at all, and it was 7/10. There was too much information inside the shin device, so much that it surpassed his tolerance and injured him. But no matter how he thought back, he could not remember a word. This thing. However, Zuo Mo quickly noticed that Wei had woken up. He entered the sea of consciousness with a grimace. Wei, you finally woke up. When Wei opened his mouth and started nagging. Zuo, I said that you have to be careful, why don't you listen? You're a leader now, how can you be so rash? You have to know, if your shin power was just a little bit weaker, you would have been sucked dry, your life would be finished. Listening to Wei's nattering, Zuo Mo felt warm and a smile came onto his face. Pu Yao impatiently interrupted him. Enough, how come I didn't feel that you were an old woman before? You are the great gravestone armor, you have dignity, show your presence, don't be like an old woman. Wei stilled and then instinctively nodded. That seems right. But he quickly reacted, what about an aura like yours that isn't male or female? Pu Yao was furious. Who are you saying isn't male or female? Wei said deviously, not me, . I'll kill you. Pu Yao smiled in anger, the black flames on his body shooting into the air. The black flames in the sea of consciousness exploded as well, Pu Yao rampaging in the sky. Wei didn't have any fear at all, his expression was sunny but his mouth poisonous. If you can't kill me, you are a runyao. Zuo Mo almost fell onto his face. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. As expected, Wei was the more devious one. Two tigers fighting would affect the bystander. Without a second word, Zuo Mo silently slipped away. Not long after he came out of the sea of consciousness, Zuo Mo received Gu Liangdao's letter. After reading it, he guessed what the issue was, but it was not for him to express opinions on this matter. Also, the favor Gu Liangdao requested of him was a simple matter for him. Gu Liangdao wasn't willing to return to Shixian, and this was most likely because he saw that Shixian was in difficult straits. The situation was not something that one person could change. He shook his head and his attention turned back to Mo Cloud C. The present situation was also a great pressure on Mo Cloud C. With Shixian's massive order, Mo Cloud C could enter a time of fast development. As long as they overcame the obstacle of materials, the powerful production abilities of Mo Cloud C would be able to be expressed. For the present Mo Cloud C, if they worked steadily, if they finished accumulating in this time, their power would change. While Zuo Mo had a good plan, other people would likely hamper his efforts. Shixian and Mo Cloud C have established an alliance. The report of the subordinate caused Ling Xian to raise his head. His expression was normal. Is the information true? This is intelligence from the spy inside Shixian, the subordinate said respectfully. We cannot get close to Zhongde and does not have direct evidence of this, but Zhongde took out the Zuo family Shin device part from Shixian's stores. We detected traces of its movement. They are willing to pay a great price. The one that spoke was an elegant youth with red lips, white teeth, and ethereal long robes. His voice when he spoke carried an unique slowness. He was called Chao Xian and one of the members of Lin Xian's inner sword pavilion. In the sword pavilion that Lin Xian had built, every position was coveted. Countless elders used their connections in hopes that they could arrange for their disciples to enter. Everyone knew that the sword pavilion would become the true core of power in Kunlun's future. If they could enter, they would undoubtedly enter the true core of Kunlun. Yet Lin Xian had resisted the suggestions of the masses and picked an unknown disciple, Chao Xian. Chao Xian was born into poverty. While his parents were Kunlun disciples, they were outer disciples. He appeared very poor in the eyes of the public. Also, Chao Xian's individual cultivation was stunningly weak. He entered the sword pavilion with Juji cultivation. This was the first in Kunlun's history. What was also unexpected was that Chao Xian's ranking was high. The first person that Lin Xian picked was Shui Dong, the second was Chao Xian. This unknown outer sect disciple immediately multiplied in value and was watched by countless. Rather than shining like people had expected, Chao Xian gradually faded out of view and didn't seem to have any existence to speak of. Only the true higher levels of Kunlun knew the great power this youth controlled. Yes, the subordinate hurriedly said, this time, the envoy was Jian Jun. This person is not strong but skilled in diplomacy. He was promoted by Zhongde. It was the people from Abyss Jail that protected him on his journey. We could not discover what they discussed. Chao Xian said casually, pay attention to the movement of their resources. Zhongde is careful, but he just came out of seclusion, and the power he wields in the sect is limited. These tasks are ones that he has to rely on the people below to do. Yes. The subordinate acknowledged and then left. Lin Xian didn't feel any displeasure at Chao Xian giving orders. He frowned and said, if Shi Xian and Mo Cloud C have allied together, it will affect us greatly. Chao Xian took a sip of wine, and savored it for a moment before speaking. The most correct move that Shi Xian has made up until now was to get Zhongde to come out. However, one cannot stand alone. Zhongde is strong but he is just a battle general. Our entry point should be Shi Xian's sect leader. I looked at the reports on him. He became sect leader at a young age, but Shi Xian has been controlled by the elders. One can imagine just how discontent he felt. A person like this will desire power far more than other people. Look at this move, he almost cleaned out all of the elders. Lin Xian listened carefully. As he listened, he poured wine for Chao Xian. His movements were practiced. This was clearly not the first time he was doing so. Chao Xian sipped happily, his expression uninhibited as he drawled, right now, Shi Xian's power is concentrated in Zhongde's hands. He can tolerate this because the situation is severe. Only Zhongde can control the situation. He needs this knife. This is the common speculation. However, I feel that it is not so simple. It is not possible that Zhongde would not have thought of this. I investigated this person especially. This person is very interesting. On one hand, he values promises and friendship, on the other, he can do anything, be cruel and kill easily. 50 years ago, his woman was pulled into an incident and died. He lost his passion and asked to guard the Abyss Jail. He grew up in Shi Xian from a young age and owed the past sect leader. However, the past sect leader of Shi Xian did not help him with that case. Therefore, Zhongde's emotions about the sect leader are slightly complex. However, no matter what, the matter of his woman is still something he thinks about. This can be seen from him immediately building a tomb after coming out. He cannot be loyal to the present sect leader but he still decided to come out, still helped the Shi Xian sect leader finish the purging. This caused me to come up with a new theory. What theory? Lin Xian was interested. He knows what the present sect leader is like, yet he still helped the other complete the purge, still came out of isolation, still had himself become a blade for the other, and take full control without any qualms. There are two possibilities. 1. He wants to kill the sect leader and become the ruler of Shi Xian. Or, he knows that he will not be a threat to the sect leader even if he does this. Chao Xian's eyes were bright, his tone slightly excited. If he wants to kill the sect leader, the best time would have been when purging the upper ranks, with the loss of half of the sect leader's personal guard. The counterattack from the elders was enough for the sect leader, lacking protection, to die. And it would be something accepted and his reputation would not be stained. But he didn't do that. This is matching to his personality, while bloodthirsty, he has his bottom line. The other possibility is something worthy of discussing. He has such great power yet he is not a threat to the sect leader. That only occurs in one possibility, he knows he won't live long. A dead person will be of no threat to anyone. Lin Xian changed expression. Translator ramblings, the Zuo family, a simple case of having a powerful item and not being able to protect it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 756, The Uninhibited coexist. Chapter 756, The Uninhibited coexist. Zuo Mo looked at the strange thing in front of him and was greatly interested. The forked tree branch part of the devices was now pointed downwards and the main trunk was connected to the back of the helmet. It looked... Zuo Mo examined it for a while and found it increasingly familiar. He thought hard before he finally recalled what this was like. If the helmet was a person's head, then the main branch that led down from the back of the head, wasn't it a person's spine? And the forked branches that split off, weren't they like the small blood vessels and channels? The more Zuo Mo looked, the more he felt it was like that. Suddenly, Zuo Mo was extremely curious about his father. This kind of design was definitely unique. Even in this era where Shin devices were constantly appearing, it still was unique. He was even more curious what the other two parts looked like. What would the complete Shin weapon look like? What kind of power would the complete Shin weapon have? Zuo Mo suddenly had a feeling that his father was a great person. This Shin device was too unique. Even though Zuo Mo had forged the angle device raiment, a pseudo-Shin device, he still felt stunned by the incomplete two-part product in front of him. There were no indications of how it was forged on its body. There were no Shin glyphs or seal scripts. The tree-like structure seemed to have grown naturally. The helmet was tightly melded and didn't show any signs of being forged. Those long strange antennae-like things were something that Zuo Mo still didn't know the use of. He tried to pick up the newly merged Shin weapon. It was unexpectedly light as though there was nothing. A ball of light suddenly lit up at the end of the antenna. The light flashed to a certain rhythm that was hard to understand. The level of this Shin weapon far surpassed the level of the present Shin weapons that had appeared. To an innocent man, wealth is a crime. How could the Zuo family which possessed such a Shin device not be targeted by other people? Zuo Mo sighed. He focused on the half-Shin weapon in front of him. After the two parts merged together, they seemed to come alive, and occasionally released light. Zuo Mo tried to channel in Shin power. Boom! He felt the surrounding scenery change. Information flooded into his mind. Off guard, Zuo Mo's body froze, his vision turning black. He only recovered after an unknown length of time. Pew! He tasted sweetness and then spat out a mouthful of blood before his chest felt less congested. He couldn't help but show a shocked expression. In Zuo Mo's sea of consciousness, Wei would have been motionless all this time suddenly opened his eyes. Pu Yao also felt something and suddenly stood up. Don't try that again. Wei's words stopped Zuo Mo. With the warning, Zuo Mo put the incomplete Shin weapon down with lingering fear. He didn't dare to try again. With his previous attempt, he had been lightly wounded, and almost 7/10 of his Shin power had been used up. His scalp pricked at this result. He hadn't even detected the loss of his Shin power at all, and it was 7/10. There was too much information inside the Shin device, so much that it surpassed his tolerance and injured him. But no matter how he thought back, he could not remember a word. This thing. However, Zuo Mo quickly noticed that Wei had woken up. He entered the sea of consciousness with a grimace. Wei, you finally woke up. When Wei opened his mouth and started nagging. Zuo, I said that you have to be careful, why don't you listen? You're a leader now, how can you be so rash? You have to know, if your Shin power was just a little bit weaker, you would have been sucked dry, your life would be finished. Listening to Wei's nattering, Zuo Mo felt warm and a smile came onto his face. Pu Yao impatiently interrupted him. Enough, how come I didn't feel that you were an old woman before? You are the great gravestone armor, you have dignity, show your presence, don't be like an old woman. Wei stilled and then instinctively nodded. That seems right. But he quickly reacted, what about an aura like yours that isn't male or female? Pu Yao was furious. Who are you saying isn't male or female? Wei said deviously, not me. I'll kill you. Pu Yao smiled in anger, the black flames on his body shooting into the air. The black flames in the sea of consciousness exploded as well, Pu Yao rampaging in the sky. Wei didn't have any fear at all, his expression was sunny but his mouth poisonous. If you can't kill me, you are a runyao. Zuo Mo almost fell onto his face. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. As expected, Wei was the more devious one. Two tigers fighting would affect the bystander. Without a second word, Zuo Mo silently slipped away. Not long after he came out of the sea of consciousness, Zuo Mo received Gu Liangdao's letter. After reading it, he guessed what the issue was, but it was not for him to express opinions on this matter. Also, the favor Gu Liangdao requested of him was a simple matter for him. Gu Liangdao wasn't willing to return to Shixian, and this was most likely because he saw that Shixian was in difficult straits. The situation was not something that one person could change. He shook his head and his attention turned back to Mo Cloud C. The present situation was also a great pressure on Mo Cloud C. With Shixian's massive order, Mo Cloud C could enter a time of fast development. As long as they overcame the obstacle of materials, the powerful production abilities of Mo Cloud C would be able to be expressed. For the present Mo Cloud C, if they worked steadily, if they finished accumulating in this time, their power would change. While Zuo Mo had a good plan, other people would likely hamper his efforts. Shixian and Mo Cloud C have established an alliance. The report of the subordinate caused Lin Xian to raise his head. His expression was normal. Is the information true? This is intelligence from the spy inside Shixian, the subordinate said respectfully. We cannot get close to Zhongde and does not have direct evidence of this, but Zhongde took out the Zuo family Shen device part from Shixian's stores. We detected traces of its movement. They are willing to pay a great price. The one that spoke was an elegant youth with red lips, white teeth, and ethereal long robes. His voice when he spoke carried an unique slowness. He was called Chao Xian and one of the members of Lin Xian's inner sword pavilion. In the sword pavilion that Lin Xian had built, every position was coveted. Countless elders used their connections in hopes that they could arrange for their disciples to enter. Everyone knew that the sword pavilion would become the true core of power in Kunlun's future. If they could enter, they would undoubtedly enter the true core of Kunlun. Yet Lin Xian had resisted the suggestions of the masses and picked an unknown disciple, Chao Xian. Chao Xian was born into poverty. While his parents were Kunlun disciples, they were outer disciples. He appeared very poor in the eyes of the public. Also, Chao Xian's individual cultivation was stunningly weak. He entered the sword pavilion with Juji cultivation. This was the first in Kunlun's history. What was also unexpected was that Chao Xian's ranking was high. The first person that Lin Xian picked was Shui Dong, the second was Chao Xian. This unknown outer sect disciple immediately multiplied in value and was watched by countless. Rather than shining like people had expected, Chao Xian gradually faded out of view and didn't seem to have any existence to speak of. Only the true higher levels of Kunlun knew the great power this youth controlled. Yes, the subordinate hurriedly said, this time, the envoy was Jian Jun. This person is not strong but skilled in diplomacy. He was promoted by Zhongde. It was the people from Abyss Jail that protected him on his journey. We could not discover what they discussed. Chao Xian said casually, pay attention to the movement of their resources. Zhongde is careful, but he just came out of seclusion, and the power he wields in the sect is limited. These tasks are ones that he has to rely on the people below to do, but... Yes. The subordinate acknowledged and then left. Lin Xian didn't feel any displeasure at Chao Xian giving orders. He frowned and said, if Shixian and Mo Cloud C have allied together, it will affect us greatly. Chao Xian took a sip of wine, and savored it for a moment before speaking. The most correct move that Shixian has made up until now was to get Zhongde to come out. However, one cannot stand alone. Zhongde is strong but he is just a battle general. Our entry point should be Shixian's sect leader. I looked at the reports on him. He became sect leader at a young age, but Shixian has been controlled by the elders. One can imagine just how discontent he felt. A person like this will desire power far more than other people. Look at this move, he almost cleaned out all of the elders. Lin Xian listened carefully. As he listened, he poured wine for Chao Xian. His movements were practiced. This was clearly not the first time he was doing so. Chao Xian sipped happily, his expression uninhibited as he drawled, right now, Shixian's power is concentrated in Zhongde's hands. He can tolerate this because the situation is severe. Only Zhongde can control the situation. He needs this knife. This is the common speculation. However, I feel that it is not so simple. It is not possible that Zhongde would not have thought of this. I investigated this person especially. This person is very interesting. On one hand, he values promises and friendship, on the other, he can do anything, be cruel and kill easily. 50 years ago, his woman was pulled into an incident and died. He lost his passion and asked to guard the Abyss Jail. He grew up in Shixian from a young age and owed the past sect leader. However, the past sect leader of Shixian did not help him with that case. Therefore, Zhongde's emotions about the sect leader are slightly complex. However, no matter what, the matter of his woman is still something he thinks about. This can be seen from him immediately building a tomb after coming out. He cannot be loyal to the present sect leader, but he still decided to come out, still helped the Shixian sect leader finish the purging, this caused me to come up with a new theory. What theory? Lin Qian was interested. He knows what the present sect leader is like, yet he still helped the other complete the purge, still came out of isolation, still had himself become a blade for the other, and take full control without any qualms. There are two possibilities. 1. He wants to kill the sect leader and become the ruler of Shixian. Or, he knows that he will not be a threat to the sect leader even if he does this. Chao Xian's eyes were bright, his tone slightly excited. If he wants to kill the sect leader, the best time would have been when purging the upper ranks, with the loss of half of the sect leader's personal guard. The counterattack from the elders was enough for the sect leader, lacking protection, to die. And it would be something accepted and his reputation would not be stained. But he didn't do that. This is matching to his personality, while bloodthirsty, he has his bottom line. The other possibility is something worthy of discussing. He has such great power yet he is not a threat to the sect leader. That only occurs in one possibility, he knows he won't live long. A dead person will be of no threat to anyone. Lin Qian changed expression. Translator ramblings, the Zuo family, a simple case of having a powerful item and not being able to protect it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 757, Danger. Chapter 757, Danger. Leaving in the night, they avoided the armies stationed along the way, making a long detour. The Tanzi battalion appeared near Eastern Spring Jia like ghosts. Because Zuo Mo had to have 100 energy Jia, they had spent more effort gathering information on the surroundings here than in other places. This allowed Tang Fei to easily avoid the enemy's troops stationed here. The Mo Martial Alliance would never think that Bihan would target Eastern Spring Jia. Unlike the other Jia that were heavily guarded near 100 energy Jia, Eastern Spring Jia was just as guarded as usual. How long until we arrive in Eastern Spring Jia? Tang Fei asked gravely. The long hair of the female blew in the sharp cold air. Her stern face was filled with determination and her tone firm and strong. According to our present speed, we will arrive at the outer defense line of Eastern Spring Jia at approximately tomorrow afternoon, the subordinate calculated before answering. Tang Fei looked around. Seeing that everyone's energy was good, she nodded inside. The rest last night had been important. The recovery of the battalion's energy was in preparation for the battle tomorrow. Every soldier had been outfitted with a high-grade Mo steed. The cloud steeds that Chun Yuchang had bred were better, but their production was limited and not available to be distributed to the Mo soldiers. The wealthy Zuo Mo decided to give them high-grade Mo steeds. All of them were 7th-grade fire-stepping hell horses. They were tall, their hides completely black and their eyes dark red. Their hooves were wrapped up bright red flames. The fire-stepping hell horses were outstanding for their endurance, suited for long journeys. They were vicious and not afraid of battle. They were a good fighting Mo steed species. Increase the scouts by 30 teams, pay special care as to not alert the enemy. Tang Fei ordered. The subordinate hurriedly passed on her orders. Niao Jun looked on with a smile at his student. The past Tang Fei caused people's eyes to light up, but she had not been so methodical and calm like now. In these past years, he had spent almost all of his energy to teach Tang Fei. He was extremely satisfied with Tang Fei. Even in Mo Cloud Sea that had many geniuses, Tang Fei was still exceptional. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel emotional. If he wasn't part of Mo Cloud Sea's inner core, he could not imagine the strength Mo Cloud Sea had in their battle generals. Any of them would be a person that could take control of a region if they were of another faction. What he felt even harder to believe that the great majority of these talented young battle generals had been unknown before joining Mo Cloud Sea, and many were not even battle generals before. Tang Fei's strong voice interrupted his pondering. Eastern Spring Jia is not an important Jia, and stationed there are 4 battalions led by Mo generals. It is not difficult to take it and then we can threaten the Sun Mountain and Eastern Might defense line. There are many important Jia concentrated in the region, all of them resource Jia for the Mo Martial Alliance. They have stationed many soldiers there. We will encounter attacks from multiple fronts. Niao Jun listened to Tang Fei's analysis. Bihan Darren's goal is naturally not those places. The most likely reason he has us attacking Eastern Spring Jia is to diminish the others' ability to reinforce Bright Mountain Jia. Ajia Ji's task should be similar to us. From the position, it seems that Ajia Gu, us and Bihan Darren form a triangle. Bihan Darren is the corner at the front. Sure Dong's use is the hardest to guess. That places a target that has no value. Tang Fei had a puzzled expression in her eyes. Seeing this, Niao Jun smiled and said, "Let's continue this talk after taking down Eastern Spring Jia." Tang Fei still and said embarrassedly, "Teacher is right, but..." Her expression turned stern, coldness rising on her determined face. She silently raised her right hand. The scouts had encountered enemy battalions. The commanders around her immediately turned serious. Orders were quickly sent down. The team leaders became alert, shouting rising in waves. They urged on the Mo steeds under them, moving into formation. The Mo soldiers behind them quickly adjusted as well. The troops which had been swiftly moving quickly changed. Within 10 breaths, the shape of the troops turned from a marching formation to an offensive battle formation. Tang Fei urged the cloud steed under her forward. Her cloud steed was a silver thundercloud steed. Compared to the large brawny and vicious fire-stepping hell horses, the thundercloud steed seemed much thinner. It moved elegantly at a measured pace, its entire body covered in dark blue cloud patterns. Tang Fei appeared at the front of the entire battalion. After 7 years, the Tangzi battalion had expanded to 3,000 people. The crowd of dots in the horizon became clearer as the enemy approached closer at a rapid rate. Tang Fei's face seemed to be made from granite and was unmoving. However, that pair of calm eyes burned with fighting spirit. She lightly tapped the thundercloud steed under her. The thundercloud steed knew its master's intention. It whinnied, lightning exploding off its body as it suddenly accelerated. Without any hesitation, the entire battalion accelerated in unison. The Shin equipment on each Mo soldier suddenly lit up. Mo Cloud Shin power moved at the same time, gathering through the levels, from the Mo soldiers to the Mo captains, from the Mo captains to the Mo colonels. After being tempered, they gathered to Tang Fei. The Tangzi battalion seemed to be one being, a ball of furious Shin power, like a great axe being swung in the hand of a giant, and Tang Fei, shrouded in lightning at the front of the troops, was the silver edge of the axe's bright blade. The opposing Mo general paled, but the two sides were too close to order a change. There was no time for them to turn back. The Mo general knew that this was not the time to hesitate. If he did, they would perish. Charging forward would be their only chance of living. He gritted his teeth and then suddenly shouted, "Kill!" The power gathered on his body, yet it could not give him the usual feeling of safety and confidence. The two floods of bodies neared at an astounding speed. The Tangzi battalion was like a sharp and powerful axe that cut into the other's battalion. The enemy's power was as fragile as paper in front of this heavy axe, not able to withstand even one attack. Everywhere it passed, blood and flesh flew. Anyone that was even touched would be torn apart. In a blink, Tang Fei saw a sliver of light. She knew that she was about to penetrate through the other's battalion. Without any hesitation, Tang Fei released her control of the power gathered on her. The savage power suddenly exploded with the Tangzi battalion as the center. She had timed it perfectly. The power that suddenly lost its restraints was like a bomb exploding inside the enemy battalion's ranks. It threw up blood and limbs, and the other's ranks were completely thrown into chaos. The disorganization of the troops meant that power could not be effectively gathered and controlled. If its enemies still maintained their battle formation, then what waited for it was the fate of being slaughtered. In comparison, Tang Fei was clearly more skilled. After finishing such a strong charge, her battalion ranks were not disordered in the slightest. She didn't need to reorganize her battle formation before she started a second charge. This battle was determined already. Lin Qian was stunned by Cao Xian's daring speculation. A long time later, he slowly spoke, "If this is true, then it is a piece of significant news. Shi Xian will not continue." Cao Xian's expression was relaxed. No matter if Zhongde lives or dies. If he lives, a conflict will occur between the sect leader and his best battle general, Zhongde, who is not of one mind as him. If he's dead, without Zhongde, Shi Xian will lose its greatest shield. How will the sect leader prop up Shi Xian? I don't believe it. Unless Gu Liangdao's trio is willing to return to Shi Xian. However, I do not think that the Shi Xian sect leader is willing to tolerate them. A person who has lost power for decades has a far greater possessiveness about power than normal people. Gu Liangdao, he is a strong and proud person, is he willing to bow his head? These few years are the strongest years of Shi Xian, the light of the sunset will always intoxicate people. Lin Qian was thoughtful. He nodded. Yes, Mo Cloud C is the one more worthy of wariness. Yes. Cao Xian put away his frivolous expression and turned serious. The one truly worthy of guarding against is Mo Cloud C. Mo Cloud C is filled with life and it is progressing. This is not something that Shi Xian, a sinking ship, can compare to. If the two ally, the one that benefits the most is not Shi Xian but Mo Cloud C. Mo Cloud C, Lin Qian murmured to himself and then smiled helplessly. He said, I had not thought that Mo Cloud C would grow to something that we would have a headache about. Mo Cloud C does have weaknesses. Chao Xian's eyes flashed with light. He said with a cold smile, "From the surface, Mo Cloud C is small but strong. It possessed the two great battle generals ranking top 4 and top 10. It has strong battalions, many experts. It is strong in forging, and wealthy. Yet it has a great weakness, it lacks a person who can manage its internal affairs." Lin Xian thought. He really could not find anyone in Mo Cloud C that was famous for managing affairs. This weakness will not be evident when their territory is small. But if their possessions expand 10 times, no, only 5 more times, they will be a mess. Chao Xian was filled with great intelligence. 60-something Jia and 300-something Jia has several levels of difference in the difficulty in management. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Yes. Chao Xian had clearly worked hard. This is a hidden weakness if they do not resolve it. Once they start to expand, this weakness will become fatal. We are expanding, if they do not follow, they will fall even further behind us. At that time, they wouldn't even have the chance to fight back. If we increase our expansion speed, they only have one choice: expand. Haha, a snake that gorged itself to death. They know they will die from overeating but have no other choice. Lin Xian smiled. It seems that we need to give them a bit of pressure. Also, they have another weakness. A cold light flashed through Chao Xian's eyes. They rely too much on transportation formations. The 9 great Diana sects sent people to sneak to the transportation formations to take control. Fortunately, eldest Xixiang Wei Shang was nearby and quickly arrived. He killed more than a dozen Diana Xiu before they retreated. The others' infiltration had been planned for a long time. Even the Jinji around the transportation formations were unable to stop them. It could be seen how strong the enemy was. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Zuo Mo, who hurried here, inhaled in shock. Most of Mo Cloud C's connections to the outside world were through transportation formations. While they were expensive, they were convenient and fast to build. For the wealthy Mo Cloud C, this was not a great problem. In the past, nothing had ever happened to the transportation spots. How come someone had sneaked through this time? After walking around the transportation spot, Zuo Mo finally understood the reason. There was a complete set of Jinji set up around each transportation formation. In the past, when everyone cultivated Shin power, the Jinji was enough to guarantee the safety of these transportation formations. After entering the era of Shin power, everyone's power had grown tremendously, but the Jinji had not changed much. This imbalance caused the previously safe transportation formations to become extremely dangerous. Zuo Mo immediately recognized the severity of the problem. Golden Crow Camp had focused almost all of its power into the Shin devices and the Shin equipment. He had not thought that there would be a weakness in the Jinji. This had caused the development of Jinji to fall behind. The only one that could be used was the King's Forbidden Firmament. However, this set of Jinji was so expensive to set up, so difficult, that it was not realistic for the many transportation formations that Mo Cloud C had. Zuo Mo's first thought was to close the transportation formations. But he quickly rejected this idea. The transportation formations were Mo Cloud C's only connection to the outside world. If they closed the transportation formations, then all of Mo Cloud C's products would be unable to be transported out, and they would be isolated from the world. That would be a fatal blow to Mo Cloud C. Translator ramblings, trouble is coming. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 757, Danger. Chapter 757, Danger. Leaving in the night, they avoided the armies stationed along the way, making a long detour. The Tanzi battalion appeared near Eastern Spring Jia like ghosts. Because Zuo Mo had to have 100 energy Jia, they had spent more effort gathering information on the surroundings here than in other places. This allowed Tang Fei to easily avoid the enemy's troops stationed here. The Mo Martial Alliance would never think that Bihan would target Eastern Spring Jia. Unlike the other Jia that were heavily guarded near 100 energy Jia, Eastern Spring Jia was just as guarded as usual. How long until we arrive in Eastern Spring Jia? Tang Fei asked gravely. The long hair of the female blew in the sharp cold air. Her stern face was filled with determination and her tone firm and strong. According to our present speed, we will arrive at the outer defense line of Eastern Spring Jia at approximately tomorrow afternoon, the subordinate calculated before answering. Tang Fei looked around. Seeing that everyone's energy was good, she nodded inside. The rest last night had been important. The recovery of the battalion's energy was in preparation for the battle tomorrow. Every soldier had been outfitted with a high-grade Mo steed. The cloud steeds that Chun Yuchang had bred were better, but their production was limited and not available to be distributed to the Mo soldiers. The wealthy Zuo Mo decided to give them high-grade Mo steeds. All of them were 7th-grade fire-stepping hell horses. They were tall, their hides completely black and their eyes dark red. Their hooves were wrapped up bright red flames. The fire-stepping hell horses were outstanding for their endurance, suited for long journeys. They were vicious and not afraid of battle. They were a good fighting Mo steed species. Increase the scouts by 30 teams, pay special care as to not alert the enemy. Tang Fei ordered. The subordinate hurriedly passed on her orders. Miao Jun looked on with a smile at his student. The past Tang Fei caused people's eyes to light up, but she had not been so methodical and calm like now. In these past years, he had spent almost all of his energy to teach Tang Fei. He was extremely satisfied with Tang Fei. Even in Mo Cloud Sea that had many geniuses, Tang Fei was still exceptional. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel emotional. If he wasn't part of Mo Cloud Sea's inner core, he could not imagine the strength Mo Cloud Sea had in their battle generals. Any of them would be a person that could take control of a region if they were of another faction. What he felt even harder to believe that the great majority of these talented young battle generals had been unknown before joining Mo Cloud Sea, and many were not even battle generals before. Tang Fei's strong voice interrupted his pondering. Eastern Spring Jia is not an important Jia, and stationed there are 4 battalions led by Mo generals. It is not difficult to take it, and then we can threaten the Sun Mountain and Eastern Might defense line. There are many important Jia concentrated in the region, all of them resource Jia for the Mo Martial Alliance. They have stationed many soldiers there. We will encounter attacks from multiple fronts. Miao Jun listened to Tang Fei's analysis. Bihan Daren's goal is naturally not those places. The most likely reason he has us attacking Eastern Spring Jia is to diminish the others' ability to reinforce Bright Mountain Jia. Aja Ji's task should be similar to us. From the position, it seems that Aja Gu, us and Bihan Daren form a triangle. Bihan Daren is the corner at the front. Sure, Dong's use is the hardest to guess. That places a target that has no value. Tang Fei had a puzzled expression in her eyes. Seeing this, Miao Jun smiled and said, "Let's continue this talk after taking down Eastern Spring Jia." Tang Fei still and said embarrassedly, "Teacher is right, but..." Her expression turned stern, coldness rising on her determined face. She silently raised her right hand. The scouts had encountered enemy battalions. The commanders around her immediately turned serious. Orders were quickly sent down. The team leaders became alert, shouting rising in waves. They urged on the Mo steeds under them, moving into formation. The Mo soldiers behind them quickly adjusted as well. The troops which had been swiftly moving quickly changed. Within 10 breaths, the shape of the troops turned from a marching formation to an offensive battle formation. Tang Fei urged the Cloud Steed under her forward. Her Cloud Steed was a silver Thundercloud Steed. Compared to the large brawny and vicious fire-stepping hell horses, the Thundercloud Steed seemed much thinner. It moved elegantly at a measured pace, its entire body covered in dark blue cloud patterns. Tang Fei appeared at the front of the entire battalion. After 7 years, the Tangzi battalion had expanded to 3,000 people. The crowd of dots in the horizon became clearer as the enemy approached closer at a rapid rate. Tang Fei's face seemed to be made from granite and was unmoving. However, that pair of calm eyes burned with fighting spirit. She lightly tapped the Thundercloud Steed under her. The Thundercloud Steed knew its master's intention. It whinnied, lightning exploding off its body as it suddenly accelerated. Without any hesitation, the entire battalion accelerated in unison. The Shin equipment on each Mo soldier suddenly lit up. Mo Cloud Shin power moved at the same time, gathering through the levels, from the Mo soldiers to the Mo captains, from the Mo captains to the Mo colonels. After being tempered, they gathered to Tang Fei. The Tangzi battalion seemed to be one being, a ball of furious Shin power, like a great axe being swung in the hand of a giant, and Tang Fei, shrouded in lightning at the front of the troops, was the silver edge of the axe's bright blade. The opposing Mo general paled, but the two sides were too close to order a change. There was no time for them to turn back. The Mo general knew that this was not the time to hesitate. If he did, they would perish. Charging forward would be their only chance of living. He gritted his teeth and then suddenly shouted, "Kill!" The power gathered on his body, yet it could not give him the usual feeling of safety and confidence. The two floods of bodies neared at an astounding speed. The Tangzi battalion was like a sharp and powerful axe that cut into the other's battalion. The enemy's power was as fragile as paper in front of this heavy axe, not able to withstand even one attack. Everywhere it passed, blood and flesh flew. Anyone that was even touched would be torn apart. In a blink, Tang Fei saw a sliver of light. She knew that she was about to penetrate through the other's battalion. Without any hesitation, Tang Fei released her control of the power gathered on her. The savage power suddenly exploded with the Tangzi battalion as the center. She had timed it perfectly. The power that suddenly lost its restraints was like a bomb exploding inside the enemy battalion's ranks. It threw up blood and limbs, and the others' ranks were completely thrown into chaos. The disorganization of the troops meant that power could not be effectively gathered and controlled. If its enemies still maintained their battle formation, then what waited for it was the fate of being slaughtered. In comparison, Tang Fei was clearly more skilled. After finishing such a strong charge, her battalion ranks were not disordered in the slightest. She didn't need to reorganize her battle formation before she started a second charge. This battle was determined already. Lin Qian was stunned by Cao Xian's daring speculation. A long time later, he slowly spoke, "If this is true, then it is a piece of significant news. Shi Xian will not continue." Cao Xian's expression was relaxed. No matter if Zhong De lives or dies. If he lives, a conflict will occur between the sect leader and his best battle general, Zhong De, who is not of one mind as him. If he's dead, without Zhong De, Shi Xian will lose its greatest shield. How will the sect leader prop up Shi Xian? I don't believe it. Unless Gu Liangdao's trio is willing to return to Shi Xian. However, I do not think that the Shi Xian sect leader is willing to tolerate them. A person who has lost power for decades has a far greater possessiveness about power than normal people. Gu Liangdao, he is a strong and proud person, is he willing to bow his head? These few years are the strongest years of Shi Xian, the light of the sunset will always intoxicate people. Lin Qian was thoughtful. He nodded. Yes, Mo Cloud C is the one more worthy of wariness. Yes. Cao Xian put away his frivolous expression and turned serious. The one truly worthy of guarding against is Mo Cloud C. Mo Cloud C is filled with life and it is progressing. This is not something that Shi Xian, a sinking ship, can compare to. If the two ally, the one that benefits the most is not Shi Xian but Mo Cloud C. Mo Cloud C, Lin Qian murmured to himself and then smiled helplessly. He said, I had not thought that Mo Cloud C would grow to something that we would have a headache about. Mo Cloud C does have weaknesses. Cao Xian's eyes flashed with light. He said with a cold smile, from the surface, Mo Cloud C is small but strong. It possessed the two great battle generals ranking top 4 and top 10. It has strong battalions, many experts. It is strong in forging, and wealthy. Yet it has a great weakness, it lacks a person who can manage its internal affairs. Lin Qian thought. He really could not find anyone in Mo Cloud C that was famous for managing affairs. This weakness will not be evident when their territory is small. But if their possessions expand 10 times, no, only 5 more times, they will be a mess. Cao Xian was filled with great intelligence. 60-something Jia and 300-something Jia has several levels of difference in the difficulty in management. Lin Qian's eyes lit up. Yes. Cao Xian had clearly worked hard. This is a hidden weakness if they do not resolve it. Once they start to expand, this weakness will become fatal. We are expanding, if they do not follow, they will fall even further behind us. At that time, they wouldn't even have the chance to fight back. If we increase our expansion speed, they only have one choice, expand. Haha, a snake that gorged itself to death. They know they will die from overeating but have no other choice. Lin Qian smiled. It seems that we need to give them a bit of pressure. Also, they have another weakness. A cold light flashed through Cao Xian's eyes. They rely too much on transportation formations. The 9 great Diana sects sent people to sneak to the transportation formations to take control. Fortunately, eldest Xixiang Wei Shang was nearby and quickly arrived. He killed more than a dozen Diana Xiu before they retreated. The others' infiltration had been planned for a long time. Even the Jinji around the transportation formations were unable to stop them. It could be seen how strong the enemy was. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Zuo Mo, who hurried here, inhaled in shock. Most of Mo Cloud C's connections to the outside world were through transportation formations. While they were expensive, they were convenient and fast to build. For the wealthy Mo Cloud C, this was not a great problem. In the past, nothing had ever happened to the transportation spots. How come someone had sneaked through this time? After walking around the transportation spot, Zuo Mo finally understood the reason. There was a complete set of Jinji set up around each transportation formation. In the past, when everyone cultivated Shin power, the Jinji was enough to guarantee the safety of these transportation formations. After entering the era of Shin power, everyone's power had grown tremendously, but the Jinji had not changed much. This imbalance caused the previously safe transportation formations to become extremely dangerous. Zuo Mo immediately recognized the severity of the problem. Golden Crow Camp had focused almost all of its power into the Shin devices and the Shin equipment. He had not thought that there would be a weakness in the Jinji. This had caused the development of Jinji to fall behind. The only one that could be used was the King's Forbidden Firmament. However, this set of Jinji was so expensive to set up, so difficult, that it was not realistic for the many transportation formations that Imo Cloud C had. Zuo Mo's first thought was to close the transportation formations. But he quickly rejected this idea. The transportation formations were Imo Cloud C's only connection to the outside world. If they closed the transportation formations, then all of Imo Cloud C's products would be unable to be transported out, and they would be isolated from the world. That would be a fatal blow to Imo Cloud C. Translator ramblings, trouble is coming. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 758, Cutting One's Flesh and Inspiration. Chapter 758, Cutting One's Flesh and Inspiration. Zuo Mo carefully inspected the corpses on the ground. They aren't bad. Wei Sheng's words rang an alarm for Zuo Mo. Those that could be called not bad by Wei Sheng Shixiang were definitely not weak. It is Heartleaf Diana Sect, a guard carefully reported. Darren rarely had a dark expression like this. Heartleaf Diana Sect? Zuo Mo's eyes flashed with a cold light. Yes. These people are not wearing Shin equipment, but they cultivate Heartleaf Shin power. Darren, take a look. Finishing, the subordinate forced open the hand of a corpse. There was the mark of a tree branch with a leaf on the palm. Darren, this is the mark of Heartleaf Shin power. They have reached the level of one branch, one leaf. One branch, one leaf? Zuo Mo asked. When Heartleaf Shin power reaches a new level, their mark will grow and add another leaf, the person said respectfully. You know a lot. Zuo Mo asked in surprise, what's your name? This subordinate is Jean Dewey. The guard was slightly embarrassed. This one's duty is to inspect the merchant caravans that travel through here, and I have heard some things in the process. Oh, then speak. What other information is there on Heartleaf Diana Sect? Zuo Mo stood and asked interestedly. Jean Dewey had a hesitant expression. Zuo Mo smiled and said, it's just chatter, and I'm just listening. Jean Dewey finally spoke. This subordinate coincidentally heard the manager of a merchant caravan mention that Heartleaf Diana Sect secretly consorts with Tian Huan. This subordinate felt they were slightly suspicious and paid attention to them secretly. I heard this from their members. Why did you find them suspicious? Zuo Mo seemed to be more interested in Jean Dewey. This subordinate found that they were going around and asking questions, especially about Shin equipment and Shin power. They also asked about the general location of Golden Crow Island. The range of items they brought was wide. They bought a few of everything but not many of any particular item. They did not seem like business people, Jean Dewey explained. The admiration in Zuo Mo's eyes grew. This person did not have an attention-catching appearance, but he was perceptive and he was a careful person. This was a talent. He then asked, what do you think of this matter? Jean Dewey knew that Darren was testing him and immediately focused. After a moment of thought, he said gravely, they are very familiar with the Jinji and probably have come before to study them. There were not many people in this attack, just 20, they did not have any reinforcements. It seems more like a probing mission. After he said this, Jean Dewey's expression turned ashen. He was frightened by his own conclusion. Zuo Mo's expression turned dark. There are about 98 transportation formations to the outside world, in 20 or so jia. These outer border jia have been labeled. There was a jia map in front of Gongsun Sha. Almost all about the outermost jia were labeled in red. Because Mo Cloud C's connection to the outside was almost completely reliant on the transportation formations. 98 transportation formations, 22 of the outermost jia, on average, each jia had more than 4 transportation formations connected to the outside. Of these 98 transportation formations that go to different jia, 42 of them are to Xiuzhi jia that are not connected to Tianhuan and Kunlun. These 42 jia are mostly from the 9 great Diana sects and some smaller powers. These factions are easy to infiltrate and the transportation formations have become a fatal weakness for us right now. Gongsun Sha raised his head to look around. The most secure method right now is to relocate the transportation formations. The best option is to gather the transportation formations and designate specific business jia where we will station troops to guarantee their safety. However, there are also problems with this plan. The expenses in setting up new transportation formations will be huge, and this way, the cost of many of products will increase as well as reduce our offensive abilities. Zuo Mo had a grimace. Gongsun Sha's method was possible, but just as he had said, the investment would be enormous. Transportation formations that could move large volumes for long distances were expensive. Even with Zuo Mo's wealth, he had only accumulated these 98 transportation formations after 7 years of development. If he had to rebuild so many transportation formations, the amount of money he had to spend was a great sum. This was a relatively safe plan, but it was too expensive. The price is too great. Zuo Mo shook his head. We do not have the capital. Everyone nodded. This plan cost too much. In their view, even if they took over all these jia, they didn't need to spend so many jingshi. Gongsun Cha also knew that this plan was not realistic and continued, we do not need to guess what will happen next. Kunlun and Tianhuan will use our weakness by infiltrating the other powers and harass our transportation formations, even destroying them to destroy our connections to the outside world. Inhales sounded in the conference room. Those with the slightest bit of knowledge understood how great a blow it would be to Mo Cloud C if the situation came to that step. The problem is that even though we know what they will do next, we do not have many solutions. Lil Miss' expression was black. He had originally thought that they built Mo Cloud C to be impenetrable and hadn't expected that they had left such a fatal weakness. At this time, a paper crane suddenly appeared in Zuo Mo's hand. After Zuo Mo unfolded it and read through, he said coolly, 3 transportation formations were attacked at once, and 1 was destroyed. The conference room was deathly silent. Everyone had black expressions. Zuo Mo knew that Mo Cloud C was in a dangerous situation. At this time, he had to make a decision. Other than the crucial transportation formations, close all others, Zuo Mo said deeply. Angry flames burned in his eyes. His heart dripped blood. The closure of each transportation formation meant the loss of large amounts of jingshi. Mo Cloud C's economy was about to receive a great blow. For little Mo Gu, whose wealth was his life, this was like cutting his flesh. Breaking someone's path to riches was akin to killing one's parents. Zuo Mo's face twisted in pain. He was completely infuriated by the enemy's actions. If we have to suffer losses, then everyone will suffer with us. How can we be the only to lose? Zuo Mo gritted out. Our transportation formation Jinji have problems, their transportation formation Jinji will also have similar problems. They can infiltrate and destroy, we can do the same. When had Mo Cloud C ever been defeated like this? Hearing Zuo Mo's words, flames of anger rose in the eyes of the people who had been feeling frustrated. Zuo Mo was unusually angry. His eyes flashed with burning light like a wolf in the darkness. They will regret starting this. Yes. Lil Miss' black expression returned to normal and a smile like that of the neighbor's boy came back. This kind of small-scale infiltration is actually more advantageous for us. We have a smaller territory and is easier to defend. They are larger and there are openings everywhere. It will be difficult to prevent infiltration. Also, we do not need to limit ourselves to transportation formations. Attack any storage depots, any resource jia, if we get to their rear, we can cause pandemonium. Lil Miss' words immediately opened a door. All kinds of inspiration rose. Yes, we can assassinate important people. It is more profitable to assassinate those people who are not in high positions but are very important. For example, the masters in charge of managing production. Their guards will not be strong, the danger is low, and the benefit is high. Disrupt the peace. Ambush transportation boats. There's a place that you all forget, the place that teaches battle generals. If we get that, that place is rich. Maybe we can end a future genius battle general, that would be profitable. We need to plan for escape. We need to divide and conquer. The conference room that had just been deathly silent was now in heated discussion. As he listened, even Zuo Mo, the start of all this, felt a cold wave up his back. How could these people be so devious? Bihan looked at the paper crane that came from the rear and then crushed it before throwing it to the side. Have the Jinji been built? The construction has finished, Ma Fan responded. He was filled with puzzlement. Darren had acted the opposite of his usual strategy and built large amounts of Jinji here as though he was building a great defense line. Report on the progress of the battalions. Bihan's voice was icy. Ma Fan shook and then hurried to report. The Tengzi battalion have already taken Eastern Spring Jia, finished reorganizing, and are waiting for next orders. A Zhago battalion need 3 more days to reach their destination. However, they have already been detected by the scouts from the Mo Martial Alliance. The Grey Camp have arrived at the ambush spot without attracting any attention. Is there any movement from the reinforcements at Bright Mountain Jia? There are 2 Mo Martial battalions, one of them is 7 days away, the other further away, and will most likely arrive in 20 days, Ma Fan reported. Ma Fan had fought alongside Lil Miss since a long time ago, and always admired Lil Miss' powerful calculation. This time, when he followed Bihan, he found to his shock that Bihan was also precise and accurate in this field. Tangzi Battalion will keep resting, a Zhago Battalion will follow the original plan. Bihan's orders were clean and brisk. Yes. Ma Fan hurriedly answered. You are stationed here. Your mission is to stop the enemy battalion from making any sudden attacks, Bihan said. Yes. Ma Fan crisply acknowledged. Then he carefully asked, Darren, you. I will attack the reinforcements. Bihan treasured words like gold. Ma Fan's face turned white. Bright Mountain Jia has 2 Amo martial battalions. Just guard the defense line. Bihan was expressionless. Ma Fan finally understood why Darren had built this defense line that seemed completely unnecessary. However, even with the defensive line, when Ma Fan thought of the 2 Amo martial battalions they were facing, he still felt a great pressure. Even though Ma Fan's battalion was one of the best in defense from Mo Cloud Sea, he had never fought against a Mo martial battalion before. Any battalion led by a Mo martial was astoundingly powerful. However, Bihan clearly did not intend to explain more to him. He led Sin Battalion to disappear in the darkness. Editor's note, and so, the terrorist organization known as was born. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo needs to start his own spy network among the Shouja. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 759, Wolfhead Thousand Monster Camp. Chapter 759, Wolfhead Thousand Monster Camp. I'm Fei Lei. Fei Lei was surprised by Liang Wei's youth, but he quickly disguised the surprise in his eyes. I am Liang Wei. Liang Wei could see the others' surprise, but he did not care. No matter who it was, they mostly reacted the same way when they saw his youthful face. Fei Lei's weathered face was filled with an experienced and steady presence. This caused Liang Wei to be filled with anticipation towards his battalion. Fei Lei did not like to waste his words. He said directly, please come with me. The group entered a concealed mountain valley. Through the narrow mouth of the valley, the space suddenly broadened out. A wave of noise came, the shouts of youths, and Liang Wei's heart beat uncontrollably. Entering his view were thousands of youths furiously cultivating. The white mist from the evaporation of sweat, dirt flying into the air, angry shouts and curses, constant explosions, the activity assaulted Liang Wei's senses. Liang Wei entered a daze, and Fei Lei's voice sounded distant to his ear. They are all individually outstanding. At the beginning, they cultivated Mo skills and then changed to Shin power. Each of them has a unique bloodline, and they do not have any barriers in the area of cultivation. They have progressed quickly. Up until now, they are still in the stage of rapid advancement. The length of this stage will be based on their age and talent, from about 3 to 10 years. Fei Lei was completely familiar with these youths that he had traveled over mountains and oceans to find and teach. They are outstanding in power compared to those of their age cohort. They can even match the disciples of those large sects and the prestigious families. We have excavated the power they possess in their blood. This is also the help that I can give them. However, regretfully, they are very immature as a battalion, and can only create a basic formation. Liang Wei refocused and was surprised. From his observation, these youths were, as Fei Lei said, outstanding individually and a match for the elite battalions that he had seen before. So many good talents, how could their higher-ups miss them? He didn't know the power of his higher-ups, but he knew that the mysterious faction would not lack for battle generals. At least Pu Pu himself was very powerful, and he would not be ignorant of the value of these strong outstanding youths. It did not require a strong battle general to carry out normal battalion training. However, his idleness in these years had sharpened his self-control. He asked without a change in expression, do they lack a battle general to guide them? A grimace flashed across Fei Lei's weathered features. He shook his head, that's not so. As expected, there was a problem. Liang Wei showed an intent expression. Fei Lei said coolly, their bloodlines were activated, which caused their individual power to skyrocket. Their Shin power cultivation benefited even more. However, the activated bloodlines caused their hidden personalities to take over, and they are very strange now. Strange? Liang Wei had a puzzled expression. Fei Lei glanced at Liang Wei, a hint of sympathy flashing through the depths of his eyes. Yes, very strange. He pointed randomly to a youth sitting in meditation in the corner. He is in Rome, he will meditate for 14 hours each day without exception. Anyone that goes within 10 zhang of him would receive his unconscious and indiscriminate attack. Unconscious and indiscriminate, Liang Wei gaped, his expression shocked. Yes. Fei Lei seemed to not see Liang Wei's expression and said, "That's his instinct."
While he will sincerely apologize to you after the matter, you may not be able to hear it then.
Why? Liang Wei stilled. Because if you are not seriously injured and unconscious, you are likely dead, Fei Lei said expressionlessly. Look. As he spoke, he picked up a stone and threw at Ing Rong. The rock drew out a crescent in the air and flew within 10 jang of Ing Rong. Ing Rong, who was in a meditative trance, shook and then opened his eyes. Shockingly, his eyes were completely white with no pupils. He jumped up and gave a strange snarl. Midair, his body suddenly gave off countless blade-like red energies. Hundreds of red energies headed like a storm towards the rock flying at him. Poof! The fist-sized rock was immediately turned into powder. Ing Rong's body bounced and flew back to his original spot back in meditation. The powder drifted down. Liang Wei's mouth was open, his expression dazed. Ing Rong's problem is not that bad because other than the 14 hours in meditation, there is 10 hours where he is in a normal state. Fei Lei pointed at a half-naked large man. He is Guang Long. He has the rare dragon bloodline that causes him to enter a berserker state. Once his battle lust is stirred, he will tear apart everything around him. It is very dangerous to spar with him. Guang Long's body was like a metal tower, his muscles bulging and giving off a great pressure. His blood-red eyes moved around as though he was hunting for prey to fill his stomach. After a moment, Liang Wei said in a rusty voice, "Are all of them like this?" Fei Lei nodded. Give or take. They are born with the power of the bloodline, and the dangers come as well. However, there is one thing you can be certain of. They listen to orders. Of course, that's when they are normal. The battle generals around Liang Wei that had accompanied him had ashen expressions. In their eyes, these youths were dangerous monsters that would consume them at any time. We wanted to be battle generals, not beast trainers. They cried tears inside. They greatly regretted agreeing to taking this job. Many people had the impulse to chop off their hands. Why hadn't they resisted the temptation of the rewards? They should have thought of this. Anyone that pays a wage has a black heart. Liang Wei's expression gradually recovered from being pale. Then a vicious look flashed through his eyes. The wolf battle general who had once gone alone into the enemy released that blood-stained killing intent and determined presence once he made his decision. A look flashed through Fei Lei's eyes. He was shocked. It seemed this person that the higher-up sent this time was someone good. The other battle generals were stimulated by that sharp and vicious killing intent. They finally remembered that Liang Wei was not the same as them. He was a battle general who had truly experienced the cruelest of fighting. The youths that were training were all sensitive and immediately noticed the astounding killing intent. They stopped and looked over. Who was this person? He clearly looked so weak, but he possessed such a murderous presence. Liang Wei smiled and showed his wolf-like teeth that seemed to have blood on them. This battalion will be called the Wolf Head 1000 Monster Camp. What's Bihan's goal? Quan Pei tried to make his voice sound normal, but people familiar with him could still hear the anxiety contained within. His second-in-command had been with him for many years and could hear this in his voice. He couldn't help but be shocked. This was the first time he had seen Darren so unconfident. Was Bihan so strong? He thought and then asked, what is Darren worried about? Quan Pei was tall, and his hair was white in places. He was not young, but his presence was elegant and gave people an endearing feeling. He was not young when he became a marshal, and didn't have the desire to compete with others. Due to this, he did not hesitate when he was invited to join the Mo Martial Alliance. He was not outstanding among the Mo marshals of the Alliance, but he was a steady person with a good and gentle nature. Due to his popularity, and his familiarity with the military, he was assigned to an important position. Quan Pei knew his abilities. He knew that he wasn't some great general, and so he did not compete. Even in these turbulent times, he hoped that he could peacefully live out his remaining days and benefit his descendants. He had never thought that there would be a day that he would be forced to face a top battle general like Bihan. In these past years, the Mo territories had completely changed. Many of the old great names continued to disappear and many unheard of names shone and ascended in this new era. Quan Pei knew he was old in age, and could not keep up with this changing era. Just as he knew that nothing good would come of this mission. Bihan was a person that was ranked as a top 10 battle general in the Xiuzhou world. This showed his power. This was a true top battle general. Battle generals of this level were not ones that he could win against. In the Mo Martial Alliance, probably only the young battle generals of the new era, like Shi, Shang Yushang, and Hai Jinyun who would match him. Quan Pei grimaced inside. 7 years, a change in era. Marshal D and the others were still the leaders, but they all knew that with each passing day, they got closer to the passing of the torch, the death of an era. Shin power was the root cause pushing all this. It could be seen from the inner structure of the alliance. The higher-ups started to deliberately set up a path for the new generation that cultivated Shin power. More and more young people started to take up important positions. The Mo Martial Alliance was not the only one, most of the Mo powers were doing the same, the only exception was the Mo Shin Temple. Shan Yisheng Battalion and Hai Jinyan Battalion were racing to reinforce this area. The alliance also knew that Quan Pei alone could not stop Bihan. Nothing, I am worried about nothing. Have everyone stay alert and be on their guard. Quan Pei exhaled deeply, his voice finally returning to normal. He was an experienced battle general. He knew how great the damage to the battalion's morale was if the main commander did not appear calm. He only needed to delay Bihan and fight for the time needed for the reinforcements to arrive. When he thought of this, he felt slightly more confident. Shan Yisheng and Hai Jinyun were the genius battle generals that had appeared in the Mo Martial Alliance in these past years. They were young but possessed unparalleled talent. They had proven their strength in cruel battles. If it wasn't for them, the expansion of the Emotion Temple would be even more difficult to restrain. The two of them were top battle generals as well. If he could delay Bihan, two top battle generals were about to arrive. Bihan definitely would not have it easy. Maybe, they could kill Bihan. Quan Pei was filled with confidence in the two genius youths of the alliance. Suddenly, Quan Pei, who felt slightly more reassured, looked into the distance and his pupils contracted. An intimidating battalion had silently appeared on his right flank. Bihan. Editor's note, use it, damn it. https://www.xhqc.wordpress.com/%sign E4%sign BF%sign A8%sign E7%sign 9C%sign 9F%sign E4%sign B8%sign 96%sign E7%sign 95%sign 8C-world-of-cultivation/world-of-cultivation- cast/. Translator ramblings, two of the blood summons finally met up. Pu Yao really works people to the death. Also, the camp name is a terrible one. Wandering Yumi of Doom already mentioned it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 760, Zhong Ru and I Ching. Chapter 760, Zhong Ru and I Ching. Yi Zhang's expression was nervous and concerned. He didn't dare to look away from Zhong Ru's face. Zhong Ru's appearance had changed greatly. While Zhong Ru had been of average appearance before, he had a strong body like most Dianashio. Yet now Zhong Ru's body was thin, his cheeks sunken. Only his eyes were bright as though he could see through everything. There was always a small warm and friendly smile on his face. The red lotus on his forehead was like holy fire. Zhong Ru's withered fingers moved away from Yi Zhang's Shixiang's body. Master Zhong, how is my Shixiang? Are there any solutions? Yi Zhang's heart was in his throat. Yi Zhang's Shixiang also opened his eyes, which flashed with shock. Actually, he had been greatly shocked when he saw Zhong Ru. The other's thin body had clearly been caused by the constant corrosion of wish power, but that pair of shining eyes seemed to pierce straight into his heart. It was the first time that he had the feeling that someone was unfathomable in power. And when Zhong Ru's two fingers touched his wrist, the gentle and pure Shin power caused him to feel a rare comfort and made him relax. There are no big problems. Zhong Ru smiled, his voice filled with a comforting power. Yi Zhang's heart immediately calmed. Joy came onto Yi Zhang's face. I just knew that Master Zhong could heal Shixiang. Zhong Ru smiled slightly. A jade scroll appeared on his hand that he handed to Yi Zhang's Shixiang. This is a record of some of the things I learned during my seclusion and a method to cultivate Shin power. As long as you cultivate according to this, in a short time, you will heal. Your skill in Samadhi is rare and will be beneficial to your cultivation. Zhong Ru then turned and said to Yi Zhang. Cultivate together with your Shixiang. If you have any questions, ask your Shixiang. Many thanks, Master Zhong. The two gratefully thanked him. Zhong Ru waved his hands. There's no need to be so courteous, but you will not be able to tell others of this cultivation method. The two gravely acknowledged with solemn expressions. A moment later, Zhong Ru suddenly raised his head and with a deep gaze said, in a few months, your wounds will start to recover. There is something that I want to ask of you. Yi Zhang hurriedly said, Master Zhong, please speak of any matter. Yi Zhang's Shixiang also said, Master Zhong, please tell us. In our Mo Cloud Sea, the Diana Show branch is weak. Other than myself, there are no others with significant achievements, Zhong Ru said with a smile. My path as a Diana Shio was rocky,
and only received good fortune after meeting Darren. I only managed to develop this after seclusion. If I hide this method, it will be a great pity.
Darren also wishes to increase the number of Diana Shio in Mo Cloud C. However, I have no mind for this matter and so will ask the two of you to carry it out.
Yi Zhang scratched his head.
There are too few Diana Shio in Mo Cloud C, and the ones here are not strong. Everyone isn't willing to be a Diana Shio. Yi Zhang was right. In Mo Cloud C, Diana Shio was a rare occupation. This was related to the fact that Mo Cloud C lacked a top-ranked Diana Shio.
In the past, the strongest had been Zong Ru. Even though he was powerful, he was still weak when compared to others in Mo Cloud C. Most in Mo Cloud C cultivated the sword.
Wei Sheng's terrifyingly unparalleled power was revered by countless followers. The famed Vermilion Bird Camp was also mostly comprised of sword shio.
Most importantly, Mo Cloud C had created an unique sword cultivation method, such as the sword essence comprehending formation.
Then it was the seal shio.
A seal shio with a good foundation could find a relatively good job in Mo Cloud C. Also, Golden Crow Camp possessed a complete set of seal cultivation jade scrolls that could teach seal shio to cultivate.
There were not many roaming shio and Diana shio in Mo Cloud C.
Yet what people did not know was that Xian Kong Temple's Sutra Pavilion had landed in Zuo Mo's hands.
That was the biggest factor in Zong Ru being able to come out of seclusion.
It was these profound Diana Shio records and Zuo Mo Shin Power Jade Scrolls that had formed the foundation for Zong Ru to comprehend another kind of Shin power. After stealing Xian Kong Temple's succession, Zuo Mo felt it really was a waste to leave it lying unused. Then there was the matter of Heartleaf Diana Sect's attack. While Mo Cloud C had pressed the Heartleaf Diana Sect, the other had presented documents and said that these people had been exiled from Heartleaf Diana Sect half a year ago.
Angered, Zuo Mo started to think of other solutions. The two biggest powers that held back Kunlun and Tianhuan were Shixian and the Nine Great Diana Sect.
While the Nine Great Diana Sect also possessed a top battle general in Yang Yuanhao, they had many inner conflicts to deal with.
Zuo Mo had originally thought of selling Shin equipment to increase the power of the Nine Great Diana Sects to fight against Kunlun and Tianhuan.
The matter of Heartleaf Diana Sect caused Zuo Mo to smell danger.
Kunlun's and Tianhuan's infiltration of the Nine Great Diana Sect had progressed far more than he had predicted. If a conflict did erupt, there probably would not be many sects that would really fight back. Since Kunlun and Tianhuan could infiltrate the Nine Great Diana Sects, why couldn't they do the same? Zong Ru asked, "What do you think of the Nine Great Diana Sects?"
Yi Zhang was slightly puzzled. He didn't understand what Master Zong was talking about, but Yi Zhang's Shixiang did. After a moment of thought, he said, "Too many people, too many desires, a group of rabble."
"Would you be willing to go to the Nine Great Diana Sects?" Zong Ru asked. Yi Zhang Shixiang suddenly understood, his eyes brightening. "Does Mo Cloud C plan to infiltrate the Nine Great Diana Sects?" "Yes." Zong Ru did not refute it.
It was better to speak of this matter clearly.
He continued, "The present Nine Great Diana Sects cannot stop Kunlun and Tianhuan.
I do not know about the Great Buddha Temple, but sects like the Heartleaf Diana Sect have been completely infiltrated, but..."
Yi Zhang Shixiang was silent. If Kunlun and Tianhuan take down the Nine Great Diana Sects, Mo Cloud C will not have a barrier any longer.
"This is why we came up with this idea," Zong Ru said.
Mo Cloud C does not want to swallow the Nine Great Diana Sects?
Yi Zhang Shixiang suddenly asked.
"It is not that we do not want to, but we cannot," Zong Ru said honestly. "We need a barrier more than increasing our territory. You want to turn the Nine Great Diana Sects into a bog to delay Kunlun and Tianhuan?"
Yi Zhang Shixiang had a sharp gaze.
"You overestimate the Nine Great Diana Sects," Zong Ru said coolly. Yi Zhang Shixiang was silent. Zong Ru was right.
The Nine Great Diana Sects did not have this power unless someone could unite the Nine Great Diana Sects. However, this was impossible, even Xian Kong Temple had not been able to do it.
No matter if it is Kunlun or Tianhuan, if they win, the Diana Shio will become subordinates. If Mo Cloud C luckily wins, you will not have to worry about this. Please do not worry. No matter if you are willing to complete this task or not, I will not take away this jade scroll." Zong Ru looked at Yi Zhang Shixiang. A moment later, Yi Zhang Shixiang said, "What do I need to do?"
"First, you need to recover, cultivate Shin power and increase your strength."
Zong Ru's eyes flashed with intelligence. "Only when you are strong will you have the right to speak.
Then, we will give you more support, including money and resources to help you obtain a higher status in the sect. You know the situation of Great Buddha Temple better than I do. Based on my knowledge, the Great Buddha Temple is not ranked high among the 9 Great Diana Sects.
For you, this is a chance.
If you can increase the influence of Great Buddha Temple, You will receive more support from inside the temple. Yi Zheng twisted his mouth, his face unwilling.
He was very displeased about returning to Great Buddha Temple. He had felt the cold-heartedness of the world there, and what had been left were not good memories.
His Shixiang listened carefully.
Our personnel support will be very limited. Mo Cloud C has too few Diana Xiao. Zhongru was helpless, but he quickly gave other suggestions.
However, we will help you investigate the other sects for disciples that are strong but overlooked.
It will be up to you to recruit them. Yi Zhang's Shixiang nodded. I understand.
Yi Zhang's personality is not suited to this. I can go alone. Yi Zhang was panicked upon hearing this and jumped up.
No. Shixiang. Shixiang looked sternly at Yi Zhang.
Yi Zhang respected his Shixiang greatly and immediately quieted down. You have a straightforward personality and cannot disguise your emotions.
You are not suited to doing this, Shixiang said in a gentle voice. You are also at a good time for cultivating, do not waste that. Do not waste the good fortune of being with Master Zong.
But, Yi Zhang started. Also, while there are many things wrong with the temple, I grew up in the temple since childhood, how can I watch as it declines?
Great Buddha Temple's situation is already terrible. Shixiang had a nostalgic expression as he said emotionally. Yi Zhang could not find anything to say. Both for the common good and for me personally, I Ching needs to thank Zhongru and Zuo Mo Darren. I Ching bowed to Zhongru.
If there is a day that the 9 great Diana sects are defeated, I Ching requests to enter Mo Cloud Sea for protection. Zhongru looked deeply at I Ching and thought inside, these large sects were full of geniuses. In his view, Yi Zhang was a good talent, and he hadn't expected the other's Shixiang to be even better. The other had good vision, and if it wasn't for being hampered by his injury for a long time, he would not have declined to such a state. After being reborn now, this person would soar in the sky.
I can promise you this. Mo Cloud Sea will accept even the Yao, how can we not accept the Diana Xiao? Zhongru said gravely.
I Ching is willing to do this. I Ching bowed the bow of a subordinate.
Zhongru's expression was slightly happy.
I Ching's bow expressed that he accepted his status with Mo Cloud Sea. He reached out and helped I Ching's up. This matter is greatly dangerous, be careful. If it cannot be accomplished, prioritize your safety, you are more important than anything else.
I Ching's heart felt warmed. I Ching understands.
Zhongru said in a deep voice, I have not named the Shin power.
Starting from today, you will be its creator.
Seeing Yi Ching about to speak, Zhongru waved his hand to stop the other and said, reputation is meaningless to me.
However, it can help up accumulate fame. Reputation is a kind of power. If you can use it appropriately, it can save you great effort in your mission. But
Yi Ching was full of admiration. He had never heard of Zhongru before, yet the personality and strength that Master Zong displayed were all that of a great Diana Xiao. But I need to speak to you of the origins of this Shin power, Zhongru said gravely. This Shin power has been greatly influenced by Darren's, Mo Cloud Shin power, but its origin is Xian Kong Temple's secret, empty meditation. I Ching and Yi Zhang seemed to be struck by lightning, motionless like statues, when they heard this.
Translator ramblings, Yi Zhang's Shixiang finally gets a name. And Zuo Mo was finally expanding towards the Xiuzhi lands.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 761, The Changes of the Little Ones. Chapter 761, The Changes of the Little Ones. There were all kinds of strange scents floating off Chun Yu Chang's Cloud Island.
Zuo Mo was reminded about this each time he came, especially the smell of fresh ling grasses mixed with all kinds of waste.
It was torture. Chun Yu Chang's expression was intoxicated.
Such a fresh and healthy smell.
Zuo Mo smiled helplessly.
Chun Shidi was more and more enchanted with animal husbandry and his temper had become strange. The other was all right with him, but was not friendly to others, especially disliking people coming onto his Cloud Island. There were many kinds of ling and mo grasses planted on the island to feed the cloud seeds.
Zuo Mo had not seen many of these ling grasses before.
They flashed with enchanting lights, which meant that their grade was not low.
In the present Mo Cloud Sea, Zuo Mo's half-assed ling plant farmer skill was laughable. The ling plant farmers of Mo Cloud Sea were unlike the ling plant farmers anywhere else.
They were skilled in using seal formations and their effectiveness was higher.
This was a unique system that Mo Cloud Sea's strong forging abilities provided the support for.
Cloud Sea Jia did not have many ling fields and the ling plant farmers were mostly gathered in the Jia with large tracts of ling fields. The ling grasses on Chun Shidi's island were relatively high grade, and the skill of the ling plant farmers were relatively high as well.
How are they?
Zuo Mo asked in concern.
You should have sent them a long time ago.
Chun Yucheng's expression was pained as he chatted. If you sent them in a bit later, they would have been wasted.
Oh, it wouldn't have been useful if you sent them over earlier. I hadn't found out how to raise cloud steeds then, and you picked a good opportunity.
Zuo Mo felt tormented by Chun Shidi's excessive chatter.
He tried to endure.
People like Chun Shidi had unusual enthusiasm and obsession with their own field and didn't care about anything else. They did not understand how to interact with people, and rarely conversed with other people.
Most of them had strange personalities.
On the other hand, they had outstanding talent and they worked furiously, unaffected by anything else. They usually achieved more in their own field than other people.
Zuo Mo could understand them. Chattering endlessly on the way, they finally came to the beast pool from last time. Chun Yucheng became alert and didn't waste words.
10th grade and Sunshine are good, especially 10th grade. His killing energy is thick and he is a rare vicious being. I used the hunt blood pool to nurture his body.
This will increasing his killing energy.
He uses the sword and I asked eldest Shixiang to find the most vicious sword scripture for him. Most vicious scripture, Zuo Mo felt a cold sweat. If it was the most vicious sword scripture that Chun Shidi could find, he would just smile and dismiss it.
But if it was eldest Shixiang, then it definitely was the most vicious sword scripture.
Chun Yucheng had a smug expression. I don't really understand sword scriptures, but since eldest Shixiang said it was the most vicious, then it definitely is.
100 sacrificed souls killing sword. How about it? Just this name seems very powerful. Zuo Mo's body couldn't help but shake.
He knew this sword scripture. This had been from Pu's collection. Pu had said back then that the 100 sacrificed souls killing sword was not the strongest sword scripture, but could be said to be one of the most vicious.
At this time, Zuo Mo had not been affected by Pu Yao's emotional opinion.
He didn't have much interest in cultivating sword scriptures.
Zuo Mo thought of another problem and couldn't help but ask, can 10th grade cultivate? 10th grade was not like eldest Shixiang. He originated from a Ling beast and was not like a Xiuzha.
He had never heard of a Ling beast cultivating a sword scripture. I had worried about this before, but I found later on that 10th grade is very intelligent and matched well with this sword scripture.
There isn't a problem at all.
Chun Yucheng's expression of pride grew as he seemed to ask for praise.
Shixiang, when the time comes, you will have a super sidekick.
10th grade's name was really chosen with great foresight.
Shixiang, did you predict a long time ago that he could reach 10th grade? Zuo Mo's expression was righteous.
Of course.
Otherwise, how can I be your Shixiang?
That's true. Chun Yucheng nodded seriously. As expected, those that are Shixiang are all strong. Shixiang, you are strong, Gongsun Shixiang is also strong, but eldest Shixiang is the strongest.
Why?
Zuo Mo thought, had Chun Shidi grown powerful enough that he could see people's power, but...
Because he's Gongsun Shixiang.
Chun Yucheng's expression was matter-of-fact.
Of course he is the strongest. Zuo Mo was speechless. He quickly changed the topic. Sunshine?
Chun Yucheng fell for it as expected.
Sunshine's attributes are the opposite of 10th grade. His specialties are healing, protection, and assistance.
If 10th grade is Yin, then Sunshine is Yang. Therefore, the beast pool that I picked is the Wu Water Flesh Wood Bone pool. For Sunshine I did not choose spells, but Yao arts.
Looking at the excitement on Chun Yucheng's face, Zuo Mo perceptively asked, oh, what great Yao art is it? Ha ha. Shixiang, you understand me the best.
Chun Yucheng laughed proudly. Increasing his volume, he said joyfully, it is the universal life that has been said to be the essential art for super nannies.
Oh, the Yao like to call the people who cultivate this Yao art nannies. I feel it is very accurate.
Other than this, he also cultivates ward-breaking art. Shixiang, don't worry. Under my great care, Sunshine can definitely move into the ranks of the top nannies.
Such an adorable nanny.
Looking at the snowy white and handsome Sunshine, Zuo Mo seemed to see him wearing an apron and holding a bottle in his hand.
He couldn't help but shudder.
He immediately felt sympathy for Sunshine, but when his words reached his mouth, it became, Shidi's results are masterworks. Chun Yucheng became more excited upon receiving Zuo Mo's praise. He pulled Zuo Mo over and said excitedly, as expected, Shixiang understands me best. Those people do not understand the greatness and holiness of husbandry.
This is a kind of creation, a novel creation. I am fated to be the man that will create the strongest Ling beasts. Zuo Mo wiped the cold sweat away from his face as he nodded. Shidi is ambitious. I admire this. Chun Yucheng smiled and pulled Zuo Mo to a tall Dan cauldron. I asked Golden Crow Camp to forge the Stan Cauldron. I also got Sun Bao and Ji Wei to operate it for a few days. It is a pity that I couldn't find them later on. The other people said that they went out. Chun Yucheng's tone was full of regret. If they are here, this fire will definitely be stronger. Zuo Mo, who knew about the entire matter, sighed again. He was filled with sympathy towards Sun Bao and Ji Wei. Chun Yucheng usually did not show himself in public, but he was Zuo Mo's shitty. His status in Mo Cloud Sea was high. If his requests were not ridiculous, no one would dare refuse him. Due to this, when they received a request for help, Sun Bao and Ji Wei had hurried over despite their heavy workload. But Chun Yucheng had the two of them act as cauldron workers. Heavens, the two masters of Golden Crow Camp, the two top people in charge of all the seal show in Mo Cloud Sea, acting as manual laborers, and for 3 days, not. When they reached 3 days, they did not relent to Chun Yucheng's invitation, and fled with their ash-covered faces. I couldn't find them no matter what I tried. I could only hire some of the experienced people from Golden Crow Camp. However, they are lacking compared to Sun Bao and Ji Wei, but still acceptable. Chun Yucheng was clearly slightly displeased. It's fine if it is about the same. Zuo Mo hurriedly comforted. That's true. Chun Yucheng thought and said with a tilted head, this Dan Cauldron is good and the people later on worked hard. The results aren't bad. Shixiang's Shin Fire was also crucial and beneficial to Lil Fire's growth. However, Lil Fire is slightly less intelligent compared to 10th grade in Sunshine. But it is a Yao beast to begin with and has no trouble cultivating Yao arts. I found a Fire Yao art in the Pu Wei library called the Fire Heartbone Refining Art, for it. Zuo Mo stilled and instinctively asked, Lil Fire has bones? Lil Fire had ended up in Zuo Mo's demonic hands many times and he had squeezed the other countless times. In Zuo Mo's memories, Lil Fire was like a rubber ball, and didn't have any bones. It does. When it came to his profession, Chun Yucheng's expression immediately became serious. There are many small bones inside its body similar to sea sponges. These bones are very small and flexible. Their structure is very flexible and resilient, so Lil Fire appears as though it is boneless. Oh, so this cultivation will thicken its bones and have it become more powerful? Zuo Mo asked with anticipation. Powerful? Chun Yucheng shook his head with bewilderment. I don't know that. I only felt that these kind of bones were rare and wanted to try cultivating it. Zuo Mo's face was black as a pot. Even you don't know the result? No, this is normal. It is hard to predict the results of many husbandry trials. Chun Yucheng said with a righteous tone. But when Chun Yucheng turned and saw Zuo Mo's black face, he knew it was not good. He was so friendly this time because he had a goal. If he ruined the matter, it would be terrible. He hurriedly pulled Zuo Mo to another place. Unlike the other beast pools, there was a kind of vine growing here that Zuo Mo had never seen. It grew over multiple mu of fields, and under the thick vines, there was a transparent bubble that hung below. Lil Black seemed to see Zuo Mo from within the bubble. It furiously moved its legs, but no matter how it moved, it only spun around in the water bubble. Shixiang, look, this is the water bubble vine, Chun Yucheng hurriedly introduced. It can grow this a special kind of water bubble, and is a natural beast pool. Also, Shixiang, take a look. As he spoke, he pulled away the thick leaves covering the ground and showed a beast pool. Zuo Mo found that the roots of the water bubble vine grew into the beast pool. The medicine in the beast pool is absorbed by the root system and then gathers in the water bubbles. This process is even more wondrous than the seal formations we engrave. All kinds of medicines can merge together in the water bubble and form a natural beast pool. Zuo Mo was also attracted by such a wondrous beast pool. Chun Yucheng saw the interest on Zuo Mo's face and continued, the medicine absorbed will change slightly through the vine's roots and leaves. This is also the source of its great ability. However, because the water bubbles are not very big, it can only be used on those relatively small beasts. I saw Lil Black and immediately thought of the water bubble vine. What is its use to Lil Black? Zuo Mo went directly for the core of the matter. Shixiang, don't be shocked when you hear this. Chun Yucheng was both smug and mysterious. Translator ramblings, I just realized that the rainbow mark butterfly was the only pet of Zuo Mo's to die, and it was the only pet he didn't give a name to. That should have made its fate obvious. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 762. This chapter has been brought to you by me, and Wandering Yumi of Doom. Chapter 762, The Bird with the Domineering Presence. Speak! Zuo Mo glared at Chun Yucheng. The smugness on Chun Yucheng's face did not decrease.
He lowered his voice and spoke softly as if revealing the greatest secret. Lil Black is sensitive to Ling energy.
This is why it can find treasures. However, I discovered after studying that its ability lies with its pair of antennae. Also, it isn't just able to detect to Ling energy, it is able to detect to many things such as killing energy, warmth, and presence. However, in reality, what it is sensitive to is vibration. Vibration? Zuo Mo's expression was shocked. This answer was unexpected. Yes, vibration. Chun Yucheng's expression became grave. This is the true reason it can find treasures. Ling veins and talismans have unique Ling power vibrations, and it would find these treasures through these vibrations. The usual husbandry method would strengthen its antennae to make it more sensitive, use Ling medicine filled with Ling power to stimulate its antennae, so it becomes familiar to the vibrations of Ling power and become more sensitive to that energy. However, Ling power is already being retired, and Shen power is more powerful. But Shen power has vibrations. At the core, there is no difference, they are all different kinds of power. I thought that if it could remember vibrations of Shen power, couldn't it be able to find treasures with Shen power? The more he spoke, the more excited Chun Yucheng got. Therefore, I found all kinds of materials with Shen power. However, these materials are really expensive and there are too few. Speaking of this, Bao Yi is a penny pincher. Every time I go to get materials from him, that person looks like a miser. I get so angry. Chun Yucheng gritted his teeth when he spoke of Bao Yi, but Zuo Mo did not care. Bao Yi's personality was so, and, as a result, he was the best choice of personnel to manage the stores. Otherwise, Zuo Mo's little bit of wealth would not be enough for these people to madly waste. Did it succeed? Zuo Mo was more concerned with this. Chun Yucheng was angry about Bao Yi, but that was because of the conflict over the materials. The two didn't have any actual personal conflict, and so Zuo Mo's question immediately shifted the topic of conversation away. He hesitated, and then said haltingly, theoretically, it should be a success. In reality? Zuo Mo immediately saw through his little trick. I don't know. Chun Yucheng might use some simple and clumsy moves, but he would not lie, especially when it came to his field. The entire process was very smooth, but I have no confidence in the result. No one has ever done this before, and I cannot find any examples. Therefore, I will only know what level it reached when it all pans out. Chun Yucheng was afraid that Zuo Mo would have high hopes and be greatly disappointed, so he poured cold water. However, we cannot rush this. Even if it recognizes Shen power vibrations, there is a problem of sensitivity. If it is not sensitive toward Shen power, then there is no value. However, I am certain that this is definitely the direction that Ling beasts, Yao beasts, and Mo steeds will develop in. Shen power is the best path. You did good. Zuo Mo was certain about Chen Shidi's results. He was not someone who did not have foresight. He knew that what looked like it to run a business, anything that was unable to produce value today could still be an important step. Will anything happen to Lil Black? Zuo Mo looked at Lil Black, who was spinning in the water bubble, and couldn't help but ask. What do you mean? Chun Yucheng stilled. Things like life-threatening danger, Zuo Mo explained. The little ones had followed him for many years, and Zuo Mo didn't really care if they were strong or not. However, he definitely would not like any accidents happening to them. Life-threatening danger? Chun Yucheng's face flushed red, and so did his neck, as though he was being humiliated greatly. He said loudly, so in Shixian's eyes, my skill is so low? Zuo Mo had not expected that his mindless words would cause such a great response from Chang Shidi. He hurriedly bowed, apologized, and comforted with gentle words to pacify the fires of Chang Shidi's anger. Fortunately, Chun Yucheng's temper left as fast as it came. When the two reached Lil Pagoda's beast pool, he had completely forgotten about the incident, and became excited again. Lil Pagoda is actually different from the other little ones, he's a talisman, and also Shixiang's soulbond talisman. Theoretically, husbandry methods cannot be used on him, but he actually is the most intelligent of the little ones after Silly Bird. Its body forms a complete system, from the 5-element attribute to the dual attributes of yin and yang. I don't know anything about forging, but I understand Ling beasts. Lil Pagoda's highly intelligent and not very different from Ling beasts. It knows best about what it needs. Zuo Mo listened carefully. Of the little ones, he liked the cute Lil Pagoda the most. It can consume all kinds of materials and then deconstruct them into pure yin and yang base essence. Its body is filled with the base essence of yin and yang, however, these two base essence powers are clearly divided and repel each other. This situation has occurred in many Ling beasts that have dual attributes, such as fire and water. If they come into conflict, the Ling beast will feel great pain and the power of the Ling beast will be greatly reduced. The crux to solving this problem is to merge these two completely opposite powers so they will subdue and augment each other like the fire lotus and water,
that is frequently seen. Yin and yang is even easier to balance, they have a perfect merging method, the yin-yang fish. Once in his zone, Chun Yucheng seemed to be a completely different person. His body gave off a presence of great self-confidence. He waved his arms, his voice strong. The most important requirement to forming the yin-yang fish is that yin and yang have to reach an absolute equilibrium. When the two reach a true equilibrium, the yin-yang fish will naturally form. Therefore, I continued to feed yin and yang materials to it to adjust the strength of the yin and yang powers. Just as I expected, Shixian look. Before Chun Yucheng finished, Li Pagoda in the medicine pool had detected Zuo Mo's arrival and happily dove into Zuo Mo's arm about S. Zuo Mo picked it up by the tip of the power and held it in front of him. Lil Pagoda happily waved its black eaves. This guy was even fatter. Zuo Mo thought hatefully. No matter if it was the top of the tower, the body, or the eaves, they were even rounder than before. What had changed the most was the level just underneath the tip of the tower. There were two little yin-yang fish that looked like two eyes. What made Zuo Mo speechless was that Lil Pagoda could use its fat body to squeeze the yin-yang fish. It appeared as though its eyes were blinking. This guy's truly intelligent. Zuo Mo muttered in joy. Feeling Zuo Mo's happiness, Lil Pagoda used its round body to snuggle in Zuo Mo's hand. Don't snuggle, you idiot, you swallowed so much materials, you'll have to sell yourself to pay back. Zuo Mo said harshly. But his hand was gentle as he put this growing glutton onto his shoulder. Lil Pagoda's little Eve hands flapped even more happily. It jumped from Zuo Mo's right shoulder to his left and back again as it played happily. It really is intelligent. Chun Yucheng couldn't help but say. It is the first time I have seen such an intelligent talisman. How about silly bird? Zuo Mo asked. That's another one. Chun Yucheng's expression became even more spectacular. He then said, Shixian, come with me, and see. Coming to the lava pool from last time, silly bird still had an expression of idle enjoyment. This bird is no ordinary bird. Chun Yucheng couldn't help but say. Its intelligence is fantastical. Look at its feathers. Following Chun Yucheng's finger, Zuo Mo looked and immediately found that silly bird's feathers were bright red and unusually grand. What was the most difficult to comprehend was that the feathers would give off threads of flame. Zuo Mo's eyes widened as he exclaimed, Phoenix feathers. You recognized it. Chun Yucheng sounded as though he was sleep-talking, even though he had seen this numerous times before. The legends say the feathers of the phoenix are as red as blood and can give off unique flames. With one flap of their wing can create a sea of fire. Phoenixes regenerate, are born accompanied by fire, and will die accompanied by fire. Zuo Mo was dumbstruck. It doesn't have any bloodline of a phoenix. I hadn't expected that it could become a phoenix. Truthfully, I'm not sure if a phoenix is something like this. I've never seen one before. But even if silly bird isn't a phoenix, it is not much lesser in comparison. Also, this isn't its strongest trait. Refocusing, Zuo Mo blurted out, then what? Her physical body. Chun Yucheng's expression was grave. Her body is astounding, powerful and resilient, stronger than those Mo physiques. I threw many Yao arts and spells at her and she ignored them all. I found a Mo skill to throw at her. She took a glance but then threw it away. I finally understood that she desired to cultivate Mo skills. She wanted to cultivate Mo skills? Zuo Mo stammered out a question. This matter clearly was beyond the limits of his imagination. Yes. Chun Yucheng nodded seriously and then said, so I started to search for Mo skills that were suitable. I hadn't thought that she would be extremely picky. I found more than a dozen Mo skills but she wasn't satisfied. You know that I'm very busy and I don't have the time to search through them. I threw all the high-level Mo skills we had at her for her to choose. Chun Yucheng had a conflicted expression. I hadn't expected for this one to actually choose one. Zuo Mo's expression also became strange. Which one did she choose? Solitary Dance of the Great Dark Wheel Phoenix. Chun Yucheng said. Only after that did I think, is she actually a phoenix? However, I've never heard of a mortal bird ascending to become a phoenix. It is not rational. It is not rational at all. Chun Yucheng shook his head furiously as though he wanted to throw this thought out of his head. Solitary Dance of the Great Dark Wheel Phoenix, Zuo Mo was so shocked he was speechless. If his memory was correct, this Mo skill was one that Pu Yao said could not be successfully cultivated. This bird. Did she really get possessed by a phoenix? Zuo Mo dazedly looked at silly bird who was soaking in the lava with an expression of enjoyment. As he looked, Zuo Mo suddenly felt that silly bird's half-lidded eyes and expression of enjoyment did have a certain style. After thinking for a moment, he recalled the phrase.
A domineering presence. Translator ramblings, Lil Pagoda is turning into a sphere.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 763, Chao Xian's Plan. Chapter 763, Chao Xian's Plan. What does the report from Thunder Sound Temple say? Lin Qian asked. Chao Xian shook his head. Nothing, they have been very low-key recently.
Yang Yuanhao is training his battalion. His Thunder Sound battalion has been expanded threefold.
It probably will take some time to finish training. The name Yang Yuanhao caused Lin Qian's gaze to unnoticeably focus. He asked, have we found Yang Yuanhao's origins?
Yes. He is originally the disciple of the second elder of Thunder Sound Temple, but he was not thought of highly before. When the Thunder Sound Shin methodology appeared, he was spectacular and rose up to quickly become the best battle general of Thunder Sound Temple, and the best of the 9 Great Dhyana sect. However, this is already related to his master. The second elder is the younger brother of the sect leader. Chao Xian was unbridled in nature, but he was careful and attentive when doing his work and was deeply relied upon by Lin Qian.
Other than Thunder Sound Temple, is our progress in the other temples going well? Lin Qian asked. Thunder Sound Temple, Splendid Buddha Temple, Venerable Lotus Temple, Laughing Maitreya Temple, it has not been smooth in these 4 temples. Heartleaf Temple has been heavily infiltrated by Tianhuan. The one that we have made the most progress is Skanda Sect. We are fighting with Tianhuan for the others, Great Buddha Sect, Karma Temple, Sarangama Heart Sect. Chao Xian knew all this like the back of his hand. It is not easy to infiltrate the great temples.
Lin Qian smiled helplessly.
Of course. Chao Xian took a sip of wine and said unconcernedly.
We first aim for the borders, it is easy at first and then becomes difficult later, this is the right way.
However, Heartleaf Dhyana Sect's attack on Mo Cloud Sea seal formations is detrimental to our actions. Yes, it inadvertently alerted them. Lin Qian frowned. They are a group of idiots. Heartleaf Dhyana Sect wants to show fealty towards Tianhuan and were impatient.
I don't know who it was that found this weakness, but the skill of the mission was really terrible.
No wonder Heartleaf Dhyana Sect is ranked last among the 9 Great Dhyana sects. Chao Xian shook his head and then said, but for Mo Cloud Sea, not being able to use the transportation formations is a noose around their throat. We also need to guard against this movement as we also have the same weakness of the transportation formations. Lin Qian nodded. Go do this. Chao Xian acknowledged. All right. However, none of them thought much of this as a great matter. The transportation formations were a weakness, but unlike Mo Cloud Sea who were overly reliant on the formations, Kunlun's transportation were mostly by Jia rivers. While they had to spend more time traveling, it was much cheaper. If Kunlun used transportation formations over all of its vast realm, then the expenses in this area would be enough to kill Kunlun. Due to this, most of Kunlun's transportation formations were set up in important places, and these places almost all had battalions stationed there to guarantee safety. They only needed to increase the security level of the battalions stationed there. After Shueshiti's battalion has finished expanding, why don't we use the 9 Great Dhyana sects as an opening? Lin Qian asked Chao Xian. Chao Xian said unrestrainedly, that is not good. Lin Qian smiled, and poured another cup of wine for Chao Xian. He asked sincerely for guidance, then what should be done? The 9 Great Dhyana sects have many people with different intentions. If they feel an outside threat, they would abandon their own aims, unite, and face the invaders. Thunder Sound Temple is the strongest, and once they unite, with a top battle general like Yang Yuanhao, they would be a hard bone to swallow. Lin Qian was thoughtful. Chao Xian raised his wine cup and threw his head back to drink. He was full of enthusiasm. But if we treat them peacefully, without threatening their existence, the inner conflicts will gradually become evident. We can scheme and recruit a portion of them, moving in the shadows. The 9 Great Dhyana sects will be defeated without any attack over time, this is the best plan. You are right. Lin Qian was full of admiration and then turned to another problem. Then in which direction should we expand? 100 Savage Realm. Chao Xian's voice was loud, a blush on his face. The Nether Realms produced a king, and is an enemy on the same level as us. We should not really fight them. Also, we know little about the Nether Realms, and it is not wise to enter. But 100 Savage Realm is full of warlords, and the best place to begin. As his interests were stirred, Chao Xian became half-dressed as he drank multiple cups.
His gaze was intoxicated as he said slowly, looking at the world right now, Tianhuan, the Nether King and the Yao are enemies of the same level as us, they all possess one realm of land, have any experts and generals. But if one looks closely, there are differences.
Coenluan, Tianhuan, and the Nether Realm were integrally united. The Yao Elder Council constantly fights internally for power. The new generation is led by Mingyu Yi and the older generation led by the Chief Elder are fighting in secret. This is an opportunity for our Coenluan. Lin Qian's eyes lit up. We will secretly support Mingyu Yi. Chao Xian smiled and then shook his head. No.
Mingyu Ye's wings are not grown yet. Our benefit from supporting her will be limited, and once she is in power, the first thing that she will do is to reorganize the Council of Elders in order to get them to be of one mind, and then bite us.
Then we will suppress Mingyu Yi? Lin Qian asked in response.
We will support a third faction.
Chao Xian was bright with light. 3 factions fighting is a state of equilibrium, and the one able to cause sustained infighting. Also, both the Chief Elder and Mingyu Yi will need to fight to gain support of the new faction. Most importantly, the third faction would be the weakest faction, and cannot break free of our control. Great plan.
Lin Qian sighed.
Chao Xian's excitement settled slightly and he said with a light laugh, we cannot rush this, and need to plan this slowly.
It will probably take 5 to 10 years for it to be effective.
Lin Qian laughed out loud. I am still young.
10 years, I can even wait even if it is 20 years.
Chao Xian nodded. It is not easy for Darren to have such a state of mind. Mo Cloud C has challenged the Mo Martial Alliance. Mister, what do you feel they desire?
Lin Qian mentioned another topic. For some reason, he felt danger from Mo Cloud C. He always had a feeling that this little power that was just a few dozen Jia would one day become his archenemy. This indescribable feeling of danger always made him extremely wary of Mo Cloud C's every move.
It was unexpected to many that Mo Cloud C had suddenly started to attack Mo Martial Alliance. Chao Xian's brow also furrowed. It is slightly puzzling. This time, the main commander is Bihan.
This shows how much importance they place on this campaign, it means that it is a big one. Also, it is Bihan and not Gongsun Shao. This also implies that their aim in the campaign this time is not to attack cities and take over territory, but more akin to rapidly destroying or capturing something. Bihan's battalions are also puzzling in their movements.
Bihan is definitely disguising their intentions.
We most likely will know the aim of a battle general of Bihan's level only when the battle is finished. Lin Qian was silent.
Intentions. We need to find their intentions. Inside the conference hall, Hai Jinyun's voice echoed. His figure was tall yet thin, his complexion faintly gold, his eyes narrow and long. His cheeks were sunken inwards, his gaze as sharp as a sword and seemed able to penetrate people. His voice was thin and high-pitched, giving people a feeling of metal grinding. At this time, it was filled with great fury. Hao Jinyun's temper was easy to set off and he quickly became violent. The subordinates trembled, and the conference room was deathly silent. Hai Jinyun forced down the fury inside. He rubbed his forehead. His anger was not directed against his subordinates. He knew their skill level.
He was angry at himself as he could not identify Bihan's intentions. When he learned that the enemy this time was Bihan, an unprecedented pressure filled him. However, this had not caused him to collapse but rather stimulated his strong fighting spirit. He felt his blood boil at the thought of fighting against such a top-level battle general. Yet as time went on, the movements of Bihan's campaigns became even harder to understand.
If they could not find Bihan's true intentions, he would end up the reactive party. Facing a battle general of Bihan's level, it was enormously dangerous to be the reactive party.
Several hours passed, and he received an insect message from an old general, Quan Pei.
They had encountered Bihan.
This was not of great surprise to him. He would not be surprised at any action that a battle general like Bihan would do. Also, from the location of the encounter, Bihan seemed to just be attacking the reinforcements.
Was Bihan's goal really Bright Mountain Jie? He didn't believe it. But what reassured him slightly was that old General Quan Pei said in the insect message that they were delaying the other by using guerrilla tactics against them in order to drag on the battle for them to arrive. General Quan Pei's seemingly conservative strategy was actually the best in his view.
They were fighting on home territory. If they could take up enough time, their advantage would increase like a snowball rolling off the mountain. Yet 8 hours passed, and Hai Jinyun did not receive any more insect letters from old General Quan Pei. This unusual situation caused Hai Jinyun to have a bad feeling. If the situation was normal, Quan Pei's second in command would send an insect message every 4 hours to report on the state of the battle. There were only two possibilities when there were no messages after 8 hours. One was that the battle was so intense that they didn't even have the time to send insect letters. The other possibility was that they had been completely eradicated.
Based on convention, the first possibility was most likely. Quan Pei was skilled in battle formations.
If he decided to enter a battle of attrition by relying on guerrilla fighting, he definitely would not be destroyed so easily. It was extremely difficult to exterminate a battalion that had decided to fight in a guerrilla fashion, much less finish it in 8 hours. However, as time advanced, Hai Jinyun's bad feeling increased. His emotions started to become restless.
He tried to put his attention on searching for Bihan's target.
So many dazzling and spectacular actions proved that Bihan had a clear goal in mind.
He was only disguising it. Where is Shang Darren?
He suddenly stopped walking and asked. Shang Darren has already reached Brighthomejia, and is about 3 days away from us, the subordinate hurriedly said.
Hai Jinyun suddenly stopped walking. There wasn't any restlessness to be seen in his eyes.
He said in a deep voice, set up base here, and wait for Shang Darren.
10 hours had already passed.
Hai Jinyun knew that the situation he had thought most unlikely probably already became reality.
Translator ramblings, politics and more politics.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 764 9 Great Diana Sects. This chapter has been brought to you by me, and Wandering Yumi of Doom. Chapter 764 9 Great Diana Sects. Heartleaf Diana Sect. Zuo Mo's expression was full of unfriendliness.
He didn't have any good feelings about this sect who had suddenly attacked them and was said to be completely infiltrated by Tian Huan. While Heartleaf Diana Sect had taken out a great amount of evidence to prove that the dozen people who had attacked had been expelled from the sect long ago, anyone with eyes could see that this was just an excuse.
Our goal this time is Heartleaf Diana Sect. Its mission is to settle the accounts from last time. No matter the time, Mo Cloud C is not one that would swallow and remain silent when someone bullies us.
Zuo Mo's words immediately aroused similar feelings in the group.
Mother ******. A little Heartleaf Diana Sect dare to target us? They don't want to live. We will beat them up. Beat the up completely. Beat them until they kneel and beg for mercy. The
large hall was immediately full of fury.
People from Mo Cloud C never feared anything. They had fought against Coenluan and Tian Huan.
They were proud and found it hard to tolerate a little faction like Heartleaf Diana Sect attacking them. However, since they dare scheme against us, then we will play with them.
Everyone, prepare, we will depart tomorrow. We will make them understand why we dare to challenge Coenluan and Tian Huan while they can only play with mud in the corner. Zuo Mo's domineering announcement caused everyone's blood to boil. Soon, Zuo Mo started to pick people.
The ones chosen were happy and the ones that weren't had displeased expressions. Soon, Zuo Mo picked out an elite team of about 50 people. It was not an exaggeration to say they were elite. Just looking at the membership of the team, it was possible to see how grand the composition was.
Zuo Mo, Ague, Wei Shang, Zhongru, Luoli, Sang Lianer.
He had picked almost all of the top experts of Mo Cloud C. The other people were also ones that had followed Zuo Mo for many years. They were loyal to the point they could use their bodies to block a blow for Zuo Mo. Other than this, Zuo Mo also took along the lil ones that had just finished leveling up.
Zuo Mo did not worry about the safety of Mo Cloud C at all.
Lil Miss was in charge of Cloud C Jia, and the great majority of the transportation formations were closed. While it had affected their business activities, it also caused Mo Cloud C's security to reach an unprecedented level. Right now, Mo Cloud C was truly a turtle hiding in its hard shell.
The ambush from Heartleaf Diana Sect caused Zuo Mo to be full of anger. On the surface, Heartleaf Diana Sect's attitude was very friendly.
They apologized and also agreed to recompense them. If he led battalions to attack Heartleaf Diana Sect when they had this kind of attitude, it was easy to cause all of the 9 great Diana Sects to start fighting with Mo Cloud C.
Zuo Mo was still hoping that the 9 great Diana Sect would be Mo Cloud C's shield.
It was not profitable to start fighting due to one Heartleaf Diana Sect.
Heartleaf Diana Sect was fearless because they knew this. There was nothing to criticize on the surface. Little Mo Go was never one that was generous.
His style was to always retaliate for any slights. Since they could not fight in the open, they would fight in the shadows. For the leaders of the other factions, they could not avoid feeling slightly repulsed by these types of schemes.
But for Zuo Mo, this was what he was truly skilled in.
Purely based on power, Heartleaf Diana Sect was not a match for Zuo Mo, but this time, they were playing in the dark. Wei Shang, Zhongru, Luoli, they were all astoundingly powerful, and each of them could do things like kill people and defeat cities, but it was difficult for them to scheme.
The one that was most skilled in scheming was undoubtedly Zuo Mo. Without his direction, this would not succeed.
The Nine Great Diana sect had always had a close relationship to Mo Cloud Sea, and the two sides had active business activity. The Nine Great Diana sects had vast territories, and were abundant in resources.
Mo Cloud Sea Shin equipment was something that the Nine Great Diana sects needed. The transportation formations between Mo Cloud Sea and the Nine Great Diana sect were one of the few transportation formations that were still in use.
The inspection at the transportation formation was strict, but for Zuo Mo and the others, people that could see through their disguises would definitely not appear at the transportation formation.
Without needing any great effort, they successfully entered the Nine Great Diana sects.
When they entered the land of the Nine Great Diana sects, the scenery was completely different than that of Mo Cloud Sea. Both the buildings and the people around gave them a different feeling. Diana Shio revered secret paradises and little islands could be seen floating everywhere. There were also some Diana Shio that built the temples on top of lucky clouds. There were many temples, and the sound of bells and chanting were everywhere. In the streets, what was most common were the Diana Shio dressed in robes of all colors, walking about barefoot and bald. They held staffs, wooden fishes, had peaceful expressions.
Some were half naked, their bodies like metal.
These people usually had stern expressions, and their steps were powerful.
Diana Shio were rare in Mo Cloud Sea.
It was the first time that everyone had seen so many Diana Shio, and all of them found it interesting.
The group disguised themselves as a merchant group. In order to not attract any attention, the manager and attendants were all real and experienced ones.
They frequently entered the Nine Great Diana sect and were experienced. When Xian Kong Temple had been here, this place was even more prosperous. The steward next to Zuo Mo said emotionally, in that period of time when Xian Kong Temple fell, all of Xian Kong realm was quiet. They have just recovered some vitality after development in these years. This place only became prosperous again because it has a transportation formation that is connected to Mo Cloud Sea.
Which sect does this place belong to? Zuo Mo asked curiously.
Thunder Sound Temple, the steward hurriedly responded. He knew that Zuo Mo did not know much about the Nine Great Diana sects and introduced in detail. The Thunder Sound sect is first among the Nine Great Diana sects. The best battle general of the Nine Great Diana sects is Yang Yuan Hao, also of Thunder Sound sect.
The development in its territory is the best, and it is the safest. Yang Yuan Hao. Zuo Mo couldn't help but still when he heard this name.
Yang Yuan Hao was the strongest battle general that the Nine Great Diana sect created in recent years, and was the true pillar holding up the Nine Great Diana sects.
The reason that Zuo Mo thought that the Nine Great Diana sect qualified to be the barrier that could stop Kunlun was the existence of Yang Yuan Hao.
The Nine Great Diana sects that had Yang Yuan Hao was not at the same level as the Nine Great Diana sects that did not have a Yang Yuan Hao. If they did not have Yang Yuan Hao, Zuo Mo would be the first to attack the Nine Great Diana sects and swallow it before Kunlun and Tianhuan.
Zuo Mo suddenly had a thought.
If there was a chance, he wanted to meet this person that was one of the most important pillars of the Nine Great Diana sects.
He did not worry about Yang Yuan Hao's enmity and wariness of Mo Cloud Sea. That could not be avoided. Yet Zuo Mo believed that Yang Yuan Hao could see the dilemma that the Nine Great Diana sects were under.
Compared to Kunlun and Tianhuan, Mo Cloud Sea was undoubtedly a better ally.
The Nine Great Diana sect did not have many choices. Where is Yang Yuan Hao now? Zuo Mo asked.
The steward had a strained expression.
This one does not know.
We do not dare to search for information like this.
Zuo Mo smiled.
The steward was right. He had assumed too much. He changed the topic.
How much longer until we can reach Heatleaf Diana sect's territories?
The steward said respectfully, if we use transportation formations, it will be about 20 or more days.
Zuo Mo couldn't help but gape. More than 20 days even with transportation formations, that was really far. Zuo Mo decided that before they got to Heartleaf Diana sect, they would not make any trouble.
But after flying for 2 days, Zuo Mo and the others detected people keeping watch over them. The observers were well concealed, and they had switched people in the process. If it wasn't that the people present were all experts, it most likely would be difficult to detect it.
Zuo Mo did not attack. He pointed at the secret observers and asked the steward, "Do you know where they are from?"
The steward made a careful examination. His expression changed slightly and he said in a low voice, "They are from Thunder Sound sect."
Thunder Sound sect. Zuo Mo was slightly surprised.
Had they exposed themselves somewhere? Otherwise, Thunder Sound sect would not have found them no matter how strong they were.
Zuo Mo was very confident in his disguises. Definitely.
Darren noticed the thunder scripts at their wrists. That is a trait unique to thunder sound sects. Only those that cultivate the thunder sound Shen methodology will have this kind of thunder script.
The steward introduced in a low voice, and then asked, Darren, what do you want to do? Zuo Mo thought and then said, pretend not to have found them, we will continue to do what we do.
Yes. The steward responded. Then a hint of worry rose in his eyes. He had traveled this path countless times and it was the first time he encountered a situation like this. The observers changed shifts several times.
Zuo Mo and the others pretended to be ignorant, and traveled as usual.
Only 5 days later, when Zuo Mo and the others were about to leave the territories of Thunder Sound Temple where they stopped.
They were not the only ones.
Many ships had been stopped at the border.
Disciples of Thunder Sound Temple are here on orders to do an inspection. Many thanks for your cooperation.
The voice of a Thunder Sound disciple spread.
Dozens of Thunder Sound disciples danced in the air. They wore Shin equipment and seemed as though they were facing a great enemy. Some of the disciples had staffs that flashed with light and could attack at any moment. Big brother, what has happened here? This has never occurred before.
The steward was smart and immediately went over to inquire.
Who knows?
It started a few days ago. I heard the thing was lost. That person's really daring to dare to steal from Thunder Sound Temple.
The one that spoke was a middle-aged person who had a weathered face.
Yeah, but we are the ones that lose out, this delays us, another person said.
The middle-aged person shook his head and said, just cooperate and it will be fine.
The disciples of Thunder Sound Sect are slightly domineering but they are disciplined.
They won't take anything or delay us unnecessarily. If this is on Heartleaf Diana Sect's territory, don't think about getting out unless you bleed a bit.
Oh, the disciples of Thunder Sound Temple are this disciplined?
Zuo Mo inserted.
The bigger sects like Thunder Sound Sect, Lotus Sutra Temple, they are all disciplined.
Those little sects are not, the middle-aged person explained.
At this time, the Thunder Sound Temple disciple that stared at Zuo Mo flew towards another disciple in the air and whispered. That disciple immediately turned to look at Zuo Mo's group. He beckoned to a few others that landed around Zuo Mo, and surrounded his group. The surrounding people immediately ran away in fear.
Zuo Mo hadn't thought that the other was truly coming for him. Their luck was really bad to encounter such a thing.
This one is Thunder Sound Temple disciple Liao Yu, greetings. The leading Thunder Sound Temple disciple bowed with a solemn expression. Our sect is conducting a routine inspection. Please cooperate and forgive us for our disturbance. The surroundings immediately became quiet.
The eyes of everyone in the group turned towards Zuo Mo. Translator ramblings, jump jump jump. Fong Xiang has too many things going on.
They are all important but I would almost want switches in point of view within chapters than between chapters. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 765, Lil Black's Achievement. Chapter 765, Lil Black's Achievement. Let them inspect. Zuo Mo said baldly.
For one, he was curious about the goal of these Thunder Sound Temple disciples. They had been targeted from the start, and it did not appear to be a coincidence.
Secondly, Zuo Mo also wanted to see if their disguise could pass the test.
If they could not even work on some Thunder Sound Temple disciples, it would be embarrassing if they went to Heartleaf Diana Sect and were discovered.
Little Mo Go wanted face. Since he decided to go the devious way, they naturally could not show any slip-ups. Tian Huan had heavily infiltrated Heartleaf Diana Sect and there definitely were experts that Tian Huan had sent hiding among them.
Zuo Mo had made a decision to declaw Heartleaf Diana Sect.
These Tian Huan Xiuzhe in hiding were on Zuo Mo's blacklist.
It had to be said that the disguises of Zuo Mo's group were very good.
They were dressed plainly without any decoration.
Other than Zuo Mo, who was dressed slightly better due to acting as the boss of the merchant group, the other people were attired normally. Their Shin equipment and other things were stored in their rings, and their rings were also disguised to appear like normal rings. The Ling steeds that they rode were also appropriate to their identity, all of them Ling-horned horses. They were cheap, had high endurance, and were easy to feed. Anyone could supply the appropriate Ling grasses to feed them. For merchant groups who cared about overhead costs, they liked the Ling-horned horses. Several Thunder Sound Temple disciples immediately encircled them, and there were some other disciples that were warily staring at them. Zuo Mo and the others were experienced fighters and unaffected by these Thunder Sound Temple disciples. The Thunder Sound Temple disciple who had gone in to inspect quickly came out and shook his head. The disciple leader hadn't expected that they wouldn't find anything at all. He hesitated and then said as though nothing has happened, "Great apologies for the disturbance, you may go."
Just as the steward was about to say thanks and leave, Zuo Mo suddenly spoke, "Are you looking for something?"
The leading disciple stilled. He clearly had not been prepared for Zuo Mo's question. He probably had not thought that someone would ask in a situation like this. However, the other's expression was normal and there was nothing fishy.
He hesitated before nodding and saying, "Yes.
A treasure of our sect was stolen, and we are looking for it." Thinking about how the mission was incomplete, his mood immediately became terrible.
He waved his hand impatiently. "You may go."
The other merchant groups immediately started as though they had been pardoned. Seeing the merchant groups hurriedly leaving, the leading disciple had a thoughtful expression. He quickly realized what had been wrong. The other had been too calm, and didn't show any reverence because of his identity.
That group is suspicious.
A tall disciple came over and said in a low voice, Lao Jiao said that he felt unusual vibrations coming from them.
Unusual vibrations?
The leading disciple frowned.
Yes, it was short, but Lao Jiao said that it definitely isn't an illusion.
Unusual vibrations does not mean they are hiding the thing. The leading disciple shook his head.
But it is very likely. You know that Lao Jiao's sense is unusual. Then what do you think we should do?
The leading disciple was persuaded. Looking at their direction, it seems that they are heading towards Lotus Sutra Temple. Let's first close the transportation formation towards Lotus Sutra Temple, the tall disciple said coldly, then they will only have one path. The leading disciple's expression changed slightly.
Black Sea flying route. Zuo Mo was extremely bored. Everyone around him was a cultivation maniac.
Other than the stewards that could chat with him, the other people either cultivated or cultivated. Wei Shang's eyes were closed and he was in meditation, Zhongru was in meditation, Luoli was in meditation, even the ones he picked out were in meditation.
Ague's eyes were not closed, but Zuo Mo knew that she did not need to meditate. She could cultivate like this.
The boring long journey was just like normal. The only one that did not cultivate was Tsang Lianer, but this horrid person made tea, and idly enjoyed the scenery.
She didn't show any intentions of sharing a cup with Zuo Mo. Who really was the boss? Zuo Mo was furious, but he had to admit that some people's presences could not be copied. Zuo Mo tried Tsang Lianer's idle and serene style, but it was not right when he did it. The strength of the stewards could not compare to Zuo Mo.
They were tired by the long travel and didn't have much energy to speak. The Zuo Mo, bored, could only let the little ones out and started to play with them. Silly Bird naturally ignored him. She was usually proud, and now that her strength had grown immensely, she became even prouder. That imperious gaze was still so domineering. 10th grade was a cultivation fanatic, Sunshine was slightly bashful, Lil Pagoda, Lil Fire, and Lil Black were the best at flattering him. They flew in circles around Zuo Mo and fawned over him.
Zuo Mo was very comforted.
Zuo Mo's hand felt a point of pain. He bent down and saw that it was Lil Black on his hand using its short legs to pull Zuo Mo, its antennae furiously waving. Seeing Lil Black like this, Zuo Mo's eyes suddenly lit up, the bored expression on his face sweeping away. Lil Black had been a good treasure hunter in the past, and after spending some time on Chang Shidi's hands, it should have improved. Thinking about the valuable materials and jinsher that Chang Shidi had exploited out of him, Zuo Mo felt his heart ache.
Lil Black. Good Lil Black, you have to make me proud.
If you can find some great treasure trove for your old man will give you some meat to eat.
What? You don't want meat? That's alright, your old man will eat meat, you can drink soup. Did the heavens see the GE was in poverty now, and wanted to make it up to GE? Zuo Mo put down Lil Black from his hand with anticipation.
Lil Black climbed off Zuo Mo's hand and flew towards the rear of the convoy.
Zuo Mo's mind became alert and he followed closely. Lil Black landed on the last transport boat. Zuo Mo stilled and then had a suspicious expression.
This transportation boat carried wares that were used as part of their identities.
They were items from Mo Cloud Sea that were very welcome.
If they were sold to Heartleaf Diana sect and the surroundings, they could make a significant profit. The journey was relatively hard, but there were many people that this alone would arouse suspicion. This ship had come with them from Mo Cloud Sea, there shouldn't be a problem. Zuo Mo's pupils suddenly contracted.
Had someone sneaked onto the ship?
The guards on the ship saw Zuo Mo arrive and were startled awake. When they saw Zuo Mo's hand move to signal to be on their guard, their expressions changed. The other must be powerful to have managed to sneak onto the ship under such a heavy guard. Noticing Zuo Mo's unusual actions, all of the merchant group were alerted. They were all experienced and worked well together.
They didn't make a sound at all.
They soundlessly flowed and spread into a net that had no weakness. Lil Black stopped outside the storage deck, its antennae waving furiously. But in the next moment, its body suddenly streaked back rapidly, and hid behind Silly Bird's back.
When he got to here, Zuo Mo finally discovered an almost imperceptible presence. He was shocked, his body trembling. This presence was extremely weak. Even though he was so close, if it wasn't for Lil Black's warning, he may have missed it. Someone had really sneaked onto the ship. Zuo Mo felt a chill, but he was also angry. They had just entered the 9 great Diana sects and such a great oversight had been made. Zuo Mo felt he was embarrassed, especially when there were so many experts around. The friend inside, do not hide. Come out.
Zuo Mo's tone was icy, the Shin technique on his hand ready to be cast.
The entire net gave off a suffocating presence. There wasn't any movement inside. That almost intangible presence became even weaker as though it almost disappeared. Zuo Mo was shocked.
The other seemed to disappear into thin air. But he knew that the other had not truly disappeared but had just hid away all of their presence to become one with the surroundings. This caused the illusion that the other had disappeared.
An expert. Zuo Mo quickly made his decision, his tone even icier.
If Sir does not come out by the count of 3, then be crushed with this ship.
3.
Just as Zuo Mo shouted this, a gray shadow suddenly charged in front of him.
Zuo Mo was astounded, but he reacted quickly.
The Shen technique that he had prepared accurately hit the gray shadow.
Zuo Mo did not keep anything back with this attack and the gray shadow crumpled.
At the same time, he heard Wei Sheng Shixiang shout, "Go back!"
A dazzling red sword light broke through the air.
A faint, almost intangible presence, twisted strangely in the air, and suddenly appeared in another corner.
Return! Sang Lianer's expression turned dark.
Her afternoon tea had been interrupted and she was not in a good mood. Dozens of moon crescents appeared around her, the sharp edges crisscrossing as though she wanted to dismember the shadow.
The almost intangible shadow took a turn again. He charged directly towards Ague.
Everyone else had expressions as they did not bear to look.
Ague's figure flashed as though she disappeared in the air.
The shadow felt the surrounding net open and was overjoyed. They gathered all the strength in their body in an attempt to charge through the opening. Yet before he could act, he felt a grip around his neck. He lost control of his body, and the world around him spun.
Bam!
Holding his neck, Ague swung her arm as though she was swinging a great hammer to hit the ship. The strong force caused the boards on the ship that were as hard as rock and covered in seal scripts to crack.
The fragments shot into the surroundings.
The shadow felt a great pain, and then fell unconscious. Before he lost consciousness, he saw blurry faces. The expressions on the faces of these people were really strange. It seems to be sympathy, or pity, or seemed to say, just as expected. Translator ramblings, someone sneaked onto a ship sneaking into a territory that had sneaked through transportation formations.
I'm not sure how to finish the sentence.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 766, Bird, Mission. Chapter 766, Bird, Mission.
Snapped red silk had been uprooted. This stunning news spread in the Yao underground world like a plague. The underground world was not as large as people imagined. While the influence of the underground had silently grown in recent years, every leader with a clear head knew that this golden age of prosperity was a temporary byproduct of the inner conflict in the Council of Elders. But the collapse of Snapped Red Silk still caused an earthquake in the underground world. In truth, Snapped Red Silk did not have large territories, but their skilled management made the faction a firmly established one. Their feelers reached into every corner of their territory. Unless it was a matter of life and death, there were not many factions that would touch them. They were strong for their size, and one would have to pay a significant price to defeat them. Also, Snapped Red Silk's base was like an impenetrable barrel of metal. Even if one won, it was a complex and troublesome matter to digest a territory. Snapped Red Silk was strong because they were wealthy. The reason that they were wealthy was because they had a monopoly over the local low-level materials business. The profit in low material business was not high. But because the majority of powerful factions were not willing to waste manpower on controlling this business, it was left to the underground factions. Snapped Red Silk was like all other underground powers. They usually were greatly connected to the lowest rungs of society. They had abundant manpower and no competition from large factions. Snapped Red Silk had quickly taken over almost 7/10 of the low-level materials business in their territory. Any business, if it was a monopoly, would gain great profits even if the profit margin was slim. Low-level materials were not eye-catching, but they were traded in great volume. The snapped red silk that had a monopoly over the market started to manipulate the market to obtain even more profit. They were skilled, and the prices they gave the large factions were far lower than market price. With this method, they hadn't affected the benefits of the major factions, and even built a terrifying web of connections.
Yet a faction like this had been exterminated. The faction that had destroyed it was called Black Fire. Black Fire was a relatively unknown name in the underground world, but this unknown little faction had defeated snapped red silk that everyone had been unable to deal with. It really was fantastical. The tentacles of the underground factions were like an invisible spiderweb. Any gust of wind or movement would be felt. Soon, all kinds of intelligence about Black Fire ended up on the desks of leaders everywhere. Yu Qinlai's recent days were extremely comfortable, and there was a joyful expression on his dark face that could not be disguised. He had a few more powerful fighters under his command. The struggles of snapped red silk were like that of a wild beast at the end of its life. After their last struggle had been blocked, they completely fell apart. Compared to the difficulty of the battles before, the battles after the added personnel were so easy it was like sightseeing. However, eliminating the remaining of snapped red silk's power was slightly troublesome. While Yu Qinlai was young, he was skilled and cunning. The secret pieces that he had set up before were now coming into use. Many thanks, everyone.
Yu Qinlai expressionlessly stated his thanks. Next to him, Tao Wei and the others looked with complicated expressions as Nan Yu and the others. The underground world did not lack for experts like Wu Ying who were strong.
But the people in front of them were so strong they felt fear and awe.
Experts of this level could only be supported by those large factions.
Boss support was really unfathomable.
Tao Wei and the others could see that while Nan Yu's group was strong, they were definitely not people that worked in the shadows. They did not have any presence of darkness, and their personalities were honest and straightforward like their way of fighting.
No problem.
Wariness flashed across Nan Yu's eyes. She had an instinctive wariness of these people of the shadows. If she did not see it with her own eyes, she would not believe that Darren would have this kind of faction that worked in the shadows.
She asked directly, "What do we need to do next?"
"If possible, we hope to finish as soon as possible." The gazes of everyone behind her gathered on Yu Qinlai. They were extremely wary of this young but extremely vicious and cunning youth. They had watched as Yu Qinlai expressionlessly executed more than 30 people.
This guy was a demon.
They only hoped now to finish their mission as soon as possible and then leave this place.
They liked sunlight and not darkness.
Yu Qinlai jerked the corners of his lips. It could have been in mirth or disdain.
But he turned and nodded at Tao Wei.
Tao Wei understood and took out a jade scroll to hand to Nan Yu. Nan Yu took the jade scroll with some puzzlement and then started to read.
"This person is one of Darren's targets."
Yu Qinlai's voice carried a darkness that would make people feel cold. Nan Yu finished reading and handed the jade scroll to others. She raised her head. "I cannot see what is special about this person,
Tao Wei smiled slightly. Her lips moved and an enchanting voice spread.
Song Lingshui, female, 26, a member of the Grey family.
Grey family? Song Zhe couldn't help but say.
He was curious at encountering someone with the same surname as him.
Tao Wei did not know why Song Zhe was shocked. She continued to give a detailed explanation, the Song family of New Flat Jie. It is a local faction.
Her parents passed away when she was 11 and she became the family head, the youngest family head in the history of the Grey family.
Nan Yu immediately had a feeling of empathy.
This was a situation similar to the one she experienced in the past. She knew just how difficult it was for a child of 11 to become the family head. New Flat Jie's other factions all assumed that the Grey family's decline was certain, and this included factions that were enemies of the Grey family. Therefore, 3 local factions allied together and attacked the Grey family. Yet no one expected was that the Grey family defeated the 3 families under the leadership of Song Lingshui.
This battle made the Grey family and Song Lingshui famous in the New Flat Jie. Everyone listened, enchanted. Many people had astonished expressions.
This would have been so difficult for an 11-year-old girl. After that, the Grey family quickly grew in power under the leadership of Song Lingshui. 3 years later, the Grey family became one of the 5 biggest factions in New Flat Jie. Under her initiative, the 5 strongest families of New Flat formed the New Flat Merchant Association. The chair was Song Lingshui. That year, she was 15. Everyone gaped as they heard this. The New Flat Merchant Association developed quickly and in the following years, their business expanded to more than 30 of the surrounding jie. Oh, I forgot to tell everyone, Song Lingshui is 17 this year.
So there are really geniuses in the world. Nan Yu couldn't help but sigh in astonishment. The orange-haired Yao crowded over and said shamelessly, "Is Sister Nan talking about me?" Owen coldly said, "Idiot." Nan Yu's eyebrow twitched. These two were starting again. She brought out her killing move. "Shut up. Don't forget what boss said before you left." The orange-haired Yao shrunk his head back and said, "Good brothers are loyal, I am peerlessly loyal." Owen was silent. A look flashed through Tao Wei's eyes. She looked at Boss. Boss' eyes were closed. "Please continue," Nan Yu said. "Song Ling Shui is skilled in management. Under her reigns, the Song family is not just organized, it has quickly grown. Her talent and skill also aroused the attention of many factions. The new Flat Merchant Association has some power, but compared to the larger factions, it isn't worth a mention. I heard that even the Council of Elders is interested in her." Tao Wei's eyes moved. "Do you know what is the best way to recruit a young female?" Nan Yu said coolly, "Force a marriage." Tao Wei laughed lightly. "Miss Nan Yu is really smart. There are many ways of dealing with Song Ling Shui. Song Ling Shui does not have much to bargain with. The most effective method is a marriage proposal. Song Ling Shui is beautiful, she is rich, and skilled in management. It will be greatly profitable if one could marry this kind of woman. Up until now, Song Ling Shui has received over 10 marriage proposals. None of these factions are ones that she, or the new Flat Merchant Association can afford to offend. These people should be killed." Owen, who hated being forced to do anything, said in fury. The orange-haired Yao said righteously, "Only a genius can save a beautiful maiden." Nan Yu ignored the two of them. "What does she have to do with us?" Yu Qinlai, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. "This is one of the targets from the higher-ups. Do not ask me the reason. You only need to know that she is your target and I will help you complete the mission." "What do we have to do?" Ming Juzi asked. Of the group, he had the most ideas. "I lean towards kidnapping her." Yu Qinlai shrugged and seemed cunning like a fox. "However, this is your mission. You will decide how to carry out your mission. The higher-ups want to recruit a talent that is skilled at internal management. Of course, if you accidentally damage her, we have other targets." Such a cold and emotionless person. Nan Yu's dislike increased. However, Ming Juzi answered before she did, "You mean that after completing this, we have other targets to reach?" "Yes." Yu Qinlai said coolly, "The preliminary list to investigate was 103 people. After investigation and selection based on the higher-ups criteria, there are 16 in left." 16 people. Nan Yu and the others gaped. This number surprised their imagination. These 16 are all talented, each of them is not from strong faction and are easy to get to. Yu Qinlai looked at the group and jerked the corners of his mouth. "You should thank me, I helped you finish a large part of the work. There are 8 that are already taken care of through terror, kidnapping and bribery, and another one we just got from Snapped Red Silk." "You mean we have 7 left?" Ming Juzi immediately caught the point. "Yes," Yu Qinlai said expressionlessly, "I suggest you first go after Song Ling Shui. In the ranking from the higher-ups, she has the highest score. While the final result will only be known after they fight it out, I favor her. Also, the level of this mission is Bird. I believe that you know what this means." Nan Yu and the others were shocked. Translator ramblings, despite the same name, Song Ling Shui is of no relationship to Zhe. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 767, Bronze Hoop Remnant. Chapter 767, Bronze Hoop Remnant. Bird was the highest level of mission for Mo Cloud C. Zuo Mo had set up Mo Cloud C's mission structure using the Lil One's rankings. From highest to lowest, it was Bird, Pagoda, Butterfly, Fire, and Worm. Bird level missions were the highest priority and most important missions of Mo Cloud C. It meant that this mission was a crucial mission that would determine life and death for Mo Cloud C. Bird level missions were not easily announced, but once they were, every person of Mo Cloud C had a duty and responsibility to serve for the Bird level mission. For any Bird level mission, if it was necessary, all the power of Mo Cloud C could be mobilized to complete it, and they were obligated to do so. There were not many that knew of this compulsory rule. Normal citizens would almost never encounter missions above Fire level. But Nan Yu and the others had followed Zuo Mo for many years and knew about the inner workings. So when Yu Qinlai stated the mission ranking, they could not keep their composure. "What do we need to do?" Nan Yu asked gravely. Her expression was stern and focused. Everyone else, even the orange-haired Yao,
put away their cheer and became focused. The temperature of the conference room suddenly dipped, the atmosphere becoming heavy and solemn. Tao Wei and the others felt slightly uneasy. They felt surprised at this suddenly transformation, but more of what they felt was shock. They were experienced, and they could see the great importance that Nan Yu and the others placed on this mission. It came from their hearts. The level of the mission changed their attitude. A scene like this would only appear if the other had strict organization and they strongly identified with the organization. This was a strict, regulated, and united organization. They could not see the organization behind boss, but this was the tip of the iceberg and made them feel great awe and terror. Yu Qinlai seemed to not feel the suddenly murderous atmosphere. He was still expressionless. This is a problem you will need to consider. From my position, using tactics like kidnapping and such is the most convenient. But considering that they will become your co-workers in the future, I suggest using gentler tactics. For example, Nan Yu found that she could not treat this Lord of the Darkness using a normal view. The other was not as strong as them, but in terms of viciousness and cunning, all of them added up were not a match for him. No matter how strong a 17-year-old female is, she is still 17. Yu Qinlai glanced at Nan Yu. There is a common saying. You give her what she needs. Ming Juzi had a thoughtful expression. Nan Yu was even more direct. What does she need? While she had never seen Yu Qinlai, and the aura of darkness on the other made her uncomfortable. But since the higher-ups had given the bird-level mission to him, it showed that this youth of the underground was trustworthy. Yu Qinlai had clearly been investigating and working on this for a long time, and he definitely knew more than they did as well as being more experienced. In this kind of situation, it was more reliable to listen to the suggestions of a professional. A look flashed across Yu Qinlai's expressionless face, but then it disappeared. He turned to Chai Shansheng, speak. Chai Shansheng was not surprised. He elegantly nodded at each person. His voice was clear as though it contained a power that would make people unconsciously trust him. First, we will analyze Song Lingshue's personality. She was able to save the Gray family from a dangerous situation, and created the new Flat Business Association. Other than her outstanding abilities, she has unique personality traits. She is determined to the point of stubbornness, decisive, and filled with confidence and a strong sense of responsibility. Everyone felt this was reasonable and nodded. Chai Shansheng smiled elegantly. At this time, he was like a wise and educated teacher without any aura of darkness. She is extremely confident. This kind of confidence has helped her overcome many obstacles. Due to this, even though she seems surrounded on all sides, her stubbornness and confidence keep her believing that she can find a way out. This will make her try all kinds of methods to resolve the danger present. Even though all the factions are pressuring her, she will not surrender immediately. She will struggle for a time. But let us first analyze her situation. We will find that the probability that she can break free of the situation is low. The enemies can obtain both the person and wealth, who would let her go. Those greedy people would not do so. According to our investigation, the ones behind those acting now are mighty. So mighty that even Ming Yuyi is wary. Ming Yuyi is Song Lingshue's best person to side with, but Ming Yuyi is busy consolidating her power and obtaining the support of other elders. She would only interfere with the plans of other elders in one situation, when the benefits surpasses her losses. But it is clear that the current 17-year-old Song Lingshue and the new Flat Merchant Association do not possess such high value. Nan Yu and the others unconsciously stopped breathing. They listened, entranced. In a few words, the complex situation became clear. Consequently, in my predictions, the possibility that Song Lingshue can break free is very low. What determines this is her other trait, her strong sense of responsibility. It is not good to act against Song Lingshue openly, but there are many ways to deal with the Gray family and the new Flat Merchant Association. For the future of the Gray family, I think the probability that Song Lingshue will make a compromise is high. Of course, I have to admit that Song Lingshue may be able to get out due to her great talents. Therefore, we need to work in the shadows to stop any chance that she can get out. Why? Nan Yu frowned. She innately did not like these machinations in the shadows. Chai Shansheng smiled as though he was not discussing a conspiracy but a theoretical problem. No matter how hardy, how determined she is, do not forget her age. A hopeless situation, the feeling of defeat and hopelessness created by failure of her struggles, that is enough to take her to her most fragile state. She will struggle in a darkness where she cannot see any hope. At this time, we only need to give her one thread of hope and we can recruit her. This is our only chance. Nan Yu and the others shuddered, their bodies cold. Sun Zhe couldn't help saying, "Why don't we find her now? If we offer her enough, we may be able to persuade her." Chai Shanqing laughed lightly, we will never be able to offer as much as the others. Once we appear, San Lin Shui will not give up on the chance to use us to strengthen her bargaining position. She will then sell us off to the highest bidder and together they will become enemy. Then they will use all kinds of schemes to push us out of the game. We can only hide in the darkness, but they can work in the light. This means that what we can give cannot be more than what they can. Do not ever underestimate the cunning and greed of these families. They are bloodsuckers. What they are most skilled in is using their background and power to push others out of business, but... He then smiled coldly and said, San Ling Shui is still waiting for a better offer, yet she does not understand these people well enough. They will not give her a chance. They are like a pack of wolves, cunning and cooperative. They can compromise among themselves, but they cannot accept prey bargaining with them. This is an advantage that their power gives them. They have used this advantage for thousands of years. They are familiar with everything that can be used, and are used to using it to get the most benefits. Everyone was silent. Yu Qinlai's cool voice interrupted their thoughts. He is an expert in this field. If you are willing to listen to his opinion, he will become your helper. A long time later, Nanyu spoke, many thanks, Mr. Chai. Chai Shanqing elegantly bowed, it is my honor to work for you. Zuo Mo examined this guy who had been stripped until he only had one piece of cloth left and was locked up by numerous jinji. The people around him looked predatorily at this tender-looking person with unfriendliness. Someone had managed to get onto the ship without being detected, and this happened in front of Darren. All of them felt ashamed and were not in good moods. The captive was short and the disguise on his face had been cleaned off to show an ordinary face. But there were many faint scripts carved on his body that seemed like the Mo matrices that Mo Cloud Sea carved. It was the first time Zuo Mo had seen similar things in other places. After inspecting them, Zuo Mo found that what was inscribed on the person were not Mo matrices but a kind of unique seal script. This kind of seal script already had some of the traits of Shin glyphs. It was these seal scripts that were close Shin glyphs which allowed his presence to be hidden to such an astounding degree that none of the numerous experts present detected him. The effects of these seal scripts broadened Zuo Mo's view. After making a copy of all the seal scripts on this guy's body, Zuo Mo's attention moved on to another item. A half section of a bronze hoop. Zuo Mo knew with a glance that this bronze hoop was the remnant of an ancient Shin device. The simple and almost crude patterns on the bronze hoop were the signature of that era. Also, there was a very faint yet unique Shin power vibration from the bronze hoop. This was probably what Thunder Sound Temple had been searching for. Zuo Mo played with it before handing it off to the others. This thing probably wasn't simple as it appeared, being the remnant of a Shin device and to cause Thunder Sound Temple to make such a great fuss over it. He motioned to the guard next to him. The guard kicked the unconscious captive. The captive slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he looked dazedly at the unfamiliar faces. When his gaze encountered a Gue, he shook and immediately woke up. Some terrifying memories flashed through his mind, and his body unconsciously shook. At this time, he heard someone speak. Speak, who are you? Translator ramblings, the sneaker's identity reveal is delayed. Cliffhanger that lasts more than one chapter. Lil Cliffy's evolving. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 768, A Fatal Temptation. This chapter has been brought to you by me, and Wandering Yumi of Doom. Chapter 768, A Fatal Temptation. The captive's mind was stunned, but he quickly realized his situation. The people around him had unfriendly expressions and the murderous presences they gave off caused his heart to instinctively tremble. Relating them to the terrifying experts he had fought against before his unconsciousness, he knew that he had been caught this time. I am Lao De Guang. Zuo Mo and the others exchanged a look. No one heard of this name before. Don't use this kind of name to fool people. How can someone with your skills be unknown? Zuo Mo looked sardonically at Lao De Guang. Lao De Guang knew that there was no chance today, and briskly confessed, other people call me the Shadowless Ghost Hand. Shadowless Ghost Hand. The eyes of the steward next to Zuo Mo widened, his expression changing as he shouted. He saw Zuo Mo turn around and hurriedly explained, the Shadowless Ghost Hand is a famous thief around the 9 Great Diana Sect territories. They say that he has never failed. The 9 Great Diana Sects has a great bounty but no one was able to catch him. We captured a big fish this time. Lao De Guang listened to the narration of the steward and a proud expression rose. Zuo Mo saw the expression on his face and smiled. Oh? I didn't see it, you are a famous character. Lao De Guang's expression stilled. Thinking about his captive situation, the pride on his face immediately disappeared. What is this?
Zuo Mo picked up the bronze hoop remnant that had been returned to him and waved it. Do not try to fool us. The Thunder Sound Temple seems to be searching for this. If we give this thing and you to them, other than the bounty, we might get even more benefits from Thunder Sound Temple. Lao Diguang's expression tensed. He thought about how his fate would be worse than death if he was handed to Thunder Sound Temple. The other's unfriendly gaze was vicious and experienced. He quickly stopped his other plans and obediently answered, yes, Thunder Sound Temple is searching for this. This is a token for an ancient ruin. A token for an ancient ruin? Zuo Mo narrowed his eyes. Everyone familiar with him knew that this expression was when he was interested. Since he had confessed, Lao Diguang decided to do it to the end. Yes. An ancient ruin was found in the 9 great dhyana sects, but the ruin is shrouded in a strange power field. It is impossible to enter without the token. There are 13 tokens in total, all of them remnants of Shin devices. Not long after the ruins were discovered, divination masters identified the time that the ruin will open. It is in 1 month. 13 tokens? How come there are so many tokens? Zuo Mo smiled ambiguously at Lao Diguang. For some unknown reason, Zuo Mo's smile caused Lao Diguang's bones to shiver. He forced himself to remain calm. I do not know. These Shin device remnants were found around the ruin, 13 total. The 9 great dhyana sects each have 1, and the remaining 4 are in the hands of unknown people. A token for an ancient ruin is enough to make the Thunder Sound Temple so desperate? I don't believe it. Zuo Mo shook his head. Lao Diguang immediately panicked. Some of the information on the ancient ruin has been uncovered. It has other things, but there is a treasure that no one is able to refuse. That is why the Thunder Sound Temple is so desperate. What treasure? Zuo Mo smiled enchantingly. Treasure, oh, this word make one so excited. Lao Diguang had a solemn expression. A completely preserved ancient Shin device nucleus. Zuo Mo's eyes suddenly lit up, the smile on his face completely disappearing. He asked in a deep voice, what did you say? Lao Diguang's face turned ashen pale. He finally knew why this person made him feel an indescribable danger. This person's power was greater than he had imagined. He was like a deep and unfathomable lake. The strong pressure and feeling of suffocation rushed at him like a ferocious lion that touched his face. He could even see the threads of blood lingering on the fangs and claws. It is a completely preserved ancient Shin device nucleus. Lao Diguang's voice trembled. While I don't know how it was preserved, this is certain that. He instinctively swallowed and forced out, each token can only take 5 people inside. Other than the 9 great dhyana sects who each have a token, 4 of the tokens have disappeared. They most likely are in the hands of the 9 great dhyana sect. 1 more token means they can take in 5 more people. The hopes of getting the treasure is greater. Why can only 5 people be taken in? Zuo Mo asked in a cold voice. I don't know. Supposedly, it is an ancient Jinji. Everyone is saying this. Lao Diguang shook his head. He was afraid of angering Zuo Mo and hurriedly said, but this is likely reliable. Otherwise, those large sects would not be so desperately searching for extra tokens. Thunder Sound Temple took this token from someone else, it has passed through the hands of 7 owners, they are all dead. He suddenly realized what he was saying, his face turning a few shades whiter. He hurriedly elaborated, I'm not talking about you. Zuo Mo did not care. From the words that Lao Diguang said, he knew that the other was not speaking lies. Originally, he did not intend to interfere in this matter. Others might be curious in ancient ruins, but Zuo Mo had experienced many already. However, a completely preserved ancient Shin device nucleus caused his little heart to jump. Shin device raiment, the top and best of the world right now. City Destroyer and Arsonist had almost bankrupted Mo Cloud C, especially when those top-ranked materials were all used up. These materials could not be bought with Jingshi. Even if Mo Cloud C was rich right now, they did not have other avenues to get so many top materials. Also, most of the top materials were used to forge Shin device nuclei. The Shin device nuclei made using the weapon layering craftsmanship could be called Shin device nuclei, but there was still an impassable chasm between those and the true Shin device nuclei. Due to this, no matter how many creative and novel ideas Zuo Mo and the Golden Crow Camp had, they could not forge new Shin device raiments. Zuo Mo, the leader of Mo Cloud C, didn't even have a Shin device raiment. Little Mo Go was displeased by this. Searching for top materials almost became a long-term mission of Mo Cloud C. The rewards were high, but the progress at present was still far from the goal. Little Moge's Shin device raiment naturally was also far away. Hearing that there was a complete Shin device raiment in the ruin, Zuo Mo's mind immediately became lively. This Shin device raiment was a fatal temptation for Zuo Mo. Even more advantageous was that one token could only take along 5 people. This meant that those that were able to enter the ruin must be the high-level personnel of every faction. In terms of high-level power, little Mo Go was full of confidence when he looked at the people around him. Zuo Mo turned to look at the other people. Everyone had excited expressions. It was clear that everyone knew the value of the Shin device nucleus. Just this Shin device nucleus would mean that they had not made a wasted trip. Where is the ruin? Zuo Mo asked.
Territory controlled by the Lotus Sutra Temple, it is called Calm Brightness Jia, Lao De Guang said obediently.
Zuo Mo turned around.
The steward understood and hurriedly said, the Lotus Sutra Temple does have a Calm Brightness Jia.
If we go there, we need to hurry.
If Thunder Sound Temple closes the transportation information, it will be troublesome.
Close the transportation formation? Zuo Mo frowned.
The steward explained, if we go to Lotus Sutra Temple now, we have to pass through a transportation formation. If that transportation formation is closed, we can get there through other paths, but it will take far longer than a month, unless.
Zuo Mo directly asked, unless what? Unless we go the Black Sea flight route.
When he said this, the steward had a terrified expression.
Zuo Mo stilled.
He noticed out of the corner of his eyes that Lao De Guang also had a similar expression of terror.
Is there something dangerous about that place? Zuo Mo asked curiously.
The steward unconsciously showed his terror on his face as though he thought of some scary memory. He said in almost a dreamlike fashion, about a decade ago, I went through the Black Sea flight route. At that time, Thunder Sound Temple was in conflict with other sects and closed the transportation formation. Our ship had the 100-leaf heart cloud that we needed to deliver within a month.
No matter what, it only blooms for a month. On the 31st day, it will wither and have no value at all.
In order to buy this 100-leaf heart cloud, the group had spent almost half of our assets.
Our journey had to succeed. Seeing the transportation formation closed, we could only choose the Black Sea flight route. And then? Some millionaire asked curiously.
The steward smiled tragically. At the start, the fleet had more than 200 people. There were only 19 alive at the end.
Everyone was astounded.
No one had expected that less than a tenth had survived. We knew that the Black Sea flight route is too dangerous, but that business was a matter of life and death for the group. Boss spent a great amount to invite a Fanshu experts to guard us. The steward's flat narration caused everyone's heart to beat rapidly.
Were even Fanshu experts unable to protect you? Sang Lianair could not resist speaking again. Fanshu was akin to the martial level of the MO.
With a marshal's protection, the fatality rate was still so astounding, the dangers could be imagined.
That Fanshu expert did not come out alive, the steward gritted his teeth. His face twisted.
The terrifying memories came at him again. His face was ashen pale and his body trembled. Now, no one was able to maintain their calm, their expressions changing.
A place that could kill Fanshu experts was also a great threat to them as well. Zuo Mo's eyes lit up. Speed up.
Reach the transportation formation at top speed.
No one dared to slack off and sped up. The entire group accelerated.
After flying for multiple days, when they reached the transportation formation, the formation was being guarded by battalions. The formation was also dark. It was clearly closed. Thunder Sound Temple had predicted that they would go on this path and had prepared.
Everyone's face became ugly. Damn it. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo is poor, he needs more money.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 769 Test. Chapter 769 Test. Everyone's eyes gathered on Zuo Mo. How about we move a battalion and destroy them? Eldest Shixian's tone suddenly became domineering. Lao De Guang shuddered.
It really was intimidating to hear these words.
That was Thunder Sound Temple, the first of the 9 great Dhyana sects. Where were these people from? Lao De Guang felt more and more anxious.
Zuo Mo thought and then said, it is not difficult to defeat Thunder Sound Temple, and only that Yang Yuan Hao will be slightly troublesome.
But it will not be easy for us after doing that. Eldest Shixian was just casually mentioning it. He usually did not participate in Mo Cloud C strategy meetings. He was not interested in these matters, and was obsessed with his sword path. Also, he trusted Zuo Mo's abilities in this area, not to mention that Zuo Mo also had a freak like Lil Mississippi. The reason that he had even spoken up was out of worry for Zuo Mo's safety. He naturally did not think much of the Black Sea flight route.
He believed that as long as he had his sword nothing could impede him.
But Zuo Mo was not the same as him.
While he knew that Zuo Mo was not weaker than himself, and was even stronger in Shin power, he still did not want to see Shidi be placed in danger. Zuo Mo's gaze swept across the thunder sound battalions around the transportation formations. Just like eldest Shi Xiang had said, other than getting a battalion to come, there really was no good solution. It was not difficult to publicly break through the battalion, but opening a closed transportation formation was a difficult matter.
There were only some things that could only be carried out in secret.
They could not be seen breaking their ties in public.
If they really broke ties publicly with Thunder Sound Temple, then Zuo Mo's strategy of the relying on the 9 great Diana sect resisting Tianhuan and Kunlun would be over.
While a Shin device Raymond was something rare, but Mo Cloud C already possessed 3 Shin device Raymonds, and having one more did not affect Mo Cloud C's development and strategy.
Thunder Sound Temple was the head of the 9 great Diana sect and had great influence amongst them. It could sway the decisions of the 9 great Diana sects. In a few moments, Zuo Mo made a decision.
The group was quickly noticed by the disciples of Thunder Sound Temple. They had received orders to close the transportation formation and search for suspicious people. This group in front of them was suspicious. Zuo Mo saw the others about to surround them. He did not want to strain relations with the Thunder Sound Temple and said in a low voice, "Head for the Black Sea flight route." The steward's face paled, but he did not make a sound. He gritted his teeth and flew in the direction of the Black Sea flight route.
Lao De Guang's face was completely void of color as he said in a trembling voice, We really have to go the Black Sea flight route?
Please no, that is a path to death, that.
Lao De Guang's voice trailed off in a sob. Everyone ignored him.
Wei Shang smiled and said, "After your warning, I'm more interested in this Black Sea flight route." Wei Shang had been worried about any threat to Zuo Mo's life, but since Zuo Mo had decided, he stopped all other thoughts. He only decided that all he had to do was protect Shidi. Everyone else had anticipatory expressions. For elites like them that had slaughtered their way out of mountains of corpses, not even the most dangerous path could cause their minds to waver. It aroused their fighting spirit.
Fanshu. Even Fanshu will die. Lao De Guang wailed. Fanshu.
Everyone exchanged looks and smiled.
Even a person as calm and silent as Zong Ru couldn't help but grin. What are you crying about?
Sang Lianer gave the other a kic, "You are a man, have some courage." The competition among the Mo was fierce and Mo females mostly liked masculine and dominant men. So when Sang Lianer saw Lao De Guang act like this, she immediately felt displeased. Seeing the people around him, Zuo Mo felt some spirit rise. Some of his worry disappeared. He said with a smile, "We will explore this Black Sea flight route that is said to be peerlessly dangerous, and see just how dangerous it is."
The disciples of Thunder Sound Temple gaped. This troop actually flew in the direction of the Black Sea flight route. East Spring Jia was lost, all of Quan Pei's troops were lost. These two events shook the Mo martial alliance. If people had just felt threatened before, then the 2 successive defeats caused them to feel as though there was a blade pointing at their hearts. Bone-aching coldness caused them to have goosebumps. Hai Jinyan finally saw Shang Yushang arrive.
This news caused the higher-ups in the Mo martial alliance to feel uplifted. The meetup of the 2 great battle generals was like an anchor. It caused them to be filled with hope about the victory of the fight. This war had come so suddenly without any warning. Even the Mo martial alliance did not know even now why Mo Cloud C had started this war.
Theoretically, the 2 sides did not have any conflicts.
In truth, before the war started, the 2 had many business ties. Why had Mo Cloud C started this fight? What was their goal? These riddles caused them to become the reactive party during decision-making. Bihan was also cunning and he did not expose their goal. They could only constantly send more battalions to the front lines. What was fortunate was that Mo Cloud C had not started an all-out war. Many battalions had come, but for the Mo martial alliance, the only advantage they were sure of was the number of battalions. Also, when they studied carefully, they quickly found that Bihan did have weaknesses. The battalions under his command had been sent to different places. Other than the Tangzi battalion which had been sent to take Eastern Spring Jia, the goals of the others were unknown. However, everyone in the Mo martial alliance believed that the other battalions were not as strong as Sin battalion.
Without realizing it, Bihan was now alone. No matter how strong he was alone. If a lone army like this was surrounded, it was a death sentence. Without the ability to move, without reinforcement, the lone army was like a fish on the chopping block. The Mo martial alliance had many battalions. Just with sheer numbers, they could grind Bihan to death. This suddenly discovery caused all of the higher-ups in the Mo martial alliance to become excited.
Compared to killing a top battle general like Bihan, losing Eastern Spring and the death of Quan Pei Battalion was nothing.
Everyone believed that if Hai Jin Yun and Shang Yusheng managed to grapple with Bihan, then what waited for Bihan was death on the battlefield.
The disappearance of Bihan after defeating Quan Pei did not cause them to be at a loss. Almost everyone thought that after Bihan struck opening blow, he would have to attack them one by one. The merging of forces between the two battle generals allowed the Mo Martial Alliance to gain the strategic initiative. They could force Bihan to fight them together. Right now, they only had to advance step by step. They could not give Bihan the chance to make an ambush and they would not lose this initiative. Hai Jin Yun and Shang Yusheng were also full of confidence. Bihan's disappearance in their view implied that Bihan was not confident enough to fight them openly. He wanted to avoid their forces and search for opportunities. They would immediately attack Ma Fan Battalion when Bihan appeared somewhere else to completely cut off Bihan's retreat. If Bihan's retreat was cut off, he would truly become a trapped beast. Any of his struggles would be futile. In front of an ocean of cannon fodder, the elite Sin Battalion would be like a lion tied up and would fall to a pack of wolves. Yet Bihan was more composed and patient than they imagined. Up until now, they still hadn't found any races of Bihan and Sin Battalion. Hai Jin Yun had a fiery temper, but he was not in a rush right now. Shang Yusheng was methodically eating the delicious food in front of him with a serious expression. Shang Yusheng had pale skin. Supposedly, he had always been laughed at by the Mo battalions that admired strength for this trait. He had been called a boy toy. He was also a slow speaker. This was because he had a stuttering ailment in childhood. He had also been laughed at due to this. But no one dared to laugh at him now. Unlike Hai Jin Yun's fiery temple, Shang Yusheng was slow and gentle in personality, methodical in everything he did, and appeared as though he would not care if the sky was falling. Due to this, Hai Jin Yun would never had a temper when he encountered Shang Yusheng. Because no matter how he raged, Shang Yusheng would only smile at him, never argue, and then occasionally say a few words. The two had a good relationship. Unlike Geng Zishi, they were not famous before Shin Power's appearance, and had not been content. Their similar backgrounds and their experiences caused them to be close friends. I don't believe that Bihan cannot see his weakness, Hai Jin Yun said gravely. His faint gold face was slightly serious.
He definitely has other plans.
He should not have made a mistake like this. Even though they appeared to have the strategic initiative, they were not as excited as the higher-ups. The other was not a normal battle general. They were the ones directly feeling the pressure of Bihan, and they were more careful. Shang Yusheng had finished eating this time. He used a cloth to wipe the corner of his mouth before speaking.
Of course he would not make a mistake like this. Then what are his intentions? Hai Jin Yun asked in a deep voice. I don't know.
Shang Yusheng was docile like a goldfish blowing bubbles. Maybe he will head directly for the center, or he is trying to confuse us.
Who knows? Hai Jin Yun immediately glared and increased his volume. Can you not take this seriously? I am taking this serious.
Shang Yusheng spoke so slow that Hai Jin Yun almost went crazy. He was slow that every word was said by itself.
But there is no use in just taking it serious. He is Bihan. If we try to guess his thoughts, we will lose. Hai Jin Yun's furious expression quickly dissipated.
The two were close and he immediately understood Shang Yusheng's meaning.
You mean that we will be unchanging to face all changes?
Yes.
Shang Yusheng said. He paused.
A cunning light flashed through his eyes before he said slowly.
However, we can test him. How? Hai Jin Yun's eyes lit up. He felt as though he didn't have any place to expend his energy since he could not find Binan. Ma Fan Battalion.
Shang Yusheng slowly said.
Hai Jin Yun immediately reacted, a smile on his face. Yes. How can Bihan not know the danger of his retreat being cut off? He will definitely have other intentions. Then we will go test him. There are two people who are idle. We can let them try. Translator ramblings, it's always good to keep the enemy confused.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 770, A Green Silk. Chapter 770, A Green Silk. They've come.
Nian Lu said with a depressed expression, 2 Mo marshals, a great army.
I suddenly feel the pressure is great.
Laying on his back, head cushioned on his arms, Ma Fan chewed on a stalk of grass as he stared in a daze at the sky.
He seemed to not hear what Nian Lu had said. Lei Peng rumbled out, Do you know why you feel like this? Nian Lu stilled and asked curiously, Why?
Lei Peng used his large fists to beat his steel-like chest and said proudly, "Because you are too small. Only a man of steel like myself can remain composed even if Mount Tai collapses. So we can use the words big-chested and brainless to describe you."
Nian Lu retaliated.
Lei Peng said proudly, "The greatest tragedy is to look like a female but be flat-chested."
Nian Lu was furious. "You look like a female. I am handsome. You have no taste and accuse others. I think that you don't want to leave, but..."
Lei Peng curled his pinky and said with a snicker, "Come.
Let's fight. If you don't, you're a girl."
The furious Nian Lu howled, "You're a girl." The two started to fight without another word. Ma Fan chewed his grass and ignored the two fighting furiously around him. He looked idly at the sky with an expression of pleasure. Moments later, he stood up and spat out the grass in his mouth. He dusted off his clothes and said lazily, "Let's go, stop playing around, we need to work.
2 marshals have come a long way, we need to give them some face, we cannot let them leave disappointed." The surrounding battalion members puffed out their chests.
Each of them had excited expressions. There were many people among them that had followed Ma Fan to fight Su Kong Temple, but Ma Fan battalion was much stronger than they were in the past. Looking at his members, Ma Fan smiled freely. He was full of confidence.
Bring, bring, bring. Sharp alarms constantly started to sound.
This meant that the enemy were within 300 li of them. In the sky, scouts were flying at high speed, some of them landing and others taking off. The defense line made from seal formations started to light up and the battalion members started to move at high speed.
The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. The battle was about to start at any moment.
The roiling Black Sea was endless.
The inky Black Sea water gave off a unique odor that was noxious. Even weirder was that the odor was extremely permeable. Even though they stayed inside the transportation ships, that faint odor could not be avoided. The Black Sea moved relentlessly as though there were monsters moving beneath.
The strong wind on the surface was as sharp as blades.
Those that were slightly weaker could not leave the ship's cabin.
Zuo Mo and the others stood at the front of the boat, ignoring the howling wind.
Such a strong wind. San Lianer sighed in surprise.
Her long hair danced in the wind like black snakes. Her floor-length red dress did not move at all and made her seem weirdly beautiful.
It really is rare. Wei Shang nodded.
When the wind came near him, it would silently disappear.
Zuo Mo rubbed his chin and looked around.
He murmured to himself, "If we can find astral fiends in here, they would be high grade." He motioned towards the sea, and a dragon of water rose out.
It flew in front of Zuo Mo and turned into a black ball of water.
After inspecting the black ball of water, Zuo Mo said thoughtfully, "This black water is very strange and is full of yin energy."
"There is nothing in the water, but why is it black?"
He handed the water ball to Lil Pagoda.
Lil Pagoda's head shook like a rattledrum. It clearly disliked the black water. Zuo Mo was even more puzzled. Lil Pagoda had digest yin-yang and the 5 elements, meaning it could digest almost everything. Theoretically, no matter what kind of water it was, and because water was within the 5 element, as it should be within the boundaries of what Lil Pagoda could absorb.
But Lil Pagoda expressed a rare repulsion.
This guy was not a picky eater.
Something that even a glutton who ate everything did not like. This was interesting. Suddenly, Zhongru opened his eyes, his dried-out finger pointing in a direction.
"What is that?" Everyone looked along Zhongru's finger and all showed surprise.
Not far away in the sky, a thin green strand floating in the air. This green strange was extremely thin and difficult to detect if one did not look closely.
The strong wind did not damage it at all.
The green strange moved along the wind.
No one could name it.
Even a fanatic about treasure like Zuo Mo could not recognize what that green strand really was. Suddenly, Zuo Mo felt a slight pain on his hand. He looked down and saw Lil Black on his hand furiously waving its antennae.
Zuo Mo stilled and then had an expression of ecstasy. Treasure. It definitely was some treasure. Fly in that direction. Zuo Mo promptly shouted at the top of his lungs.
Hearing his command, the transportation ship immediately turned and flew in the direction of the green strand.
Wei Shang and the others knew little Mo go well. Something that could make little Mo go this excited was definitely outstanding.
Anticipation flashed across their faces. It did not seem far yet the ship flew for a full 2 hours. When they flew closer, everyone found that the green strand was even longer than they had imagined, about 7 or 8 li long.
It waved in the air like a stalk of seagrass.
Just as they were about to go near, the green strand seemed to feel danger.
Its slowly swaying body suddenly shook.
Everyone felt a green light crescent suddenly released by the green strange and flashed towards the ship. Wei Shang's eyes lit up from where he was at the front of the ship. The god-killing blood sword appeared in his hand. Great attack! The god-killing blood sword shook and a red sword energy charged towards the green light crescent at an even faster speed. The green and red energies accurately collided. Boom! It was like the roar of thunder, and a great gust of air spread. The ship shook and was pushed multiple zhang back. Wei Shang showed slight surprise. He knew just how powerful his sword strike was. That green energy rivaled it. The green string trembled fiercely. Green energies rained down. Wei Shang's eyes suddenly became the color of blood. Marks of blood formed on the surface of the god-killing blood sword. He raised his face to look at the storm of green energies and howled. A dot of red light expanded, and the sword energy came out of nowhere. The red light was like the leader of a flock of birds. Threads of blood-red sword essence came behind it like a cloud of red birds. In a blink, the pitch of the howl suddenly increased, the flocks of birds turning into an angry tide. The hissing turned into a scalp-numbing roar. The red and the green tides collided. In the sky, countless blinding dots of light lit up like stars shining. It was a beautiful and spectacular scene that made people unconsciously hold their breath. It was even more beautiful in this deathly serenity. A breath later, the enormous wave of sound and air finally swallowed the group. The deck under Wei Shang's feet turned into powder, but he did not move at all. He seemed to be fixed in the air. On his upraised face, that pair of glowing blood-red eyes were so sharp they seemed to stab through the sky. Zhong Ru's palms were pressed together. A soft Diana chant sounded in everyone's minds. The fleet that had been swaying in the angry black waves seemed to be paralyzed and then became motionless. What was weirdest was that the roiling black water seemed to have been softly flattened by an invisible hand. The surface of the sea that had been full of furious waves was now as flat as a mirror. Eldest Xixiang's strike caused Zuo Mo's blood to heat up. He had a desire to fight. Seeing Zhongru also attack, he was not willing to fall behind. Just as he was about to act, he suddenly saw a blurry figure appear next to the green stand and was astounded. A Guei! Unusually, a Guei was completely armored with the undying ghost. The gray crystal bone armor covered all of her body and made her seem like a gray shadow. She appeared like a ghost near the green strand. Yet what she did next made Zuo Mo jump and fight. She reached towards the green strand. Careful! Zuo Mo's expression changed drastically. While he did not know what the green strand was, but its malevolent nature had already been displayed. This was something that could rival eldest Xixiang. They had only gone one round, it was still extremely dangerous. A Guei's action was too rash. In a panic, Zuo Mo shot towards the green strand and a Guei in the sky. The green strand seemed to also detect danger, and trembled fiercely. Several green lights shot towards a Guei. A Guei's body disappeared again and all of the green energies missed. Immediately after, a Guei's hand suddenly appeared out of nowhere and grasped the green thread. The green strand froze. Gray mist flowed out of a Guei's hand and the gray color quickly spread along the green strand at a visible rate towards both ends. In a blink, the green strand became half green, half gray. The presence of death seemed to have leaked out of hell. Even from far away, everyone still felt as though they were in a graveyard. The gray energy of death caused everything living in the surroundings to quickly wither. Zuo Mo was astounded. It was the first time that he had seen this attack from a Guei. The undying Shin power should not have such a thick gray and corroding presence, it was a Guei's undying ghost. Zuo Mo had studied the undying ghost for a long time, but it was difficult for him to understand many parts. He had never found this death energy before. Gray, death, dissipating, void. The feelings that this presence gave Zuo Mo caused his heart to beat wildly. He was an experienced person. There had been countless fiend souls on the sealed extinction battlefield, but they did not give such a strong feeling of danger like this gray death energy. Zuo Mo believed that even if it was just a brush of the gray mist, everything below 8th grade would immediately turn to dust and completely dissipate. At this time, a grieving consciousness begging for mercy suddenly appeared in everyone's minds. Everyone was surprised. Zuo Mo's pupils suddenly expanded. Translator ramblings, the strongest of the group, Guei. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 771, Treasure Seeking. Chapter 771, Treasure Seeking. Sect Leader, these are 3 of my good friends, Fairy Lining, Long Wan, Wan Yuxian. With their help, I believe that there will be no problems with our trip to the ruins this time. Elder Su said respectfully. The sect leader's gaze swept across the trio. In front of him, the female and 2 males stood together. The female was beautiful with bright eyes, white teeth, and fine pale skin. One of the males was brawny, and had skin as black as coal with bright eyes. The other was dressed like a middle-aged scholar. His hand held a fan, and his eyes flashed with light. The sect leader nodded inwardly. These three were strong, especially that middle-aged scholar who was the strongest of the trio. The other was probably just a sliver weaker than himself. Heartleaf Diana Temple had pitifully few experts. Other than himself and Elder Su, the others were not of any renown. But with these three strong reinforcements, he couldn't help but have more hope about the trip to the ruins this time. We will trouble you on this trip. If there are any gains on this trip, our sect will have other methods of compensation. The sect leader said seriously. Sect leader is too polite. The one that spoke was Ruan Yuxian. He waved his fan. His voice was light as he said, Brother Su and I have been friends for decades and are like brothers. We will not refuse Brother Su's request. Also, we cannot turn down the offer that sect leader has made. Lining smiled. Long Guang was motionless like granite. The sect leader laughed upon hearing this. He had a good impression of Ruan Yuxian. He said, Brother Yuan is charming. We are early, your residences have been arranged. If you have anything you need, please speak. If I am absent, find Elder Su. You are good friends, do not be courteous. Ruan Yuxian and the others stated their thanks. A disciple quickly ushered the three away. When there was only the sect leader and Elder Su left in the hall, the sect leader nodded in praise. You did good regarding this matter. With the help of these three people, maybe we can come back with 1 or 2 treasures. Elder Su said respectfully, this is because sect leader is decisive that this matter is successful. These three usually are proud. If they did not see sect leader's courage and wisdom, would they have agreed? The sect leader was in a good mood. He said with a smile, I know how hard you worked. Then his expression became stern. He said in a grave voice, this time is an opportunity to us. This will decide if our Heartleaf Diana sect can rise. We must keep this a secret. An imperceptible light flashed through Elder Su's eyes. He hurriedly said, sect leader is wise. Zuo Mo curiously played with the green strand in his hand. The green strand was extremely thin. When the 7-li strand was wrapped around his wrist, it was just a thin line, and appeared like a green bracelet. After the green strand begged for mercy, a Gui's grey mist retreated back into the undying ghost. The green strand docilely landed in Zuo Mo's hand. After playing with it for a long time, Zuo Mo still didn't know what it was. It was extremely thin and light, but strong. No matter how hard he pulled, it would not snap. What was most unique was the green crescent energy it could release. This kind of green crescent energy was powerful and unstoppable. It could match Wei Shang's sword energy. While he did not know what it really was, it was clear that this was a rare treasure. Its consciousness which begged for mercy shocked Zuo Mo. This immediately caused him to think of another thing he had, the 3,000 threads of worry. The 3,000 threads of worry could also communicate mentally. Zuo Mo tried to use his consciousness to communicate, but the effect was not visible. Yet when he switched to using Shin power, he seemed to see countless minuscule characters. This scene only happened once. Afterwards, no matter how much Shin power he channeled, it never appeared again. Even though it was just an instant, Zuo Mo still was able to memorize those characters. Zuo Mo then found that the green strand contained faint Shin power that allowed it to channel Shin power. Zuo Mo tried. The green strand could tolerate as much Shin power as he could put in. It had to be said that anything that could hold up under such pure Shin power was a treasure at present. This kind of treasure was suitable to forging Shin device raiments. Zuo Mo also suspected that this green strand was something from the ancient era. Zuo Mo's thoughts moved. A thread of Shin power was channeled in, and the green strand bracelet on his wrist suddenly released a string of green energies. They flew into the Black Sea. The green energy was an offensive Shin technique. While it was not a perfect Shin technique, Zuo Mo was certain of this. When the green strand was completely uncoiled to its 7-li length and its body floated in the air, an unique feeling came from the green strand on his hand. As its body continued to tremble, it was like an invisible hand that constantly absorbed power from the surroundings. Then through an unique transformation, the power was released as the green energy. Such a strange thing. Zuo Mo couldn't help but tsk in wonder. It was the first time he saw something so unique. The Black Sea flight route had such a dangerous thing. No wonder even Fanshu Shouja would die. It was not hard to understand how a Fanshu Shouja of the past that cultivated Ling power would be killed if they were the least bit careless. Zuo Mo's interest in the Black Sea grew. This unique and unfathomable black-colored sea was endless. Its environment was terrible and filled with danger. But from the opposite viewpoint, if it wasn't for this dangerous environment and those mysterious dangerous beings, this place would have been searched from top to bottom by those large sections. Dangerous things like the green strand that could release Shin techniques were an impossible obstacle to the Xiuxia of the Ling power era. In other words, this meant that the Black Sea was a treasure trove that had not yet been opened. It was likely that other things like the green strand still existed. Those were all treasures. He also had a treasure seeker like Lil Black, a group of powerful sidekicks. If he missed this chance, it would be a great pity.
Lao Deguang, who was restrained by Jinji, was completely docile. There was only one question rolling around in his mind: what were the origins of this terrifying group?
He gaped when seeing the power of these people when they fought the green strand. He who had been able to earn the moniker, Shadowless Ghost Hand, and was definitely not a country bumpkin. But he only had one feeling now as he watched these people: he truly was an ignorant country bumpkin. When Wei Shang's sword strike appeared, his mind became completely blank. He almost suffocated under the pressure. Even now, when he thought of that astounding blow, his heart couldn't help but tremble.
Kuan Luan. The first thought through his mind was that only Kuan Luan had such terrifying sword show.
Yet what puzzled him was Zhong Ru's shout. He lived in the 9 great Diana sects and was as familiar as one could be with the Diana cultivation.
He knew the name of every Diana show that was slightly famous. When did such a great Diana show appear?
After living so long in the 9 great Diana sects, just his shout was enough to prove that this withered man was unfathomably powerful. No matter how hard he thought, he could not find this person.
Had such a great Diana show just appeared out of nowhere?
As to that brute force woman that had knocked him unconscious,
he only had one thought: how fortunate he had not struggled back then. Lao Deguang carefully inspected the fleet.
He found that all of the people who had not participated had calm expressions and maintained their calm from beginning to end during the encounter. They appeared to be experts. Thinking about his prideful expression when he had given his nickname, Lao Deguang felt embarrassed. Any of the people who had fought was enough to make the 9 great Diana sects shake. Now a whole group had appeared. He didn't know to describe them. In any case, his thoughts of fleeing immediately dissipated. He did not feel that he could escape from this group of freaks with his measly skills. Alright, he had never thought there would be a day that he would admit his skills were measly.
Crying on the inside, Lao Deguang had to consider an even more pragmatic question.
How could he keep himself alive while in the hands of these freaks? A person who could receive the name, Shadowless Ghost Hand, might not be strong, but his mind was not lacking.
Did these people come for the ruins from the start?
The idea flashed through his mind, and he grabbed it. Such a group of freakishly powerful people was enough to destroy smaller sections. They would not appear at the 9 great Diana sects without any reason. The more he thought, the more he felt this was right. This definitely was the reason. He felt slightly reassured. To speak of nothing else, he believed not many could compare to him in terms of information. He was still valuable to this group. As long as he was valuable, he would have a chance of staying alive. Lao Deguang decided to find a chance to display his value.
He had been secretly gathering intelligence on the ruins.
They had not questioned him in detail last time and he had kept many secrets.
Come ask me. Come ask me. I have a lot of information.
Lao Deguang screamed inside. 1 day passed, 2 days, 3 days. This group of people seemed to forget him.
No one paid any attention to him.
Lao Deguang felt puzzled.
Had these people not come for the ruins? He found that Zuo Mo seemed to be search for something on the Black Sea every day. Was their goal the Black Sea flying route? The pitiful Lao Deguang would never expect that the fleet with Zuo Mo as its leader had entered a state of treasure hunting.
Zuo Mo's greedy and desirous gaze wanted to sweep through all of the Black Sea. If he could find a few more treasures like the green strand, maybe he could gather the materials to forge a Shin device raiment.
Lil Black's antennae finally started to wave furiously in one direction. Cheers immediately sounded through the entire fleet. Everyone was spirited.
Even a person as calm as Zhong Ru became excited.
The fleet quickly flew in the direction pointed out by Lil Black. Translator ramblings: treasure? Treasure.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 772, Glittering. Chapter 772, Glittering.
The dark night was illuminated by the lights of the spells and Shin techniques. They collided in the air like fireworks, giving off great explosions that made people's ears hurt.
Waves of air twisted the night, and everything in view seemed to be twisted.
Inside the Jinji, everyone had an excited expression.
Their faces were twisted, tendons bulging as they focused. Pay attention. Pay attention. First group, pay attention to cutting off the enemy's left flank.
Second group, control your Shin power, do not fight too strongly, pay attention to shifts.
Fourth and fifth Jinji group, did you eat? Why are your attacks so weak? Attack at full power. I won't forgive you if you let even one escape. Ma Fan calmly observed the battlefield. His orders flowed into every corner of the Jinji defense line.
Among Cloud C's battle generals, there were several that were skilled in defense, such as Shu Long's guard camp and Tang Fei's Tangzi battalion.
Yet Ma Fan was the strangest one among them.
He was the battle general most skilled in Jinji battle defense. Because he had successfully stopped Su Kong Temple's battalions in the past, which unearthed Ma Fan's talent in defense, he had then been sent to work at Homejie, where he defended against Tianhuan's Gongye Xiaorong by relying on the Jinji forts. He had developed a great interest in how to use the seal formations in Jinji.
Formations in Jinji were one of Cloud C's developmental focuses. Zuo Mo's turtle style had influenced them deeply.
The interested Ma Fan spent a great amount of time in Golden Crow Cloud Island to study Jinji and formations. Any formation defense line in his hands would have astounding power. He was familiar with the weakness and strengths of every kind of seal formation and could use them. Also, his experiences as part of the offensive corps gave him a good understanding on the large-scale strategy of how to use seals in Jinji.
His second-in-command, Nian Lu, was skilled in calculation and aided him greatly. Lei Peng was the head of the axe hidden in the turtle shell.
The battlefield was silently changing. This kind of change was subtle and almost no one detected it among the chaotic battlefield.
But Ma Fan detected it.
The two enemy battalions were not in sync and an opening in their formation had begun to appear.
Ma Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. His voice unconsciously increased, and his orders became brisk. First crux, attack at full power. Third group, delay your enemies. Seventh group, weaken your attacks, draw them in. Third group, sixth group, pay attention, prepare to kill.
The members under his command were familiar with his change. Everyone knew that when Darren's orders became short, it meant that the crucial moment in the battle had come. Everyone felt their minds become alert, and the formation defense line immediately changed. However, it was also difficult to detect this change among the storm of spells.
Waiting for his orders, Lei Peng was completely armored. The Cloud Shin equipment covering all of his large and brawny body.
He had a golden crystal sword in his hand. He appeared like a giant stepping out of a legend as he gave off a bloodthirsty and savage presence. Beside him, 200 elites were also fully armored and stood silently.
He was prepared to fight. They've been drawn in. Big Peng, kill. Lei Peng's eyes suddenly grew bright, his presence increasing.
He lifted the heavy gold crystal sword as though it was nothing and changed towards the formation defense line like a furious rhino.
Kill. The 200 elite moved at the same time and howled together, kill.
The troops were like a sharp and heavy axe that was swung in an overhead blow at the prey that was caught in a net. The battalion that had been allowed in had never expected enemies to come charging out of the enemy defense line. Caught off guard, blood and flesh flew.
Lei Peng was like an ancient monster, unstoppable as he charged every which way.
The Shin equipment he wore had been designed and forged according to his strengths. It only had one use, to increase Lei Peng's power fivefold. Lei Peng was naturally endowed with astounding strength, and it became even greater after Mo matrices were engraved. Zuo Mo had switched out the spell he cultivated into an Mo skill a long time ago. After he used a Mo embryo, he managed to cultivate a power-type Mo physique that increased his strength by multiple times again. Zuo Mo was determined for him to become a power type. The Lei Peng of the past had a terrifying amount of strength, but after he cultivated the Cloud Shin methodology, Lei Peng's strength went up another level. Lei Peng's Shin power was the simplest, most direct, crudest, roughest, and purest of power. He had a door-sized golden crystal sword in his hand. When he started to swing it, no one was able to stop his attack. He did not like using stabs. In his hand, the golden crystal sword was like a thick horse-chopping saber. What he liked to do most was chop. Usually, when his blow fell, the enemy, rider and steed, would be split in two. When he was really in his state, he would even use the sword like a metal staff, slapping and whipping. Anyone that was touched would fly out as though they were hit by a rhino, a large part of their body strangely caved in, as they bled for all orifices. Clang! Lei Peng's hand shook. For the first time since the battle started, someone stopped his sword. His eyes bled red. He saw the person that stopped him, it was one of the Mo marshals. This time was when Lei Peng's fighting spirit was at its height. Even if the other was a Mo marshal, he did not feel fear. With an angry howl, he swung the golden crystal sword up and swung at the other, throwing himself behind the sword.
Good attack. The Mo marshal snorted. The spear in his hand suddenly turned bright silver, an extremely blinding point of light suddenly appearing in front of Lei Peng's eyes. This dot of silver energy came quickly like lightning. Everyone who was within 10 li was pulled towards this spear. Lei Peng's surrounding soldiers seemed to have a feeling that this dot of silver light had a strange magnetic force. Their bodies seemed to be flying uncontrollably towards the dot of silver like moths to a flame. A feeling of extreme danger suddenly took over their minds. They paled in shock. At this time, a wild angry shout exploded in their ears. Lei Peng's eyes were wide in anger, his shin equipment flashing with bright red light. Every drop of power in every Mo matrix on his body, every muscle, bone and sinew, gathered on the golden crystal sword in his hand. It was a power pure and without any finesse. Only power. Boom!
A thick drum-like sound echoed, like muffled thunder deep within the clouds.
This could be heard by everyone within 100 li. A shocking unstoppable wave of air swept in all directions like a wall of iron.
All of the seal formations in Jinji within 5 li were destroyed. Those with slower reactions had to face the shockwave of air head-on and were immediately wounded.
Those smarter let themselves fly out with the wave of air. There was nothing left within 5 li.
The golden crystal sword was completely shattered. Lei Peng was thrown out like a sandbag. His shin equipment was cracked all over, blood streaming out.
He was covered in blood.
At the place where the fight had been, the Mo marshal stood holding the spear, motionless. The entire battlefield was silent.
Everyone was stunned by this astounding collision.
Suddenly, with a snap, a fragment fell from the long spear to the ground.
This seemed to be a signal.
Crack, the entire spear crumbled. The Mo marshal was motionless as though he was made from stone.
Everyone looked uncertainly at the Mo marshal, their hearts in their throat.
At this time, the Mo marshal fell and crashing with a boom.
Darren! Countless Mo soldiers wailed in sorrow and disbelief.
Yet the Mo marshal who had fallen down did not respond.
Ha 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 ha. Cough.
Lei Peng struggled up as he laughed wildly. He suddenly tore off the shattered shin equipment he wore. People found out their shock that Lei Peng was covered in blood. They were even able to see the wounds that were seeping blood all over his body.
Lei Peng seemed to not notice them.
He took out a new set of shin equipment and put it on, ignoring the blood flowing out of him. Then he took out a large axe from his ring that was the size of a door. Holding the large axe, blood pooling under his feet, Lei Peng walked forward. He suddenly raised the axe in his hand and shouted like a wild beast, "Kill!" Inside the seal formation, Nian Lu wiped away cold sweat. This guy's gone crazy today.
Ma Fan frowned.
He was the strongest and he saw the most. The Mo marshal had been overconfident and hadn't expected that someone would take the path of only pursuing strength and even manage to reach such a level. Lei Peng's attack had gathered all of his strength. Even Boss, who was famed for his strength, would not choose to face it head-on.
Power defeating all methods, Lei Peng was what the phrase referred to. In terms of cultivation and skill, the Mo marshal was much greater than Lei Peng. Yet he chose to fight Lei Peng in strength. Wasn't that just looking for death? Ma Fan shook his head.
He knew what the Mo marshal had intended. The Mo marshal had thought to increase morale through this action, but hadn't expected to meet such an unreasonable person like Lei Peng. Have him withdraw, Ma Fan said unquestionably.
There was a 5 li opening in the seal formation Jinji.
This meant that the previous arrangements had to be adjusted.
A damaged defense line meant more weaknesses, but there was nothing to be done about it. High-level experts were enough to affect the state of a battle.
Also, the enemy had lost a Mo marshal.
In terms of damage inflicted, they had benefited greatly.
The enemy had not just lost a Mo marshal. With the way that the Mo fought, this meant that when the Mo marshal died, the offensive ability of the battalion would decrease precipitously.
The death of a Mo marshal was like losing a flank, but in addition what it shook was morale.
Morale was something intangible but of crucial importance to victory or defeat.
The more intense the battle, the greater its effects. Even if the enemy still had one more Mo marshal. Ma Fan perceptibly detected that the enemy morale was now low and the other Mo marshal was stunned by the results of this battle. He did not respond immediately.
The enemy was in a short burst of chaos.
Opportunity.
Ma Fan unhesitatingly adjusted his orders. The chaotic Mo battalions immediately were inundated with strong attacks. When the remaining Mo marshal reacted, he found that the enemy had grabbed hold of his battalion.
If they wanted to retreat, the fatalities would be terrifying. Damn it! How could it be like this? His complexion turned gray. Translator ramblings, even Zuo Mo's subordinates are now taking down marshals.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 773, Enemy Encounter. Chapter 773, Enemy Encounter.
After flying for a while, sounds of intense fighting could be heard from in front of them. Everyone was experienced in battle and could clearly recognize the sound of talisman attacks within.
The entire fleet went on their guard.
Were other people like them, coming to explore this treasure trove? From the distance of the sound, the other was hundreds of li away. If it wasn't for the vast and open sea surface, the direction of the wind, and their sensitive hearing, they might not have detected it.
The fleet was fast and the hundreds of li would be traveled in a few moments.
The guards in the fleet were on their high alert and prepared to fight. When Zuo Mo and the others arrived and saw the situation, they were astonished.
An mountainous one-eyed octopus was half exposed in the water. Several Xiuzha were furiously attacking the octopus. Is this really an octopus?
Zuo Mo waved at the enormous body of the octopus and swallowed. Just the portion of the octopus that was out of the water was over 200 zhang. Those Xiuzha around it were small like flies in comparison. Just the part of the body that was exposed to the air was already so large.
The enormity of its entire body could be imagined. Anyone who faced such an enormous monster couldn't help but inhale and feel as though it was an unwinnable battle.
How long has it lived to grow so large?
Sang Lianer had an expression of awe.
Having growing up in the Mo territories, she had seen countless dangerous beings, but it was the first time she was seeing one so large.
Zuo, be careful, this octopus is at least tens of thousands years old.
Wei's warning caused Zuo Mo's to shudder.
Tens of thousands years old?
1,000-year tortoises, 10,000-year-old turtles.
How come it is older than a turtle? Zuo Mo's little heart shook.
Any kind of being, if they lived for thousands of years, would become powerful.
Those that lived for tens of thousands of years, and in such a terrible environment like the Black Sea, this guy's strength. Leave before it takes notice of you.
Any being that has survived for tens of thousands of years will match you in intelligence.
Pu Yao also warned.
Pu and Wei's opinions were in rare agreement and Zuo Mo immediately felt the urge to retreat. He liked treasure, but he would not gamble with his life.
Also, the chances of victory appeared pitiful. The attacks of the Xiuzha did not cause any reaction when they landed on the octopus.
The octopus had a layer of gleaming sticky fluid. When talismans hit it, they were deflected or they would glance off.
Some would even be destroyed against it. Such a dangerous being should not be provoked.
Suddenly, Wei Shang lowered his voice and said murderously, "Shitty, those seem like Kunlun sword shio."
Kunlun. Zuo Mo's body shook.
His attention had all been on the octopus and, upon close inspection, he found that those people were Kunlun sword ziwi. Zuo Mo's eyes suddenly became tinged with blood.
Their grudge with Kunlun was irreconcilable. Shixian, this octopus is too strong. We cannot do anything to it.
Zi's voice was panicked. They had attacked this octopus for a full 2 hours and just left a few minor wounds on its body. Xiao Rujian was also slightly panicked inside, but he knew that he could not panic. He forced his expression to remain calm. "Everyone, do not panic, let's try other things. This is soul-luring fragrance, a treasure that I begged Master for a long time in order to obtain. Even the strongest monster, if it is afflicted with the soul-luring fragrance, will not recover its senses for 6 hours. Yu Ming said helplessly, "I tried everything that could be done, they are useless."
Xiao Rujian gritted his teeth.
He turned to say to another Shi, "And Hai, didn't your master leave you 100 fiend soul-destroying sword pill, use that."
And Hai had a pained expression.
However, he had already done everything else that he could.
Xiao Shixian's soul-luring fragrance was extremely valuable, and if they wasted this opportunity, they would definitely regret it.
This octopus was at least 10,000 years old, and its entire body was treasure.
All right.
Once Hai made a decision, he did not hesitate. A yellow bead the size of a bean appeared on his hand. The bead flashed with color, and a faint layer of mist surrounded it when it was taken out. Xiao Ruhai and the others became alert. They were knowledgeable. The 100 fiend soul-destroying sword pill of their sect was a secret method. The number of elders with the power to forge this could be counted using the fingers. That faint layer of mist was actually the movement of countless ice-cold sword essences. Hai's face flushed, the spell on his hand changing.
He shouted clearly, "Go!"
The sword pill turned into an imperceptible light that entered the body of the octopus.
The octopus, who had remained unresponsive until now, finally reacted.
It furiously twisted its body, shaking the water. Its enormous body contained endless power. Xiao Rujian and the other had expressions of joy. They knew that this was the 100 Fiends soul-destroying sword pill destroying the life inside the octopus. The forging process of the 100 Fiends soul-destroying sword pill was extremely cruel. It needed to take the savage and hateful thoughts of Ling beasts raised, then using an Yin method it was forged into sword essence and sealed within the pill. It would destroy the soul of the enemy when used, a terrifying weapon. Xiao Rujian and the others hurriedly flew away to avoid being struck by the octopus. If they were whipped by such a large body, their bones might be crushed. After a whole hour, the octopus's thrashing quieted. Xiao Ruhai and the others had joyful expressions. Then they quickly found that they were still unable to cut open the body of the octopus. Also, the attacks they had used previously had used up much of their power. That sticky fluid on it is strange. He Z warned. At this time, Anhai suddenly noticed the fleet in the distance. His expression changed slightly and he said, Xixiang. Other people have come. Xiao Rujian and the others stilled. The dangerous reputation of the Black Sea flight route was known far and wide that there was basically none who dared to come. If it was not for their wealth of talismans, and the increase in their strength in the last recent while, Xiao Rujian and the others would not dare to rashly go into the Black Sea. Xiao Rujian was the leader and organizer of this Black Sea trip. He had read in the memoirs of a Kunlun elder about the dangers in the Black Sea flight route. It had mentioned that the other had encountered an octopus that had survived for at least tens of thousands of years. Xiao Rujian was a smart and attentive person. He noted down the information and then started to gather and investigate the materials available on the Black Sea flight route. When he started to cultivate Shin power and thought back to the records, he had a daring idea. That octopus might be a being from the ancient era. Ancient and dangerous beings cultivated Shin power, which was so powerful it was not something that Ling power and Sword Shio could defeat. He continued to research, which seemed to support his finding. There were some dangerous beings with Shin power which lived in the Black Sea. As his Shin power increased, Xiao Rujian realized that the chance of this was great. For Sword Shio that cultivated Ling power, it was a place of certain death, but for the present group that cultivated Shin power, it was a land of treasure. He slowly prepared, found fellow disciples with the same intentions as him, and arranged the trip as well as the supplies they needed to advance another level in power. After preparing all of this, Xiao Rujian finally embarked on the trip to the Black Sea. According to information in the memoirs of the elder, Xiao Rujian's group quickly found that terrifying octopus tens of thousands of years. Everything after had proceeded smoothly and Xiao Rujian's soul-luring fragrance was especially effective. Yet what happened next was like throwing a bucket of cold water on the happy faces of everyone there. They were unable to do anything against this octopus that had stopped fighting back. They could not do anything to it or fatally injure it. The soul-luring crystal was only effective for 6 hours. After the 6 hours passed, they could only flee. The fiend's soul-destroying sword pill made them happy for a moment, but then they found that they were no better off than before. At this time, they found Zuo Mo's group. Xiao Rujian's mind moved. He lowered his voice. This is an opportunity. We will trick them into helping us deal with the octopus. He then asked in a low voice, is Shimi's circular fiend sword formation still here? He Z imperceptibly nodded. Here. Later, pay attention to my finger. If my pinky curls, Shimi, immediately activate the circular fiend sword formation to trap them. The circular fiend sword formation is the masterpiece of He Shi Shu, ha. That last ha came from Xiao Rujian's mouth murderously. And Wei said after a moment of silence. That is not very good. Xiao Rujian knew if he could not persuade everyone, this would fail. He thought and then said, then let's trap them first. After we finish, we will let them out and give them something in return. The other people's expressions eased and they nodded in agreement. Everyone knows the state of our Kunlun right now. This octopus is of crucial importance to the sect. Do not be soft-hearted at this time. Do not underestimate them. To be able to travel the Black Sea flight route they must be capable. Xiao Rujian warned them. Xixiang is right. We will listen to Xixiang. Everyone thought of the recent sacrifices that countless elders had made with their lives, and felt ashamed. They had been soft-hearted about such an important matter. Seeing everyone in consensus, Xiao Rujian sighed in relief. He turned around, and there was a friendly smile on his face. He raised his voice to shout, friend, where are you from? Kunlun disciple Xiao Rujian greets you. This one has encountered some trouble here, will you be able to help? Kunlun will give you great thanks. Xiao Rujian was friendly but not servile. He believed that most people would give him some face based on the name of Kunlun. They also believed that anyone that dared to go against Kunlun had not been born yet. As expected, the other immediately responded.
We have admired Kunlun for many years. Seeing everyone today, you really have the mannerisms of a famed sect. It is our honor to make your acquaintance. You are too polite, do not mention any thanks. As they spoke, the fleet flew near Xiao Rujian's group. Xiao Rujian's gaze swept the people on the ships and found that there was a heterogeneous group of people. He relaxed slightly and his smile grew. Translator ramblings, not all treasures found are easy to obtain. Lil Black is so greedy it goes for something big. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 774, Shock. Chapter 774, Shock. What? Hai Jin-yun abruptly stood up with shock and fury on his face. His voice became sharp and ear-piercing. Defeated? You say they were defeated? Two MO marshals fighting a guy that no one even knew the name of before, and they were defeated? Hai Jin-yun became more excited as he spoke, his gold face full of murderousness. His eyes were cold and his tone became cruel and emotionless. Where are they? Have them come see me. Hai Jin-yun and Shang Yushang were responsible for leading this campaign. They could order anyone on the front lines of the MO Martial Alliance, and they could also punish anyone. Two MO marshals leading two full battalions to fight a single battalion that didn't even have a top battle general. Even if the other had the seal formation defense line, their advantage was absolute. Hai Jin-yun was filled with murderousness. The two MO marshals had no reason to be defeated. In his view, there were only two reasons that they would lose with such a great advantage. One was because their forces were cowardly, the other because they were useless. Neither was a reason he could tolerate. The MO colonel bent his head and said with a hint of grief, the two Darren died in battle. Hai Jin-yun's expression froze on his face. At the side, Shang Yushang also had a surprised expression. While the times had changed, and MO marshals were not as valuable as before, it was still rare for MO marshals to die in battle. The Shin era had just started, and there were just a rare few outstanding geniuses that had caught up to the last era's power. The great majority of people were still struggling at the lower levels. A thin camel was still bigger than a horse. While MO marshals' position had fallen from being the best fighters to being first-class fighters, they were still strong. Died in combat, that meant they had not retreated. The death of any MO marshal in combat could not be dismissed. They were not surprised by Quan Pei's death because his opponent had been Bihan. MO marshals did not have the ability to fight back a top battle general. But Ma Fan, who was he? This person was not among the 10 great generals of the Xiuzhou world, and the amount of intelligence they had about this person was pitifully small. They only knew he was skilled in defense and had followed Zuo Mo for a long time. They didn't know anything else. Was the Ma Fan battalion a decoy? And the one in charge was actually Gongsun Cha? Even now, Hai Jin-yun could not believe this. Shang Yusheng suddenly spoke, his tone as slow as usual, described the events in detail. Yes. They formed a seal formation defense line, and Ma Fan battalion went on the defensive relying on that. The two Darren discussed and thought that we had the advantage, so they attacked. Because the enemy battalion did not have many people, the two Darren chose 6 positions to attack. Each good for breakthroughs to put pressure on the enemy. When the battle started, we quickly gained the upper hand. However, the enemy was hardy and the fighting was intense. This lucky survivor showed sorrow, his tone deep. After about an hour, the battle proceeded about the same as any offensive on a city. The two Darren thought that the enemy might have used up its energy and decided to put on more pressure. At this time, the other finally showed a weakness. Yu Darren is the strongest in breakthrough and he did not hesitate to lead his elites to charge in. No one expected that it was the enemy's trap. There were demons here. They were truly demons. The MO colonel's tone became excited, his lips trembling, his body shuddering and his eyes filled with shock. Hai Jin-yu and Shang Yusheng exchanged a look. Both of them felt intimidated. Calm down. Hai Jin-yun shouted sternly. The MO colonel seemed to wake up and had an ashamed expression. However, his voice still trembled. There was an elite troop waiting in the trap. When Yu Darren and the others charged in, this elite force suddenly charged out. The soldier at the front could not be stopped, he was ferocious, and no one could stop even one of his attacks. Yu Darren found the situation was dangerous and went out to intercept him. The two met in a single clash. The MO colonel's body trembled even more violently. And then? Hai Jin-yun couldn't help asking. And then Yu Darren died. 2 streams of tears fell from the MO colonel's eyes. Hai Jin-yun and Shang Yusheng changed expression. The two exchanged a look and saw the shock in each other's eyes. To kill a MO marshal with one attack, what kind strength would it take? They had never thought that someone would cultivate such a freakish path. Was that person wounded? Shan Yusheng couldn't resist asking. The MO colonel worked through his sorrow and tried to think back. That person was also injured, and covered in blood. However, this person was courageous and strong, he did not retreat. He changed his Shin equipment and continued to fight. When Darren died, everyone's morale plummeted. The battlefield was chaotic, and most of us were quickly killed. Then Darren? How did he die? Hai Jin Yun asked urgently. The death of Darren was a great shock to Darren. The enemy was very strong and stuck themselves to Darren's battalion. Darren's battalion seemed to be stuck in a bog and could not escape. The situation was chaotic at the time, and our battalion was scattered. No one fully knows what happened. I heard an enormous explosion, and then realized that Darren most likely. Hai Jin Yun and Shan Yusheng sank into silence. The hall was so quiet that the drop of a pin on the ground could be heard. What the MO colonel had described was an unparalleled shock to the two. The two of them were in great turmoil. One Ma Fan was so strong. Then what about the other battalions in Bihan's command? They found now that they had made a grave mistake. They had kept their eyes on Bihan and dismissed the other battalions under his command. A person's reputation, a tree's shadow, the halo of Bihan being a top battle general had masked the strength of the other people. Psychologically and strategically, the MO Martial Alliance had focused all of their power on Bihan. If Bihan's other battalions had such power, then the two of them had a bad feeling. Hai Jin Yun, Shan Yusheng, and Bihan as well as others probably would never have thought that their battle was being observed by so many important people. MO Cloud Sea was small but it was strong. They had not made any great moves in the last few years and their suddenly move this time naturally attracted the attention of many factions. The intelligence on Ma Fan's battle immediately ended up in the hands of the major factions through a number of channels. Gongye Xiaorong carefully read the report. His calm expression changed slightly. Shi Xiang, what do you think? Li Xian'er had been paying attention all this time to Gongye Xiaorong's expression. Gongye Xiaorong's return had caused a significant ripple, but compared to his glory days of the past, no one had much interest in someone that had been defeated. But inside Tianhuan, Gongye Xiaorong's status had not changed at all. Both the sect leader and Li Xian'er, the future sect leader, could see that the setback this time had caused Gongye Xiaorong to transform. When Gongye Xiaorong led the remains of his battalion across mountains and oceans, through countless difficult obstacles to return to Tianhuan, the sect leader only said, "Xiaorong's accomplishment will be limitless." Gongye Xiaorong seemed to be a completely different person. There was none of his past pride, arrogance, and imperiousness. He was low-key intolerant, uncaring of the gossip within the sect. He also became unprecedentedly hard-working. He mastered Shin power at an astounding speed and adjusted to fighting with Shin power. The sect leader's trust in him did not decrease at all. He still had great authority. He usually stayed in the sect, and silently started to rebuild his battalion. With the remains of his past battalion as the skeleton, a completely new battalion took form as he cultivated daily. Li Xian'er saw everything. She knew that Xiaorong Shixiang only needed a chance for the world to see him again, a chance for him to make his way back into the top battle general rankings. He was already prepared. So when he saw the slight surprise on Xiaorong Shixiang's face, she was slightly surprised. Xiaorong Shixiang had become low-key and humble in these years, and was a composed person, giving the impression nothing could cause him to change expression. The surprise flashed across Gongye Xiaorong's face before his expression recovered. He has become stronger. Stronger? Li Xian'er paused. I fought against him in the past. Gongye Xiaorong's voice was still cock. He is much stronger now. Compared to Shixiang? Li Xian'er deliberately asked. Gongye Xiaorong smiled, but did not speak. Shixiang, tell me. Li Xiao'er grabbed Gongye Xiaorong's sleeve and furiously shook it. The two had grown up together and were like siblings. Affection and helplessness flashed across Gongye Xiaorong's face. At the same time, a burning fighting spirit flashed through his eyes. He said calmly, Gongsun Cha is really strong. Li Xian'er was puzzled. They were clearly talking about Ma Fan, why was Shixiang talking about Gongsun Cha? Ma Fan and the other battle generals were taught by Gongsun Cha. This is why I say that Gongsun Cha is strong, Gongye Xiaorong explained. No one can compare to Gongsun Cha in this, not even Xue Dong. Gongsun Cha is equal to two top battle generals. Li Xian'er saw Shixiang admired Gongsun Cha so much and pouted, then why is his ranking lower than Xue Dong? At this level, the difference between the two is minuscule. Unless they fight, no one knows who will win. Even if they fight, there are many factors affecting victory and defeat that are beyond the control of people. There is no meaning in stronger or weaker. Battle generals are of strategic value. However, Gong Sun Shai is strong in that he is skilled in training battle generals. These battle generals might not become top battle generals, but they can become first-class battle generals. For example, this Ma Fan. With this strength, he is definitely first class. First-class battle generals are not so attention-catching as top battle generals, but for a top battle general, the one with more first-class battle generals under their command will have more of an advantage, and have more tactics to choose from. Look, other than Ma Fan, he has trained many others, for example, Shu Lon, Tang Fei, Sherdong, and Ajagu. These are all first-class battle generals. This is like playing with cards. As you play, without realizing it, his hand of bad cards has become a hand of good cards. This is what is terrifying about him. Gong Ye Xiaorong said meaningfully. Translator ramblings, Tian Huan is still around and wow, so much dialogue. Advertisements. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 775, Act. Chapter 775, Act. The fleet quickly flew next to the big octopus under Zuo Mo's orders. Hey, is this guy asleep? Zuo Mo pretended to be curious and drooled as he came close. A hint of dislike flashed through the eyes of He Zi and the others. They were from large sects, and instinctively disliked the common presence that Zuo Mo had. Xiao Rujian did not show any of disdain and said with a smile, "We have stunned it, and its senses are blocked. However, this guy has thick skin, please help us. We will thank you well after this. We, Kuan Luan, are honest, do not worry." Stunned? Zuo Mo's expression was curious but slightly worried. Will it suddenly wake up? Such a big guy, if it wakes up, none of us will be able to escape. Xiao Ruhai felt pressed for time, but did not show it. He knew that he had to ease these people's worries for them to work hard. He explained, "Our sect's soul-luring fragrance can seal the senses any monster no matter how strong it is, much less this octopus. We have at least 4 more hours. In these 4 hours, it definitely will not wake up." So powerful. Zuo Mo had a shocked expression. Its soul-luring fragrance. Pu Yao was familiar with his past opponent. Maybe not 4 hours, but definitely 2. Receiving the information he wanted, Zuo Mo's smile became even warmer. Alright, let's start. Xiao Rujian was overjoyed and said loudly, "Everyone, let's go together. After this, no one will leave with empty hands." Zuo Mo pushed up his sleeves, and raised his arms as he shouted like a hoodlum, "Brother, it's our honor that a large sect like Kuan Luan is paying attention to us. If we don't work our hardest, we will disappoint these friends from Kuan Luan." Xiao Rujian and the others had small smiles. This person had a low-class presence, but he was perceptive and knew his own measure. He was filled with respect towards Kuan Luan. Xiao Rujian elegantly bowed. "This one will first thank you, brothers. If you need our aid in the future, please speak." Zuo Mo laughed. "Ha ha. Kuan Luan friends give us so much face, we cannot falter. Brothers. Start." Xiao Rujian finally sighed in relief. They were finally going to start. Yet before he could react, a sharp coldness locked him in place without any warning. What was going on? He was astounded. The sharp killing intent burned as though he was within a smelting cauldron. The person who had looked like a low-class hoodlum seemed to completely change. His hand flashed with a golden energy that brimmed with murderousness. Damn it! They had been fooled. His head rang, but he reacted quickly. He was furious. "You dare!" The flying sword in his hand stabbed towards the other like lightning. In such an emergency, he did not spare any energy. A green sword energy lit up, and the space around him rippled and twisted. Shun power. The green sword energy contained pure Shin power. The Kuan Luan sword essence with Shin power was even more powerful, more varied, and harder to predict. Xiao Rujian was like an unpredictable shadow that almost broke free of Zuo Mo's presence lock. Zuo Mo's eyes lit up with threads of golden scripts. His Sun Shin power erupted, and the Shin technique was immediately completed in his hand. Sun Shin Thorn. A blinding spike of light like a ray of the sun flew out of his hand and shot at Xiao Rujian. The golden light accurately collided with Xiao Rujian's sword energy. Bam! The green sword energy was shattered like glass and turned into blue fragments. The fine fragments formed a little twister in the air, but did not affect the spike of light at all. The light spike was a bit dimmer, but it still flew at an astounding pace towards Xiao Rujian. Xiao Rujian paled. How was it possible? How was it possible? Everyone that happened in front of him made him almost unable to believe his eyes. His sword energy had been so easily shattered by the enemy. In Kowloon that was full of geniuses, Xiao Rujian had always been one of the top. He had a glorious history in the sect competitions. But there was no time to think in this situation. He was a decisive person. He knew that this was a time of life and death, and bit into his tongue. Blood that contained Shin power spread through his mouth. His eye flashed with a layer of green energy. The sword scripture he cultivated was Kowloon's 3 pure sword scripture. This sword scripture had not been important in the past, but in the process of being adapted for Shin power, the elders found to their shock that this minor sword scripture was actually very suited to Shin power. The status of 3 pure sword scripture rose. Many of Kowloon's disciples now cultivated this sword scripture. Xiao Ruhai was one of the leaders. He spent large amounts of time and energy on cultivating this sword scripture. He became the disciple that was publicly thought of having the most skill with 3 pure sword scripture. Vast Shin power flooded through his body. He felt he was unprecedentedly powerful. This technique risked his life but was able to increase his power in the short term, but the harm would be significant. Even if he won, he would have to rest and recuperate for at least half a year. Xiao Rujian had learned this move long ago, but had never used it. Resting for half a year versus losing his life, without needing to think, he knew what to choose. His mind was unprecedentedly focused. He pushed away all stray thoughts. He did not ask who these people really were, or why they had suddenly attacked. There was only that golden thorn in his eyes, the Sunshin thorn. The lightning-fast Sunshin thorn became extremely slow in his eyes. He could see every detail. The Sunshin thorn was unlike their sword energies. It was so dense it was tangible, seeming to be made from gold. The thorn was covered in fine exquisite patterns, and the ancient sun diagrams could be seen. The clearer he saw it, the more he could feel the great power it contained. How was the other able to do this? He lost some of his focus. Making Shin power tangible was one of the more common skills right now, but this Sunshin thorn that seemed to be masterfully carved showed that the enemy's level of manifestation was far greater than he could imagine. His mind was clear. In just an instant, he knew that there was an uncrossable gap between himself and the enemy. Yet the vast power in his body broke free like a vicious beast. Strong fighting spirit rose from deep within. His death would not be a waste if he fought such a strong opponent. The terror deep in his eyes disappeared. Xiao Rujian suddenly shouted angrily. He released his restraint over the Shin power in his body. The unrestrained Shin power rampaged left and right in his body, like a caged tiger. Xiao Rujian's body seemed to be on fire. The Shin power that existed in every inch of his body was ignited and furiously burned. A layer of angry green energy appeared on the flying sword on his hand. It flickered like a green flame. Xiao Rujian's eyes were deep like the ocean. He raised the flying sword covered in green flames and stabbed. The green Shin power flaring around the sword undulated in ripples as it traveled from the hilt to the tip of the sword. When the flames reached the tip of the sword, the green energy that had finished preparing reached its greatest strength. It broke free of the sword tip, and at an astounding speed, flew towards Zuo Mo. Snap, the flying sword in Xiao Rujian's hand cracked. Xiao Rujian's killing move had not finished, a stab. Another stab. His movements were peerlessly fast. In a blink, 3 successive stabs were completed. The killing move of the 3 pure sword scripture, 1 sword transforming to 3 pure. The 3 green sword energies flew towards Zuo Mo in a straight line. The flying sword in Xiao Rujian's hand lost all of its light. When the last stroke was finished, the sword shattered into countless pieces. The first green sword energy crashed onto the Sunshin thorn. Bam! A burst of gold and green energies appeared in the air. Zuo Mo's expression became serious. A beast fought the hardest when it was trapped. Even with his strength, he did not dare to be careless. At this time, the sword energies changed again. The third sword energy suddenly sped up and thrust into the second sword energy. The 2 sword energies merged into one. If Xiao Rujian's sword energies could be described as crystal-like before, then the sword energies now were like a furious wave of green sword essence. Countless sword essences were gathered within in layers that moved restlessly in waves. With every wave, it became stronger. What surprised Zuo Mo was the rate it rose in power was very high. In a blink, this sword energy had multiplied in strength like a monster revealing its figure. Compared to Xiao Rujian's previous sword energy, this was tens of times stronger. Zuo Mo shouted, his Sunshin power vibrating. His expression was serious, golden scripts rising off his body and making him appear domineering.
When the golden scripts appeared, Zuo Mo's presence suddenly changed. A vicious and primitive presence covered the entire battlefield as though there was an ancient monster descending to the mortal realm.
Xiao Rujian looked in disbelief at Zuo Mo.
This was
a skill from the ancient era.
The ancients' way of fighting had simple moves without too many flourishes. Their bodies were even stronger than those wasteland beasts. They had endless power, they could pluck suns and moons from the sky, they were the strongest of that era.
That was an era which was like a riddle, one that countless people yearned for.
Zuo Mo was like a hero walking straight out of an ancient myth, like the totem warrior that the Sun tribe worshipped. An irresistible dominance, and a masculine and strong energy that was like the light of the sun which people could not avoid. Zuo Mo's right hand flashed with bright golden energy. The golden scripts on his body slowly circulated, the light on his right hand flickering, and forming a simple axe. Zuo Mo raised the golden axe of light high up. His entire body leaned forward slightly. He seemed to channel all of his strength into the simple axe he had raised. His eyes were wide, every muscle in his body was tense.
A power to uproot mountains and an unrivaled presence.
Just like the Sun tribe totem warrior of tens of thousands of years ago swinging the Sun Shen axe.
Just as domineering like the Sun tribe totem warrior of tens of thousands of years ago.
Looking down on all beings like the Sun tribe totem warrior of tens of thousands of years ago. The only difference was that this was his era. Strong belief and furious power was channeled into the Sun Shen axe in his hand. It swung downward.
Translator ramblings: getting backstabbed when planning to backstab others might be worse than just getting backstabbed alone.
Also, Pooh makes an appearance for the first time in
10 chapters?
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 776, Wei Shang's Sword. Chapter 776, Wei Shang's Sword.
The green sword essence wave and the Sun Shen axe collided together in a show of brute force.
Boom! Terrifying power exploded. The light was blinding like the sun and illuminated the world.
When the light faded, Zuo Mo's great figure appeared. He held the axe of light in his hand, his pressuring gaze was almost tangible as he slowly swept his gaze across the battlefield. He held Xiao Rujian's body in his left hand. Xiao Rujian had no signs of life. The light in Zuo Mo's eyes gradually faded, the axe of light disappearing.
The powerful presence he gave off also disappeared. He once again appeared like a common person. He breathed out lightly and shook his head.
The Sun Shen axe was still a struggle for him. It was not as easy to use as the Sun Shen thorn. He could manifest the Sun Shen thorn to the point that it seemed to be engraved with scripts, but he could only form the basic shape of the Sun Shen axe. Even the shape was lacking, not to mention the sun scripts. The Shin techniques of the ancient era were so simple. The more complete the technique, the more exquisite their shape was, and the more powerful they were.
He was just starting out.
Shaking his head, he looked towards everyone else.
An ambush.
Those prepared against those unprepared, Zi, and Hai and the others were just normal Kunlun disciples.
They didn't have any ability to fight against Wei Shang and Zhongru.
And Hai's killing move, the 100 Fiend Soul Destroying Pill, had been used already. Zhongru's wish power wrapped around him and Hai immediately lost his soul. Zi's circular fiend sword formation just been activated as it was easily defeated by Wei Shang's sword strike.
Before they acted, Zuo Mo had decided to not leave even one alive.
Naturally, the Kunlun disciples' things were cleaned out.
However, Zuo Mo did not have the time to inspect them now.
His attention was all on this ancient octopus.
Eldest Xixiong, you try. Wei Shang nodded. The fight just now couldn't even be considered a warm-up to him.
This mountainous octopus monster made him feel pressure and excited his fighting spirit. The god-killing blood sword in his hand, he flew in front of the octopus and stood gravely. Lightly raising the blood-red sword, Wei Shang's expression was solemn. His presence changed, and the air around him seemed to ripple in an indescribable manner.
Marks of blood appeared on the sword.
Wei Shang's presence continued to rise. He narrowed his eyes. He was like an unsheathed sword, full of edges and soul-shaking. Thick sword essence gathered around him. The sky above his head quickly became dark. The black sea under his feet rippled outwards, as if escaping from the danger.
A deep hole formed in the water underneath Wei Shang.
Standing as straight as a sword, Wei Shang suddenly opened his eyes. Hiss! An indescribable hiss, the void sword essence around Wei Shang gathered quickly towards him.
He seemed to be the eye of the storm.
Hiss hiss hiss! The sharp sword essence was like countless little swords that flew and howled around Wei Shang's body. The humming rose in volume and surged like the tide. Wei Shang lightly flicked the sword in his hand.
Vroom.
Like streams and rivers flowing into the ocean, the sword essence flooded towards Wei Shang's blood sword furiously. The blood sword hummed in excitement, the marks of blood suddenly growing bright and filled with an eerie power. Wei Shang did not seem to detect the excitement of his blood sword. His expression was determined, and his eyes like bloodied pure glass. He inherited the power of the god-killing blood sword, but he had not been assimilated by the god-killing blood sword. His steel-like resolve allowed him to control this terrifyingly large power. A strange layer of red tinged Wei Shang's view. In his eyes, the blood sword in his hand was like an unwilling beast that constantly struggled. Sword. Feeling the world spread, Wei Shang's expression was devout and focused. No matter how the blood sword in his hand struggled, he did not seem to feel it. The eerie and frantic power battered him along the sword hilt. Its bloodthirst and madness made it unusually powerful. Wei Shang knew that if he let go at this time, the blood sword would definitely release an astounding strike. It had drank the blood of countless warriors, it had consumed innumerable fiend souls, it had grown through tens of thousands of years, it was powerful on its own. The frantic power battered Wei Shang's mind in waves. Wei Shang's blood and Shen power came from the blood sword, and was restless as well. It was a terrifying monster. If it was discontent, it would cause a backlash. Wei Shang did not let go. His expression was still devout and focused. Under the increased mental battering and emotional assault that came with each wave, he guarded his sword heart. Countless scenes flashed through his eyes. He saw the motivating gazes of sect leader in the Shu, he saw the Wukong mountain of the past, he saw his own hardship as a sword servant, he saw himself drinking under the moon with Zuo Mo. He moved through the scenes, they became dimmer and dimmer and he seemed to be walking in a dark empty space. Alone, without direction, without any light. Was that his future? A strong feeling of loneliness rose. His mind became puzzled and blank. Yet when his gaze landed on the sword that the figure held, all of the emptiness, loneliness, and bewilderment immediately disappeared. His body filled with power. The figure moving forward in the darkness used his sword to strike apart the darkness and void, used his sword to cut out a path. The darkness and empty space retreated like the tide. Friendly and warm figures appeared around him. Wei Shang seemed to wake up. A warm smile unconsciously rose on his mouth. The mental assault of the blood sword seemed to instantly become much weaker. No matter how it struggled, Wei Shang's sword heart was like an unmoving rock. Just like that figure in the dream state, Wei Shang raised the blood sword in his hand and moved it downwards. A red sword energy flashed. Vast sword essence charged. Boom! The sky seemed to shake. The water in front of Wei Shang immediately disappeared, and a ruler-straight passage that was dozens of li long appeared. In the 5-zhang-wide chasm, there wasn't a drop of water. The black rock at the bottom of the ocean was exposed to the air. The walls of water on the two sides of the passageway were 500 zhang tall and as smooth as glass. The chasm stretched into the distance. The octopus was fully exposed. There was a straight red bloodline through the middle of its body. Pia! The enormous body of the octopus fell from the air to the bottom of the chasm in 2 pieces. Poof, the blood that should have gushed and sprayed instead exploded into a mist. Wei Shang's blood sword shook. The blood mist was drawn into the blood sword and turned into a pillar of blood as it was absorbed. There wasn't a drop of blood left in the octopus. At this time, the walls of water started to crumble. The ruckus was like tens of thousands of horses galloping at once. Everyone, including Zuo Mo, was stunned by Wei Shang's strike. Eldest Xixiang, really, was too much of a freak. Suddenly, Zuo Mo shook, the octopus. Little Moge's eyes were immediately taken over by countless Jingshi. He appeared like lightning next to the octopus corpse. Without a second word, each of his hands pulled on one half of the octopus. Golden scripts appeared on his body, his shin power rippling, his eyes wide, his muscles tensing, he breathed and shouted, "Iowa! Rise!" Under the motivation of Jingshi, the power that Zuo Mo displayed far surpassed his power when he had been fighting Xiaoru Jian. Zuo Mo seemed to be possessed by a god, an ancient monster. His tendons bulged, he panted as he pulled the 2 enormous pieces and slowly rose. He finally pulled them up onto the transportation ship before the water passageway collapsed. Wei Shang, who had just finished his strike, saw this, and the devoutness and concentration on his face disappeared. His mouth was open wide, the muscles in his face frozen, he looked dazedly at Zuo Mo's superhuman action. The blood sword in his hand couldn't help but tremble. Everyone was stunned. In this moment, the entire place was silent. There was only the sound of Zuo Mo panting like the bellows of a furnace. He collapsed and leaned against the 2 mountains of meat, completely out of energy, with a dumb smile on his face.
Did you find their origins?
The sect leader of Thunder Sound Temple said.
We are not sure.
The disciple responsible sweated. Looking at the unhappy expression of the sect leader, the disciple hurriedly added, from the present clues, it is very likely they come from Mo Cloud C.
Mo Cloud C. The sect leader's expression turned grave. But it is not easy to determine their true identity.
They did not fight, and we could not prove that Lao Guan was on their ships. We searched through their fleet and did not find him. But then when we closed the transportation formation, they flew into the Black Sea flying route. They are highly suspicious.
The sect leader remained silent.
A long time later, the sect leader spoke, this matter will end here. The disciple responsible stilled, and then had a surprised expression.
The sect leader seemed to not see it and said, you may leave.
The disciple shook and reacted, bowing hurriedly.
This disciple bids farewell.
After the disciple left the hall, a youth with an impressive presence walked out from behind the drapes. If the disciple that had been here before saw this, they would have been greatly surprised.
Yang Yuan Hao. The best battle general of the 9 great Diana sects, Yang Yuan Hao.
No one knew that Yang Yuan Hao had sneaked back to the sect without anyone's knowledge.
Sect leader, are you worried about Mo Cloud C?
Yang Yuan Hao also had some surprise on his face and asked.
The sect leader's gaze was deep.
Seeing Yang Yuan Hao, he had a small smile.
Yuan Hao, you do not understand? Yang Yuan Hao shook his head. Mo Cloud C will be our ally for a long time. However, we have not discovered if they are from Mo Cloud C or not. They could go through the Black Sea flight route, ha! The sect leader huffed a laugh.
They aren't just Mo Cloud C, they are most likely Wei Shang's group.
Yang Yuan Hao thought of another problem. He frowned. Mo Cloud C knows our situation very well. How long has it been since the ruins appeared? They have already learned the news.
For any battle general, it was a taboo for one's enemies to know too much about one's situation.
1. The sect leader shook his head. It may not be the case.
Do not forget the matter regarding Heartleaf Diana sect. Mo Cloud C are not timid people,
Yang Yuan Hao nodded. Heartleaf Diana sect did a stupid thing. The sect leader said, what is the situation on the front lines? Coenluan has been very silent recently, it is slightly unusual.
A hint of worry flashed through Yang Yuan Hao's eyes. A hint of cold flashed through the sect leader's eyes.
Silent?
It probably was them in the shadows creating the storm right now.
Some people are always short-sighted. When they see that there is nothing to be worried about at the moment, they will want to make a fuss. I summoned you back here because I wanted to ask your opinion.
Yang Yuan Hao had been thinking on the way back. The sects had been very active recently, which had affected the unity of the 9 great Diana sect.
A divided 9 great Diana sects would not even hold against one enemy attack.
He suddenly thought of Mo Cloud C that was just mentioned.
His eyes lit up. Maybe we could borrow some power. Editor's note.
1. Yang Yuan Hao is implying Mo Cloud C discovered information about the ruin through an established information network. This implies that Yang Yuan Hao has made a mistake by assuming Zuo Mo's group did not discover the ruins by coincidence.
This in turn suggests that Mo Cloud C's spy network has infiltrated the 9 great Diana sects to a large extent. Also, has anyone else noticed how FX has already subtly introduced the third faction in the Yao Elder Council? Translator ramblings, even a sword tens of thousands of years old is intimidated by Zuo Mo's lust for Jingshi.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 777, Mountain of Meat. Chapter 777, Mountain of Meat.
They had really profited this time. Looking at the 2 mountains of meat in front of him, Zuo Mo felt as though he was in dream. This gift from Coenluan really was too valuable. Ancient beasts like this were rare and irreplaceable. If the Coenluan disciples hadn't used the soul-luring fragrance, Zuo Mo guessed that even all of them working together would not have been able to defeat this terrifying large thing.
It would be a problem if they would be even able to escape alive.
He had really not expected this profit.
Coenluan were really good people. Everyone moved around the 2 mountains of meat in curiosity.
It was rare to see such a large ancient beast.
They basically only existed in legends.
Because they were worried about encountering other strong beasts on the Black Sea flight line, the fleet did not dare to move around randomly on the route, but quickly flew towards their destination according to the steward's instructions.
Only Zuo Mo could butcher the monster.
He was the only one here skilled in forging. Only he knew what was useful or not.
If the conditions allowed for it, Zuo Mo wanted to put the 2 mountains of meat into his ring and then take it back to Mo Cloud Sea. That would allow it to express its greatest value. However, even though Zuo Mo's ring was top tier, it could not hold 2 such enormous mountains of meat. Zuo Mo worked hard for 3 days. The one responsible for guiding his hand was Wei. While it had been many years since he had last dismembered an ancient beast, he was the only one that was familiar. This octopus was treasure, profit, great profit. Zuo Mo hummed a tune, his movements happy and rapid. The octopus was made up of treasure. Zuo Mo carefully gathered its slime. This was a rare treasure that could absorb enemy Shin attacks. What was greatest about it was that it could absorb Shin power attacks up to a certain degree. Zuo Mo tested it, and it was so. Only when the Shin power reached a certain level of purity and the Shin technique reached a certain level of skill would the effect be overcome. In reality, it was the first time Zuo Mo had heard of a material with this property. Just this one trait determined its value. In the entire process, Zuo Mo was on high alert and fearful that he would miss a drop. He decided when he would forge his new Shin raiment, he would brush on this astounding Shin liquid, one coat after another, 100 times. Kunlun Shin power? Tian Huan Shun power? What of it? They wouldn't even create sparks when they hit his armor. The more he thought, the happier Zuo Mo felt. Kunlun was a good child, a good child. Zuo Mo started to hum again. Other than this, the octopus eyes were dried and turned into 2 black beads, 1. However, these 2 beads were a bit large, about the same height as Zuo Mo. He didn't know the use of the black beads, but he had tested it with Shin power. Zuo Mo found that when Shin power entered, it seemed to disappear. It could absorb Shin power. This was the only attribute that Zuo Mo had discovered up until now. The time did not allow for him to slowly examine it. He could only throw it into his ring. He had a feeling that this definitely was something good. The skin of the octopus was hard. Normal flying swords could only leave behind a faint mark. In the end, it had been Wei Shang with his god-killing blood sword that was able to cut it. Undoubtedly, the grade of this octopus skin was astounding. Zuo Mo guessed that it should be top level. For the great majority of Shin device raiments, high-level hide was essential. A Gui's, undying ghost, was a rarity in its composition. Most importantly, the surface area of this hide was almost unimaginable. Even if it was not able to be all used in Shin device raiments, if it was used to forge Shin equipment, they would be higher in grade than normal. Thinking about if he gave every one of the core members a pseudo-Shin device, and they were all outfitted, the offensive ability of Mo Cloud Sea would skyrocket. The teeth and bones of the octopus were all of extraordinary quality and could be used to forge Shin equipment. What made Zuo Mo feel was unique was the dense suckers on the tentacles. The largest of these suckers were the size of a person, the smallest just the size of a thumb. There were 1,200,000 of them. Zuo Mo was very interested in the suckers. They had a unique effect. Once they came into contact with something, they would instinctively absorb the power and life force of the target. It was very devious and terrifying. The bigger the sucker, the stronger its absorption ability. Zuo Mo knew that the suckers only had a lingering effect because the octopus was dead. If the octopus was alive, this ability would be much stronger. He thought about the many suckers. Everywhere they passed, all life was stolen, all of the blood, flesh, and energy was sucked into the octopus. This octopus had lived for tens of thousands of years. He didn't know how many lives it had consumed. So terrifying. Zuo Mo rejoiced. If there wasn't Kunlun's soul-luring fragrance, the possibility that the fleet would have survived would have been low. There was a kind of pattern that Zuo Mo had never seen before on the suckers. Zuo Mo suspected that it was this pattern that allowed the suckers to have such a unique ability. Zuo Mo decided to spend some time to study it. He put all the suckers away in the ring. They piled together into a little mountain. Zuo Mo knew that this was something good, but he didn't have a complete idea on how to use it. Everything that was useful was harvested and put away. But there was still a mountain of meat left in front of them. This was truly a mountain of meat, all of it was left behind after cutting up the octopus. The blood of the octopus seemed to have been completely sucked dry by Wei Shang's god-killing blood sword. There wasn't even a drop of blood left, all of it was clean meat. Piled up there, it did not reek of blood. What to do with the meat? Zuo Mo felt stuck. There was just too much. Eat it, Wei suggested. In the ancient era, if such a monster was killed, the entire tribe would divide it up and eat it. Each piece of flesh of such a monster that has lived for tens of thousands of years has been refined for countless years by Shin power. They contain astounding power and will be of great help to you if you use it. Really? Zuo Mo had a suspicious expression. Won't you know after eating? Wei was discontent. Zuo Mo tried to use fire to roast a piece of meat. When he took a bite, his eyes widened. He felt an extremely faint thread of Shen power spread into his body. Good thing. He pointed at the mountain and said through a full mouth, eat, 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 dot. The other people saw this and started to act. They used different methods, but when the meat entered their mouth, they all became alert. Shen power. The meat actually contained Shen power and they could absorb a portion of the Shen power. This discovery caused everyone to turn crazy. Right now, other than Zuo Mo, Wei Shang, and Ague, who were special exceptions, the other people only had one path to increase Shen power: cultivation. This was the first time they encountered another way to increase Shen power. The meat mountain in front of them caused everyone to have a feeling they were smashed by happiness. Without needing Zuo Mo to call them over, everyone started to eat furiously. Yet they found quickly that while they ate it as fast as possible, it was nothing compared to the 300 zhang mountain of meat in front of them. They could not eat all of it. The greatest tragedy in life was when you find that eating meat could increase Shen power, and there was a lot of meat like this in front of you, but you could not finish it. Most of the people with Zuo Mo had grassroots origins, of impoverished backgrounds. They had endured many great hardships and hated wasting anything. How could they allow such a tragedy to occur? The group cursed the world. All of them had the same thought. No matter what, before they reached Lotus Sutra Temple, they had to finish consuming this meat mountain. Therefore, they started to think of solutions. In order to increase their appetite, they started to expend their Shen power, fighting, furiously cultivating, practicing. They invented all kinds of methods. If other people saw this, they would feel as though people's intelligence was limitless. For example, Wei Shang quickly created a highly efficient method. He used the god-killing blood sword to absorb the Shen power inside the meat, and then pass it into his body. The speed of absorption was high. However, the god-killing blood sword was only interested in blood, and not at all in the meat. This caused Wei Shang to have to search for beast-defeated blood and coerce its cooperation. Zhongru's method seemed much gentler. He summoned all kinds of Buddhas to absorb Shen power and then merged it in his body. Zuo Mo was undoubtedly the brightest superstar of eating meat. All the little ones around him had extraordinary appetites, and there was still the glutton black gold seal soldier. Zuo Mo was inspired by the suckers and his rate increased greatly. When the meat entered his stomach, the energies and Shen power would spread in threads into his body. Yet even so, when they flew out of the Black Sea flight route, they just barely managed to consume this enormous mountain of meat. All of them felt as though they had finished a difficult mission. Even composed people like Wei Shang and Zhongru smiled. More of them felt lingering trepidation. In a very long time after, when any person mentioned the words eat meat, they would be attacked unanimously by everyone around them. It was like a war. Even a glutton like the black gold seal soldier felt fear at hearing eating meat. Yet everyone's strength had increased enormously. The Shen power contained in an octopus that had lived for tens of thousands of years was enormous and terrifying. While they could not absorb all of it, and it was divided among so many people, for these people that had just started cultivating Shen power, this increase was still astounding. Nothing excited people more than strength. They were full of anticipation about the upcoming trip to the ruins. Even though they knew that they would likely face experts from Kunlun and Tianhuan, they did not feel any fear. As expected, they would have meat if they followed boss. They looked at Zuo Mo with admiration. Some of the more honest people looked around as they traveled, muttering, another one, another one. As the fleet came closer to the ruins, they could clearly feel the number of Shouja increasing in the surroundings, including experts. Yet what no one knew was that Zuo Mo, who was hiding in the ship, had made a new discovery. 1. Previously stated as a one-eyed octopus. Translator ramblings, eat until you burst. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 778, Bihan. Madman. Chapter 778, Bihan. Madman. Ma Fan's battle was beautiful. Sherdong said with admiration. Winning a difficult battle was a great aspiration for any battle general. Also, this victory raised Ma Fan's fame and placed him in the ranks of the first-class battle generals. There was competition among the battalions of Mo Cloud Sea as well. Sherdong and Yiling's Grey Camp was not the top-ranked among the many battalions. Sherdong was exceptional, but in Mo Cloud Sea, which was full of talented people, he was not the strongest. There was a handful of people with comparable strength. However, he did not feel any jealousy towards Ma Fan. Ma Fan deserved this. They had fought many times before, so many times it was innumerable. He knew Ma Fan's strength well. If Ma Fan was given a defense line, his strength would double.
This was Lil Miss Darren's words, without any exaggeration. Ma Fan's achievements in other areas could only be said to be average, but once he gained control of a formation defense line, his win rate would become terrifying.
No one liked to fight a defensive battle against Ma Fan.
However, Sherdong was full of confidence in himself. Ma Fan had a field he was skilled in, and he had his own specialization.
Bihan Darren's order is really strange.
Yi Ling saw Bihan's orders and couldn't resist commenting.
Sherdong looked into the distance and said softly, "I think I have guessed Bihan Darren's general goal."
He tried to make himself look calm as normal, but the anxiousness in his eyes exposed his true thoughts.
Bihan Darren was too daring. Was this the confidence of a top battle general?
What kind of confidence was this?
You have guessed Darren's thoughts?
Yi Ling was slightly shocked. However, he was not surprised. He knew that his strategic vision was lacking compared to Sherdong.
Sherdong shook his head. Not just me, everyone else should understand by now.
Why is that even this conversation like a riddle? Yi Ling said helplessly. Look at our position, then Tang Fei and a Jia Gu. Sherdong's hand moved above the GM app, and an invisible line caused Yi Ling's eyes to light up.
He was still slightly puzzled. I cannot see anything.
Sherdong did not waste words and continued, us, Tainzi Battalion, a Jia Gu Battalion, appear as though we have no connection to Bright Mountain Jia, but look here. On the GM app, he found where Grey Camp was, and with it as the center, drew out a circle. Then he found the two other battalions and drew out circles around them. Now look, Sherdong said calmly, while we are not directly connected to Bright Mountain Jia, but the area that we are active in, and the position that we guard are like 3 signal flares. They will attract the battalions around us, and we have blockaded the path of the enemy attempting to reinforce Bright Mountain Jia.
I seem to understand after you say this. Yi Ling's expression was puzzled. However, what is the use to stopping the reinforcements? Bright Mountain Jia still has Hai Jinyu and Shang Yushang.
Ma Fan defeated the 2 Mo generals, but he definitely took great losses and will not have forces to and help Bihan Darren. You should also know of Hai Jin Yun and Shang Yushang, they are rare talents that have risen recently.
Bihan Darren alone, wait. You mean? Yi Ling's eyes widened.
He looked in disbelief at Sherdong as though he saw a ghost.
Yes. We were wrong about Bihan Darren's intentions from the start.
Sherdong tried to make his voice calm, but it was still filled with emotion.
From the start, he decided to fight 1-on-2. We all were wrong.
Then he said self-mockingly, this probably is the difference between us and top battle generals.
We have to bow to his self-confidence.
Yi Ling's eyes were wide, and he was unable to speak for a moment.
This.
He stammered for a while but could not continue. Sherdong shook his head, the shock in his eyes gradually disappearing. He recovered his usual calmness and composure. Since Bihan Darren dares to plan this, he must have some assurances.
We will first carry out our own mission well, we cannot drag down Bihan Darren. A moment later, Yi Ling finally inhaled out a long breath. This is mad. Too mad. It was rare for Sherdong to see Yi Ling lose his composure. He couldn't help but flash a grin before he resumed his usual coolness. Don't worry for Bihan Darren, let's first think of a way to finish our mission. Ma Fan gave a beautiful performance, if we do not finish our mission, we will be laughed at when we return.
Yi Ling heard this and nodded seriously.
All hail the king. We will do all we can in service for our king. We cannot be laughed at. Lei Peng and Nian Lu have the worst mouths. How do you think we should fight? I have an idea.
Sherdong's eyes flashed with a cold light.
Bihan Darren's idea is too dangerous. Tang Fei frowned.
When Bihan's new orders were delivered to her hands, Bihan's intentions finally became clear.
She had to admit that Bihan Darren's goal was completely unexpected. Niao Jun also jumped in fright at Bihan's intention. So mad. 1 against 2. I don't know what to say. He doesn't need to risk this at all. We are strong. While we are low in numbers, we are all elite battalions, there will not be much of a problem to take down 100 energy Jia, unless Darren has bigger ambitions. Tang Fei continued. She said in an uncertain tone, what will be even bigger?
Niao Jun frowned and thought hard. He was thinking of what reason would cause Bihan to use such a dangerous plan. Suddenly, the two of them raised their heads and looked at each other at the same time, seeing the disbelief in the other's eyes.
Bihan. Too dangerous.
A Jia Gu looked at the order on his hand and murmured to himself. Bihan Darren's intentions had completely been made apparent, there was nothing hard to guess. However, Zhao Go found it hard to understand why Bihan would plan such a risky battle plan. Zhao Go did not know Bihan's strength well, but he knew that Bihan Darren was much stronger than him. He was also a gold battle general, but he was nothing compared to a top battle general.
Bihan Darren's idea.
Suddenly, his eyes lit up. A daring idea that was also impossible flashed through his mind.
Was it?
His target is us, Shan Yusheng said slowly. His speaking speed was slow, almost pausing between each word.
Hai Jin-yun did not have any impatience.
He smiled coldly. He really is ambitious. TSK, as expected of a top battle general, look, his boldness is something that we cannot match. His goal is not Bright Mountain Jia, it was us, from the beginning, Shan Yusheng said.
She cannot be mobilized, the only ones that the Alliance can move to match him are the two of us. He's too proud. If he used the time difference and attack us separately, he might have a chance. But we have met up. He wants to use his 1 battalion against us, ha! He's too naive. Hai Jin-yun's voice was full of scorn.
The two of them were new talents of the Alliance. Among the new generation, they were strong and major figures. The two of them were thought of genius youths that would possibly become top battle generals.
No one doubted this.
People believed that if they had a few more years, the duo would definitely become top battle generals. Right now, they were not top-ranked battle generals, but the difference was minuscule. One of them alone might not be able to beat Bihan, but the two of them together, they had the advantage of numbers and they worked well together, they could only be stronger than Bihan. Hai Jin-yun's scorn was not just due to arrogance. Shan Yusheng's expression was still serious.
He said in his uniquely slow manner, if this is not the case, will we fight him? Hai Jin-yun stilled.
He thought and then he shook his head. No, if I encounter him alone, I will definitely avoid him, wait to meet up with you, before searching him out for a fight. Maybe this is what he wants, Shan Yusheng said.
Hai Jin-yun was not stupid and reacted quickly.
He said suspiciously, you mean that he definitely has created a situation to make us feel as though we have the upper hand?
Isn't that the case?
Shan Yusheng asked in return.
Hai Jin-yun was silent.
Bihan had been the one that had arranged the present situation.
If Bihan had deliberately done this, there was only one possibility. Bihan had absolute confidence in himself.
This is not possible. Hai Jin-yun couldn't help but say, I will admit that Bihan is strong, but I don't believe that he can fight against the two of us in an open battle.
Not even Xue Dong can. Do you feel that the two of us cannot win against him? I also do not believe it.
Shan Yusheng shook his head.
But I believe that Bihan definitely has powerful moves that we do not know of. Hai Jin-yun nodded.
You are right, we need to be careful of his schemes. His expression became grave. But I believe even more that strength is the most important in open battle.
We need to keep an eye on the soldiers, maybe spies have made their way into the battalions?
You are right, use inactivity to deal with all changes.
Keep an eye on the ranks, we will not panic, and there will not be any problems.
Shan Yusheng also threw away his worries. The two of them were among the strongest battle generals of the Mo Martial Alliance. Even though there were some areas of Bihan's plan that they did not understand, they would not become timid because of the other's feints. What any famed battle general believed in was himself and the battalion behind him. Shan Yusheng laughed, fighting spirit in his expression and his tone excited as he said, yes, as long as we do not panic, he will not have a chance.
Who's afraid of who? A top battle general is nothing, that's just because we have not shown our might.
I want to see just how much water there is in this top battle general.
Suddenly, a wave of urgent alarm sounded.
The two exchanged a look, their expressions serious.
Bihan had come. Translator ramblings, POV switch back the war.
I always thought the point of a weekend was that you didn't work, but I actually work longer hours on the weekend instead. There goes most of my translation time.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.
Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 779, San Ling Shui. Chapter 779, San Ling Shui.
In the darkness of the night, San Ling Shui was silent and motionless like a puppet.
Her pretty face showed faint sorrow. She threw herself into the darkness, she lost her usual aura of authority and restraint.
She sat there like a normal 17-year-old girl and stared at the distant mountains. The string of lantern lights were like the stars in the sky. She thought of the past years, their troubles, and how sparse the lights had been then.
The present Song family was much more prosperous than before.
She did not feel much pride, only exhaustion. At this time, she had shed her determination. She was like a helpless kitten curled in the corner.
Darren.
The hoarse voice of a male sounded in the darkness. She did not raise her head. She was too familiar with this voice, so familiar that she did not need to pretend in front of him. She gave a light sound of acknowledgement. Yesterday, someone visited Second Elder, and Second Elder saw them off at the gates, the male said in a low voice. His usually calm voice was filled with indescribable fury.
Third Elder's son was accepted into the first Yaoart house. Song Ling Shue's lips moved. She said indifferently, isn't that what he hoped for?
His prodigal son has always been a sickness on his mind.
Chief Elder most likely cannot withstand the pressure for long, the male said in a low voice. I heard Chief Elder's steward say that they received a threat from an unknown person yesterday. The target is Chief Elder's granddaughter. Chief Elder may likely remain quiet on this matter. All of them betray me, huh? Song Ling Shue laughed. At this time, her cold laugh showed age that did not match her real age. The male was silent for a moment before he suddenly spoke. Darren, flee. Flee? Flee where? Song Ling Shue was bewildered. What about the Tsong family? What about the Merchant Association? How can we care about that now? The male's tone became panicked. If Darren does not flee, it is likely. What's there to be afraid of? Song Ling Shue smiled desolately. Do not worry, I am worth more to them alive than dead. No matter if it is to take over the business association and the Tsong family or to become a tool to earn them money, they all need me alive. The male was silent. Song Ling Shue murmured to herself, the elders are too timid. If they could harden their resolves, the business association would be able to bargain with these people. Darren, what if we throw away the business association?
The male suddenly asked.
Throw away the association?
Song Ling Shue stilled. Then her brow furrowed and she sat up.
Who told you this?
Yesterday night when I was spying on Second Elder, I was caught by someone when returning, the male said calmly.
Ah.
Song Ling Shue was astounded, the sternness and authority on her face disappearing.
She asked urgently, were you wounded? The male's heart warmed.
He shook his head and said, no, the other only asked me to tell you this message. Song Ling Shue's expression eased slightly but her heart trembled.
Uncle Yan's strength was unfathomable in her eyes.
No matter how difficult the mission was, Uncle Yan would finish it perfectly. Uncle Yan was the last support that her father had left her. If it wasn't for Uncle Yan, she would not have taken charge of the Tsong family so quickly. While Uncle Yan had never said how powerful he was, she could hear from between his words that Uncle Yan had been a powerful expert in the past.
What is their background? Song Ling Shue asked curiously.
Her mind moved quickly. She did not fear the addition of a new power. In truth, any change for her in this hopeless situation was good news.
Because the situation would not be any worse than now. I could not see.
Uncle Yan's tone was low, and filled with a rare wariness. The other is familiar with the underground world. I encountered at least 3 people that match me in strength. Those in the underground world that have such strength will not be unknown yet. I cannot identify these people's origins.
Song Ling Shue became alert.
She was intelligent and Uncle Yan's words contained a great amount of information. The other was strong, and with so many experts, it would not be a minor faction. The other wanted her to give up on the business association, they clearly wanted her ability at management. Giving up on the association but not the Tsong family showed that the other had confidence they could guarantee the safety of the Tsong family. This astounded her. If this message had not been carried to her by her most trusted Uncle Yan, she definitely would not believe it.
Uncle Yan had watched her grow up and the two of them were like father and daughter.
He definitely would not betray her. Who was the other? She knew the reason that she felt hopeless at the families pressuring her because they had the support of the Council of Elders. They were not people that she, the Tsong family or the business association could fight. This mysterious faction was so confident. She felt it hard to believe.
Are there any underground factions so strong?
She murmured to herself.
No, unexpectedly, Uncle Yan answered.
His tone was filled with certainty. The underground world is not large, and not as mysterious as the rumors say. The relatively major underground powers are closely connected to the Council of Elders.
Then where do they find the confidence to make this offer? Song Ling Shue was puzzled.
Uncle Yan hesitated for a while before saying, they may not be an underground power.
Song Ling Shue stilled. How so? Uncle Yan explained, in truth, underground factions are fangs and teeth.
Some major factions use them for convenience in spying and dealing with matters hard to openly resolve. If someone does it in the shadows, it is much easier to handle some matters.
Most of the Yao underground powers have great backgrounds and support.
Sometimes, they are responsible for establishing contact. If I am right, and this develops, the faction behind them will be revealed.
No wonder the underground factions can do as they wish. Song Lingshui finally realized and said. That is a misunderstanding. Actually, they are restrained in many aspects, Uncle Yan said. They cannot go too far in many matters.
The higher-ups will turn a blind eye to some matters and not pursue them in order for them to survive.
If the higher-ups order something, they have to complete it. The competition between the underground factions is cruel.
The other wasn't an underground faction.
Song Lingshui became excited.
Even though the situation was already like this, she still did not hope to fall to being on the side of an underground faction. The darkness was a road of no return, especially to a clan.
Can Uncle Yan find out the origins of this underground factions? She asked in anticipation.
If they could find the origins of these people, maybe they would find a clue to the people behind them.
This was a deadlock. If someone disturbed it, maybe it would offer them a chance. Song Lingshui's spirit rose again. Uncle Yan looked at Song Lingshui, whose fighting spirit had come back, and nodded seriously. I will try. Zuo Mo's finger constantly moved through the air like a pen. He would occasionally stop and think for a while.
He had been in this crazed state for a few days.
He constantly swiped and drew.
Other people knew that he was considering a problem and did not disturb him. Zuo Mo, who had ate meat until he almost went insane, originally prepared to refine the Shen power he had just absorbed. Yet when he was in the cabin and preparing to refine the power, that unique pattern from the green strand reappeared once again in his mind.
This time, he saw it more clearly.
He discovered many places he had not seen clearly last time. He was overjoyed at these discoveries.
Zuo Mo was sure now that this pattern was a Shen glyph. For people now, Shen glyphs were not something far away.
Tian Huan had been the first to study Shen glyphs, and they were the ones with the most understanding of Shen glyphs.
Tian Huan's Shen power was based in Shen glyphs.
As Shen power developed and more people cultivated Shen power, people's understanding of Shen glyphs increased. If one said that the core of Ling power was seal scripts, then the core of Shen power was Shen glyphs. Shen glyphs were not as mysterious as people imagined, but it was still the most profound and attractive mystery. Even Tian Huan, who had learned the most about Shen glyphs, had only mastered no more than 5 complete Shen glyphs up until now. So when Zuo Mo realized what this pattern he could not understand was, he immediately became excited.
Zuo Mo knew a bit more than other people about Shen glyphs.
In ancient tribes, each tribe would have their own Shen glyph. For example, the Sun glyph of the Sun tribe and the Green Vine glyph of the Green Vine tribe. These Shen glyphs weren't just related to their Shen power, they were also related to something else, ancient Shen devices. Ancient Shen devices were not the same as the present Shen device raiments. The forging of ancient Shen devices were done by the greatest members of each tribe, imprinting the Shen glyph into the device. The present Shen device raiments was something that Zuo Mo had based more on forging methods before he had comprehended a complete Shen glyph. Almost all of the Shen device raiments followed Zuo Mo's example. Zuo Mo had mastery of 2 Shen glyphs. One was the Sun glyph, the other the Green Vine glyph. Of the two, he was more skilled on the Sun glyph and less skilled with the Green Vine glyph. However, even though he mastered the Sun glyph, there were still many places he did not understand. The difference between Shen glyphs and seal scripts was that every part of the Shen glyph had to be comprehended. If one could not comprehend it, they could not use it or draw it. A completely new Shen glyph immediately caused Zuo Mo to become excited. While he could not comprehend it right now, the value in a new Shen glyph still excited Zuo Mo. As these years passed, and people pursued Shen power by exploring ancient ruins, all kinds of Shen glyph fragments appeared. On the black market, a rubbing of a Shen glyph part was worth cities. Only those that comprehend Shen glyphs could make imprints, and it was a great burden to the imprinter to make an imprint. Due to this, the number of Shen glyph imprints on the market was very small.
Zuo Mo quickly was immersed in the comprehension of a new Shen glyph. He tried to draw it according to the image in his mind.
Suddenly, his fingertip felt heavy and gave him a different feeling.
Translator ramblings: if Zuo Mo didn't have any money right now, he would be selling Shen glyphs pieces like crazy.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 780, Confidence. Chapter 780, Confidence.
The dense ranks of the battalion were like a silent black cloud that pressed forward with great pressure. It was the first time Hai Jin Yun and Shang Yusheng saw this famous battalion. They were silent. The battalion in front of them was like a group of lifeless killing machines. A deathly silence that was filled with indescribable murderousness. Top battle general, just as the rumors say. Hai Jin Yun couldn't help but praise. His heart trembled. Sin Battalion, this was the legendary Sin Battalion, one of Cloudsea's two strongest battalions. The most famous battalion left behind by the fallen titan Xian Kong Temple. Who would have thought that Zhang Zhe, who had appeared on the world stage and astounded the world, would have died, yet Bihan, who had been guarded against, became one of the greatest and top battle generals of all of the Xiuzhou world. There were no signs of life to be seen from the organized ranks. The almost mechanical meticulousness was expressed in every detail. The ghost-like seal scripts on the faces of the Sin battalion members, as well as the indifference on their faces, made people's hearts feel cold.
The advance of the battalion was like ghosts traveling silently in the night. They could not see Bihan.
Bihan was hiding within Sin battalion. From the information they had, Bihan's fighting methods still followed Xian Kong Temple's style.
He was also a rare battle general that used Xiuzhou methods while being MO.
Shang Yusheng also had a serious, solemn expression.
He felt unprecedented pressure from Bihan.
But there seemed to be a fire burning in his heart. His voice was as slow as usual but filled with spirit. We defeat him, we will become top battle generals.
Hai Jinyun laughed.
His faint golden face also flashed with fighting spirit. Yes, we defeat him and we will become top battle generals.
Humph, Bihan is too arrogant. In a frontal battle, power is everything. Kill him.
He was filled with confidence in his battalion, and also in Shang Yusheng beside him.
They would definitely win this battle.
Bihan looked indifferently at the two battalions in front of him. The two battalions were well organized and it could be seen they were well trained. The MO soldiers also gazed over at his side with spirit and no fear. Some even licked their lips with anticipation on their faces.
Bihan was experienced in war.
This kind of soldier were battle-hardened elites.
The expense to recruit and train this kind of elite was astounding.
Also, there was no fear or caution on the faces of these soldiers. This proved that they were filled with confidence towards their leader.
Bihan's heart was not stirred at all.
Everyone thought Bihan was mad and extreme, but no one knew was that under his madness was an icy cold resolve. That fire at Xian Kong Temple had swept away all of Bihan's savagery and hatred. He had buried that sect thousands of years old with his own hands, stolen its treasure. His last mental barrier had been overcome. Without his demons, Bihan was still mad, extreme, proud, and hard to approach. He still attacked like a raging fire, still was stronger offensively than defensively, yet what no one knew was that he was silently changing. His changes were like Sin battalion, forever silent. When one reached his level, they could only rely on themselves to advance. Without hatred, his excitement towards battle came from his own affection for it as well as some emotions he could not verbalize. He liked his present life, he liked Cloudseas, he did not want this to be disrupted by others.
At first no one knew of his improvement.
Only Zuo Mo and Gongsun Sha detected something. Without hatred, Bihan, whose mind had been freed, threw himself into thinking and studying.
He was more terrifying than a hateful Bihan.
He was a recluse, an outsider, he did not like to converse with others, he was stoic and spoke few words, he was like his Sin battalion, unable to merge with the world, but he was a genius. He was a genius that grew up under the suppression of Xian Kong Temple. While he was twisted, he was still a genius that was not any less than Zhang Zhe, who had shone so brightly.
The first to notice his change was Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo stared to help improve and change Bihan's Sin battalion to strengthen them.
The first strengthening at Great Peace City had improved Sin battalion's fighting abilities.
After that, Sin battalion, this nightmarish name, finally became a nightmare battalion.
The modifications this time were greater than last time. The present Zuo Mo was much stronger in all aspects compared to that time. Zuo Mo might not know as much as Gongsun Sha and Bihan about tactics, but his sense and strategy was admirable. It was under his efforts that Sin battalion became the first true Shin Power battalion of Cloudseas. In Zuo Mo's view, the Shin Power era would become the era of Shin Power battalions. Sin battalion's MO puppets that were like seal soldiers gave Zuo Mo enormous room to work. He was the creator of the first pseudo-Shin device. Zuo Mo's skill in this area might not be the best in the world, but he was among the best. The completely new Sin battalion excited Bihan.
The second to notice Bihan's change was Lil Mississippi. As a top battle general himself, Lil Miss perceptibly detected Bihan's transformation.
In order to help Bihan go a step further, he quietly invited Bihan to temporarily take his duties as the principal of the Battle General House. As expected by Gongsun Sha, Bihan as the principal was crude in his methods. He practiced battle through battle, using real combat rather than lecturing. He beat the young battle generals of the Battle General School until they spat blood. Yet in this kind of combat simulation, Bihan's new fighting method gradually formed, and details were perfected. Bihan was slightly strange in personality, but he was not one that did not know good and bad. He remembered Gongsun Sha's care.
Until, arsonist.
He had never thought that he would possess a Shin device raiment so quickly.
Even Zuo Mo, Wei Shang, Zhong Ru, and Sang Lianer didn't have their own. The first and second Shin device raiments of Mo Cloud C were both battle general types.
And one of them was his, Arsonist. When he learned that Arsonist was his, Bihan, who was not skilled in using his speech to express his emotions, became even quieter.
No one could say anything about Gongsun Sha receiving City Destroyer.
He was Zuo Mo's Zuo Mo's first and most loyal follower. Yet him, an outsider, he had been conned by Zuo Mo over to Mo Cloud C when he didn't have anywhere else to go. In terms of closeness, he definitely ranked very low. He had been restrained in Xian Kong Temple, suppressed, disowned by his father and brother, and then exiled. Bihan had tasted all the warmth and coldness life had to offer. The Arsonist was the first time he felt that if he was to die for Darren, to die for Mo Cloud C, it would be worth it. So when Zuo Mo gave him the important duty of taking down 100 Energy Jia, he set down this seemingly mad target. The 9 great Diana sects could not be attacked, it was not the time to attack the Yao.
The most likely route of expansion was the Mo Martial Alliance.
It was not hard to conquer 100 Energy Jia, but after doing so, the Mo Martial Alliance would be extremely wary of Mo Cloud C, and would be prepared to resist when further expansion occurred later. Bihan's true goal was, at the same time as conquering 100 Energy Jia, he would try to decrease Mo Martial Alliance's strength as much as possible. The mad plan had formed like that.
Right now, it was the most crucial battle.
If he won this battle, killed Hai Jin Yun and Shang Yishang, the Mo Martial Alliance's strength would be greatly hampered.
The weakened Mo Martial Alliance would cause the factions around it to stir.
This was even more beneficial for Mo Cloud C. No matter what, he had to win this battle. He touched the Shin device raiment he wore, Arsonist.
A cold feeling came from his fingertip.
Bihan's eyes were icy in murderousness.
Sin Battalion advanced.
The Bright Mountain Jia battle that was being watched by the world entered its climax.
That person is investigating our origins.
Chai Shanqing laughed softly.
The other, the Tsung family's Uncle Yen, had clearly left the world of darkness for a long time, and many of his moves were now rusty and unpracticed.
Usually, this would not attract attention, but for people like Chai Shanqing, experts that lived all this time in the world of the darkness, this bit of shortcoming immediately attracted their attention.
Oh, it seems that Song Lingshua still hasn't given up. Yu Qinlai had a cruel smile.
While he said that these were missions for Nan Yu and the others, he still followed and aided them.
He felt exasperated.
He wondered why the higher-ups had sent a bunch of greenhorns on such a mission of high difficulty. While Nan Yu and the others were strong, they were clearly not experienced enough and beginners in all areas. After thinking about the importance of a bird-level mission, Yu Qinlai followed them for good measure. Yu Qinlai knew that the value of all of Black Fire could not compare to this mission. For the higher-ups, supporting an underground faction like Black Fire was nothing. The reason that he had been chosen most likely was related to his family.
The Yu Qin family.
The first time they met, that person had mentioned this family name that had almost faded in his memory and would occasionally cause a ripple in his heart. That person had given him great care in these past years. But after living for these years in the underground, he knew that the so-called friendships of the ancestors was never more useful than at present. Nan Yu and the others sighed in relief at the presence of Yu Qinlai.
They knew themselves.
They could manage to do things like kill people and set fires, but in terms of scheming, they were incompetent. Yu Qinlai immediately became the core of this mission. As he took command, all of Black Fire started to turn around him. The core members of Black Fire all knew that the support behind Boss was very strong, and the faithfulness of the entire group increased greatly. Most of the people that lived in the underground world always had reasons that they had to do so. There were rarely people that choose to live the darkness, most were forced into this life due to various circumstances. Darkness meant falling and light meant a future. They had families, they hoped to have a bright future. This was a trait of all people.
They bet on this opportunity. Why don't we give them a warning?
Tao Wei smiled, sharpness flashing through her eyes. A cruel smile rose on Yu Qinlai's lips that did not match his age. Go, let her understand that she is just a lamb.
Lambs do not qualify to negotiate with wolves. Translator ramblings, I feel like fire-starting criminal is actually more intimidating than arsonist as a title. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 781, Opportunity. Chapter 781, Opportunity.
Xiaoru Jian, He and Enhai are dead, killed by others. Tan Su's voice was indifferent as though he was speaking about a matter not related to him at all.
What happened? They seem to have been planning something. Did something happen? Nie Chen frowned.
They had been scheming about an ancient octopus on the Black Sea flight route. The female Xiao who spoke had a beautiful appearance, but her expression was frosty.
She was the famous ice queen of Kunlun, Jin Mengling. Many of Kunlun's male disciples were in love with her. She wasn't just an outstanding beauty, she was exceptionally talented and hard-working on her cultivation.
Her progress was so rapid it caused countless males to feel ashamed, and no one dared to confess to her.
Tan Su's brow didn't even flicker.
He said coolly, "They died on the hands of others. They did not have enough skill. Die if they want to, but do not shame Kunlun."
Nie Cheng frowned slightly.
He was displeased with Tan Su's attitude, but he also knew Tan Su's personality.
Tan Su was reclusive and strange, not welcomed among the disciples. Nie Cheng was the opposite.
His appearance could not be said to be handsome, yet he had a lively presence. While he was strong, he was friendly towards the other disciples and deeply popular with them. Also, he was on good terms with Lin Xian. As Lin Xian was in charge of Kunlun at present, his status had risen as well. He said, "Ru Jianshidi is not bad in strength, and has a cautious personality. If he acts, he most likely has properly prepared. He Zian and Hai are average in strength, but they are definitely experts in the outside world. He Shimi also has the circular fiend sword formation from Su Shirshu.
And Hai has Wu Shirshu's 100 soul-destroying sword pill. Unless the enemy is too strong, how can they die at the hands of others?"
He saw that Jinling Ming and Tan Su were not interested in this matter and did not bring it up again. Their mission this time was difficult, and everyone was under great pressure. They had to obtain the Shin device nucleus of the ancient ruins.
Kunlun had many eyes and ears everywhere. When the ruins were just discovered, Kunlun received the news. After that, Kunlun started to use its power to divine and search for clues.
When other people were still uncertain about what was inside the ruins, Kunlun had already divined that there was a Shin device nucleus there.
All kinds of high-level forces continued to infiltrate the 9 Great Dhyana Sect territories.
Their intelligence network was also activated, and they schemed to obtain a token. Nie Chen and the other two were some of the most accomplished disciples of the newest generation of Kunlun. They had not been talented before, but after cultivating Shin power, they had risen up and became stronger by the day. In the last few years, as they cultivated the new Shin power, under the full support of the older generation, Kunlun had a wave of disciples that were outstandingly talented and had strong Shin power. This batch of disciples were all talented.
In order to create a wave of experts, Kunlun had invested greatly in them.
They were also hardworking and determined, not failing to live up to Kunlun's hopes and grew up quickly. This group of disciples had a name inside of Kunlun. They were called the children of Kunlun. Each child of Kunlun had unique power within Kunlun. They had the best support, the best treatment, they were directly under Kunlun's command.
Every child of Kunlun had unfathomable power. Outstanding power and great resources combined with Kunlun's determined and persistent attitude had created this new wave of powerful disciples. Child of Kunlun was synonymous with strength.
They were the top fighting force in all of Kunlun. They were unquestionably loyal to Kunlun. They had self-control and worked hard, they were emotionless and cold. They appeared at the most dangerous missions. They were the idols that all Kunlun disciples revered. Ever since the children of Kunlun were founded, this mission was the first time 3 children of Kunlun were sent out together.
From this, Kunlun's desire for the Shin device nucleus could be seen. "I'm going to cultivate." Tan Su threw down before leaving.
Jinling Mang also left without a word. Nie Chen was left alone to grimace helplessly to himself.
Lotus Sutra Temple is up ahead.
The steward had an expression of joy. It really was a blessing from the heavens that they had safely survived the Black Sea flight route.
The Lotus Sutra Temple honored the lotus flower, and all kinds of lotus flowers could be seen all along the route. They were exquisite and elegant. However, other than Zong Ru who would admire them, the other people didn't even look at them. Everyone looked warily at the surroundings.
They had already detected several groups of dangerous presences. They were brushing shoulders with powerful enemies. To make them feel danger like this meant they were strong.
At the beginning of any new era, there were always many geniuses. Mo Cloud Sea improved by the day, and the others were not willing to fall behind. Even Wei Sheng felt slightly wary of the power of the people just now.
It seemed that the temptation of the Shin device nucleus surpassed his imagination.
Zuo Mo stood at the front of the ship as his heart trembled.
His eyes were experienced.
Just now, he even saw Mo and Yao.
This surprised him. However, when he thought about it, he understood. The Shin device raiment was a great weapon of strategic value to any power. If there was even the slightest chance, no one would be willing to give it up. Suddenly, a Diana Shio dressed in white robes with lotus flowers on the sleeve flew towards them. The entire fleet went on guard. The other seemed to not see their wary gazes and bowed. Then he said, "Guest from Mo Cloud Sea, my master invites you." Zuo Mo's eyelid flickered. The other knew their origins. He did not admit or refute it. He examined the other for a while before speaking. "You are from Lotus Sutra Temple?" The other smiled. "This one is the White Lotus Reverend of Lotus Sutra Temple." The steward's expression changed. Lao Deguang's face turned ashen. He carefully made his way beside Zuo Mo and said in a low voice, "There are 4 reverends in Lotus Sutra Temple: blue, red, white, black. The 4 Lotus reverends have a high position in the sect just below the sect leader." "The master of the White Lotus Reverend?" Then that referred to the sect leader of Lotus Sutra Temple. Zuo Mo immediately realized that his journey had been exposed. He did not try to hide it and said with a smile, "Please lead the way." Under the guidance of the White Lotus Reverend, they came to a nondescript place. As expected, it was the sect leader of Lotus Sutra Temple. The 9 Great Dhyana sect had always been targets that Mo Cloud Sea paid attention to. Zuo Mo could recognize the sect leaders of all of the 9 Great Dhyana sects. When Zuo Mo's gaze landed on a young person next to the sect leader of Lotus Sutra Temple, his gaze suddenly focused. Yang Yuan Hao. The best battle general of the 9 Great Dhyana sects, Yang Yuan Hao. What was he doing here? Zuo Mo's expression was calm, but his mind was a storm. He suddenly realized the meeting this time was probably an opportunity. Boom, boom, boom. Ear-splitting explosions occurred constantly. The lights flashed across the sky like rain and illuminated Bihan's cold and emotionless features. The battalions from both sides were tangled into a ball, truly mixed together. Bihan abandoning technique to charge had been unexpected to Hai Jin Yun and Shang Yusheng. They hadn't thought that Bihan would dare to make a full frontal assault when he did not have the advantage of numbers. But the two were not ordinary people and quickly responded. A charge against a charge. Hai Jin Yun's battalion was like a roaring lion that welcomed Sin battalion that came at them and collided head-on. Shang Yusheng's battalion maintained their distance from Hai Jin Yun. He was like a dagger hidden in the shadows waiting for a chance to land a fatal blow. The two flows smashed together, creating dazzling sparks. Kill! Hai Jin Yun charged at the very front, his faint golden face twisted and ferocious. He gave off golden light like a sun that could not be directly looked at. He was the most eye-catching existence on the battlefield. He felt no fear. He held the large black blade in front of him horizontally. The Mo steed under him roared and he was like a god of war. Elite guards kept close to him in order to prevent Hai Jin Yun from being trapped. Hai Jin Yun remained fixed. The Mo steed under him suddenly jumped forward, the large black blade in his hand suddenly lighting up with a blinding golden light as he cut down. A golden blade energy dozens of zhang wide came with a destructive and unstoppable presence forward. The golden energy flashed and reflected on the faces of the Sin battalion soldiers, dimming and brightening. They still had cold expressions that did not change at all at this sight of this astounding blade energy. The gray-white eyes were lifeless, their cold faces expressionless. They seemed to come from another world. Just as the blade energy was about to hit their bodies, the Shin equipment of the Sin battalion soldiers suddenly lit up with marks of light. These marks of light that were like seal scripts caused a threat of pain to appear on the expressionless faces of the Sin battalion members. They seemed to be enduring a pain. Yet in reverse to the pain on their faces, their gray-white and lifeless eyes suddenly became as clear and bright as though they were eyes of a baby. They seemed to open their eyes for the first time to see the world. Facing the astounding blade energy, 50 Sin battalion soldiers moved at once. Countless energies flew out from their hands. In this moment, the rays of light formed a net in the air. ZZT, ZZT, ZZT. Every energy that hit the blade energy would give off a soul-shaking explosion. The explosions continued at a rapid rate that caused people's scalps to go numb. The Sin battalion soldiers were unaffected. Their movements were lightning fast and their attacks were constant. The lights were like a rainstorm that hit the blade energy. With every hit from the light energies, the blade energy would shake. In an instant, thousands of light energies hit the blade energy like thousands of spider webs entangling the blade energy. After being hit thousands of times, the astounding blade energy dozens of Zhanlong collapsed. As expected of Sin battalion. Just a few dozen members of Sin battalion were able to block Hai Jin Yun's full-on attack. Elite. Before the era of Shin power had arrived, Hai Jin Yun had just been a normal Mo general. However, after cultivating Shin power, he had become a powerful battle general that surpassed Mo marshals. The blade energy being destroyed simulated Hai Jin Yun's fighting spirit.
With an angry shout, the golden light on his body intensified. His presence suddenly exploded and increased. Hai Jin-yun was like a golden ball of fire that burned brightly, giving off so much light people were unable to look directly at him, but hearing the angry shout of their commander, the surrounding Mo soldiers also shouted in unison. Which of them were not proud? When had they ever had such a setback? The presence of the battalion rose, and the morale rose rather than be impacted. Boom! Thousands of Mo soldiers shouted at the same time, golden and angry flames erupting from their bodies. They were like thousands of fires that burned fiercely. The entire Mo battalion was like one being. They could communicate with each other, and their presence seemed to be one without any weakness. The golden light seemed to be alive. It gathered towards Hai Jin-yun at an astounding rate. The golden light on Hai Jin-yun increased by more than 10 times. He was like a blinding sun that people could not look at. An angry shout came from the ball of light and rang out over the entire battlefield. Hundreds of long golden blade energies exploded from within the sun. Each blade energy was several li long and came at Sin Battalion like a storm. Translator ramblings, I guess it's good I used arsonist based on the response from last chapter. Can you imagine the energy we would get if we set up solar panels around someone having an energy explosion? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 782, A Battle of Charges. Chapter 782, A Battle of Charges. The fighting method of the MO was to gather all the power of the battalion onto the battle general and then have it activated by the battle generals. As a result, MO fighting methods had strict requirements for battle generals. Other than combat sense and a grasp of the battlefield, one had to be strong as an individual. Otherwise, they would not be able to tolerate the concentrated power from the entire battalion. Hai Jin-yun had been an unknown before, but after cultivating Shin power, his strength had skyrocketed and he quickly became one of the 3 major battle generals for the MO Martial Alliance. His combat method followed the style of MO battle generals. His body, which had been refined with Shin power, allowed him to tolerate more power. Also, his own Shin power allowed him to easily manipulate the great power he gathered from the battalion. Boom! The power of the entire battalion gathered towards him as if attracted to a magnet, causing a release of blade energies. Each blade energy was several li long, like enormous sickles that cleaved through the entire battlefield. Howls and wails filled the battlefield. A normal battle general would probably fall apart facing such an astounding attack, and be robbed of all of their spirit. Yet Hai Jin-yun's enemy was Bihan, a top battle general that could enter the top 10 of the shoujo world. It was not easy to shake him with such an attack. The members of Sin Battalion silently changed position. Some people disappeared into space and then appeared in another place in the same moment. In a blink, a battle formation formed. Arrive! A spiraling Diana chant was unusually clear among the waves of wails and howls, reaching directly into the mind. MO that were slightly weaker heard this and the golden lights on their body trembled. Their minds almost went out of control. Sin Battalion originated from Xian Kong Temple. Even now, it was possible to see many traces of Xian Kong Temple's influence. Dark red light bloomed from beneath the feet of Sin Battalion. The red light flowed and flew up into the sky. Enormous dark red seals formed in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The intimidating blade energies struck the red seals. Enormous explosions drowned every person on the battlefield. When the light dissipated, the red seals were mostly dim. There was only one red seal that had been destroyed. What had also disappeared at the same time were 10 Sin Battalion members. However, all the blade energies had disappeared from the sky. Bihan was expressionless. His face seemed to be carved from stone, and did not show any ripples from the intense fighting in front of him. However, defense was never Bihan's style. For Bihan, who was said to attack like fire, how could he only fight a defensive battle? Sin Battalion once again shifted and finished a transition from the Ghost King Seal formation to the Skunda Demon defeating formation and offensive formation. The red energy coming off Sin Battalion grew even brighter. Their gray-white eyes were still unaffected and lifeless, which gave people a strange feeling of pressure. Countless threads of red light wrapped around the fighters of Sin Battalion. The Sin Battalion soldiers slowly floated into the sky. Under their feet, red sutra characters appeared. The sutra characters moved, and it felt as though the sounds of numerous people were chanting in synchrony. Thousands of sutra characters spun and a terrifying presence gathered above the formation. In the span of 3 short breaths, an enormous figure formed from nothingness. A vast mountainous figure floated above the combat formation. The Skunda was authoritative and a terrifying presence spread from him in waves. The Skunda's eyes were a faint gold and emotionless.
His gaze covered all of Hai Jin Yun's battalion. He reached out his enormous hand and slapped down on Hai Jin Yun. Boom! Like waves crashing into the shore, like a furious tide receding. An astounding wave of air gusted in all directions. Good move! An angry shout spread through the sky. Hai Jin Yun's excited voice was filled with spirit. Nothing would make him more excited than such a direct battle. The Skunda's mountainous body gave off a heavy feeling of pressure. All of Hai Jin Yun battalion was covered in the shadow of this figure. Hai Jin Yun did not feel any fear. He held the large black blade, and his eyes burned with fighting spirit. He suddenly jumped and shot towards the enormous hand coming down with a stroke of his blade. Blinding golden light glimmered from his blade. Countless golden lights immediately gathered on his great blade. The entire blade seemed to flow with golden liquid and gave off light. Shin technique, golden split chop. The Shin power inside his body was furiously channeled into the large blade in his hand. The furious power that came from the battalion quickly was tamed by his Shin power. A blade light that seemed able to tear apart the sky lit up. The Skunda's enormous hand immediately shattered into pieces. The Skunda roared angrily, and its other hand came down. Yet in front of this world-shocking blade of light, the Skunda's enormous hand seemed to be papier-mâché and easily crumbled. The blade light hit the Skunda's body with its remaining power. The Skunda suddenly froze and then disappeared into the sky. Hai Jin Yun's fighting spirit almost reached a peak. There was nothing that made him more excited than destroying Bihan's move. Bihan's skill was just so. The last bit of fear in his mind disappeared along with this strike. Yet at this time, he detected something, and his expression changed slightly. At some unknown time, a red seal formation that spun endlessly appeared under the feet of his battalion. In a blink, the MO soldiers that were covered by the red seal formation quickly turned into bloody puddles of liquid. Death Whirlpool. This was an unique and obscure combat formation. It had to start from death, it would activate quickly and with great power. This battle tactic was one of Sin Battalion's common tactics. However, in Xian Kong Temple's book, the life of a Sin Battalion member or multiple members were used to initiate this formation. However, Bihan took an original approach and first used a combat formation to summon a Skunda Buddha and then used the life of the Skunda Buddha to activate this formation. The Skunda Buddha was very powerful. With it as the starting material, the Death Whirlpool was unprecedentedly powerful. In an instantly, more than 300 MO soldiers turned to bloody puddles of goop without time to even wail in pain. Hai Jin Yun's eyes turned red. He hadn't thought that he would fall for Bihan's trap. Go die! He shouted, the great blade in his hand slicing towards Bihan's position. Golden split chop, angry wave. Boom! A golden wave roared towards Bihan. The range of this move was so great it made people feel it was unable to be avoided. Bihan's expression changed slightly. He could clearly feel the terrifying strength of this move. However, was Bihan someone that feared battle? His face became expressionless again and his figure suddenly disappeared from his spot. Almost at the same time, it seemed that there were no people left in front of the golden wave. 100 Ghost Thread Shadow Formation. Sin Battalion was special. There were countless Jinji on their bodies. These Jinji could increase their strength, bring them endless pain, and also restrain their souls. These Jinji were not a secret of Xian Kong Temple, but obscure techniques that Xian Kong Temple had gathered over thousands of years. The 100 Ghost Thread Shadow Formation was one of those. It could allow Sin Battalion to quickly move through space much faster than normal methods. A thread of a smile flashed on Hai Jin Yun's lips. While Bihan had all kinds of moves, in his eyes, this supported the fact that Bihan was just a paper tiger. A true battle general did not need to use these low-grade moves. He suddenly spun the blade in his hand. That golden wave suddenly exploded, turning into bolts of golden light that entered the Sin Battalion battle formation. Before Sin Battalion that just came out of the void could react, they were drowned by the golden light. Bihan was expressionless and was not moved by the deaths. The fighting was growing more intense, and in a full frontal assault like this, the difference between the two sides would decrease. Both sides were experienced battle generals and charging into the enemy formation was a tactic that every battle general was familiar with. It was not possible to make a mistake with battle formations of this level. Both sides were battle generals that were stronger offensively. As the battle quickly moved from intense to horrific, the fatalities piled up. Shang Yusheng carefully observed the battlefield. No detail escaped his eyes. Hai Jin Yun was the strongest offensive battle general of the MO Martial Alliance. Full-on charges like this was the best for him. He hadn't expected that Bihan was able to suppress Hai Jin Yun and still have the upper hand. While the advantage was not so great it surpassed the limits of imagination, he did have the upper hand. Charges were a basic technique for every battle general, they could not make mistakes. This meant that Bihan's fundamental skills were higher than Hai Jin Yun.
However, this advantage was not so great that he could fight 1-on-2. Yet why had Bihan turned the situation into this? Bihan had been the one to create the present situation. Why had Bihan done this?
Shang Yusheng could only think of one explanation. Bihan believed that, even 1-on-2, he could win.
Did Bihan have some great move up his sleeve?
Shang Yusheng was puzzled. He did not start fighting immediately. The more intense the fighting, the more beneficial it was for them.
A hard battle would greatly decrease Bihan's strength.
Hai Jin Yun could afford to do it because he had Shang Yusheng, but Bihan could not afford it as he did not have reinforcements. The battle continued, and the slaughter still continued. Shang Yusheng could not help but feel a threat of respect. As expected of Bihan, who came from Xian Kong Temple. His tactics were exquisite, and he used all kinds of battle and seal formations expertly. He did not have any delay when he changed formations, and many of the variations were almost wondrous. However, while he admired the other, Shang Yusheng felt more assured. While Bihan's upper hand on the battlefield against Hai Jinyun grew larger, Shang Yusheng knew that victory was growing closer for himself. Hai Jinyun's battalion only had half of its members left after these exchanges, but these high losses were worth it because they were in exchange for the death of 1/3 of Sin Battalion. If a normal battalion lost 1/3 of its members, the battalion would not be far from collapsing.
1.
Yet the two battalions were unusually hardy. Hai Jinyun was almost mad from the fight, while Bihan was cold-blooded in his coolness. Shang Yusheng sighed inside. Such a powerful battle general was about to fall today. A cold light flashed through his eyes. It was time to attack.
Editor's notes: I find these numbers odd.
Most traditional accounts of medieval battles place casualties in battle at about 14 to 15% losses for a defeated army during the battle. The majority of deaths came after due to cavalry chasing down a routed army's infantry and infections from wounds. I find the high losses odd here, because previously FX would normally have an enemy army rout before being slaughtered to this extent.
Translator ramblings: your translator has no thoughts due to a great deficit of sleep.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 783, Yu Qin Lai Skills. Chapter 783, Yu Qin Lai Skills.
The meeting with Yang Yuanhao remained a secret to everyone else.
Only Zuo Mo and Yang Yuanhao attended this meeting.
Even the sect leader of Lotus Sutra sect excused himself.
Zuo Mo gained greatly in this meeting. For Mo Cloud C, they needed the 9 great Diana sects to stop Kunlun and Tianhuan. For the 9 great Diana sects, they also needed Mo Cloud C's support.
The two had common interests and demands, so all that was left, dividing the benefits, was easy.
Zuo Mo was the boss of Mo Cloud C, Yang Yuanhao was the first-ranked battle general of the 9 great Diana sect, a person with true power in the 9 great Diana sects.
Both were decision-makers for their factions. Adding on that the two both had strong strategic vision and knew where the other's bottom line was at, the process went smoothly.
Through Yang Yuanhao, Zuo Mo learned that the bigger sects in the 9 great Diana sects were closer than outsiders thought. For example, the sect leader of Lotus Sutra Temple was Yang Yuanhao's paternal aunt. This kind of tangled relation caused Zuo Mo to gape. However, this also eased the majority of his worries. As long as the 5 larger sects did not turn on each other in creating chaos, then the 9 great Diana sects would not easily fall to Kunlun and Tianhuan. Zuo Mo expressed his worries and fury about the sects that had been infiltrated the most heavily. Yang Yuanhao subtly implied to him that Mo Cloud C could use some methods in secret. Zuo Mo quickly realized that Yang Yuanhao wanted to use him to eliminate these troubles.
Yang Yuanhao himself had boundaries to his influence and he could not do many things.
Zuo Mo acknowledged and confirmed.
While it would be troublesome, this was also an opportunity for Zuo Mo.
However, what surprised Zuo Mo the most was that Yang Yuanhao was willing to support Zuo Mo to compete for the Shin device nucleus inside the ancient ruins.
Zuo Mo had never thought that there would be a sect that did not desire a Shin device raiment. Little Mo Go was a smart person and he immediately had a higher opinion of Yang Yuanhao.
This person wasn't just an exceptional person. Yang Yuanhao knew the status of the 9 great Diana sects.
While a Shin device raiment was of use to the 9 great Diana sects, it was not so important.
If the 9 great Diana sects were threatened by top factions like Kunlun and Tianhuan, Mo Cloud C would definitely not sit by.
Also, the location of the 9 great Diana sect meant it was fated to be a territory where there would be constant skirmishes. Rather than have the Shin device raiment that would not be of great use to their problems, it was better to trade it for Shin equipment which would increase the collective ability of their battalions.
As expected, Yang Yuanhao raised this as his request. He wanted to use their support to trade for a shipment of Mo Cloud Shin equipment. Zuo Mo agreed without hesitation. Mo Cloud C was the exact opposite of the 9 great Diana sects.
The battalions had long ago been outfitted with Shin equipment. For them, Shin device raiments that were valuable strategic weapons that they desired the most.
A shipment of Shin equipment for the rich Mo Cloud C was not a problem at all.
The conversation was pleasurable. Yang Yuanhao was a person with great personal charisma.
Zuo Mo noticed that Yang Yuanhao's power within the 9 great Diana sects was stronger than he imagined.
Yang Yuanhao warned him that there was an extremely high number of experts this time. Almost all of the strongest of the world had gathered, especially the Yao and Mo experts. After cultivating Shin power, the Mo and the Yao also saw the rise of a group of exceptionally powerful Shin power users. Compared to the fame of Kuan-Luan and Tian Huan's members, no one really knew where these people came from. Any Shin device raiment was an irresistible temptation for any top Shin power user or any faction with ambition.
Zuo Mo nodded seriously.
He suddenly found that the exploration of the ruins this time would not be as easy as he had imagined.
With the local Power Lotus Sutra temple leading the way, the traces of Zuo Mo's group were concealed.
They had good intelligence, they did not attract any attention as they arrived at the border of the ruins. While there was still a few days until the ruins opened, it was possible to see people scattered in this area exploring the geography or trying to search for clues.
There aren't many people. Zuo Mo was slightly happy.
Naturally, the fewer people here the better.
Competition would not be as fierce if there were fewer participants.
The White Lotus Reverend imperceptibly glanced at him and said with a calm expression, "At the start, there were many people, but fights kept on breaking out. Some people tried to use the chaos to steal the artifacts. In one night, over 300 people died and then the population here decreased."
Zuo Mo's smile froze on his face. The expressions of other people also became serious. More than 300 people dying in one night.
Just these few words were enough for people to imagine the chaos and cruelty of that night.
"Don't you maintain order?" Lao De Guang couldn't resist asking.
It had to be said that all people had their own ways.
Lao De Guang, this famed thief, had many unorthodox channels of information. He was likely more informed than Lotus Sutra Temple in some aspects. How can we control it? An expression of helplessness appeared on White Lotus Reverend's face.
He said coolly, "Right now, the Shin power experts in this area could destroy the sect if they decided to work together."
Lao De Guang became silent. Zuo Mo was not surprised by this. He only rejoiced that Mo Cloud C did not have a ruin of this kind.
Otherwise, regardless of whether he could get the treasure, safety would be a problem. Even in Mo Cloud C where there were many top experts, they were insignificant against all of the Shin power experts in the world. If these madmen went on a rampage, no one could survive them.
"Humph. Anyone who stops us from getting rich will die," Little Mo Gu said viciously.
The White Lotus Reverend smiled and handed over a jade scroll. "Inside is the geography of this area.
We have already explored this area.
This was prepared for us originally, but we can only give it to you now." At this time, Wei Xing suddenly turned his head.
"It is best for you not to fight back. I do not mind killing you."
A cold voice came from the darkness.
It was ethereal and one was unable to pin their position from the voice. "Assassin."
Only those assassins that moved in the darkness would give him a feeling like this. He also knew from his days as a member of the underground what level of assassin he was facing.
Uncle Yan's expression was normal, and he was motionless like a statue. His expression was still calm as though he did not feel the murderous intent at his back.
"Why are you doing this? Miss has not refused you."
Uncle Yan's voice did not tremble at all.
He seemed to be describing a simple truth.
"Our time is precious." Another voice came from another direction in the darkness.
This voice was light, and filled with warmth and friendliness as though they were talking with an old friend.
Yet Uncle Yan's eyelid flicked.
He was still composed.
"We need time to consider. You also know that this is a significant decision, but actually, I don't mind kidnapping her."
The soft female voice in the darkness seemed to say in a teasing tone. "Or send her to the bed of Elder Yi's grandnephew."
Uncle Yan's heart suddenly dropped. "We did not do so because she is an outstanding candidate."
The voice in the darkness was still cheerful. "However, you know that people in our profession never put our eggs in one basket."
"She is outstanding, but not irreplaceable." Uncle Yan was silent, but he also knew that there was no chance now. "What do you want?" That's right, don't make it difficult for me. Everyone's out to make a living, why make ourselves unhappy? We only need her talent, not her body. We will protect her clan, our offer is very sincere. Other than me, I believe that no one will offer such a deal. The voice cheerfully added from the darkness, a condition like this should not be refused. Uncle Yen was a person who lived life on the edge of his blade. He could hear the others' decisiveness and strong presence. His side and their side were not on the same level. He was silent for a moment before he said, I will persuade Mississippi. Great, I give you my thanks. The voice in the darkness was still so warm and friendly, yet the next sentence they said was as cruel and ruthless as a blade's edge. Boss said one thing that may make you unhappy, but for our beautiful partnership, I have decided to be honest. What words? Uncle Yen's cold sweat dripped down his back. The murderous intent from the other direction became even stronger, as though it was going to pierce into his bones. He even suspected that the other would suddenly attack in the next moment. Lambs do not qualify to negotiate with wolves. The phrase swirled like smoke. The sharp murderousness at his back slowly retreated. However, Uncle Yen was motionless like a statue. A long time later, he shifted his body. His body was completely covered in sweat. Yet his face was ashen right now. The other's words right before they left hit him at his weak point like a hammer. At this time, whines suddenly came from the darkness. Uncle Yen's expression changed slightly. He shot like lightning into the darkness. In the darkness, he found Song Ling Shui pale-faced, tied up and gagged. I do not like this, Nan Yu said calmly. At her side, the other people also had gazes full of unfriendliness and enmity. In their view, it was too cruel of Yu Qinlai to use such terrible actions against a girl of only 17. Yu Qinlai glanced at her. It's fine if the result is the same. Are you even a person? Do you even have any kindness? You are a demon, you are a bastard. Nan Yu suddenly shouted furiously at Yu Qinlai. She suddenly reached out and gripped Yu Qinlai's neck, her eyes sprouting fire. She appeared as though she wanted to snap Yu Qinlai's neck. Snap. No one saw the movement. Yu Qinlai seemed to turn into a shadow, and then the two switched positions. He had grabbed Nan Yu's neck. The orange-haired Yao and the others suddenly stood up. If anyone moves, she's dead. Yu Qinlai's cold voice echoed in the hall. The orange-haired Yao and the others stopped where they were. They could hear that the other was honest, he would really kill Nan Yu. Yu Qinlai expressionlessly looked over the group, intimidating them all. Translator ramblings, Nan Yu and the others are too honest and innocent. Pu Yao is toughening them up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 784, Trump Card. Chapter 784, Trump Card. Shan Yusheng's battalion was like a sharp dagger that cut through the night sky. Shan Yusheng's strategic ability was on full display. He cut in through Xin Battalion at a good angle and immediately cut a great wound in behind Xin Battalion. Xin Battalion, which had been fighting for a long time, was not able to hold up against Shan Yusheng Battalion, who were well rested. Shan Yusheng's battle style was unlike Hai Jinyun's ferociousness. His style was more detailed. He was a rare MO battle general that was a control type. He led the battalion with ease. His body brimmed with power, yet he never attacked with great momentum but used small moves that did not seem to be strong. Yet these seemingly weak moves were unique in that they came rapidly and endlessly like the rain. These sustained attacks were more troublesome than Hai Jinyun's attacks. Shan Yusheng's exceptional foresight and sense of strategy always allowed him to find the greatest weakness in the enemy formation. He seemed to be leading a group of ants that constantly chewed. If one was the least bit careless, they would find that, without realizing it, Shan Yusheng had destroyed a large portion of their forces. Bihan naturally was not a weak person. Now that Shan Yusheng joined the battle, it decreased his advantage greatly, but he immediately adjusted. Xin Battalion's movements became even harder to predict, and the rate that the battle formation changed was shocking. Shan Yusheng immediately felt pressure. As expected of Bihan, Shan Yushan was shocked inside. He was not a beginner at battle, but it was the first time he felt such a great pressure. What roused his admiration was that Bihan was fighting 1 against 2. In this kind of situation, Bihan was still able to give him such great pressure. This meant that Bihan's control of battle was great. Shan Yusheng's spirit rose. What an honor it was to fight such a powerful opponent. His gaze became even more determined, his steps more graceful. He felt that he had never been in such a great state. The entire battlefield appeared in his mind in every detail. The attacks that left his hand increased in rate.
The attacks that had been like a rainstorm before were now a flood that sprouted from his hand.
With the support of his entire battalion, Shang Yusheng didn't feel any tiredness. Hai Jinyun would occasionally give a shuddering howl.
He was in a frenzy. The remainders of his battalion was also fighting in a frenzy. They were fearless and seemed mad. With the two battle generals working together, the pressure on Bihan increased drastically. Bihan's cold face seemed to be carved from granite. He seemed to not notice the sudden increase in pressure and the increasing rate of battle. The remaining two-thirds of Sin Battalion managed to hold off the furious attack of the two large battalions.
The battle became unprecedentedly horrific. The two sides were fighting for control over the rhythm of the battle.
The rhythm of the battle could not be seen or touched, but both sides knew that the side which controlled the rhythm of the battle would be closest to victory. The attacks from the two sides constantly changed. In the sky, the multicolored lights crisscrossed like rain. The scouts spying on this battle were stunned. They unconsciously held their breath, spells such as mirage formations sending back the scene to every corner of the Xiuzhou world. This was the first significant conflict after several years of peace. It naturally attracted the eyes of the world. After the two sides started to fight, all the factions sent out strong scouts to infiltrate this area in order to see and understand this battle better. The amount of manpower the two sides, Mo Cloud Sea and the Mo Martial Alliance, had was limited. They could block out large battalions but could not stop these small scout teams. Due to this, as the state of the conflict grew clearer, the location of the final battle was gradually discovered.
The scouts of almost every power in the world gathered around Bright Mountain Jia.
These outstanding scouts hid in the darkness and used methods such as mirage formations and thousand-li water mirrors to send recordings of the battle to their territories. Innumerable eyes were watching this important battle. When the battle reached this state, everyone unconsciously held their breath. The two sides were at a rhythm that was astounding. The battle generals that were watching all had grave expressions and were silent as their eyes were locked onto the images.
The situation is disadvantageous to Bihan, Shuedong said in a deep voice. However, he was already stunned that Bihan had managed to draw out the battle until now. Mo Cloud Sea was Coenluen's greatest worry. The two were sworn enemies, so Coenluen paid more attention to this fight.
However, up until now, what shocked Shuedong the most was Shang Yusheng and Hai Jinyun's strength. They were stronger than he predicted. He suddenly turned his head and ordered, "Send someone to investigate Hai Jinyun and Shang Yusheng, especially Shang Yusheng." In his eyes, Shang Yusheng was undoubtedly a bigger threat and had more potential. Shang Yusheng's strategic vision was outstanding, and he was experienced in focused attacks. He had more room to grow.
Lin Qian's gaze did not move away from the screen. He said softly, "Bihan still has other moves."
Before he finished, the situation on the battlefield changed again. At this time, only half of Bihan's Sin Battalion was left. His fatality rate was 50% and the situation was greatly disadvantageous to Bihan. Hai Jinyun at this time did not care about fatalities, his intentions were clear, a life for a life. Shang Yusheng's constant barrage quickly showed their result. As Sin Battalion's fatalities increased, Shang Yusheng and Hai Jinyun's advantage in manpower became even more evident. Bihan's Sin Battalion was outnumbered by the two other battalions to start with. If he wanted to win, he had to preserve his forces and reduce the number of losses. Shang Yusheng and Hai Jinyun both knew this. Hai Jinyun was using a suicidal method to increase Bihan's Sin Battalion losses. Up until now, their goal had been realized well. A fatality rate of 50% was the highest fatality rate in the history of Sin Battalion.
The remaining Sin Battalion soldiers were not completely uninjured.
Most of their Shin equipment was in pieces. This meant that they could be more easily wounded and killed.
Yet Bihan's expression was still cold and immovable.
Just as many people thought that Bihan's defeat was certain, a dark light suddenly came from the bodies of the remaining Sin Battalion members.
Countless dark red seal scripts were like a crowd of earthworms that swam around their body. The gray-white eyes of Sin Battalion soldiers were still empty and gray, yet their presence exploded. "It's here!"
Gongye Xiaorong, who had been silent all this time, couldn't help but say. Li Xianair turned around and looked with surprise at Xiaorong Shixiang. It seemed that Shixiang cared very much about Mo Cloud Sea. The bodies of the Sin Battalion soldiers inflated like balloons. Their muscles became thick and strong at a stunning rate, their bodies multiplying in size, their Shin equipment broken apart. Scales grew out of their hands, some had horns growing out of their heads, some had sickled tails, some had spines growing from their backs. Everyone who saw this inhaled in shock.
Mo physique. Each member of Sin Battalion had at Mo physique. Only now did people remember Sin Battalion's origins.
They had been Mo hostages that Xian Kong Temple had captured from all places and made from the elite among them. The blow of this scene was even greater to Mo battle generals. This was the first time they saw everyone in a battalion have physiques. Seeing the flowing light on the bodies of Sin Battalion, they were stunned. While they had entered the era of Shin power and a physique was not as valuable as in the past, it was still a shock when every person in a battalion had a physique. Those smarter found that the physiques of Sin Battalion soldiers clearly had traces of Shin power. The inscription skill of Cloud C was famed in the world.
Adding on Cloud C's study of Shin power, this was actually normal. Trap. This was a trap. The personages that watched this fight felt cold creep up their backs. Bihan was so devious. So cold-blooded. To lure Xiang Yusheng into the battle, he had sacrificed half of Sin Battalion. This was a person who could do anything for victory. This was a terrifying battle general that was cold and ruthless. The strong pressure came like a mountain to cover the entire battlefield. The balance immediately had tilted to Bihan's side. Sin Battalion's physiques were not just physique. Their attacks became even stronger. The battle formation with Shin power added was unstoppable. The Sin Battalion soldiers started to fight head-on. Their attacks became ferocious. In a blink, almost all of Hai Jin Yun's battalion was gone. Is this your trump card?
Xiang Yusheng's eyes flashed and a cold smile floated at the corner of his lips. He had expected long ago that Bihan definitely had other cards up his sleeve.
Otherwise, planning to fight 1 against 2 was a joke.
Looking at Sin Battalion that had immediately multiplied in their ferocity, Xiang Yusheng's gaze was admiring.
Cloud C's inscription skill lived up to the rumors. However, this stopped here. Xiang Yusheng's gaze locked onto Bihan that flickered in and out of view among the Sin Battalion fighters. He was like an experienced hunter that stared at his prey that was about to fall into the trap. He had always felt great confidence in this battle because he found long ago that Bihan's Sin Battalion that caused people to lose their guts at the name had a nondescript weakness. This nondescript weakness would not show up usually, but in battles of this level, it was enough to be fatal. Sin Battalion did not have a top-level fighter.
Usually, the powerful Sin Battalion was enough to protect Bihan. Yet now, Sin Battalion only had half of its members left. The strong defensive net was filled with holes even though the Sin Battalion soldiers had become more powerful. Xiang Yusheng had been constantly searching for a time to give a fatal blow. When Bihan's last trump card was revealed, he didn't hesitate any longer. With a long roar, the space around him suddenly boiled, his hair dancing like a swarm of snakes.
Power gathered towards him like a tide.
The boiling space around him was like a bottomless monster that greedily sucked in the flood of power the battalion channeled towards him. Everyone was stunned by this sudden change. Even Hai Jin Yun, who had been fighting hard, was stunned.
Almost everyone thought that Xiang Yusheng was a rare control-type Mo battle general. Even Hai Jin Yun thought this.
Who would have thought that Xiang Yusheng had hit his strength? He was also a classical Mo battle general with outstanding individual strength.
Xiang Yusheng's face flashed with eerie light, his eyes flashing.
He found a hidden pathway crisscrossing through Sin Battalion's ranks.
His presence reached a peak. With a roar of laughter, he headed straight towards Bihan like a blade.
Sin Battalion members along the way leapt at Xiang Yusheng.
Yet before they could go near, they were thrown back out into the air. Everyone knew. Bihan was finished.
At this time, a red-colored raiment appeared on Bihan's body. He turned his face as though he felt it.
In the gray-white eyes of every Sin Battalion member, a thread of furious dark red flame jumped at the same time. Translator ramblings, still fighting, 3 chapters now?
I think this might be the longest fight described for someone other than Zuo Mo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 785, Bihan. Chapter 785, Bihan.
Xiang Yusheng felt a stirring suddenly rise. He raised his head in shock and saw a scene that he would never forget. Ball of flame flew out of the bodies of Sin Battalion to rise into the sky like blooming flowers. In this moment, thousands of balls of flame filled his vision. They seemed to slowly fly towards Bihan dressed in red armor. The red armor on Bihan suddenly lit up with profound and complex scripts.
In a blink, the flames in the sky entered Bihan's red armor. An angry red mark appeared on Bihan's forehead.
The red armor moved as though it was alive, feathers shaped like tongues of flame growing at a stunning rate on the red armor. Bihan's face, neck and other exposed body parts were filled with many icy blue scripts. Those were the Jinji that had been placed back at Shin Kong Temple. The icy blue and the furious red formed a breathtaking scene filled with stunning beauty. Some with keener eyes noticed the changes in Bihan under the red armor. While Bihan's figure had not changed greatly, there were some tiny changes. Xiang Yusheng also found these changes. Suddenly, he thought of Sin Battalion's change just now and his expression changed drastically. Shuadong did not disguise the shock he felt. He stared hard at the flaming red armor that Bihan wore, uncontrollable desire showing in his eyes. He murmured to himself, Shin device raiment.
A battle general Shin device raiment. Lin Qian was similarly shocked.
I hadn't thought that Mo Cloud C would give their first Shin device raiment to Bihan.
Great courage. Great vision. He had to admit Zuo Mo's strength. Mo Cloud C's first Shin device was given to Bihan.
A battle general Shin device raiment, this was the first one.
Zuo Mo's choices were always unlike other people.
When all the other powers chose to forge Shin device raiments for the strongest member of their faction, he gave the Shin device to outfit a battle general. A seemingly daring choice was of great and crucial effect at this moment.
People could not understand Zuo Mo.
Lin Qian had a strong feeling of danger.
The Mo Cloud C led by Zuo Mo was definitely the biggest enemy to Kunlun other than Tian Huan, but... Wait.
Lin Qian suddenly thought of something and his expression changed slightly.
Bihan is a Mo. Shuadong stilled.
When he reacted, his expression changed minutely as well.
Bihan was Mo.
No one would have thought that this information that everyone knew was now the deciding factor in this battle.
Bihan was a Mo.
He grew up in Xian Kong Temple, and due to his outstanding talent, he was put in charge of Sin Battalion. Bihan was a rare Mo who used Shouja methods as a battle general. At this time, everyone understood this detail they had missed was so crucial.
Sin Battalion could be modified to have Mo physiques. What about Bihan? From a famed family, Bihan had an outstanding bloodline. Mo Cloud C's inscription art had the power to express the power in his bloodline.
Bihan, whose bloodline power had been uncovered, would skyrocket in individual power. His individual strength could probably match those of normal gold Mo battle generals. Yet this was not the most terrifying thing.
More terrifying was that this meant Bihan could learn Mo fighting tactics.
Bihan would become a battle general that could use Mo and Shouja methods. For a battle general of Bihan's level, any extra variation in tactics meant that he was that much more adaptable. His strength and the danger he posed would increase drastically.
And a whole other method of fighting? No one knew. Because this had never happened before.
There had never been a battle general of Bihan's level that had skill in two styles. Sin Battalion, this wondrous battalion, gave Bihan great help because Sin Battalion was made out of Mo. Bihan and Sin Battalion were perfectly matched. This meant that Bihan could command Sin Battalion to realize two completely different ways of fighting.
It would be a headache even if it was a normal battle general that could do this. And if it was a top battle general like Bihan, how great would the advantage be? That many people didn't even dare to think.
Lin Qian knew that with Zuo Mo's personality, he definitely would not ignore Bihan's advantage.
Bihan's Shin device raiment would have been forged with this in mind. This Shin device raiment.
The suddenly change caught Shang Yusheng off guard.
However, after the initial panic, he quickly calmed down. His expression became calm again even though the presence that Bihan gave off now immediately suppressed his.
Yet Shang Yusheng's mind was unusually calm. He was patient. He had cultivated his individual strength yet never showed it for many years. He practiced control-type tactics but he still did all he could to make up for his shortcoming. He never stopped perfecting himself. The hard practice and sweat of many days and months caused his mind to be as strong as stone. He knew that at this point, it was proven that Bihan was more outstanding him. Both sides had played their cards and Bihan's hand was better.
He had been mistaken. Yet he could not retreat now.
Other than fighting with his back to the wall, he did not have any other choice. Their battalions were entangled together and if he retreated at this time, there would only be one result, they would all be killed. Shang Yusheng's gaze burned with fighting spirit. The pride and bravery all Mo battle generals had made him fearless. Since everyone's trump card was played, then what was left was to fight. The possibility that he could win this fight was very small, but even if not for victory, he had enough reason to fight for his pride. For his battalion. He was Shang Yusheng. Shang Yusheng's expression was calm as he fearless burned the power inside. No one knew that his tongue had been bitten to pieces in his mouth. Vast Shin power accompanied by the thick tang of blood flowed like lava through his body.
Standing with his hands by his side, Shang Yusheng's presence skyrocketed.
The rising presence and his fearless intent to fight to the death filled every corner of the battlefield. Even the people watching from the mirages changed expression.
The Mo under Shang Yusheng's command seemed to be struck by lightning.
These men that seemed to be made from steel looked dazedly at the sky, at that proud and decisive Shang Yusheng shining.
That was their commander that gave them glory and hope.
Tears rolled down the upraised faces.
Darren! Numerous angry shouts and grieving wails sounded from the battlefield. They knew that Darren intended to fight to the death.
Suddenly, a MO marshal wiped away his tears and shouted,
"Fight with Darren!"
Suddenly, blood sprouted out of his body in a dozen places, the light surrounding him multiplying in intensity. Frantic power raged inside his body. He grunted, but did not waver. In order to create the image that he was a control type, Shan Yusheng had a MO marshal in his battalion that had lead the attacks in his place.
"Fight with Darren! Fight with Darren!"
Blood spurted, shouts and blinding balls of light rising.
Each ball of light was like a furious flame that, burning with anything left behind, life burned to create Shin power. Burning their lives for that commander in the sky that gave them glory and hope. Light rose from the burning Mo soldiers and flew towards Shang Yusheng in the sky. The power inside Shang Yusheng increased at a stunning rate. He looked down at the quickly dimming balls of light under him. The figure of the Mo soldiers that fell to their deaths after offering him all of their power. Tears blurred his vision. Suddenly, an angry shout rang over the battlefield. It was Hai Jin Yun. Countless furious flows of air spun rapidly around his body. He was like a blinding meteor that howled as he shot towards Bihan like a moth to a flame. Shan Yusheng's heart felt a stab of pain. Bihan opened his eyes again.
Facing Hai Jin Yun charging at him, he was expressionless. Yet the armor he wore, arsonist, was like a burning flame. The two opposite presences of coolness and fire wondrously merged into one.
He was like a piece of ice wrapped in furious flames.
He coolly pointed and stabbed towards Hai Jin Yun flying towards him.
Pop! A deep beat seemed to explode in people's minds. The ground also shook.
The space in front of Bihan seemed to be an invisible wall that rippled.
Hai Jin Yun seemed to be hit by an invisible hammer head-on.
Before he could make any adjustments, Hai Jin Yu exploded like a ball of fire. The light around him was shattered, turning into fragments that disappeared into the air. Hai Jin Yun fell from the sky without any signs of life.
Everyone in watching the mirages was intimidated.
Their expressions changed. The hard battle before had proved that Hai Jin Yun had the strength of a top battle general.
Yet the death of a top battle general was so simple. How could people not be intimidated? Cohen Luan and Tian Huan felt as though there was a dagger at their backs. Bihan was so powerful. Bihan did not have any joy on his expression.
Hai Jin Yun was at the end of his rope, his battalion completely gone, his energy spent. For MO battle generals, the battalion was the source of their strength.
If the battalion was strong, the battle general would be stronger. There wasn't even 20% of Hai Jin Yun battalion left. All of them were tired and void of power. The power that they could gather on Hai Jin Yun was almost insignificant. In order to realize this goal, Sin Battalion had made a great sacrifice. Using up Hai Jin Yun's power, producing the illusion of a hard-fought battle, luring Shang Yusheng into the fight, all of that had come at the expense of Sin Battalion's sacrifices. Bihan had not expected that Shang Yusheng was also skilled in traditional MO fighting methods. He had originally planned to use his individual strength to make a surprise move and ambush him. If he could kill Shang Yusheng, he would win. He hadn't expected Shang Yusheng to be so strong. More importantly, Shang Yusheng's battalion was almost completely untouched. Yet Shang Yusheng was able to immediately understand the situation after detecting Bihan's threat, advancing instead of retreating for a fight to the death. Such a powerful opponent. Bihan's cold eyes filled with fighting spirit. Translator ramblings, the fight is still not over.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 786, Arsonist. Chapter 786, Arsonist.
The two burning balls of light, the two battle generals faced off in the sky.
Bihan's aura gave off furious red flames, Shang Yusheng's aura gave off deep blue waves. This battle had progressed unexpectedly to all, Bihan and Shang Yusheng being the greatest surprises.
Bihan was ranked 10th of the top battle generals in the Shoujo world. No one would underestimate his strength. Yet Sin Battalion's changes, and Bihan's MO fighting method, as well as the angry flaming, arsonist, he wore was a great shock to people. Just as people thought that Bihan's last trump card was played, Bihan would then play another, each a better card.
Shang Yusheng's strength had been underestimated until now.
His display up to this point was outstanding. He definitely had the strength of a top battle general. The reason that he was in such a sorry state was just because he fought Bihan. He was in a sorry state, but it did not mean that he did not have a chance. Bihan had the advantage, but this did not mean that he had victory in his grasp.
The final battle.
Shang Yusheng was the first to act.
His figure flashed and he appeared near Bihan. Blinding blue energies vented out and seemed as though they were about to drown Bihan.
Bihan seemed to have expected this and reached out with a swat of his hand. The red energy of his hand formed an enormous flaming hand that slammed against the blue flood.
Boom!
Countless fragments of energy swirled and fell from the sky, raining down to the ground.
The two were fast like bolts of lightning, red and blue.
They continued to collide at a speed hard to follow with the naked eye. They would immediately separate after each collision.
Boom, boom, boom. The ear-deafening explosions were like thunder. Sparks would fly each time the two met. Sprays of dazzling red and blue energy shot into the sky. Such great power. Li Xianair couldn't resist sighing in shock. The two people in the mirage were inhuman.
They were like two meteors crashing into each other repeatedly. The MO battle generals that gathered the power of the entire battalion were so strong they outshone all experts. She had seen MO battle generals before, and MO fighting was like this. However, the power coming from these two people still shocked her. As one of the strongest of Tianhuan, she was individually strong, but she still felt intimidated by the strength the two displayed.
So battle generals could be this strong. Gongye Xiaoron's expression was grave. In terms of savagery, the fighting of the MO was first. However, the strength of these two is rare even among the MO. In the mirage, the attacking rhythm of the two accelerated.
It was so fast one could only see a red and blue bolt of lightning flashing across the sky. Li Xianair made a soft sound of surprise.
They are improving. Improving?
Gongye Xiaoron stilled.
Yes, both of them are improving.
Li Xianair was powerful and she could see the changes in this level of battle more clearly.
Gongye Xiaoron quickly understood. They are adjusting to this kind of fighting.
Both Bihan and Xiang Yusheng do not usually fight like this.
After this battle, Bihan will be more terrifying.
The MO Martial Alliance has suffered great losses this time with the death of two top battle generals at once.
Even we would not be able to afford such a price. Tianhuan and the MO Martial Alliance were on good terms.
While there was no open relations, there was close contact in secret. Gongzi she still felt great affection for Li Xianair, but the present Li Xianair was not the Li Xianair from when they had first met.
Li Xianair was now one of the core members of Tianhuan.
She didn't need to help Tianhuan through a method like a marriage alliance. Li Xianair thought and then said, MO Cloud C's losses this time are also heavy. After this fight, Sin Battalion loses at least half their numbers. It is worth it to use half of Sin Battalion in exchange for two top battle generals, Gongye Xiaorong said without hesitation.
Li Xianair suddenly thought of a problem.
Sin Battalion is a strange battalion.
If there are losses, how is it supposed to be replenished?
Gongye Xiaorong stilled and then had an expression of joy.
Yes.
Sin Battalion cannot be replenished, it is pretty much crippled now.
Even if Bihan has the Shin device raiment, he cannot make another Sin Battalion. Without Sin Battalion, Bihan's strength is greatly reduced. Bihan's fighting method means that only a strange battalion like Sin Battalion is suitable for him. In other words, does this mean that MO Cloud C did not have any gains? Li Xianair's expression was puzzled. Then why did they start this campaign? Also, wouldn't Bihan think of this problem? Gongye Xiaorong's smile froze on his face. They definitely have ways to replenish Sin Battalion. Lin Xian's tone was full of confidence. The attention he paid towards Zuo Mo and his understanding of the other far surpassed other people. In his impression, Zuo Mo definitely would not approve a plan that resulted in such a loss. Xue Dong frowned. Would they dare to capture Mo to reforge Sin Battalion? That is something taboo. If it is discovered, there will be endless consequences. MO Cloud C has so many MO, they definitely cannot accept such a matter. Not that.
Lin Xian shook his head.
In my understanding, Zuo Mo definitely would not make such a fatal mistake. He definitely has other methods. Other methods? Xue Dong had a curious expression.
He was strong in war, but he understood very little of these things.
I don't know.
Lin Xian shook his head honestly.
But I know that they definitely have a way. If that's true, then Bihan is terrifying. Xue Dong looked at the mirage, brimming with fighting spirit.
It was so enjoyable to watch a battle of this level.
How great would it be if he was participating in this battle?
Beihan and Xiang Yusheng's fighting reached a white-hot level. The two maintained their furious pace as though they did not know exhaustion. They abandoned all finesse, and would collide fully each time. They had continued to attack at such a mad tempo for 4 whole hours.
People could not see their figures clearly. There was only the endless explosion and eruptions of light.
The scouts watching from far had ashen expressions. For safety, they had already retreated far away, but they could still feel the tremors of the ground and the shockwaves of air. Two freaks. Everyone was filled with terror. It was the first time Bi-Han was using this fighting method in actual battle. The enjoyable feeling made his blood almost boil. Without any technique, without any thoughts, only the simplest and crudest collisions. The arsonist was like a burning flame that continued to stimulate the Shin power inside him. His Shin power became even hotter. It turned into explosive flames when it was channeled into the arsonist. It flowed along the armor and became even hotter. Then it would gather on Bi-Han's hands and turn into attacks. This was the arsonist that Zuo Mo had designed for Bi-Han. Zuo Mo's thinking had been simple. The abilities of arsonist were also simple. It would burn Bi-Han's Shin power and amplify it to be even more furious, increasing its strength. Bi-Han was not truly a top expert. His power came from his battalion. Exquisite Shin techniques were not of great value to Bi-Han. He only needed to use the simplest and most straightforward attacking methods. There was only one aim. For him to have enough power to deal a fatal attack at the crucial moment. The burning Shin power was unusually savage and most suited for such simple and straightforward attacks. Yet furious Shin power demanded greatly of one's mental resilience. Bi-Han's almost obsessive absolute calm was the best for using arsonist. When equipment was at the Shin device raiment level, even the simplest of abilities would become unusually terrifying in strength. Arsonist was like its name, furious and rebellious. Only Bi-Han could control it. Bi-Han's almost obsessive calm showed its power. Even in such a high attacking tempo, and when his body felt as though it was burning, he still detected that Shang Yisheng's attacks were slowly weakening. Without any hesitation, Bi-Han increased his attacking rhythm again. In this kind of battle, there was no room to dodge. Other than attack, there was no other choice. When Bi-Han sped up his attack rate, Shang Yisheng had to increase as well. The collisions of the two became even stronger. There were already experts watching the mirages that detected the battle was reaching its end. They unconsciously straightened. The collisions that abandoned all technique were crude and direct. If one side could not keep up, the momentum would quickly tilt. Shang Yisheng's speed clearly slowed down. The light around him grew much dimmer. His Shin equipment was already in pieces. The skin exposed to the air was filled with small wounds. Bi-Han's attacks became even stronger. He bombarded Shang Yisheng from different angles and Shang Yisheng quickly seemed to be wavering. With every collision, Shang Yisheng's ball of light would tremble and grow a fraction dimmer. When it reached this moment, anyone with eyes could see that victory and defeat had been determined. A cold light flashed through Bi-Han's eyes, and his speed increased again. Completely unable to keep up with the rhythm, Shang Yisheng seemed to be hit head-on by a meteor. Boom! The blue energies flew. Shang Yisheng smashed into the ground and created a large crater in the ground. Bi-Han flew into the large crater like a streak of fire. When Bi-Han's fiery figure appeared in the sky again, there was a person gripped in his hand. Shang Yisheng was dead. His expression before death was calm. In front of the mirages, everyone lost the interest in talking. Seeing two top battle generals fall in such a short span of time was a great blow to everyone. Bi-Han silently floated in the air. The bright red flames wrapped around his body, but his eyes were so cold they were still. After making sure that Shang Yisheng was dead, he once again landed beside the crater and placed Shang Yisheng's body into the crater. His hands waved lightly towards the sides of the crater and the earth on the two sides of the crater exploded. Soil rained down and buried Shang Yisheng. After doing all this, Bi-Han stood and looked towards the battlefield. There was less than half of Sin battalion standing on the battlefield. Bi-Han suddenly reached out with his right hand. Countless wisps of flame flew out and landed on the corpses of Sin battalion members on the ground. In a flash, the corpses turned to dust. There was a red bead within each mound of dust. Bi-Han beckoned with his hand. The red beads in the mounds of ash seemed to receive a summons, flying into his hands and disappearing. After cleaning up, Bi-Han suddenly looked around to the edge of the battlefield. His cold eyes caused everyone in front of the mirages to feel great killing intent. He suddenly made a gesture that no one had expected. Looking coldly into the mirage, he raised his hand and drew a finger lightly over his neck. A throat slash. Translator ramblings. Zuo Mo's greed is so famous everyone knows he will only accept profit and not loss. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 787, The Anger of Lotus Sutra Temple. Chapter 787, The Anger of Lotus Sutra Temple. Bihan fought 1 against 2 and had killed top 2 battle generals, Hai Jin-yun and Shan Yisheng, by trading for the lives of half of Xin Battalion. The world shook. Even Shui Dong, that was ranked first among Xiuzhi battle generals, had never had such glorious results. Bihan's last cold and domineering gesture caused numerous hot-blooded youths to copy him.
Mo Cloud C's powerful strength once again attracted the attention of the world. Bihan could only be considered second in Mo Cloud C.
People's opinions of him were far lower than Gongsun Sha.
This could be seen from the rankings.
Yet after this battle, everyone saw Bihan in a completely new light. His moves had become more varied and well-rounded.
He had 2 fighting styles.
This kind of Bihan posed a much greater threat. Bihan had commanded the entire campaign. From the starting setup to the final battle with its layers, Bihan displayed his stunning talent. In people's previous opinions, Bihan was strong, but he was lacking greatly compared to Gongsun Sha, especially in his planning.
Right now, no one would think this. What people feared even more was Bihan's coldness, a cold-blooded ruthlessness. For victory, he could do anything.
In the minds of many people, Bihan had become a cold-blooded battle general. His challenging throat slash at the end made people feel a wave of murderousness.
Mo Cloud C's enemies felt a blade at their backs. However, unexpectedly, Bihan's ranking did not rise greatly.
This was because of Xin Battalion's large number of casualties. This number of fatalities was a great injury to any battalion, much less a battalion like Xin Battalion that could not be replenished. Through this battle, Bihan proved his great individual strength. The Xin device raiment also was revealed. The infamy of arsonist spread through the world. Just by the results of this battle was enough for him to go forward a few places in the rankings.
Yet everyone also knew that Bihan's strength had weakened rather than increased.
Bihan was skilled in 2 fighting styles, and Xin Battalion was the only one that could channel his full power. But Xin Battalion could not be replenished.
If there was fighting, there would be fatalities.
With result of not having any replenishment meant that Xin Battalion fighters would grow fewer in number, and the battalion was weaker.
Bihan would become weaker as a result. Right now was Bihan's weakest moment.
But even so, Mo Cloud C's great power alarmed people. The second strongest battle general of Mo Cloud C, Bihan, was already so terrifying. Then the one called the top battle general, Gongsun Sha, how strong was he? But this shocking campaign had too many things worthy of discussion, and many people forgot about identifying why Mo Cloud C had started this campaign. But inside Mo Cloud C, the higher ranks understood with 100 energy Jia in hand, they now had wings.
News of Bihan's victory quickly reached Zuo Mo. Little Mo Gu was excited and wanted to howl into the sky. 100 energy Jia. Shen crystals. They were rich. Thinking about returning and laying in the mountains of Shen crystals, that would definitely be the best experience in life. Tycoons. You are still playing with Jingshi, GE has started playing Shen crystals. Unusually content, Zuo Mo's spirit rose. He was filled with anticipation towards the trip to the ancient ruins about to begin.
At this time, the sect leader of Lotus Sutra Temple hurriedly rushed in. When Zuo Mo noticed the grief on the face of the Lotus Sutra Temple sect leader, and on the faces of the disciples around her, he knew that something happened. He hurriedly asked, "What happened?"
"Just now, Yuan Tong Shixiang of Sarangama Heart Sect perished."
The eyes of Lotus Sutra Temple's sect leader was slightly swollen. She had clearly cried just now. The White Lotus Reverend explained, Yuan Tong Shishu and Master had a good relationship.
However, just now, someone attempted an assassination and he unfortunately was killed. He glanced at Zuo Mo and said, "The token of Sarangama Heart Sect was with Yuan Tong Shishu." Zuo Mo's heart sank. Did they come for the token? The token is gone. The White Lotus Reverend nodded with murderousness on his face.
Only a small few knew that the token of Sarangama Heart Sect was with Shishu.
Even Master did not know. There definitely are spies in Sarangama Heart Sect. Did you find who did it? Zuo Mo asked.
The situation was more complex than he had imagined. The ruins had not opened yet the killing had started.
It's Kunlun.
The eyes of the Lotus Sutra Temple sect leader flashed. She said hatefully, "While they have disguised it well, but they did not know that Shixiang has an ability called empty heart thought. Usually, he would leave behind a thread of his consciousness in the Diana Tower when he cultivates. If not for this thread of consciousness, we would not have discovered it."
Kunlun. Zuo Mo's expression became serious.
He hadn't thought that Kunlun wanted the Shin device nucleus so desperately. Zuo Mo immediately recognized the severity of the situation.
It probably wasn't just one Kunlun Xiuzhi that would enter the ancient ruins, and these people were well concealed.
If they were the least bit careless, they would easily fall for the trap. At this moment, the lotus flower at the forehead of the sect leader lit up minutely. Her expression changed. She closed her eyes and focused while breathing calmly. When she opened her eyes again, her face was murderousness.
Yuan Hao was attacked on his return trip. Good, very good. The sect leader of Lotus Sutra Temple was clearly angered greatly.
If she could maintain her calm at Yuan Tong's death, then Yang Yuan Hao being ambushed enraged her.
Yang Yuan Hao wasn't just related to the future of the 9 great Diana sects, he was also her nephew.
The location where he had been ambushed was in her territory.
The other was arrogant and unscrupulous to the limit. They really think that Lotus Sutra Temple is easy to bully.
She was a sect leader, however, and quickly calmed down.
However, the darkness in her eyes grew. She bowed and warned Zuo Mo and the others, "I have come to remind everyone to pay attention to your safety and be careful."
Finishing, she turned and left with her disciples.
This was Lotus Sutra Temple's territory.
They had lived here for thousands of years, and the depth of their foundation far surpassed people's imagination. When all of Lotus Sutra Temple moved, several groups of suspicious people quickly came to the surface. Truly angered, Lotus Sutra Temple clearly did not intend to maintain the illusion of peace. Also, the sect leader of Lotus Sutra Temple knew that her one sect did not have the power to fight against these disciples of Tian Huan and Kunlun.
The death of Yuan Tong stirred the 9 great Diana sects into facing a common enemy.
Under the leadership of Lotus Sutra Temple's sect leader, Thunder Sound Temple, Karma Temple, Sarangama Temple, Laughing Maitreya Temple and the others sent their outstanding disciples to reinforce Lotus Sutra Temple.
Troops made from 300 elite disciples carried out ambushes during the night. These Kunlun and Tian Huan disciples hidden in the shadows hadn't expected that the others would dare to come to their door. They hurried to respond. The disciples of Kunlun and Tian Huan were stronger, but the disciples of the 9 great Diana sects had the advantage of numbers. The fighting was intense.
Both sides suffered great losses.
Of the 4 reverends of Lotus Sutra Temple, 1 was killed and 2 wounded.
The other sects also received heavy losses. More than half of the 300 disciples were dead or wounded.
Kunlun and Tian Huan also had heavy losses.
Many of the hidden disciples were plucked out.
The 9 great Diana sects had the advantage.
Even though the Kunlun and Tian Huan disciples were stronger, there was no advantage when they were outnumbered in melee combat. Other than several powerful disciples that broke through, the other disciples were all killed.
In the end, they found more than 60 corpses of people from Kunlun and Tian Huan.
The restless area around the ruins immediately became much quieter.
Chao Xian had an expression of pain. Stupid.
One Shin device nucleus ruined this great situation. Now, our previous plan cannot be used.
The 9 great Diana sect is going to be more united after this fight.
Lin Xian had a grimace.
This matter is my mistake.
Previously, the value of one Shin device raiment could not compare to a greatly beneficial strategy against the 9 great Diana sect. But since Bihan's arsonist appeared, a completely new concept of battle general Shin device raiment, every sect increased their value of the nucleus. Suddenly, every faction's desire toward Shin device raiments increased drastically. Lin Xian regretted greatly that the first Shin device raiment of Kunlun had been given to him. With his strength and status, there was nothing to criticize that he possessed a Shin device raiment. However, he would not fight on the front lines, and the Shin device raiment was not of much strategic value.
For Kunlun and the others, Shin device raiments were strategic treasures.
Since they were of strategic value, they actually would not be easily used.
For example, Lin Xian.
He had the Shin device raiment. While he would rarely meet someone that was a match for him, he was not invulnerable. If he was swarmed by many, he would also die.
Kunlun could not tolerate this kind of loss. Yet Nemo Cloudsea's Battle General Shin device raiment was designed around a completely different concept. Battle generals of Bihan's level were heavily protected and had many experts around him.
After being outfitted with the Shin device raiment, he was even stronger, and he was able to increase the strength of the entire battalion. Both were Shin device raiments, yet it was clear which had greater use.
Kunlun and Tian Huan were inspired and had an even greater desire for Shin device raiments.
However, even with their wealth, it was not an easy matter to forge a new Shin device raiment.
The attraction of a complete Shin device nucleus for Kunlun could be imagined. Also, Kunlun did not think anything of the 9 great Diana sects. That was not just the sects within the lower ranks. Actually, Lin Xian knew that he thought the same inside. In his eyes, the biggest enemy was Tian Huan, the most dangerous enemy was Mo Cloud-C.
Other than Yang Yuan Hao, the 9 great Diana sects were not worth a mention.
This was the same with the other Kunlun disciples. They might be wary of Xian Kong Temple, but Lotus Sutra Temple, what was that?
Lin Qian was a responsible person. He knew that he held great blame this time, and immediately admitted his mistake.
Chow Xi inside.
Lin Qian had already given him enough face by admitting to his mistake.
He thought and said, this may not be a bad thing. How so? Lin Qian was an open-minded and humble person.
Lotus Sutra Temple led the way, then we will make an example of Lotus Sutra Temple.
Chow Xian's eyes flashed.
There are many conflicts between the 9 great dhyana sects, and they all want different things.
We can use this matter to single out Lotus Sutra Temple, and no other sections. Lin Qian's eyes lit up. Great plan. This matter was a great excuse. If they put out a strong attitude of only making trouble for Lotus Sutra Temple, what would the other sects do?
This was something to think over. Within the 9 great dhyana sects there were numerous conflicts between themselves.
No one was willing to provoke an enemy like Kunlun. Adding on the spies fanning the flames from the shadows. Translator ramblings, the fight is finally over.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 788, Divide. Chapter 788, Divide.
Congratulations for finishing the exam. Song Ling Shui looked at Yu Qinlai, who stood in front of her with an expressionless face. She was filled with terror. This youth that was just a bit older than she was the manifestation of a demon. Beside her was another female about 30 years old. Her appearance was ordinary and her attire simple. If she was not standing beside Song Ling Shui would think that she was a servant girl. Yu Qinlai looked at the two and said to himself expressionlessly, you two had the best results.
Starting from today, you will each become responsible for them. Each?
Song Ling Shui perceptibly caught the crux of Yu Qinlai's words.
Yu Qinlai nodded.
Yes, 20 people in total. They will be divided to 2 teams, 10 on each team.
You will each be responsible for a team. Song Ling Shui, Hong Xiao, you will be competitors. Your status will be determined by your results.
Song Ling Shui and Hong Xiao turned their faces at the same moment and their gazes met. With a short glance, Song Ling Shui could see experience flashing in Hong Xiao's eyes. Her heart trembled. However, she was filled with confidence in herself and did not fear competition.
You will be sent to a completely new place.
There, you will start your work.
Your family, clansmen, they will meet up with you in 3 months. Good luck. The 9 great dhyana sects was in chaos. Kunlun's force pointed directly at Lotus Sutra Temple and they informed all the sects that their target was only Lotus Sutra Temple. They requested that Lotus Sutra Temple produce the criminals that killed the Kunlun disciples and for the other sects to remain neutral. Thunder Sound Temple, Karma Temple, Laughing Maitreya Temple, and Sarangama Temple immediately expressed their support for Lotus Sutra Temple. They started to move their battalions. Yan Yuan Hai announced that he had been the subject of an ambush and accused Kunlun of planning it. The situation immediately became a powder keg. Great Buddha Temple, Karma Temple, Skanda Temple and Heartleaf Dhyana Sect did not make a sound. Inside the 9 great dhyana sects, all kinds of rumors quickly spread. Many people thought that Lotus Sutra Temple had caused this incident and should resolve it themselves rather than drag everyone down. The divides in the 9 great dhyana sect finally appeared in public. Kunlun's immediately response seemed to say that Lotus Sutra Temple's actions this time truly angered them.
Shuedong Battalion moved out and pointed straight at Thunder Sound Temple.
The 9 great dhyana sects became nervous.
Yan Yuan Hao's battalion completely moved and guarded against Shuedong Battalion's advance. In the time of a day, the situation changed so quickly people could not keep up. The face-off between the 2 top battle generals immediately attracted the eyes of the world.
Shuedong was the best battle general in the world.
He was well-rounded, had strategic vision, and had never lost. Shuedong, who was born in Kunlun, had always been the most accomplished battle general among the Kunlun disciples from childhood. Yang Yuan Hao was a new talent, but his strength was also stunning. He was ranked 5th, just below Gongsun Cha. In the great banquet to divide Xiankong Temple, Yang Yuan Hao showed his outstanding talent.
If not for him, the present 9 great dhyana sect probably could not stop the advance of Kunlun and Tianhuan.
Just now, Bihan had killed 2 top battle generals by himself and stunned the world. The importance of the conflict in front of them rivaled Bihan's battle.
Kunlun seemed determined to destroy Lotus Sutra Temple.
Then Mu Xian Battalion started to advance towards Lotus Sutra Temple. Mu Xian was the only female battle general in the top 10 of the Xiuzhi battle generals. She was ranked 8th. She was much older than Shuedong and experienced.
Even in Kunlun, not many dared to provoke her.
Compared to Xuedong's light, Mu Xian was much more low-key and people rarely knew of her accomplishments.
No one knew why her ranking was so high.
However, no one doubted her abilities, but she was one of the rare elders that did not decrease in status after Lin Xian ascended and had become even more important.
Lin Xian's eyes were usually very accurate. It was a shock to people that the usually low-key Mu Xian moved.
Yang Yuanhao could not divide himself.
Xuedong was enough to keep him engaged and he did not dare to move.
He could only watch as Mu Xian moved closer to Lotus Sutra Temple.
Two top battle generals attacked at the same time.
In this time, Lotus Sutra Temple was in great danger.
Yet another battalion suddenly appeared at Lotus Sutra Temple and shocked the world. Gongsun Sha. Vermilion Bird Camp. The top battle general of Mo Cloud Sea with the strongest battalion of Mo Cloud Sea appeared in Lotus Sutra Temple's territory without any warning. When the news came out, everyone that paid attention to this battle finally understood. No wonder Lotus Sutra Temple dared to challenge Kunlun. So Mo Cloud Sea was supporting them. However, no one dared to dismiss the name of Gongsun Lil Mississippi.
Almost the moment Gongsun Lil Miss Vermilion Bird Camp arrived at Lotus Sutra Temple, Mu Xian's battalion stopped advancing. The situation seemed to enter a standoff again, Yang Yuanhao against Xuedong, Gongsun Sha against Mu Xian. For top battle generals ranked in the top 10 facing off gave off a suffocating pressure. The entire world became nervous. If the conflict between Kunlun and Lotus Sutra Temple was a simple conflict before, then Mo Cloud Sea with the 5 sects of the 9 Great Dhyana sect had even strength to fight Kunlun. If the two sides really fought, the scale of the conflict would be so great it would most likely affect the entire world. Tianhuan seemed unwilling to be silent. The battalions at the borders shifted as though they wanted to fan the flames. However, they never expected that Zhongde's battalion would suddenly appear at the border of Xixin and Tianhuan. All of Tianhuan became nervous. What did Zhongde want to do? In terms of power, Xixin could not compare to Tianhuan now.
However, Zhongde was not a reasonable person.
He was powerful, among the top 1 or 2 of the top 10 battle generals. The situation came to a standstill again. Zuo Mo had been paying close attention to the situation. He had ordered Gongsun Sha to reinforce Lotus Sutra Temple. Lotus Sutra Temple was his ally. If it was killed by Kunlun, it would be a detriment to him. Zuo Mo didn't believe that Kunlun would truly fight after Gongsun Sha appeared. If a war of such scale started, it would not end so easily.
Even if Kunlun could defeat them, they would suffer heavy losses that would benefit Tianhuan. Kunlun just wanted to cause a rift between the 9 Great Dhyana sects and had achieved their goal. Heartleaf Dhyana sect and the other 3 sects' silence had planted the seeds of the divide. Fighting now was not of any benefit to Kunlun. It was not good for Zuo Mo to interfere too deeply into the matters of the 9 Great Dhyana sects. However, after this matter, the relationship between Lotus Sutra Temple and Mo Cloud Sea would grow much closer. The sect leader of Lotus Sutra Temple was a vicious person. Since they had burned their ties to Kunlun, without another word, she sent a battalion into the region of the ruins and repeatedly made sweeps. Any person that was the least bit suspicious would be asked to leave. While Lotus Sutra Temple's battalion was lacking in comparison to a top battalion such as Vermilion Bird Camp, it was much stronger than an average sect's battalion. The enormous battalion swept through the region of the ruins like comb. If any person resisted, they would be killed. After this, the number of people around the ruins decreased immediately. Everyone saw Lotus Sutra Temple's determination. Did Lotus Sutra Temple want to take the ruins for themselves? This kind of rumor spread through the 9 Great Dhyana sects, but Lotus Sutra Temple still did as they wished. Thundersound Temple and other allies strangely did not have any opinions. Heartleaf Dhyana sect and the others were talkative, but Lotus Sutra Temple was determined and didn't even listen. After this matter, the sect leader of Lotus Sutra Temple finally saw that the 9 Great Dhyana sects would not be as successful. Yang Yuanhao was strong in battle, but he did not have the ability to sort out the 9 Great Dhyana sect. Without a strong person coming up, the 9 Great Dhyana sects that was made from many factions would fall to infighting. A divided 9 Great Dhyana sect would die quickly. Since that was the case, why didn't they prepare? Lotus Sutra Temple's only choice was Mo Cloud Sea. This time, they had completely burned ties to Kunlun and Tianhuan. Xixin was in its old age, and only Mo Cloud Sea was filled with life and signs that it was growing stronger. She had a good outlook for Mo Cloud Sea's prospects. Everyone had already agreed to using the Shin device nucleus in exchange for Shin equipment. What she was doing now was within the limits of the agreement. She was just acting a bit more vicious. Also, the safety of Lotus Sutra Temple was reliant on Gongsun Sha's Vermilion Bird Camp, There are no more factions in this area, Lotus Sutra Temple's sect leader introduced. We have eliminated some suspicious people. Please accept these tokens. This is? Zuo Mo was slightly shocked. The tokens of Thundersound Temple, my sect, Laughing Maitreya Temple, and Splendid Buddha Temple are all here. 4 in total. We had originally planned to send experts to help you, but we are worried that spies will ruin the matter. So we are giving this to you. You can take in more subordinates. We have not managed to get back Sarangama Sect's token. It must already be in Kunlun's hands. The other 4 sects. She sighed softly, her expression dispirited. The 9 great Dhyana sects were of different minds and values. They had already divided into 2 factions. Yang Yuan Hao's transaction with Mo Cloud Sea had been objected to by Heartleaf Dhyana sect, Karma sect, Skanda sect, and Great Buddha sect. The 2 sides had fought fiercely numerous times over this. Zuo Mo understood when he heard this. He bowed seriously. Many thanks for your trust. The Shin equipment will be delivered as soon as possible. The sect leader quickly sorted out her emotions. She knew that the situation could not be fought against. The alliance of the 9 great Dhyana sects had fatal weaknesses from the start. She had just always anticipated a charismatic leader would appear. However, while Yan Yuan Hao was a top battle general, he did not have the traits to be a leader. Yet she found those traits in Zuo Mo. To be able to command a sect as a female, she naturally had her attributes. Seeing the situation clearly, she did not hesitate. She could not save the 9 great Dhyana sects, but she had to consider the lives of those in the Lotus Sutra Temple. Sir, please be careful and take along more people, she cautioned. I understand. Zuo Mo nodded gravely. Translator rambling, once you get to a certain level, individuals start to become powerless. The momentum of the factions behind them is so great it's hard to shift course. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 789, Sin Battalion. Chapter 789, Sin Battalion. The situation had changed. Zuo Mo now had 5 tokens in his possession. In other words, including himself, 25 people could enter the ruin. It seemed that their numbers had increased, but their probability of success did not increase. Previously, no one knew their identity and there was a possibility they could sneak in and obtain the treasure. However, Heartleaf Dhyana sect and the others knew of the transaction between himself and Yang Yuan Hao. Lotus Sutra Temple and the others could not stop Heartleaf Dhyana sect and the other 3 temples. Everyone knew this. However, they had not broken their ties in public. If Heartleaf Dhyana sect and the others really did split with the rest of the 9 great Dhyana sects at this time, then the present equilibrium would be immediately disrupted. Zuo Mo and his group had been revealed and became public targets. They were the strongest group going into the ruins, but they were also everyone's enemy. No matter who, if they wanted to get the Shin device nucleus, they had to kill Zuo Mo's group. They were now everyone's enemy and surrounded by wolves. Zuo Mo and the others only had one path: step over the corpses of their competitors. However, while it was more dangerous, there were also benefits. The sides were clearly defined. Other than the 25 people, everyone else was an enemy. They did not need to worry about exposing their identity and harming potential allies. Zuo Mo quickly concluded that the main issue would be that once they entered the ruins, everyone would become their enemy. If they wanted the Shin device nucleus, there was only one way: kill everyone else. The people accompanying Zuo Mo were all the elite of Mo Cloud Sea. Individually they were outstanding, but they were also trained and skilled in battle formations. The power of a battle formation was directly linked to the number of people in it. Usually, the smaller the number of people, the lower the threat of the battle formation posed. A battle formation composed of 20 people definitely surpassed a battle formation of 5 people. While the enemy had the advantage of numbers, they belonged to different factions. They were unlikely to cooperate, and even if they did, they would not trust each other, so battle formations of larger scale were not feasible. Zuo Mo did not need to worry about himself. Other than himself, Ague, Wei Shang, Sang Liener, Luoli and the others, everyone else could advance as a part of a battle formation. Their strength might not match the carefully selected experts of other factions, but they had been trained by Lil Mississippi. Once they formed a battle formation, they were not so easily defeated. When the ancient ruins opened, if one had the token, they would be sucked into the ruins if they were close by. Zuo Mo and the other entered the ruins through the mountain valley that Lotus Sutra Temple had arranged before. This mountain valley was heavily guarded by Lotus Sutra Temple to leave behind only one safe passageway. Zuo Mo and the others felt their vision blur and the surrounding scenery changed. Everything in front of him was white, and shrouded in mist.
Under his feet were slate stones carved with ancient beasts. The mist here was strange. The mist seemed to contain all kinds of colors and a kind of indescribable power. Yet when he saw the surroundings clearly, Zuo Mo's expression changed slightly.
They had been split up. He only had a Gue with him. Damn it!
Zuo Mo immediately recognized the seriousness of the situation. They were known by everyone else, and once their forces were split up, they would be in danger. He had originally planned on using their numbers to fight their way through. The plan was unusable now.
They had been split up. Undoubtedly, the people from Mo Cloud C were the first targets people would want to eliminate.
He hurriedly used a spell unique to Mo Cloud C to try to communicate with the others. Yet the spell seemed to fizzle out. There was no response. His heart continued to sink.
He turned to look at a Gue.
Without a second word, he took out 2 sets of normal Shin equipment to put them on himself and a Gue, a disguise so they did not appear so eye-catching. While Zuo Mo had confidence in his strength, it would be dangerous if they were attacked from all sides.
Let's go! Zuo Mo charged out first. The urgent matter now was to find everyone else.
It was all right for he and the other Shin power experts.
They should not be in too much danger.
But those guards were not individually strong enough in here. Without the use of a battle formation, they were in great danger. While Zuo Mo desired the Shin device raiment, he did not want to trade for it with the lives of his comrades. These people had followed him the longest and were the group he was closest to.
Zuo Mo and a Gue quickly disappeared into the white mist.
Resting Island, it was situated in a remote and unpopulated corner of Cloud Cgia.
The island was just 300 li wide and less than 700 li long.
It was a very average island among the Cloud Cgia islands. Before this little island did not have a name. After Bihan built his residence here, he named this island Resting Island.
Resting Island was surrounded by Jinji. No one would be able to force their way in. There was only one way to enter Resting Island: transportation formations.
There was a transportation formation on Resting Island.
The other end of the transportation formation was Bihan's bedroom.
Only Bihan would come to Resting Island.
There was only a memorial hall on the island.
Bihan had built the 7-story memorial hall himself.
There were memorial tablets placed in the hall.
The drapes swayed with the cold wind and caused this place to look eerie.
Bihan held a blank memorial tablet on his left hand and held a brush on his right.
He carefully wrote the names in strokes.
He silently wrote.
Behind him stood less than half of Sin Battalion. The ranks with their empty spaces stood silently like they were dead. When the last name was written, Bihan carefully put the memorial tablets onto their places before lighting incense. He did not bow, but stood there silently as though he was inspecting his battalion like usual. He inspected the clean ranks of memorial tablets. His expression was cold as he stared for a long. Suddenly, he said to himself facing the memorial tablets.
I don't know if your spirits will return. You are tired, sleep, I'm going ahead.
He turned and walked to the transportation formation with the remains of Sin Battalion. He returned to his residence and then to Chun Yuchang's Cloud Island to find Chun Yuchang. Chun Yuchang might be muddle-headed sometimes, but that depended on the person he was speaking to. In front of a killing god like Bihan, he was cooperative.
Also, Bihan never asked him for complex tasks.
More so, Zuo Shixiang had been the one to forge those blood beads. Chun Yuchang was also very curious what the results were.
Here, they are growing well.
Chun Yuchang pointed to a ball of blood in the blood pool and said with a small frown, they have started to have some of the Mo steed traits, but very preliminary. Bihan stared at the ball of blood in the blood pool without a word. The blood pools here stretched out. Inside every blood pool, a ball of blood was growing.
The blood beads retain their instincts to fight, so they are aggressive.
If there are 2 blood balls in a blood pool, they will fight until one dies. I had to build this many blood pools.
I have to tell you first that you have to pay the expenses. Chun Yuchang chattered on. All right.
Short and terse, Bihan treated his words like gold.
I don't know what the growth and maturation is like. I'm curious.
Chun Yuchang looked around and seeing no one was around, he lowered his voice and said, I got some Shin crystals and put them in as well.
Those things are very useful.
However, Shin crystals are rare, and I only have so many pieces.
You have to repay me double. All right. Bihan suddenly asked, Shin crystals are useful?
Yes, very useful. They can absorb Shin crystals. Look at these ones, the ones that have consumed Shin crystals are clearly bigger in size.
Later, at Golden Crow Camp, they will be easier to forge. Let's agree, you have to pay me back double, otherwise, I will really suffer a loss. Hey, don't leave. Before Chun Yuchang finished his explanation, Bihan turned and left. I didn't say I wanted them now, why are you so murderous? Chun Yuchang looked at Bihan's back with puzzlement. A few hours later, Bihan once again appeared in front of Chun Yuchang. Whoosh, he poured out a pile of Shin crystals. Chun Yuchang's eyes went straight. My heavens! Zuo Mo and Ague changed their appearances to be less eye-catching. However, the mist in front of them was very strange. Whenever Zuo Mo decided to search the surroundings, his Shin power would encounter great resistance. This kind of situation was rare. The Shin power he cultivated was the Sun Shin power from the Sun tribe. It was so dominant that it had been one of the strongest Shin methodologies even in the ancient era. Even Sun Shin power was encountering resistance. This ruin was not simple. At this time, Silly Bird suddenly came out of Zuo Mo's ring. Then Lil Pagoda, Lil Fire, Lil Black, and the Black Gold Seal Soldier also streamed out of the ring. The group immediately multiplied in number and seemed much bigger. Once Silly Bird came out, her eyes glared. Red flames shot out of her body, her feathers raising up as though there was something dangerous in the surrounding white mist. Lil Pagoda looked around curiously and suddenly opened its mouth to suck in the mist. The white mist was quickly sucked into Lil Pagoda's mouth like a whale inhaling. The white and black body of Lil Pagoda became even more defined as it contrasted against the mist. It even became shinier. Was this mist something good? Zuo Mo knew how picky Lil Pagoda was. If it was not something good, this guy would not open his mouth. Also, Lil Pagoda seemed to be enjoying this. This mist probably was not ordinary. Did this mist have something? Without a word, Zuo Mo took out a jade bottle and started to move his hands in a spell. The mouth of the bottle pointed at the mist, and the mist seemed to be pulled by in strong force. It shook, but it did not fly over. Strange. Zuo Mo felt even stranger. The jade bottle in his hand was a magnetic bottle forced specially to take in materials of this kind. Yet it could not suck this in? Zuo Mo channeled in Shin power. The white mist finally could not resist the strong magnetism of the magnetic bottle and immediately flowed into the bottle. In a flash, a space appeared around them. The white mist in the surroundings seemed to be constrained by a power and did not move in this direction. It was like a piece of the cake had been cut in Zuo Mo and the others were standing in the empty space. Zuo Mo's attention quickly moved away from the mist. A strange thing appeared in the empty space in front of them. Translator ramblings, I have to wonder if it's always luck that Ague end up with Zuo Mo when everyone else gets sent to a different place or she's just so strong they cannot pull her away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 790, Totem Colosseum. Chapter 790, Totem Colosseum. A round disc covered in a spiraling pattern appeared in front of the group. There was a hole at the center of the disc and the white mist came from there. The disc was very small and the white mist flowed slowly. The mist did not dissipate but gathered in the air. Did all the mist here flow out of this disc? I know where this is. Pu Yao suddenly spoke gravely. What place is this? Zuo Mo could hear that something was wrong in Pu Yao's tone. He felt strange. A daring person like Pu Yao actually had a place he was afraid of. Totem Colosseum. Pu Yao said coldly. Hearing the name, Wei first still and then his expression changed. He gasps, impossible. Totem Colosseum? Such a strange name, what is this place? Zuo Mo was even more curious. Wei's response proved that this name was not ordinary. The Totem Colosseum is the place where the totem warriors of the ancient tribes would compete. Pu Yao introduced in a deep voice, in the ancient era, they would host a tournament once in a while. The totem warriors of each tribe would gather and fight to become the chief. Oh, it sounds like the sword test conference, Zuo Mo said thoughtfully. The chief tournament is much more crueler than the sword test conference, Wei couldn't help but say, it is a fight to death. Few people come out alive. The strongest totem warrior would be called the chief. Its tribe would have great power, and the other tribes had to give it tribute. This tribute would continue until the new chief appeared. Usually, a conference would be hosted every decade. Wei said gravely, there is no evidence that proves this is the Totem Colosseum. I might have not gone to the Totem Colosseum, but the ruins here do not show any indication of it. Pu Yao said coldly, the 5 front halls of the Totem Colosseum are wind, rain, thunder, mist, and snow. If I am not wrong, this is the Mist Hall. That round disc should be the Mist Eye Tablet. Wei was silent. He hadn't been the totem warrior in his time.
In the tribe, he had been weak in matters like the totem coliseum would not involve him. However, he had heard of the 5 halls, wind, rain, thunder, mist, and snow of the totem coliseum.
Zuo Mo already half believed it. When Pu Yao said the name of the Misty tablet, Zuo Mo believed it.
That described the round disc exactly.
No wonder his Shin power was being suppressed everywhere. If this was the totem coliseum, then it would make sense. This was a place for totem warriors to fight. Pu Yao, you know a lot. Zuo Mo was surprised by this.
If Wei had been the one to say this, Zuo Mo would feel it was normal since Wei had lived in that era. He hadn't expected the one to know of this place would be Pu Yao.
Pu Yao did not show any pride but had a normal expression.
My teacher once studied the totem coliseum for a very long time.
Zuo Mo finally understood. However, he was even more curious. Pu Yao's teacher seemed very strong. Then what do we do now? Zuo Mo asked with anticipation.
Then he pointed enthusiastically at the Misty tablet.
This is a good thing, it definitely is a treasure, can we take it?
Pu Yao said seriously, the wind, rain, thunder, mist, and snow halls of the totem coliseum are the first tests.
The number of people eliminated here is the highest. Only those that can survive will enter the next round.
The Misty tablet is a treasure, but it guards the Mist Hall.
If you are able to take it, the Mist Hall will be defeated. However, I do not suggest for you to do this.
When he heard the Misty tablet was a treasure, Zuo Mo immediately rubbed his hands and was yearning to go when Pu Yao poured down cold water on him.
He asked in bewilderment, why not? The totem warriors of the ancient era were much stronger than you are now.
Why did no one else think of taking the Misty tablet that has stayed here for so long?
Pu Yao asked in response. Zuo Mo froze. True, so many years, and this thing was still here. So many totem warriors, not one had managed to take it. This thing definitely was not easy to deal with. Little Mogo was a money grubber, but he knew his limits.
He might be a major player in the world now, but he was not comparable to those inhuman freaks in the ancient era that could pick stars from the sky and hold moons in their palms. But they could only stare at the treasure they encountered, and then leave.
If they couldn't take it, why tell GE?
Zuo Mo's heart dripped blood, but he maintained his calm.
How do we get out? Pu Yao shook his head. I don't know. Don't know? Zuo Mo stilled. Don't know.
Pu Yao continued to shake his head.
Zuo Mo wanted to cry.
He knew that this was the Mist Hall, knew that the Misty tablet was a treasure, but he didn't know how to leave, he didn't know the most important thing. Looking at Zuo Mo's disdainful gaze,
Pu Yao said helplessly, many things from the ancient era were lost in history. It is not easy to even dig up this much information.
Wei, who had been thinking hard all this time, suddenly spoke. I remember a book from the tribe said.
Zuo Mo became alert. What did they say? It's too long ago, I don't quite remember it, let me think. Wei was slightly embarrassed. He only had a faint impression.
It seemed that there had been one from the tribe that had been wounded after the first round that left the tournament, which was why he had left what he learned behind.
Hearing this, Zuo Mo didn't know what to do.
At this time, suddenly, Silly Bird, who had been glaring, suddenly pecked at the hole in the Misty tablet.
Hiss crack.
A burst of sparks erupted at Silly Bird's bead.
Vroom.
The Misty tablet shook, and then a suddenly suction came from the eye. The surrounding mist that looked like cotton candy started to move towards Zuo Mo and the others. The seemingly tangible white mist seemed to be balls of cotton that pressed at them from all areas. Rumbles came from deep within the mist.
Zuo Mo was stunned by the change.
He had never thought that Silly Bird would attack.
What was with the bird? Did it have a grudge against the thing?
However, there was no time for him to think. In a blink, the mist was about 3 zhang away from them. Unlike the calm mist just now, the mist now was thick and restless.
While Zuo Mo didn't know what mysteries the white mist held, Zuo Mo knew he could not let it continue. Since they could suck the mist in, then I can too. Zuo Mo snickered.
He flipped his hand, and a magnetic bottle appeared in his hand.
He cast a spell to suck in mist.
Yet the suction of the bottle was clearly not as strong as the Misty tablet.
Zuo Mo saw this, and he flipped his hand again, and again, and again.
A moment later, 3 rows of magnetic bottles appeared in front of him, 9 to a row.
Magnetic bottle formation. Suck. The power of the 27 magnetic bottles immediately showed their effect.
27 flows of white mist entered the magnetic bottles. In a blink, the surroundings were cleared again.
The 27 bottles were completely filled. Zuo Mo sighed in relief and was also shocked. The magnetic bottles he had were not ordinary.
If a bottle like this was used to hold water, it could easily suck a river dry, and that was a river 3 li wide and 10 li long. He hadn't thought that they would be filled after taken in the white mist for such a short time. The white mist condensed into water in the bottle. There was only a handful in each bottle. The water flashed with multicolored light and he could not see what was special about it. Yet before Zuo Mo could study what this white mist really was, the surrounding white mist started to move towards them again. When the white mist was too zheng away from them, the white mist twisted and roiled. At the same time, Zuo Mo had a suddenly feeling of danger. There seemed to be something dangerous about to come out of the white mist. At this time, a wave of hissing sounded within the white mist. It was a group of white bats. The swarm of white bats numbered in the hundreds. They came quickly, their wings like blades as they broke through the mist. Careful! A tiny black shadow next to him suddenly flew out, and in the air, the black shadow exploded into tiny rays of light. Every ray of light was in minuscule sword energy. The sword energies looked like fireworks as they exploded. The white bats hit the bright sword energies head-on. Pop pop pop, dot. The bats struck by the sword energies immediately turned into puffs of white mist. A small shadow dressed in black robes stood with a crescent blade. He floated in front of Zuo Mo with a cold expression. It was the aggressive 10th grade. 10th grade had a proud expression as though he had not used his full power in the attack just now. Not bad, Lil 10, good job. This strike has some of eldest Shixiang's style. Of course Zuo Mo would not be frugal in praise. While 10th grade used a crescent blade, he cultivated a sword scripture. 10th grade's expression did not change, but he clearly felt good at Zuo Mo's praise. Lil Pagoda flew happily to rub 10th grade, and waved his fleshy eaves as though he was saying, "You worked hard, you worked hard." He seemed to be fawning. Lil Fire also moved over and rolled its round body around 10th grade. 10th grade's proud expression immediately turned into one of helplessness. He clearly did not know what to do with these two. Careful! Zuo Mo was alarmed. Soft hissing suddenly sounded in the mist. If Zuo Mo was not focused, he would not have detected it. He reacted quickly, his fingers flickering. The green strand on his wrist shot into the mist like a viper. HN? Zuo Mo was startled as the green stand on his wrist suddenly tensed. Zuo Mo reacted quickly. With a flip of his hand, a thread of sunshin fire appeared on his right hand. The shin fire grew along the green strand to spread at a quick rate towards the other end. A stream of fire flashed by. Boom! A deep roar came from within the white mist. The white mist was very strange. The explosion had been strong, but the mist was not affected by the explosion at all. An angry roar suddenly sounded from within the white mist. The sunshin power had wounded it. Zuo Mo snorted. His hand pulled and shook the green strand. Ripples of energy were released from the green stand and rained into the white mist. Pew pew pew, dot. A string of deep impacts rattled out. How could Zuo Mo's attacks end so easily? He immediately braced himself and pulled abruptly on the green strand. A mist ball the height of a person was forcibly pulled out of the mist by Zuo Mo. The mist ball was thicker than the normal white mist. Something seemed to be moving inside it in an eerie manner. At this time, something suddenly occurred. Translator ramblings, Pu Yao isn't the Deus Ex Machina, his teacher is. See the archaic wasteland art. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 791, The Power of Gluttons. Chapter 791, The Power of Gluttons. The mist ball suddenly exploded. Howling waves enveloped everyone, countless tiny white figures leaping at the group. Zuo Mo's scalp pricked, the green strand in his hand vibrating relentlessly. When the white shadows were struck by the green strand, they immediately exploded. Bam bam bam. With every explosion, a strange power would pass to Zuo Mo's wrist from the green strand. The frequent and eerie power battered at Zuo Mo like waves. Zuo Mo's heart shook. His physical body was so strong yet he felt as though he couldn't keep a grip on the green strand. These white shadows were the size of a thumb and shaped like tadpoles with unusually large heads. When they opened their mouths, they revealed two dense rows of scary teeth. There were tens of thousands of them that furiously charged at the group. 10th grade's expression turned cold. The crescent blade around him suddenly attacked. The flash from before was absent, but an indescribable bloodthirst replaced it. 100 sacrifice soul-killing sword. The sword scripture known to be the most vicious in the world lived up to the name. With this attack, a vicious and bloodthirsty energy formed as the sword moved. The little crescent blade suddenly lit up with a dark red color.
The crescent moon attacked.
After turning dark red, the crescent seemed to be a bloody shadow that moved relentlessly. These gray shadows changed constantly as though they were moving about, forming and dissipating. Each shadow was filled with great killing energy. As the shadows formed and dissipated, the vicious energy of the dark red crescent blade reached a peak.
Woo woo woo. Like the cries of hundreds of ghosts, like the howls of tens of thousands of beasts.
In front of 10th grade, the white shadows seemed to be frightened by such vicious energy. They screamed even more frequently, so sharp and high-pitched it almost ruptured eardrums as they furiously fled in all directions.
The dark red crescent blade easily passed through the layers of white shadow as though they were intangible.
The silky blood shadow would turn the white figures into water droplets upon contact, so quickly the white shadow didn't even have time to shout. In a flash, all the white shadows in front of 10th grade were swept clean, and only droplets of water fell down.
Lil Pagoda stretched out its head from behind 10th grade. It sucked in all the raindrops into its body. Zuo Mo finally cleared out the white figures in front of him. His wrist gave off pangs of soreness and his heart was intimidated.
The white mist in the surroundings were still the same as though what had happened just now was just a dream. Yet before Zuo Mo would sigh in relief, dozens of white arrows suddenly shot out of the white mist. Zuo Mo's wrist instinctively shook, and the green strand shot towards the white arrows.
The green strand accurately hit the white arrows, yet the explosions that Zuo Mo predicted did not occur.
The straight arrows suddenly opened their mouths and bit the green strand.
Zuo Mo discovered that these were not white arrows but snakes.
The mist snakes held onto the green strands and would not let go. At this time, the tails of the snakes suddenly exploded.
Starting from the tail, the snake exploded inch by inch.
When the snake head exploded, an astounding power passed to Zuo Mo through the green strand.
Zuo Mo's entire hand turned numb.
Such strong power.
Zuo Mo's expression turned grave.
Following this power, the green strand shook lightly. Whoosh whoosh, dozens of crescent energies immediately shot towards the other white snakes.
Half of the crescent energies hit a target.
7 white snakes nimbly dodged and then exploded in unison.
Zuo Mo's expression changed dramatically. The explosion of one white snake had been so strong just now.
The power of these 7 snakes would release when they exploded in unison, the power.
He reacted quickly, his shin power rippling and gathering in his right hand. Boom, dot.
A great power smashed out through the green strand in a furious wave.
Zuo Mo's body lit up with bright golden light and he couldn't help but take a step back.
Hiss hiss hiss. The hissing within the white mist echoed in his ears.
Zuo Mo was astounded. The monsters inside the white mist was so strong and they seemed to be endless.
The white mist still moved slowly towards them.
Zuo Mo knew if the white mist completely shrouded him, their situation would worsen. What should he do?
The monsters made from the white mist seemed to be unable to go too far from the white mist. At most, they would fly 2 zhang from the white mist. Zuo Mo thought of how he had used the magnetic bottles before to carve out this zone of safety.
If he could expand the area.
He hurriedly searched in his ring. He had used most of the bottles already, and the remaining few were futile.
No, there had to be a way.
Zuo Mo turned his face and saw the black gold seal soldier. He couldn't help but slap his forehead.
How did he forget this guy?
Zuo Mo pulled over the black gold seal soldier and said emotionally, "Blackie, look, our situation is not very good." Hearing this, the black gold seal soldier excitedly made a fist and patted his chest.
"Big brother, should I go?" "No problem. Watch me beat them to pieces."
"Beat them to pieces?"
Zuo Mo shook his head and said mysteriously. "There is a way that you can easily defeat them."
"What way?"
The black gold seal soldier asked with a curious expression. Zuo Mo patted the black gold seal soldier's stomach. "Hey, eat them. Just like how you usually eat food. If you eat all of the white mist, wouldn't they be defeated?" The black gold seal soldier had a dumbstruck gaze. A moment later, he stammered out, "Big brother, the white mist isn't tasty."
"Blackie. Look, this is the best time for you to display our talents. As long as you show your talents, we will all look at you differently. Your Agua sister will bring you good things to eat.
Didn't you want to eat some cloud steeds?
If you suck dry all of the white mist, this might be considered." Zuo Mo had a deep expression.
"Really?" The simple-minded black gold seal soldier immediately widened his eyes and was excited and spirited.
"All right. See how I suck them dry." He opened his mouth. As expected, the white mist burrowed into his mouth like a whale inhaling.
Zuo Mo's eyes turned. Just one wasn't enough.
His eyes swept across the other little ones. The little ones retreated in fright. Zuo Mo's gaze landed on Lil Pagoda and his eyes lit up.
He felt very proud. Fortunately, GE had taken along enough gluttons. Lil Pagoda, come here. Lil Pagoda came over with a timid expression. Good son, go suck in. This mist is a good thing. Think about it, the mist of the ancient era, with just a mouthful, you will be immune to all ills. With 2 mouthfuls, you will have your youth forever, with 3 mouthfuls, oh. In conclusion, this is something good. Ancient era mist that could trouble even those totem warriors. At present, they would be sold in by the drop or as single strands. Good son, you cannot miss this opportunity, it will never come again. Zuo Mo spoke cleverly. Lil Pagoda's eyes were down, its expression hurt as it slowly moved its fleshy body forward. The yin-yang fish at its forehead started to spin. Hiss, the surrounding white mist started to stream into the yin-yang fish at an even faster rate than the black gold seal soldier. The black gold seal soldier glanced sneakily at Lil Pagoda and gave out a rebellious snort. His mouth widened, his eyes widening, and his inhalation rate of the white mist suddenly increased. Zuo Mo looked around in pride. People were short-sighted and could not understand that it would always be the gluttons that would conquer the world. With 2 great gluttons in his hand, he could vie for the world. Rain Hall. Tan Su coldly inspected the corpses on the ground. Without raising his head, he said, "It is people from Karma Temple, they didn't even put up a good fight." His tone was filled with dismissiveness. He had enough cause for this. From the moment he discovered them to killing them, he had only used 2 moves. He felt slightly disappointed. In his view, Karma Temple's Shin power was not acceptable. This kind of Shin power was actually able to become the cornerstone of a big sect. Tan Su had been full of anticipation towards the mission. Other than the importance of the mission itself, he was excited about the opponents he would encounter. Tan Su was outstanding among the Kunlun disciples. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen to become a child of Kunlun. There were other disciples in Kunlun that were about the same as him in strength. For example, Niechan and Jun Mengling were not weaker than he was. However, sect competitions could not compare to true fighting outside. However, up until now, he had not encountered an opponent that could last for 3 moves. He felt bored by this. Niechan held an exquisite disc in his hand. If experts saw this, they would exclaim, "Determination Compass." Determination Compass was one of the most famous Kunlun talismans. It was 9th grade, and it had been high up on the treasure rankings for a long time. While Shin devices were stronger and better treasures now, 9th grade talismans were still rare and had wondrous abilities. Niechan raised his head. Left side, 3 people. Tan Su's expression became murderous. Snap snap, he cracked his joints. Don't interfere. Niechan ignored him and said directly, "Ling Meng, attack as well. Finish as fast as possible, we do not have much time." He raised his head to look at the endless rain coming down the sky. He murmured to himself, "Totem Colosseum, interesting." Tan Su's expression became displeased, but he did not make a sound. It was alright that he spoke towards Niechan in a defiant manner on a daily basis, but this time, Niechan was the leader for this mission. Tan Su was a rebellious person, but he cared about discipline. This was the conduct of Kunlun at present. As Lin Qian continued to govern, Kunlun's discipline tightened. What people usually did was not controlled, but once they entered battle, they had to be disciplined. Tan Su only thought inside that he had to be faster in attacking than last time. The 3 silently hid in the curtain of the rain without any presence. Their understanding of this ruin far surpassed everyone else. People had to admit defeat to Kunlun's great wealth. Kunlun had quickly found the previous incarnation of the ruins from its ocean of records, the Totem Colosseum. Kunlun truly had too many records. Their dominant status for thousands of years allowed them to collect innumerable precious records. The number of secrets unknown to people could not be counted. They found many details concerning the Totem Colosseum and prepared well. They knew each obstacle, they had taken along talismans to counter each obstacle. For example, the rain disguise cape, that could hide them in the curtain of rain. Adding on 3 strong children of Kunlun, it was clear how much Kunlun wanted the Shin device nucleus. In the curtain of rain, the 3 figures appeared. They were careful, yet they did not detect that there were people hiding in the rain already. Translator Ramblings, The Power of Gluttony should be the title of this story, not World of Cultivation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 792, Mist Eye Tablet. Chapter 792, Mist Eye Tablet. The Black Gold Seal Soldier and Lil Pagoda sat together on the ground. The 2 gluttons had blank stares, their bellies swollen.
All of their symptoms pointed to one thing: they had ate too much. Zuo Mo looked at the mist hall that was now empty of mist and felt proud. Never underestimate the power of gluttons. This mist energy was clearly strange. Fortunately, it was now in the bellies of these two gluttons. The only thing Zuo Mo worried about now was that these two would have indigestion.
However, after inspecting them, there didn't seem to be any problems.
Other than the black gold seal soldier's face that was slightly green and Lil Pagoda's eyes swirling, the two appeared fine. It was unexpected to Zuo Mo that the danger had been resolved like this. However, Zuo Mo immediately put his attention onto the mist eye tablet when he relaxed. This thing was still slowly producing mist. The mist floated in the air and did not dissipate. He thought of Silly Bird's pack.
Had she found it an eyesore? With Zuo Mo's understanding of Silly Bird, it probably wasn't so simple.
Silly Bird was a bit proud usually but never rash in her actions.
Many thoughts swirled through his head.
He stared at the mist eye tablet for a while and then suddenly reached out towards it.
Careful!
Pu Yao and Wei's alarm shouts sounded at the same time.
Yet Zuo Mo did not encounter any attacks.
The mist eye tablet that had been unusually frightening just now was easily picked up. Pu Yao and Wei were stunned.
Zuo Mo was also slightly surprised.
He had been prepared to be attacked just now, yet the mist eye tablet did not react at all and allowed him to move it. The mist eye tablet was light in his hand as though it was nothing. It did not seem to be carved from a stone. Zuo Mo realized that it was a treasure. It would be strange if it really was just a stone carving. He tried to channel Shin power into it.
Suddenly, the mist eye tablet gave off a warm and gentle light.
A great suction force came from the mist eye, and Zuo Mo was unable to dodge in time and was sucked into the mist eye.
Ague reacted the fastest.
She moved with the suction and fell into the mist eye. Silly Bird was a step late in her reaction. The light of the mist eye tablet dissipated and it fell to the ground. Silly Bird stared at the mist eye tablet by her feet and her eyes started to narrow. Her expression gradually became vicious and savage.
She clearly was angry.
The other little ones were puzzled. Silly Bird suddenly pecked at the tablet. Its sharp bird beak thrust through the air and created blinding red energy. A burning wisp of fire lit up at the tip of the beak. She pecked viciously on the mist eye.
It was an endless mist sea. So the inside of the mist eye tablet was like this. Zuo Mo thought carelessly.
He raised his head to look at the sky.
The sky was gray and did not have a sun. The mist under his feet was endless like a white ocean. Zuo Mo felt that the scenery was a bit like cloud CGA. Ague was standing silently by his side.
Suddenly, the mist sea under his feet twisted, and an astounding presence covered Zuo Mo and Ague.
Zuo Mo felt his body freeze and was unable to move. He was shocked.
Ague's eyes lit up with purple fire, but before she could move, she was also paralyzed. At this time, the mist sea under their feet slowly rose. The mist rose and changed to form a mountainous figure.
The giant's body was completely made from mist.
It was hundreds of zhang tall and its face was blurred and indistinct.
The mist giant's shadow covered Zuo Mo and Ague. A strong feeling of pressure formed. In front of the mist giant, Zuo Mo and Ague were as small as ants.
Who are ye? Why have ye disturbed my sleep? The voice of the mist eye tablet was like thunder and rumbled through the mist sea magnificently. The presence he gave off was dangerous and vast. Even a person as fearless as Zuo Mo felt it was dangerous. Just as the mist giant finished speaking, suddenly, boom, an enormous sound exploded in the mist sea without any forewarning. The mist sea shook, and the body of the mist giant also shook.
Damned phoenix! Damned stupid bird! The archenemy of my race!
I swear to fight thee to the death.
The mist giant's furious bellow echoed in the mist sea.
The mist sea seemed to turn into a storm and roiled. Affected, Zuo Mo felt the power restraining him seem to ease off slightly. With a shout, his Sun Shin power activated, light emitting from his body.
He twisted abruptly and managed to break free. Ague was not slower than Zuo Mo to respond.
Purple energy flashed through her eyes and she also broke free of the restraining power.
Without hesitation, Zuo Mo gathered all of his Shin power. The gold axe of light appeared in his hand with a shout. His body seemed to be made from God, a domineering and masculine presence spreading. He was like a god coming down to earth. Sun Shin axe. Ague and Zuo Mo were in sync.
Undying Ghost, activated, and she suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, she appeared behind the mist giant. A wisp of grey mist was sent into the body of the mist giant. The mist giant suddenly gave out a sky-shaking roar.
Sun Tribe! I will kill you!
The mist giant waved his hand and a thick ball of mist the size of a small hill shot towards Zuo Mo like a cannon. Zuo Mo's eyes were wide, all of his Shin power rippling. The light axe in his hand was almost tangible. The bright sun Shin glyph appeared on the axe. In this moment, Zuo Mo's body gave off bright light like an enormous sun. Zuo Mo did not feel any fear towards the mist coming towards him. He was like the ancient hero walking out of the epics and sagas, brave and peerless. Kill! The strong furious shout exploded in the mist sea. The almost tangible mist was cut open by Zuo Mo effortlessly from the middle. The two halves of the mist ball started to burn and turned into two balls of fire. Zuo Mo charged towards the mist giant, like a fiery meteor, with his remaining momentum. The sun Shin axe in his hand created countless dazzling sparks as it brushed through the air. The bright glow made it seem as though it had just been taken out of the forge. Of course, the attack of the mist giant was not so simple. It suddenly slapped at the mist sea, and a wall of mist headed towards Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo's vision darkened. The mist wall covered his vision, and the power was suffocating. At this time, Zuo Mo didn't have one stray thought in his mind. His spirit boiled, all of the fire and dominance of the Sun Shin methodology stimulating every part of his muscles and blood. He was like a scorching sun that burned fearlessly. Open! A blinding golden axe energy came from the sky and smashed onto the incoming mist wall. Without any sound, the mist wall was as fragile as paper, easily cut apart by the axe energy. The fast axe energy was like a flash of light that entered the enormous body of the mist giant. The mist giant's body froze, and all of the mist sea seemed to freeze for a moment. Boom boom boom. Balls of blinding light exploded from inside the mist giant. The body formed from mist energy was completely destroyed by the terrifying force of the explosions. Ayo ayo weowa. The furious shouts of the mist giant caused the entire mist sea to twist furiously and shift. Now there was only half of the mist giant left. Suddenly, the endless mist sea gathered towards the mist giant at an astounding rate. In a flash, the damaged body of the mist giant recovered. I will kill you. The howls of the mist giant echoed. The entire mist sea moved like a colossal monster. A power as vast as an ocean immediately surrounded Zuo Mo. The mist giant continued to rage. Balls the size of mountains flew out of the mist sea. Each mist ball seemed to have all the features for a face. However, that face was twisted as though it was enduring some great pain. This is Mist Ghost Head from the Ghost Mist tribe. Wei suddenly explained. These enormous mist ghost heads headed for Zuo Mo and Agui like meteors. Agui was flickering in and out of view, moving easily as it danced between the sky filled with mist ghost heads. Zuo Mo was not as agile as Agui when moving. He decided not to dodge, the Sun Shin axe in his hand cutting down the mist ghost heads in front of him. Boom boom boom. After 20 continuous blows, Zuo Mo's arm felt sore, his energies twisting, and the Sun Shin axe in his hand showing signs of collapse. Zuo Mo was shocked. These mist ghost heads were hundreds of times stronger than the previous mist balls. He could see them everywhere he looked. The mist ghost heads were endless, and smashed towards him from all over. Damn it, Zuo Mo was forced to start dodging. However, Zuo Mo was left much more disheveled than Agui. Zuo Mo quickly ended up in dire straits. Continuing like this was not an option. He had to find this guy's weakness. Otherwise, dragging this out was not of benefit to him. As he dodged, he urgently asked Wei, what weakness does it have? Wei had started to think about this problem early on. He heard this and said, the Sun tribe is the bane of the Ghost Mist tribe to start with. It's just that you are not strong enough. If you were able to practice the Sun Shin beam, you should be able to kill him. Zuo Mo felt depressed hearing this. Wasn't this a waste of words? Not to mention the Sun Shin beam, other than the Sun Shin thorn and the Sun Shin axe, Zuo Mo hadn't learned anything else. Then what other options do I have? Wei's eyes suddenly lit up. Delay him for a while, maybe Agui can do it. Really? Zuo Mo was suspicious. You can only try. Wei wasn't too sure. Zuo Mo suddenly saw Agui who was appearing and disappearing. He felt that Wei's idea was not reliable. He knew Agui's strength. There was a great gulf between her and the guy in front of them. He had to admit that the big guy in front of them was much stronger. He was one of the strongest Shin users he met, weaker than Shi but stronger than Big Brother Qinglin. And they were fighting on the other's home territory. There was nothing to do except try their hardest. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth. He thought of the Shin glyph remnant that he had comprehended while traveling to Comb Brightness Jia, and the green strand wrapped around his wrist suddenly unwound. The hair-thin green strand was like a nimble snake.
It stretched its body along the rippling waves of air. While dodging, Zuo Mo forced himself to calm down. A dot of light suddenly lit up on his fingertip. The light was not dazzling, and did not attract the attention of the mist giant. Zuo Mo started to draw an empty space with difficulty. Translator ramblings, not saying the Michelin man, but, nope, that's all I think of. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 793, Ghost Mist Child. Chapter 793, Ghost Mist Child. It was the first time Zuo Mo fought someone so strong. The other seemed to possess an undying body. The endless mist sea would heal his injuries. Compared to him, the mist monsters that Zuo Mo and the others encountered in the mist hall weren't worth a mention. Every ghost mist head was like a heavy little mountain. Their shifting faces were filled with an eerie power. If the Sunshin power wasn't their bane, Zuo Mo doubted that he could have managed to survive until now. However, at this time, Zuo Mo didn't have any stray thoughts in his head. The green strand in his hand floated uncontrollably. The light at the tip of Zuo Mo's finger suddenly gave off an ancient and desolate power. It was like the vast primal plane where everything grew naturally. There were no signs of civilization, only the vitality of nature. This Shin glyph he did not know the name of, this Shin glyph that he had not yet completely comprehended flooded into his mind as Zuo Mo was forced to a precipice. The green strand suddenly rolled back as though it was summoned. The hair-thin strand tore through the air with a piercing shriek. Zuo Mo's attention was completely focused as he searched for the feeling from that day. The light at his fingertip gradually grew brighter. Suddenly, his fingertip felt heavy. Joy flashed through Zuo Mo's eyes. This was the feeling. The room. A heart-shaking low roar came as though it was like a tide coming closer. The dancing green strand started to give off eerie light. It was like a luminescent seagrass dancing in the air. Any ghost mist head that was touched by the green strand would pop. The hair-thin green strand seemed to contain astounding power. With just light blows, even the largest ghost mist heads would turn to dust. This scene was amazing to see. Pop pop pop. The ghost mist heads rushing towards Zuo Mo were destroyed. Before their destruction, the sorrowful wails of the ghost mist heads would send chills to anyone listening. Yet Zuo Mo, who was immersed in the Shin glyph, did not seem to feel it. In a blink, the space in front of Zuo Mo was clear. The mist giant saw the glowing green strand and exclaimed after a moment of stillness, "Green pulse string." Green pulse string? Zuo Mo did not have time to think. The feeling coming from his fingertips was not one of heaviness but a dull burning pain as though he had rubbed the skin on his finger raw. Zuo Mo gave a muffled grunt but ignored the pain. He continued to draw the Shin glyph that appeared in his mind. The green strand suddenly untied itself from Zuo Mo's wrist. The green stand danced in front of Zuo Mo, one end flying into the sky, and the other end under Zuo Mo. In a flash, the green strand was pulled tight like a piano wire made from light connecting the sky and earth. The mist giant was clearly panicked. His body sank and he was about to flee into the mist sea. As long as he fled into the mist sea, he would be safe. Suddenly, his figure froze. The lower half of his body did not listen to him. Watching as the light of the green strand grew, he panicked even more. What was going on? He bent his neck and found to his shock that the lower half of his body had, at some time, become a dull gray. Only now he did suddenly recall the woman who had dodged before had channeled something into his body. His body could change at will, was immune to all toxins. As long as he was in the mist sea, he was immortal. Ever since he began guarding the Mist Eye tablet, after fighting so many totem warriors, there was only a handful of warriors that he felt threatened by. How could these two worms threaten him, an entity who had lived for tens of thousands of years and was peerlessly powerful? But the initial spread of the gray color hadn't attracted his attention. In the moments before this, he had dismissed it. What was this? The mist giant was slightly shocked, but he did not lose his composure. This was probably a great poison. He pondered. This was not a challenge to him. He was experienced. Poison was useless against him. The mist giant recovered his calm and smirked inside. This endless mist sea was his greatest support. He had experience in dealing with poisons. If he collapsed his body and then reconstructed it again, even the greatest poison was useless. Just like usual, he prepared to destroy his body. Yet, in the next moment, his expression changed. He was unable to break down his body. How was this possible? How was this possible? The mist giant was both shocked and angry. Suddenly, an eerie green light entered his vision. He couldn't help but turn his head. His soul was scared out of him. The ruler straight green thread energy was so thick it was almost tangible from afar. This piano string that connected the earth to the sky was giving off a blinding and intense light. When the mist giant's eyes landed on Zuo Mo's finger that was drawing in the air, he was motionless as though he had been struck by lightning. Impossible. The burning sensation from his fingertip grew stronger. Zuo Mo had reached the end of what he could draw. His attention was focused intense, so focused he had no other thoughts. He feared that if he slacked off slightly, all of this work would go to waste. As Zuo Mo drew the Shin glyph, the green strand that was like a cord of light in front of him seemed to be drawn back by invisible hands. As the green thread was drawn out, the green lights quickly gathered at the point where the green strand was being pulled. The light marks increased. In a flash, a small green twister of light formed on the green strand. The enormous body of the mist giant was the best target at this time. BRRNG. The string twanged. The twisting green light drew out a blinding green streak in the air before striking the mist giant. The green light easily entered the body of the mist giant. The mist giant's body was frozen as though it was a statue. Suddenly, blinding green light came from inside the mist giant. Immediately after, rays of light broke through the mist giant like swords. The mist giant seemed like a hedgehog. Whoosh! Green tongues of flame suddenly shot out of the mist giant. Moments later, the mist giant was completely enveloped in flames and burned. Zuo Mo finally came out of his strange state. There was nothing under his feet, and his body twisted as it instinctively maintained his position in the air. He finally found to his shock that all of his Shin power had been used up. Looking at the enormous ball of fire in the distance, Zuo Mo finally sighed in relief. His gaze landed on the green strand that had lost all of its light. With a wave of his hand, the green strand flew back into his hands. Green pulse string. That seemed to be the 3 words that the mist giant had just said. Suddenly, a tiny white shadow flew out of the flames and was attempting to break into the air. Zuo Mo could clearly see that the white shadow was a snowy white child. What was that? Seeing him about to flee, a hand appeared out of nowhere and grabbed his neck. The child's body froze. He didn't dare to move, but he grimaced inside. Holding the naked child, a Gue flew next to Zuo Mo. Ghost Mist Child. He's the Ghost Mist Child of the Ghost Mist tribe. Wei said with wonder. Ghost Mist Child? Zuo Mo was clueless. They say that when the totem warriors of the Ghost Mist tribe reached the end of their cultivation, they would rejuvenate back to a child, with their bodies becoming completely white. That is a Ghost Mist Child, Wei explained. It seems very powerful. Zuo Mo muttered. I am very powerful. The child on a Gue's hand couldn't resist speaking. Zuo Mo, Wei, and Pu Yao were completely stunned. The Ghost Mist Child could hear them talking? I'm telling you, this old man was the strongest in the tribe in the past. The Ghost Mist Child said in a wizened tone. However, when paired with his young voice, it was strange to hear. Pu Yao's bloody pupil suddenly flashed. You can hear us talk? Of course. The Ghost Mist Child said impatiently. You two are souls, here in my territory, how can I not hear you? You are very weak to not know such a minor skill. You definitely cannot even leave the body of this boy Adut. You know how to make your soul manifest outside your body? Pu Yao's bloody pupil flashed again. Soul manifest outside the body? I haven't heard of that. However, it is very simple to walk out of this boy's body, the Ghost Mist Child said offhandedly. How? Pu Yao asked shamelessly. The Ghost Mist Child suddenly stopped talking, knowing he had something of value now. He wasn't dumb. He had talked so much because he wanted to bargain with Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo was experienced. Seeing the other like this, he knew what the other's plan was. He smirked and said, cooperate, and save yourself some physical pain. The Ghost Mist Child said dismissively, what can you do to this old man? If you kill this old man, you will never be able to leave the Mist Eye tablet. Do I need to kill you? Zuo Mo was a vicious person and the Ghost Mist Child couldn't compare to him. He said coolly, I only need to put a wisp of Sunshin fire into your body, humph. He remembered what Wei said. The Sunshin power he cultivated was the bane of the Ghost Mist tribe. The Sunshin fire should also be effective against the Ghost Mist Child. The Ghost Mist Child's expression immediately turned ill as he shrieked, you are so evil. Scared by just this? Zuo Mo continued to smile coldly. Go has all kinds of ways, this is nothing. Resist, keep resisting, GE is waiting. You brought GE in here, we need to settle this debt. Otherwise, this is only the start? The Ghost Mist Child was about to cry. He had slept for tens of thousands of years and encountered such a freakish guy after waking up. Pu Yao said coldly, careful, do not let him near the mist sea below. The ghost mist child wanted to kill himself by hitting his head on the wall. How come every one of the enemy was so cunning? The mist hall that he had guarded for so many years. He really missed it. The people of the ancient era were so honest. I'll talk. The ghost mist child could not care for anything else now that the situation was like this. These people were clearly not friendly, and he could only be unfortunate to have landed in the hands of these people. The ghost mist child presented a chant. A black and white figure quickly broke free of Zuo Mo's sea of consciousness. Ha 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 ha. Pu Yao laughed into the sky with pleasure. He had been searching all this time for a way to leave Zuo Mo's sea of consciousness. Only today was his wish fulfilled. This feeling was too good. Wei also had an expression of joy and novelty. No one could imagine the desire a person who was trapped for so many years felt towards freedom. Gue was unaffected by Pu Yao and Wei's suddenly appearances. Zuo Mo looked at Pu Yao and Wei, who were flying back and forth in the sky. He couldn't help but gave a sincere smile. These two antiques. The ghost mist child saw no one was paying attention to him and was about to attempt to break free. However, the girl who was grabbing his neck seemed to detect his intentions and her grip tightened. The ghost mist child's neck felt a burst of pain. He immediately became docile. Translator ramblings, first person to learn directly about Pu and Wei. Another fogey, but in the guise of a toddler. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 794, Encountering Tian Huan. Chapter 794, Encountering Tian Huan. Wind Hall. Ruan Yuxian looked on at the battle occurring without a word. Long Yan held the advantage, even while fighting 1 against 3, but Ruan Yuxian didn't have any happiness in his expression. His gaze landed on the 3 that were struggling to survive. Mo Cloud C. These 3 were from Mo Cloud C. Ruan Yuxian recognized the identities of the 3 at first glance, and they were Mo Cloud C's elite. Mo Cloud C was Tian Huan's enemy, and Ruan Yuxian wanted to test them to see what was the strength of Mo Cloud C's elite forces. He had Long Yan attack. Long Yan quickly gained the advantage. This was not a surprise to Ruan Yuxian. Yet the following fighting caused Ruan Yuxian to become serious. The 3 from Mo Cloud C were at a disadvantage, but they were hardy. Even now, they were not defeated. The trio's battle formation was practiced, and they were in sync. Even if they were at a disadvantage, they were resilient. Long Yan was not using his full power, but Ruan Yuxian was still surprised by the 3's strength. If Mo Cloud C's elite were all of such a skill level, then it would be terrifying. Ruan Yuxian could see a lot of things. These 3 were average in strength, they had not cultivated Shin power for long, their talent was average, and they wore Mo Cloud C Shin equipment. From every perspective, they did not have any outstanding traits. However, the trio used the power of the battle formations, Shin equipment, and their skills to their limits. This was what truly shocked Ruan Yuxian. For any faction, individual strength was not scary. Up until now, no one had appeared who had the power to destroy a sect on their own. No one knew how powerful the top-level experts really were, their offensive power, and their influence on the state of the conflict. Ever since they entered the era of Shin power, there had not been one battle between battalions that top-level experts had participated in. There were many factors that determined the war, such as the battle generals, the collective skill of the battalion, equipment, and others. What these 3 showed were the crucial aspects. Mo Cloud C had experts. Mo Cloud C was not weak, and the Mo Cloud Shin equipment was one of the strongest Shin equipment. Compared to Kunlun and Tian Huan, Mo Cloud C's greatest weakness was their battalion. There was still a gap between their soldiers compared to Kunlun and Tian Huan. This difference was a difference accumulated through thousands of years. It could not be made up in a few short years. Before today, Ruan Yuxian firmly believed that Mo Cloud C's abilities could not compare to Tian Huan. While Mo Cloud C had gone sunshine behind, Tian Huan definitely led Mo Cloud C by a large margin. However, he did not think that now. These 3 were definitely not the exception. Mo Cloud C likely knew their weaknesses, and due to this, they carved their own path. They used battle formations and Shin equipment to unearth every thread of potential in their battalion. These things were not in the open, they could not be seen or held, but they could truly increase the collective strength of the battalion. Ruan Yuxian noted it down. When he returned, he would definitely report this to the sect leader. Tian Huan Shin equipment was comparable to Mo Cloud C, and their battalions were higher in quality. However, they had not completely uncovered all of the advantages.
If the two sides met, Ruan Yuxian was not sure how much of an advantage the battalions on his side would have.
Finish this. Do not waste too much time on these pawns.
Ruan Yuxian felt as though he had understood the mysteries and did not need to waste too much time on this. Long Yan's attacks grew in power as he heard this. The trio that had been in danger seemed as though they would be killed.
Suddenly, a thick and gentle voice came, "Wouldn't it be a pity if you leave now?"
The trio suddenly became alert and managed to stop Long Yan's attack. Among the furious winds, a withered body slowly walked out. His steps were slow yet his movement was fast. While his voice sounded as though he was coming from far away, he had already reached them.
Yes, when did it become that anyone could bully Mo Cloud C?
A lazy voice carried soul-stealing seductiveness.
A female like a rose elegantly came.
The furiously wind did not cause any ripples on her dark red dress.
Zhong Ru. Song Lianer.
Ruan Yuxian's pupils suddenly contracted. Long Yan retreated from the fight and moved back to Ruan Yuxian's side. It was no wonder that the two were wary.
The experts of Mo Cloud C were people that all the major sects had investigated. Nothing more need to be said of Tsang Lianer. This female that cultivated moon Shin power had mysteriously appeared around Zuo Mo.
Just as everyone was searching for Shin power, she had already made small accomplishments in Shin power. No one knew how strong she was now.
In the past, Zhong Ru was an unknown name. Yet when Zhong Ru came out of his death seclusion, the worldly apparition shook all of Mo Cloud C.
The news was naturally passed back to the sects by the scouts. When the sects put more effort into the investigation, the information on Zhong Ru was filled in and everyone marveled.
Zhong Ru was from low birth, and was an unorthodox Xiu. He followed Zuo Mo from very early on and was extremely loyal to him.
In order to help Zuo Mo, he swore the Buddha abandonment death wish and obtained wish power.
Then he entered death seclusion, and he actually came out.
Due to this, he immediately became known as one of the Shin power experts under Zuo Mo's command. When Ruan Yuxian saw Zhong Ru, he knew the rumors had not exaggerated. The methods that Diana Xiu used to cultivate were different, and so the signs when they had reached each higher level varied. However, while Zhong Ru had an emaciated body, his eyes were clear and penetrating.
Ruan Yuxian felt even more fearful.
While Diana methods paid great attention to tempering the body, there were also Diana Xiu that focused on the mind. Those methods thought of the body as a shell that was an obstacle to transcend.
Zhong Ru was probably on that path. Darren said before that we will encounter Tianhuan experts here.
I hadn't thought it would be so soon, Tsang Lianer said serenely.
Ruan Yuxian's heart shook. The other recognized them? He forced a smile. Tianhuan? Miss Tsang, you think we are Tianhuan?
Tianhuan is a great sect. It is not something that roaming Xiu like us can claim connections with.
Song Lianer looked amusedly at Ruan Yuxian.
She did not speak but caused Ruan Yuxian to become anxious. We'll know after fighting.
Zhong Ru's tone was still gentle and ethereal. The trio that had almost lost their lives became excited. These people had followed Zuo Mo for a long time, and could not avoid being infected with some of little Moge's poisonous tongue. One of them muttered, "Ho, they are terrified already?" Another person followed, "Of course, Tianhuan is nothing. If they encounter Grandmaster and Big Sister, they will be beaten like a dog." The third person coldly said, "We are cursing Tianhuan, please do not put yourselves in." Ruan Yuxian felt anger rise in his throat. It was the first time in his life he had such a strong impulse. He wanted to tear apart the mouths of the trio. Long Yan was provoked, and his figure flashed as he shot towards the three. The killing energy was tangible and like a wind that swept towards the three. This time, he did not keep anything back in his attack. Suddenly, a thin hand appeared in front of him. So fast. Long Yan's eyes narrowed, and his fighting spirit grew. He continued forward rather than retreating. His presence increased again. With an angry shout, a bright Shin glyph suddenly lit up from his fist and reached his forearm. Shin power wildly circulated in the Shin glyph. Threads of light formed from the Shin glyph and rapidly gathered towards his fist. Long Yan's fist transformed into a manifestation that seemed similar to a dragon. It roared suddenly and everyone's minds shook. Zhong Ru's expression did not change. The thin hand waved slightly and formed a patch of void. Long Yan's ferocious punch seemed to attack empty space and didn't make a sound. In the eyes of everyone else, it seemed as though Long Yan's punch was swallowed by Zhong Ru's hand. The raging power and the tangible killing intent immediately disappeared. Just now, it had been furious waves, and now the ocean was calm in a blink. Even more eerie was that Long Yan's fist and Zhong Ru's thin palm seemed to be stuck together. The ghost mist child had never thought that there would be day he would also become a captive.
This day had also come so quickly he hadn't prepared mentally at all. And the first time he tripped up in over 10,000 years was on such a malicious and cunning person. Listening to the names of those cruel tortures, the ghost mist child felt a chill just hearing the names. There was only one thought left in his mind. How could there be such devious and evil people in the world? The pitiful guy's last bit of hope finally disappeared under Zuo Mo's endless threats. He was obedient. He answered whatever Zuo Mo asked. Zuo Mo finally learned many things. The ghost mist child had been a strong person in the past, the strongest of that generation in the ghost mist tribe. He had been a powerful and influential person. However, people would encounter unpredicted fortune and misfortune. When he had been refining the mist eye tablet, he had been careless and his soul was sucked in. Losing his physical body, he comprehended the mist sea method. From then on, he was immortal. The mist eye tablet naturally grew in power. He was furious and sorrowful. He was not willing to accept a master. Any person that wanted to take the mist eye tablet would be heavily wounded by him. Yet he hadn't thought that he ended up in the hands of the person who created the Totem Colosseum. That time, it had been he himself that had been beaten into submission. In the end, his master had assigned him to guard the Mist Hall. After his master died, and the Totem Colosseum was closed, he was locked in the Totem Colosseum, unable to see the light of the day. He finally saw people come in, he immediately became alert. In the past, the Mist Hall had always been thought as the hardest first hall to pass. He hadn't thought that he would end up in the hands of scoundrels. He was sad and indignant. Zuo Mo was overjoyed. He finally learned the origins of the green strand from the ghost mist child. Green pulse string, an unique item from the ancient era. It was formed by the universe, and no one knew of its origins or what it was. They only knew that it could grow. Every 1,000 years, it would grow half a li. The 7 li long green pulse string had grown for at least 14,000 years. Hearing this, Zuo Mo caressed the item. Good treasure. Translator ramblings, does Ghost Mist Infant sound better than Ghost Mist Child? I'm not going to change it, but I am curious. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 795, Yield. Chapter 795, Yield. Other than the green pulse string, Zuo Mo naturally asked about other things such as the setup of the Totem Colosseum and where the dangers were. Regretfully, the ghost mist child was clearly a recluse, and a super recluse that stayed inside for more than 10,000 years. Except for the small area of the Mist Hall, he had never stepped into any other hall. Of course, to show off that he had some connections, the guy said that he was friends with the other Totem Colosseum guardians in spirit. Friends in spirit for a long time. Zuo Mo almost cursed out loud. From the words, he knew there was no relationship. Most of this guy's knowledge has been wrung out, how should we deal with him? Zuo Mo looked at Pu Yao and Wei, saying, he's a troublesome fellow to keep. He might secretly trip us. It is more convenient to kill him. The ghost mist child bellowed, his snowy white face turning even whiter. Don't kill me. If you kill me, you will not be able to leave. Was the spell you just gave us a fake? Zuo Mo's face turned murderous immediately. The ghost mist child frozen and his face was ashen. Had he given them the true spell just now? He thought about how Zuo Mo had threatened him repeatedly, and he didn't remember at all what he had confessed in his days. It is better to kill him. Pu Yao did not look at the ghost mist child but the mist sea with admiration. This mist eye tablet is a good place. His intentions of taking over the place was clear. Wei said with a smile, good. The ghost mist child was struck dumb in fear. No. Don't kill me. Zuo Mo looked down at him and said, Mo Cloud Sea never supports wastrels. If you don't have any value, why should we keep you alive? Value? The ghost mist child seemed to grab onto the last bit of hope. He shook and said, value. Value. I have value. Oh, then speak. Zuo Mo saw the other entering his trap and rejoiced inside. However, he showed an uncaring expression on the surface. I'm willing to give you the Mist Shin methodology of the Ghost Mist tribe, the Ghost Mist child said hurriedly. Mist Shin methodology? Zuo Mo made a sound and then asked, how does it compare to the Sun Shin methodology? He thought inside, this could be given to Yi Ling, it would be useful. The ghost mist child stilled. A moment later, he shook his head. I don't know. See, you want to use just the ghost mist Shin methodology to persuade Yi, you underestimate Yi. Zuo Mo had a disdainful expression. The ghost mist child gritted his teeth. This lowly one is willing to be in Darren's command. Zuo Mo's eyes lit up. The ghost mist child continued, while these two can take over the mist eye tablet, this is an object that this lowly one forged. While the two can use some of its power, the methods are different, and they cannot use the mist eye tablet's true power.
Zuo Mo had been waiting for this.
He deliberately pretended to be thoughtful and said, "You say this, and I do feel that the power of this mist eye tablet is acceptable.
However, if you flee into the mist sea, wouldn't ye lose both wealth and manpower?" The ghost mist child felt sweat roll at little Moge's lose both wealth and manpower. He hurriedly said, "This lowly one is willing to have Darren's imprint. If Darren uses this Shin methodology to leave behind Jinji, the small one will have no place to flee." Zuo Mo took the Shin methodology from the ghost mist child and quickly scanned it.
Then he looked amusedly at the ghost mist child. The ghost mist child's heart beat rapidly as Zuo Mo stared at him.
"One should treasure life.
Since you are willing to yield, a good person like ye will naturally follow the will of heaven."
Zuo Mo smiled as he looked at the ghost mist child.
"However, this method of yours is too complex. He doesn't need it, yes, soul-setting divine light is simpler." When the ghost mist child heard the word soul-setting divine light, he was stunned.
"What? You are not willing?" Little Moge said darkly.
The ghost mist child wanted to cry, but he knew that the situation did not allow for him to hesitate. This little man in front of him was definitely a vicious person who wouldn't blink at killing.
"I am willing to yield to Darren's command."
He bent his head and bowed. Once he said it, he felt better.
In the past, hadn't his previous master also been so eerie and hard to predict?
Also, Master had many experts with him, cultivated the Sunshin power, and had a treasure like the green pulse string. Such a person even 10,000 years ago was outstanding. If he was able to work under such a person, he might be able to recover his true body. The ghost mist child immediately felt his heart light up. Thunder boomed overhead. Dazzling electric eels split the sky. They formed and dissipated constantly. Wei Shang walked forward step by step. His gaze looked directly forward, his steps were determined. His eyes that were like bloody glass were filled with fighting spirit. Behind him, 5 guards followed closely. They looked at the straight figure in front of them, their eyes filled with respect and reverence. The 5 of them had been sent to the Thunder Hall together. The 5 carefully traveled. They hadn't expected to encounter Wei Shang and immediately sighed in relief. Zuo Mo's plan was completely ruined. The guards without the advantage of numbers could not channel the power of the combat formation. The situation of the guards in the Totem Coliseum became very dangerous. Fortunately, they encountered Wei Shang. Wei Shang had a transcendent status in Mo Cloud Sea. It wasn't just because he was Zuo Mo's eldest Shixiang. Wei Shang's reputation had been built by using his sword. The present Wei Shang was far from the unknown person of the past. He was thought of as one of the sword shio in the world with the most potential. Even someone like Lin Xian praised him endlessly. Wu Kong Sword Sect had become a legend. It had created a lord that had the ability to vie for the world, a great battle general that could rank fourth among the 10 great Xiozha battle generals, a peerless sword shio that could reach the peak of the sword path, adding on Chun Yuchang and Luoli. No one would have thought that an unknown little backwater sect would be so strong. Wei Shang used his sword to create his reputation. This status was one that even the holy ground of sword shio, Koanluan, had to admit. Wei Shang suddenly stopped in his steps. A brawny figure appeared in front of him. "You are Wei Shang?" the incomer said in a deep voice. He did not disguise his status as a Mo at all. His body that seemed to be smelted from copper was filled with a wild power. His head was bare and his upper half was naked. There was a red mark on his forehead. Round copper hoops the thickness of fingers hung from his ears. He wore short leather pants and stood with bare feet. "I am Wei Shang." Wei Shang did not avoid the other's gaze and asked politely, "You are?" Wei Shang could see that when he admitted that he was Wei Shang, the other's eyes suddenly lit up. Wei Shang was greatly familiar with that kind of gaze. That was a gaze filled with fighting spirit. The other grinned and showed 2 rows of white teeth. The 5th Mo god of the Emotion Temple, Wu Lu. Zhong Ru and Long Yan fought intensely. Ruan Yuxian and Sang Lianer were not idle. The 2 were fighting. However, the more they fought, the more shocked Ruan Yuxian was. He had thought highly of Sang Lianer but hadn't expected that the other's strength surpassed his predictions. Sang Lianer's Shin power was not vast, but stable and enduring. From beginning to end, it did not show any signs of drying up. The other's Shin techniques became unpredictable. Who said that ancient Shin methodologies did not have variations and one based on strength? Ruan Yuxian became irritated as he fought. The Shin technique of Tian Huan focused on variation, yet he was suppressed in this field by Sang Lianer.
That crescent moon of Tsang Lieners was full of variation.
What irritated Ruan Yuxian even more was that the other didn't just have endless variation, her attacks were unusually sharp, especially the moon essence chop. No matter what Shin technique he used, it would be bisected. The attack was wondrously sharp. What Ruan Yuxian did not know that the moon Shin power that Tsang Liener cultivated was not from some minor Shin temple. The moon Shin temple had not been as strong as the sun Shin temple, but that was only because the moon Shin temple attacks were not as offensively powerful. The power of the moon Shin temple was great, and the moon Shin methodology it passed down was not an ordinary one. Tsang Liener had improved every day in the years she had stayed with Zuo Mo. However, there were no opportunities for her to fight, so no one knew her strength. The only one that knew her strength was Zuo Mo. Ruan Yuxian naturally was exceptional fighter in order to be given such an important duty by Tian Huan.
Tian Huan's Shun power was centered on the Shun glyph.
The magnitude of their strength depended on their comprehension of Shin glyphs. In terms of ferocity, Ruan Yuxian fell behind Long Yan, but in terms of Shin glyph comprehension, he was the strongest of the trio.
In other words, he was the strongest of the three. The Shin glyph at his chest suddenly lit up.
His presence abruptly changed. In a flash, he seemed to change into a completely different person.
An indescribably pressuring presence covered Tsang Liener.
Compared to Long Yan's Shin glyph, Ruan Yuxian's Shin glyph was more complete.
Unlike Mo Cloud C's inscription technique, the Shin glyphs of Tian Huan grew naturally as they comprehended the Shin glyphs.
The deeper the understanding of the Shin glyph, the more complete the Shin glyph was, the stronger the Shin power produced by the Shin glyph was, and the number of Shin techniques that one could use was also greater. The Shin glyph that Ruan Yuxian had was the mountain Shin glyph of Tian Huan.
This Shin glyph had been used by the great ones of the ancient era to understand mountains.
It contained some of the wonders of mountains and was peerlessly powerful. It was the first complete Shin glyph that Tian Huan had discovered, and was the top choice for the disciples to cultivate. While the mountain Shin glyph was not hard to learn, it was hard to master. There were countless Tian Huan disciples, but the number of them that could cultivate it to a deep level was only a handful.
Ruan Yuxian was the best among them.
He had his own interpretation of mountain. This caused his mountain Shin glyph to be different from other sect disciples' mountain Shin glyph. Even the elders and powers in the sect praised his mountain Shin glyph. He was filled with confidence in his own power. Even if he could not win against Tsang Liener, there were no problems in protecting himself. He thought of the orders from his sect before he had left, and his fighting spirit grew even more.
Translator ramblings, soul-setting divine light is finally used again.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 796, Rain Commanding Banner. Chapter 796, Rain Commanding Banner.
Ruan Yuxian's presence suddenly changed. He seemed to become a tall mountain, vast and unmoving.
Tsang Liener's eyes lit up.
Naturally, she could see Ruan Yuxian's change. It had been so long since she encountered such an interesting opponent.
As at Mo, Tsang Liener liked to fight.
However, she usually suppressed the urge. It was rare to encounter such a strong opponent. This ignited her fighting spirit.
So what if it was a mountain? Tsang Liener's hands were spread open.
The crescent moon behind her that was larger than she was tall spun in front of her. It twisted nimbly around her body.
Moon, moon, strike.
Tsang Liener's unique voice that was both seductive and serene entered Ruan Yuxian's ears.
The moon was like a blade.
A sharp and icy presence came at Ruan Yuxian's head. Ruan Yuxian did not have time to think, enchanted, a mountain scene is not a mountain. The vast presence immediately changed to becoming something unpredictable like a mountain shrouded in the mist.
The moon accurately struck Ruan Yuxian. Tsang Liener's eyebrow jumped up.
She could see that the moon had hit its target, but Tsang Liener could feel that the attack had hit empty space. This was a masterful technique. Ruan Yuxian's counterattack immediately came, his right hand grabbing for Tsang Liener. Tsang Liener felt her view darken as though a mountain was crashing down on her. She had the feeling that she could not dodge it.
However, Tsang Liener shattered the feeling in an instant. So what if it was a mountain?
Her fingertip drew a curve along the inside crescent of the moon, and the inner curve of the crescent moon in front of her suddenly lit up. She moved her hand, and a string of light appeared in her hand.
The crescent moon was a bow.
Her hand pulling the bow open, there were small crescent moons on the bowstring. They were icy and glowing like wind chimes that gave off clear sounds.
Ding ding ding.
The pleasing sounds of the bells were like an enchanting tune that caused people to sink into it.
Dozens of little moon crescents drew out dozens of eerie and cold curves as they flew towards Ruan Yuxian. Ruan Yuxian's expression was grave. The moment that Tsang Lianer pulled the bowstring, dozens of waves of killing intent locked onto him. There was a strong feeling of danger. His hand that was in the air immediately moved away from Tsang Lianer and slapped towards the little crescent moon flying in the air. Yet these palm-sized crescent moon were strange. Their flight paths did not have any pattern to speak of. Ruan Yuxian's blow landed on empty air. However, Ruan Yuxian was not so easily defeated. With a cold snort, his blow changed. It became a steep peak with precipitous cliffs that once again headed for Tsang Lianer. Tsang Lianer ignored it. She raised her arm, her fingers spread. The crescent moon in front of her started to spin like a fan. It spun faster and faster, turning into a curtain of light that covered Tsang Lianer. The curtain flew towards Ruan Yuxian's blow. Ruan Yuxian was overjoyed. This was a chance. He could not attend to anything else. All of his Shin power was gathered, the Shin glyph at his chest growing like young tendrils that spread along his arm. The bright light followed the Shin glyph into his right hand. A hand imprint left his hand. The hand imprint did not move fast, yet the entire space seemed to be moved by this hand. No matter how it struggled, it could not break free. All of space was being pulled. It headed for Tsang Lianer with an indescribable pressure. From the start of the battle to now, Ruan Yuxian's presence reached its peak. At this time, he was like a tall mountain unable to be moved by the power of mortals. Tsang Lianer's eyes grew brighter. She did not retreat, the light covering her growing as she moved forward and bravely charged straight up. Her speed was like a meteor, the crescent moon spinning rapidly appearing as a curved shield of light that covered her. The little crescent moons flying in the air hummed in unison. They drew out strange paths and seemed to be attracted to Tsang Lianer. From far away, Tsang Lianer appeared like a meteor followed by dozens of streams of light. With a soul-shaking roar, Tsang Lianer charged at Ruan Yuxian without any finesse. The two collided face-on. Boom! Blinding light was released from where the two collided and immediately swallowed the two of them. The rippling air currents were like sharp arrows that could not be stopped. Having taken in the ghost mist child, Zuo Mo felt very proud. The mist eye tablet was also a very good treasure. Zuo Mo had personally tasted its power. If not for the help of a Gue, him alone was definitely not a match. However, the mist eye tablet was seriously damaged by Zuo Mo and a Gue, and needed time to regain the significant power it lost. It was dangerous to fight in as the weak side against strong opponents, but if they succeeded, then they could eat until they were full. The mist eye tablet immediately became one of the strongest weapons in Zuo Mo's hands. Even though it was damaged to some degree, it was still powerful. After taking the mist eye tablet, the mist hall was like Zuo Mo's backyard. The pitiful Lil Pagoda and Black Gold Seal Soldier were still in the middle of their indigestion. However, according to the ghost mist child, the mist that the two had consumed were not detrimental to them, and would be of benefit. Zuo Mo finally put down his worries. They did not encounter anyone in the entire mist hall. Was his luck so good? Zuo Mo couldn't help but feel happy. After the wind, rain, thunder, mist and snow halls are the four palaces, spring, summer, autumn, and winter. While the ghost mist child was not acquainted with other people, he was from here, and knew more than Zuo Mo who came in blind. Then we will enter now? Which palace is the easiest to pass? Zuo Mo rubbed his hands. They are all difficult. The ghost mist child shook his head. The four palaces are for the 4 seasons. The Sun Tribe warrior that defeated me in the past was defeated in the Winter Palace. I had thought that he would be able to make it, and it was unexpected he failed at the last step. He was the strongest I've ever seen. The ghost mist child couldn't help but lament. Hearing this, Zuo Mo immediately put away the smile on his face. Zuo Mo knew very well how strong the Sun Tribe had been in the past. The other was able to defeat the ghost mist child in a true battle, the other's strength would definitely be great. Yet such a strong person was defeated in the 4 palaces. The dangers of the 4 palaces could be imagined. I have other comrades that came in with me, can we find them? Zuo Mo thought of his guards and couldn't help but worry. The ghost mist child said, it is not difficult to find them. I guard the mist hall, I can still use some of the Totem Colosseum's abilities. However, there is no way to get to them. The 5 halls are not connected. However, if they pass through the 5 halls, Darren will be able to see them before they enter the 4 palaces. Zuo Mo was worried and hurriedly described everyone's appearances. The ghost mist child had some abilities. With a wave of his hand, a mist mirror appeared with everyone's surroundings. Zuo Mo saw that while everyone was fighting, they were not in danger. His worries were eased. After watching a while, Zuo Mo suddenly asked, why are there no hall masters to be seen in the other halls?
the ghost mild child sighed. The other 4 hall masters existed before, and they were all very strong. But who can last through tens of thousands of years? If I was not a Yin soul, and had the Mistai tablet that forms its own world, I would have dissipated as well. Zuo Mo thought about it and found it was right. Those that could survive from the ancient era were basically not the normal ones. He suddenly thought of an important question. I heard there is a Shin device nucleus here, do you know where it is? The ghost mist child stilled and then understood. So Master has come for that. Zuo Mo was full of anticipation. You know where it is? The ghost mist child nodded. The item exists. The previous master gathered treasures from all over, desiring to forge a Shin device. This was something that the previous master was preparing to leave behind for those later. But before it could be forged, the previous master disappeared, and the Totem Colosseum was closed. Where is it? Zuo Mo's eyes were bright as he listened. A thing from such a powerful person that was to be left behind for those after them, it definitely was something good. The ghost mist child thought. It should be at the previous master's residence. We need to pass through the 4 palaces. Zuo Mo did not find that strange when he heard it. Where do we go now? We will wait for your comrades outside the gates of the 4 palaces, the ghost mist child said. Under the ghost mist child's guidance, Zuo Mo's group quickly left the mist hall. The ghost mist child's original Jinji had disappeared long ago. Adding on the Jinji that Zuo Mo put in using the soul-setting divine light, he actually benefited and the ghost mist changed again. He was familiar with the Totem Colosseum, and the group quickly came to the gates of the 4 palaces of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. 4 bronze gates stood, carved with diagrams representing the 4 seasons. The rumors say the 5 halls of the Colosseum each have their own wonders. Nya Chen said emotionally. Even after being sealed for more than 10,000 years, it is still so magnificent. How great would have the scene back then? A few hints of yearning flashed through Jinling Meng's eyes, but she quickly recovered. The records say that the 5 halls of the Totem Colosseum all have a hall master. We did not encounter a hall master on our way, it must have died already. What does shimmy mean? Nya Chen said thoughtfully. While the hall master of the Rain Hall is dead, the presence of the hall has not decreased. There should be a treasure sustaining the area here, Jinling Meng said. Then what are we chattering about? Go find it. Tan Su said impatiently. I had thought that those Yao would have some skill, who knew they were so weak? We haven't encountered one hard fight up until now. I think that the reputation of this Totem Colosseum is exaggerated. The 3 had encountered 3 Yao experts just now, but the difference in power had been clear. They had quickly won. Nya Chen was not as battle-thirsty as Tan Su. He shook his head and said, getting the item is the right thing. As to killing, other than Tian Huan and Mo Cloud C, the others are not interesting. Tan Su's eyes suddenly lit up. I wonder if Mo Cloud C's Wei Shang has come. Eldest Xixiang always praises this person. If I encounter him, I will kill him. Let's see when we meet him. Nya Chen agreed with Tan Su's words. If they had to choose the person that Kunlun disliked the most, it was definitely Wei Shang. Kunlun was the holy ground of Sword Xiu. Every Kunlun disciple was proud of this. Yet Wei Shang now showed signs of surpassing this, and every Kunlun disciple disliked it. There. Jinling Meng suddenly pointed in a direction. The other 2 hurriedly looked over and saw a corpse. There was a cloth banner swaying in the wind next to the corpse. Written on the banner was an ancient rain character. Jinling Meng was widely read and joyfully surprised. The Rain Commanding Banner. Translator ramblings, name one fogey who isn't a source of information. I just want a clueless old man doing his own thing and never knows anything. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 797, Kunlun Soul. Chapter 797, Kunlun Soul. Lin Xian carefully pushed open the door. The blinding light from the seal formations in the room caused his heart to hurt. A hunched figure sat cross-legged in the middle of the room. If people saw the scene, they would be astonished. This hunched figure was the sect leader of Kunlun. Yet his arms had disappeared, and only half of his snowy white brows were light. He would occasionally cough, and with every cough, his hunched figure would heave and shudder. Lin Xian's nose felt sore. Thinking about Master's presence in the past, his heart twisted. Master! He called lightly. The sect leader heard him and he straightened in difficulty. He said gently, Shanner has come. His face was covered in wrinkles, his eyes blurry, his voice hoarse like an elderly person at the last days of his life.
Yes.
Lin Xian was afraid that he would be overwhelmed and cry. He only answered with one word. He quickly walked next to Master and started to take Master's pulse to check his wounds. Master had been injured when he had been exploring the ancient ruins. His arms were cut off, his body completely void of Ling power, his organs null of all life. Lin Xian thought of all the ways he could, but he could just barely manage to keep Master breathing.
This gray presence didn't have any life at all.
Lin Xian's heart twisted in pain. He knew that Master had wanted to forge a Shin device that truly belonged to him.
Cohen Luan's capable person was the first Shin device of Cohen Luan, yet there were many parts about it that were not perfect. Master had not been content.
You do not need to worry for me. The sect leader knew that his disciple was sad and comforted him. I have lived for so long, I've lived enough. Master, Lin Xian heard this and his tears could not be held back any longer. Child, you are a sect leader, you cannot be childish like this, the sect leader smiled. His gray-white face was lifeless.
You have done well. I'm not worried handing Cohen Luan to you.
Lin Xian sobbed soundlessly. I only reached a clear mind a few days ago, and realized many things. Mo Cloud C's Shin power is unique, and completely different from Cohen Luan.
We cannot just copy it. What Cohen Luan cultivates is the sword is the truth.
What we need is a Shin sword, not a raiment. The Shin device is good, but it is not suited to Cohen Luan.
One sword defeats all, that is the way of Cohen Luan. The sect leader's hoarse voice echoed in the room.
Lin Xian could hear that Master was warning him, and felt even more pained.
I am satisfied at completing my greatest wish before death.
You should not feel sad for me, the sect leader said gently.
The sword that I found for you has great origins, it is one of the strongest Shin swords in the ancient era.
While it has been sealed for a long time, it still has its power.
Do not fail to live up to its reputation. This disciple will not fail you. Lin Xian stopped his tears and gave a sword oath. The sect leader nodded. I only have one wish left. Master, please speak. Lin Xian's gaze was determined.
He decided inside that no matter what, he had to complete Master's wish.
The sect leader raised his head.
My arms and Ling power are gone, my life is gone, the only thing left is my soul. I wish to throw my soul into the immemorial Shin sword, and strengthen the sword soul. Lin Xian's tears that had just stopped began streaming down again.
He shook his head. Master, no.
Nurturing the sword with the soul was a cruel affair. The soul would experience endless pain and hardship, unable to ever reincarnate, but this is Master's last wish.
The sect leader's blurred eyes suddenly became sharp. We have been raised by Cohen Luan.
I, as the sect leader, will use my blood and soul to repay Cohen Luan.
If you do not promise, I will not die in peace. Master.
Lin Xian lost his voice as he sobbed.
I have decided.
The sect leader said steely. He closed his eyes and did not speak. The light of the formation flashed, Shin power flooding outwards. In the center, an ancient sword floated in the air. All of the Cohen Luan elders, all of the core disciples were gathered here.
Everyone had sorrowful expressions.
When Lin Xian appeared carrying the sect leader on his back, everyone knelt in unspoken agreement.
The sect leader had great authority in the sect, and was revered by everyone.
Seeing the sect leader wither to this state, everyone felt a great pain.
Cohen Luan is now in your hands.
The sect leader's voice was hoarse and quiet. Those that heard cried.
Someone said sorrowfully, we do not dare to begrudge our bodies.
The sect leader nodded, comforted.
Lin Xian's tears rained down and he could not speak.
He could only carry the sect leader forward.
The sect leader did not say much.
His soul came out of his body and he stepped into the seal formation. The sect leader had great cultivation, and his sword soul was pure. The immemorial sword in the center of the seal formation suddenly pulled at him. The sword soul of the sect leader turned into a stream of light and entered the sword.
The surrounding Cohen Luan elders and disciples stared to cry.
Inside the sword, a soul endured astounding pain as it murmured. Xianer, Master can only guide you up to here. Inside Cohen Luan realm, a sword essence pierced the sky, and all swords hummed together. The world was astounded. Wei Sheng was completely covered in blood, his clothing torn. He held the blood sword in his hand. In front of him, Wu Li's expression was ashen.
There is such a strong person in the world.
Wu Lu murmured to himself. After saying this, he fell face forward without any presence left. Wei Sheng looked disheveled, but his expression was normal. The god-killing blood sword in his hand had just finished drinking blood and was unusually eerie. Suddenly, Wei Sheng seemed to feel something and raised his head. Almost at the same moment, the god-killing blood sword in his hand seemed to be excited.
The blood light erupted and shot into the sky. A blood pillar dozens of zhang thick erupted. Inside the pillar of light, Wei Shang was like a gold of killing ascending. Wei Shang raised his head and gazed at the sky. He felt the furious fighting spirit coming from the god-killing blood sword in his hand. He took a deep breath and pushed down the almost boiling fighting spirit he felt. His clear glassy eyes of blood were filled with shock. There was such a strong and powerful sword essence in the world, a sword essence that ruled the world. His excitement at beating his opponent just now completely disappeared. Wei Shang looked dazedly at the sky, his shock slowly disappearing from his eyes. What replaced it was strong fighting spirit and murderousness. Kunlun. Wei Shang murmured to himself as his hand unconsciously gripped the god-killing blood sword in his hand. Only one place would have such a strong sword essence that it would cause hopelessness. That was Kunlun. Wei Shang felt his spirit rise in his chest. Suddenly, nearby, the lightning was astoundingly thick as though something was stimulated by the sword essence that came down. Wei Shang's mind moved and he hurriedly flew towards where the lightning was gathered. The closer he flew, the more surprised he was. The lightning was shooting into the sky from the ground. Was there some treasure here? He quickly flew to the origin of the lightning. There was a bronze mirror laying on the ground. The word thunder was engraved on the bronze mirror. The copper mirror flashed with light and electrical snakes swam over it. Hiss crack! A lightning snake suddenly shot into the sky. When the lightning snake left the bronze mirror, it would grow rapidly until it was the thickness of an arm and tear apart the sky. Zuo Mo raised his head and looked into the sky. The ghost mist child also looked in shock at the sky. He murmured to himself, such strong sword essence. So there is such a strong person in the present era? He had yielded to Zuo Mo, yet he could still see that the strongest of this era was much weaker compared to the ancient era. Yet this sword essence that seemed to conquer the world and was undefeatable shocked him. How could such a strong sword essence appear in this era? Suddenly, he felt something familiar within the sword essence that caused him to shake and unconsciously blurt out, "Immemorial." Immemorial? Zuo Mo moved his gaze to look at the ghost mist child. The ghost mist child said in a dreamlike fashion, "Immemorial is the most famous Shin sword in the R legends. They say that the wielder of this sword will become an Emperor Sky." Familiar with the sun gold leaf, Zuo Mo knew what Emperor Sky meant. In the ancient era, the strongest of each era would become the leader of all the tribes, and be called Emperor Sky. Emperor Sky? Zuo Mo showed a cold smirk, murder undisguised in his eyes. If he wants to be Emperor Sky, he needs to see if I agree or not. The ghost mist child stilled and then suddenly reacted. He stammered out, "Is this master's enemy?" Zuo Mo glanced at him and said uncaringly, "Yes, enemies to the death." "What, you're afraid?" The ghost mist child quickly reacted. He looked at Zuo Mo's unfriendly face and hurriedly expressed his attitude. "Master, what are you saying? Master's enemies are my enemies." Zuo Mo moved his gaze away, but his face turned dark. Such a strong sword essence that could be felt even here. It was most likely because of the immemorial Shin sword that the ghost mist child spoke of. Lin Qian's individual strength was unparalleled. In the past, Zuo Mo and a few others had to work together to stop one of his blows. Supposedly, Lin Qian had been the one to create Kunlun Shin methodology. No one knew what level his strength was at, but Zuo Mo knew that it was definitely strong, very strong. If Zuo Mo had to pick another person in the world that could stand shoulder to shoulder with Wei Shang Xixiang, he would definitely pick Lin Qian. And now, with this immemorial Shin sword, Lin Qian's strength probably reached a terrifying level. It could possibly be a height that no one in the world could reach. While Zuo Mo did not fear the other, when he thought that his worst enemy had obtained such a Shin device, Zuo Mo felt as uncomfortable as he had swallowed a fly. Kunlun. Let's wait and see. Suo Hall. Luo Li had an expression of helplessness. There was a group of guards behind him. The great majority of the guards were with him. However, when he encountered the people from Heartleaf Diana Sect, they had charged forward without a second word. The sect leader of Heartleaf Diana Sect hadn't thought that the enemy would fight without even a greeting. He lost the round. There were many guards in this group, a dozen that formed a battle formation. They were an even match for the elders of Heartleaf Diana Sect. The sect leader had some skill, and the two sides were at a deadlock. The Heartleaf Diana Sect leader's Shin power was vast, while Luo Li's fighting method was eerie. Wu Li was skilled in strange and unorthodox methods that made great trouble for the other. The peerless sword essence of the immemorial came from the sky without any warning. Wu Li opened her breath-stealing beautiful eyes. Translator ramblings, isn't it moving? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 798, Comprehension. Chapter 798, Comprehension. Wu Li's cold eyes showed a rare ripple of emotion.
Peerless sword essence covered the sky above them. She raised her face, her crystal-like eyes quietly changed.
Luo Li's heart stilled. A strange feeling rose. He and Wu Li were two sides of one body.
The connection between them was the most unique existence in the world.
Both Luo Li and Wu Li existed between life and death. The two's minds were connected and were like one.
However, there were slight differences between them. Wu Li was a sword spirit manifested from Luo Li's sword essence, from intangible to tangible. Luo Li had comprehended life-death lock, from life going into death, from tangible to intangible. These slight changes caused the two of them to have different abilities. Detecting Wu Li's change, Luo Li became slightly nervous. Wu Li's personality was cold and distant. When she had been a sword spirit, Luo Li had known her strength well.
Yet the present Wu Li was like a completely new life form.
While the two were of the same mind and from the same origin, two aspects of one body. Luo Li did not know what abilities that Wu Li had. Wu Li's personality was cold and she would never speak of her own accord. Luo Li was not as sensitive to sword essence as Wu Li. His skill was his unique understanding of life and death. This was a comprehension that life-death lock gave him.
Sword essence.
Luo Li looked into the sky and then turned to stare nervously at Wu Li. Suddenly, Luo Li's expression changed slightly.
Wu Li's presence was changing. How come it was like this? Luo Li was astounded. A strange feeling rose.
He knew that this was because Wu Li's changes were reflected on him.
Wu Li. He became slightly dazed. In order to become a sect leader, he naturally was strong.
Heartleaf Diana sect was not a top sect like Kunlun and Tianhuan, but it was still not something that any little sect could compare to. The Heartleaf Diana sect leader immediately detected Wu Li's change. He saw the seemingly beautiful, icy, and lifeless female changing in front of him. It was as though she was shedding her soft and gentle appearance to reveal a cold sword edge.
The edges were like water. A vast blue body of water. Yet the edges disappeared after appearing. The female suddenly became ethereal and unpredictable.
She was clearly in front of him, but in his perception, the space seemed empty. This strange feeling was so uncomfortable that he wanted to spit blood. It felt as though suddenly, the feeling of having everything within his grasp disappeared. Having fought innumerable times, this was the first time the leader of Heartleaf Diana sect had such a strange feeling. This woman was strange.
Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but the sect leader could not attend to them. While he did not understand what was going on with the changes of the female, this kind of change was not something good for him. Murderousness rose. Any person that cultivated the Heartleaf Diana sect's Shen power would have a leaf-shaped mark on their palm that indicated their strength. The Heartleaf Diana sect leader was the only one in the sect that had reached a level of 7 branches and 7 leaves. Without any hesitation, the sect leader attacked with a killing move. His expression devout and serious, 7 verdant tree leaves flew out of his palm. They danced softly in the air with concealed murderousness. The 7 green lines drew out 7 green streaks of light that crisscrossed. 7-leaf Diana heart. Wu Li did not seem to see it. Her gaze was still looking into the distance, but her presence became increasingly ethereal. Luo Li's eyes became disbelieving. She was comprehending sword essence. It's Kunlun. The sect leader of Tianhuan said. His face was filled with shock and anxiousness. In the history of the Xiuzhu world, such strong sword essence had never appeared, and he had never even heard of it. Kunlun and Tianhuan seemed to be comparable in strength, but all this time, Kunlun had been suppressing Tianhuan. If Tianhuan and Kunlun could be said to have been on good terms during the era of the Four Realms, then Kunlun was Tianhuan's strongest enemy and most important opponent. Now, this great enemy suddenly possessed a terrifyingly powerful secret weapon. Tianhuan was alarmed. There was an old person sitting in front of the sect leader. This old person was the mysterious chief elder of Tianhuan who had found the secret of the Shen glyphs. The chief elder's expression was serious. The sword essence just now had been too powerful, so powerful it almost surpassed the limits of their imagination. He asked gravely, "We need to investigate this matter." Kunlun. Kunlun. The sect leader said, "Shiji will remember." The chief elder's status was above everyone in the sect. He was a generation older than the sect leader. Adding on that he had found the secret of the Shen glyph and pushed Tianhuan into the era of Shen power with just his power. His achievement in service was so great that even the sect leader was willing to be commanded by him. Chief Elder was obsessed with Shin glyphs and didn't like to interfere with sect matters. However, Kunlun's sword essence was too astounding. Chief Elder had seen worldly apparitions before, yet being able to detect it from Kunlun meant that it was an almost unimaginably powerful existence. For Kunlun, this was the worst news. He was worried, but he still maintained a calm expression. Suddenly, the bracelet on his hand suddenly lit up. He thought of something, and hurriedly activated a spell. A mirage cloud came out of the bracelet. The cloud changed and the scene of an intense fight appeared in front of them. "It's Yu Xian." The sect leader was slightly shocked. He recognized Ruan Yu Xian at a glance. Ruan Yu Xian was the leader of the mission this time. The sect leader did not look away. The fighting was intense and it could seem that Ro Xian was losing. You recognize this person?" The chief elder pointed at Ruan Yu Xian's opponent and asked. The sect leader thought for a moment and found the answer. "It's Mo Cloud Ceased Sang Liener. She cultivates Moonshin power, supposedly, it is a complete inheritance." Hearing this, Chief Elder's eyes became brighter and he murmured to himself, "No wonder, no wonder." The sect leader was curious, yet he did not dare to disturb the Chief Elder in fear of interrupting his thinking. His gaze landed on the mirage. After watching for a while, his expression became grave. Ruan Yu Xian could maintain his composure in an emergency, far more than the other disciples, which was why he had been given such an important task. However, he was not weak. Even though he only cultivated one Shin glyph, his skill was solid. Tianhuan had not paid great attention to the mission this time. The ruins were in Lotus Sutra Temple's territory and it was not easy to move there. Li Xian'er and the other disciples were all at important points in their cultivation and could not travel. Through different methods, Tianhuan had divined that the journey of the ruins would be dangerous this time. However, under the suggestion of Chief Elder, he still sent Ruan Yu Xian and a few others to sneak in. He had originally thought that Chief Elder had other considerations until Chief Elder told him directly and he realized. Chief Elder had reached a bottleneck on his comprehension of Shin glyphs, and he wanted to obtain inspiration from the other paths. The opening of the ancient ruins would attract many experts. Chief Elder only had to do a few things in order to see the fights of the disciples. He had not concealed this from Ruan Yu Xian and the others. The sect leader also said that if they could not win, they did not need to fight to the death. Ruan Yu Xian and the others were not opposed to this arrangement. The benefit to Tianhuan, if they could help Chief Elder, was clear. Chief Elder's setup was effective. After watching for a while, the sect leader's face became ugly. Sang Liener was strong as they said. He knew long ago about Sang Liener's strength. However, he was still surprised at how easily Sang Liener suppressed Ruan Yu Xian. He unconsciously compared Sang Liener and Li Xian'er, but he quickly found that he could not come to any specific conclusions. This caused his expression to turn uglier. According to the intelligence reports, Sang Liener was not the strongest fighter under Zuo Mo's command. All of the reports showed that Sang Liener was ranked third among Zuo Mo's various fighters. The first was Wei Shang, the second was Ague. They were even more terrifyingly strong existences. Yet Xian'er was the most accomplished of the younger generation of Tianhuan disciples. When comparing the best genius of Tianhuan and the third-ranked fighter of Mo Cloud C, there was an inconclusive comparison. This indicated many problems already. When he thought of Kunlun's peerless sword essence just now, the sect leader felt even more worried. Tianhuan was falling behind in terms of top experts. "Do not worry." The chief elder seemed to know what the sect leader thought and said, "Tianhuan is on a different path from Kunlun and we are slightly similar to Mo Cloud C. An individual fights using their individual methods, a battalion fights with a battalion's methods. If we can advance a step on the Shin glyphs, our Shin equipment would grow in strength. At that time, our battalions would become unprecedentedly powerful." Chief Elder's words were filled with confidence. The sect leader felt better and his thoughts turned. He had to admit that Chief Elder was right. Before Mo Cloud C appeared, Tianhuan had been the strongest faction in forging. Tianhuan's battalions had been the best outfitted of all the factions. However, Mo Cloud C's sudden rise had caused them to surpass Tianhuan in Shin equipment. Chief Elder's gaze was clear. Mo Cloud C is extraordinary and Sang Liener is strong. However, she has allowed me to see some ancient secrets. At most a few months, at minimum 1 or 2, new Shin glyphs will take form. Tianhuan's new Shin equipment will show their light. The sect leader said joyfully, "Great. What does this Shurji have to prepare?" Chief Elder glanced at the sect leader before saying, "I do not want to interfere in some matters. However, as the sect leader of Tianhuan, you have to see clearly. The greatest enemy to us is not Kunlun but Mo Cloud C." The sect leader stilled. What is Tian Huan strongest in? Seal formations, forging. In the past, anyone that wanted to buy a talisman will chose Tian Huan first. But right now, even Shi Xian went to Mo Cloud Sea to order Shin equipment. Chief Elder's tone suddenly became harsh. I should not need to say more of Tian Huan's business. One more piece of Shin equipment sold is one more portion of Jingshire we make in one more friend. But right now, even I know that the best on the market is not our Tian Huan Shin equipment. You are the sect leader, you need to see this clearly. The sect leader broke out in a cold sweat. Mo Cloud Sea is the biggest enemy to Tian Huan. Remember. Chief Elder shouted. The era is different. Stop your posturing as Tian Huan. Go compete with them, steal back the lost business and allies. Only then will Tian Huan prosper. Understand? The sect leader kowtowed sincerely. Yes. Mo Cloud Sea is the greatest enemy to Tian Huan.
His last words were murderous.
Translator ramblings, old elder kicks unfilial disciple off his pedestal. Add one person is wise. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.